The darkest deep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind that door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seems be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I know the truth, and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now. Your face shining on me, walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need. If it ever only for me, then who could stand against? Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Know that you can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause this moment's just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Someday we'll get on high. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on high. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master. From the moment that you breathe, get to chasing after. Yeah. All that you want, all that you ever dreamed. You can make anything of this life. Someday we only try. Oh, we're gonna get it. Someday, other days, no matter what they say, we gonna get someday, other days. This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it.
Love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Another day, another Dream League Season 20. We're back. Good morning, Imperial Pandas as well. Good morning, Jenkins, and your lovely tiny teacup.
Good morning.
How are you doing? You don't normally drink tea. What's up?
Not a tiny teacup, Shiver. I just have really big hands. Made that joke last season, except with the very large cup. And then the opposite. It has small hands.
Oh, you're doing a continuation
it's like a
joke
throwback.
For the real OGs.
It's a throwback. You guys remember. It's iconic.
Iconic joke.
Yeah.
Followed up by the reverse iconic joke. I can't wait for next season.
We should do a season per day.
What? No.
Why don't we do that? Just a different show. What was that?
Tsunami is the chair a lot higher than me.
Was that on the highest difficulty? The chair?
It was here. Wait a second. It was here, and I was just,
But just to be clear, it doesn't go any higher than that, right?
No, it doesn't.
And you put it as low as possible.
And I also, it doesn't go any lower than this either.
That's good. Shout out to all the short kings out there.
Yes.
Shout out to the short kings. Where's your... Pick up the crown, put it on your head. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, they say.
This is true. This is true. A season per day. That means the season 21. Good morning. No, let's be real. I like talking to Jenkins in the morning, but I also like having some variation of talking people. And maybe then Jenkins can focus on his, very normal-sized teacup. So let's bring in our first guest, Imperial Pandas, if you please. Bring in SVG! Yesterday, you tried your walk-on 100 times. You came down for the 101st time, and it was a very stern walk-on.
Thank you.
Yeah. How did this one came to life? This walk-on.
I had a night terror.
What was it like? What did you do when you woke up?
You were in the night terror?
Yeah? What did I do?
You were having a night terror?
I did. He's right, actually.
Were there any other people in your night terror?
Wait a minute.
Cheever was there.
Oh.
She was telling me that my walk-on wasn't good enough.
Cheever, he's
over
still
and over,
dreaming.
ingraining it into my brain. It was like a Clockwork Orange sequence. And then I woke up.
I don't know Clockwork Orange. What is that?
And I thought, oh my God, I better impress her today.
You did, though.
Yay.
You
Applause
did.
for me.
Applause.
Look at
Yes.
that. Improvement.
Let's see if our next guest can also impress me with their walk-on. Ladies and gentlemen, bring on the Capitalist.
Oh no! Football isn't really an American sport.
Why are you panting?
He walked out into the-
It was a sigh.
That was-
Oh, cheers, by the way.
Oh, cheers. Cheers, of course. Cheers.
I just
to have
have
you.
very small hands.
Yeah.
Why is there vodka in that?
Why not?
You can smell vodka from like 2 meters away.
It's loaded as hell.
Avery's like an alcoholic blood out. He's, there's vodka somewhere in here.
Unless you got some interesting cologne on, that's how he gets ready for the cast in the morning.
And you're not a footballing type, Cap, but I believe you like the frisbees.
Hey,
here we go.
Hey,
Here we
that's
go.
a transition right there.
Disc golf, Sheaver.
Is it different?
Yes.
Wait, what's the difference
disc golf?
No, but is disc golf not including a frisbee? Or is that not called
Well,
a
it's a specific kind of frisbees or frisbees. There's various types.
So, a disc is a frisbee, but a frisbee is not necessarily a disc?
Yes. I got into this like 2 months ago. I don't have these answers, Sheaver.
Sheaver,
Okay.
he told me he hit a birdie on the most difficult course in all of Europe. And Cap, can you tell us all about it here today?
No, he hit a bird.
Oh, you hit a bird?
Yeah, he hit a bird.
Oh, you hit a bird.
Yeah, but don't worry, we gave it to BSJ. Don't worry, it's all taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, the bird bones were consumed.
He
So
sucked the marrow
we
out of them.
made sure to
Yeah.
use the vitamins. That's all important.
Yeah.
Vitamin A.
Vitamin A, of course.
Right,
of course.
vitamin
Not vitamin
A,
D,
yeah.
Sheaver.
Yeah. Avery and I, the very first day we got here, we didn't have PCs, so we ended up going to a disc golf course.
Well,
it's like 15
that's not
minutes
the
away.
reason. I
It
mean,
is.
I would have gone even if I had a PC. It
Wait,
makes
you-
us sound really bad.
Wait, you went?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
This man's never played a sport in his life. Look at him. He's still
I'm
sleeping.
I think I was more tired than Avery was. We
Yeah,
did
I
like
was
6
fine.
miles of hiking.
Well, I
and
believe that
Avery,
after-
I think,
after your
was
walk
actually ready to go.
I was chilling.
Yeah.
You went hiking when we came back from
in high school.
Ultimate Frisbee?
Yeah.
Is
That's
that
pretty good.
Is that an American
Is
thing?
he really good? Is he?
I'm better, but I've been playing it longer. So we have the scores. What do you mean?
He played varsity Ultimate
I
Frisbee
mean,
in high
better's
school.
like, first, like, all right, the wind conditions were terrible. They were absolutely horrendous. But,
And by that he means
somehow
1 mile an hour winds.
No. It was like a hurricane. This was like it was a slope. There were trees on the other side. You were in a wind tunnel basically through
Yeah.
the Sweden undergrowth. But every time he goes up to take a tee shot, it's
fine.
It's calm. It's serene. It's a Disney-esque movie. At one point, there was literally a deer sitting there staring at him taking
I
a
saw
shot.
the video
Yeah.
of the deer,
Yeah.
actually.
But the deer's not
That
made
deer
up.
gave me a dirty look
Is that-
because I threw it and I threw it straight into a tree and it made a really loud noise and the deer just whipped its head over at me.
Dude, that
it was so accusatory. It was like,
Dude, that's
suck at
because
this.
that deer was Bambi, and when you threw the disc, you hit the mom.
no, it was
That deer was orphaned.
when I hit the tree, it sounded like a shot and it went through.
Yeah?
It went through an episode.
But it didn't run
not
away.
again.
PTSD,
Not
yeah.
again.
Did it run?
No, it just stared at
I was
me.
just, can you please quiet down, you
Yeah,
American?
pretty much.
I
pretty
ran
much. It
last
felt
time.
like
I'm
that.
not running away this time.
I thought all the European judging I would be able to avoid out in the middle of the forest, but even the animals can't stop.
Can't stop.
That is true. The
That
looks
is
you get.
nice because you guys normally don't. Previous season you were never here in the mornings, so now you have time to.
Yeah, the sweet
explore
morning
the
schedule.
afternoons.
You get up, you leave, it's daytime out, you come back, it's still daylight out. You don't have to be eating Max
I mean, you go
every
to,
night.
I will say though, if you would be on
Don't
the
yay
later
that.
shift-
Don't yay
What
Max.
was a yay? No, that's not a yay.
Yeah, if you're on the late shift at the moment, it is also still daytime out when you come back because
Well, that
it
is true,
literally
but
doesn't go dark.
It's a depressing kind of daylight out where it's like it's 12 midnight and somehow the sun is still up in the air and you're just like, why God? What is wrong with this land?
But the morning is nice. The morning is nice because you get to have like you too at home. We get to have like a relatively nice, easy start into the day of Dota 2 because that's still why we're here. There's going to be a lot of Dota 2 as you are used to from us. If you were watching yesterday, you know. You probably also watched all the Dota. I know you guys are diehards, tryhards of watching everything, 4 streams at the same time, 16 games in a day, and everybody remembers every single detail, Jenkins. What happened in Game 2?
Run us through the entire
of EG
yesterday.
versus Liquid.
EG? EG's in this tournament? But I thought Arteezy was replaced by Miracle. Avery.
Doing great, buddy. Keep it up. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
What did I watch yesterday?
His co-hosting role is really working out.
I watched Talon.
You did?
play.
Oh, the Talon.
Yeah, I watched the Wind Ranger offlane by Jabs. I did watch that. He farmed, from what I recollect.
Jabs?
Yeah.
Wait,
Surprising.
Jabs did farming?
Yeah, he did
Wow.
farming.
No
I
way.
was very surprised. His team was dying, and then he would.
You sure you were watching Talon?
I might have been watching something else.
Jabs
entirely.
does not farm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was watching now, Sheever.
I do think we need to clarify this for people that are watching and are unfamiliar with Talon and Jabs. He always farms. Doesn't matter what role he plays. He farms.
I knew he'd be the guy to play the Universal Heroes offlane. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see people trying to make that work. Because in my pubs, it's just a guy that plays Universal Hero offlane. He's really a mid laner. And then they have a Darkseer. And then the guy on the enemy team's a Darkseer. And they have all these auras. And you're like, I can't kill shit. And I got a friggin' Wind Ranger being useless, or a Winter Wyvern being useless in the offlane, building into an Atos.
Was it Jabs?
Maybe in a pub that I have with Jabs, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been Jabs in your pub.
Who knows?
Jabs hasn't bought an aura item in his life.
No, he hasn't.
No.
He thought they
Only
got
skills.
removed. He saw the Wraith Pack got removed from the game.
It's like everything gone.
It's over.
It's over.
And it wasn't too good for them.
If you missed a little bit of yesterday, don't worry, we got you covered. Let's take a look at the standings, see where every team is. We have 2 groups of 8 teams. This is Group A. Yesterday, Group A, I feel, Cap, we are in a little bit of a time loop because I know last season there was a group also with like almost exclusively ties. And this doesn't seem to have any difference. Other than Tundra Liquid.
Other than
tied.
Tundra, which I said yesterday. What did I say, Sheever?
You said Liquid was going to look rough.
I said Liquid was going to look real bad. And I said Tundra was probably going to be the top. And you said, but what about the stand-ins?
I did say that.
Well, what now, Sheever?
It was a legit question. And
Yeah,
then you
Sheever,
could have
eat your
just said,
damn
well,
words.
they're gonna... No, because I just wanted...
No,
what
then you
about the
brushed off and said,
standings?
shut up, Cap. We have to talk about Group B now. Just like you're about to say it again.
Shut up, Kev. Let's talk about Group B. Here we go.
Okay.
Avery, we got Group B here. Boom coming out on top, undisputed.
I guess that's what happens when you don't get invited to the tournament.
They're pissed.
You come in with a vengeance. Like, we should have invited us. We succeeded with the visas. We're succeeding with the group stage.
Yep.
Making something happen. I don't know. I'm still a bit unconvinced by that team. We'll see how it progresses, but off to a decent start.
Unconvinced by the team.
I mean, I'm not convinced they're going to go super deep. I think that team tends to struggle at a certain point in these lands. They just can't put it all together consistently enough to make the deep runs.
Okay.
So I'm still hesitant. You know, day one, like if Cap's right on day one, obviously that means some crazy shit's happening. We don't know what's going on.
Come on, right?
I mean, Shopify's at the bottom. Is that even the accurate score? I think the 3 and the 1 are switched around here because I don't believe that Shopify could be in last place
Well,
with
You mean
Miracle.
Miracle could be in last place.
I mean, the
That
one
is
was probably
definitely
Miracle. The 3 was probably the rest of Shopify.
2 of the games they lost were against Boom.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, you played the best team in the tournament, so they're still doing great.
Wow. That is quite simple. What do you guys think about OG? Any impressions about OG at all?
I heckin' love OG.
Heckin' love him.
I thought that we saw so on this stream we saw the first 2 games they played, right?
Yep.
And the first game was, well, you guys commentated it as well. So the first game was, we had individual moments of greatness and not a lot of cohesion. It was a very fun game. If you missed that first game that they played against Beast Coast, it was very entertaining.
Yeah, I thought they didn't look too bad.
No.
But Fear You know, Fear was on the
know
other
Fear.
shift, and he watched the other. Yeah, you know him. I know him.
Who?
And Fear, Clinton.
Oh, Clinton.
Yeah. Anyway, Clinton
Is he here?
said that he thought they looked like smeared dog shit on a hot
Oh,
day.
I heard him say
He
that.
said that it was just they're a terrible team, and
Right.
they're actually matched up against Bet Boom today. So
They
But
are.
But that could be a compliment coming from Fear.
Everything's
yeah,
fecal
could be,
with him.
actually.
I feel like that's like a 6 out of 10 for Fear. I've never heard him say something nice about any team in Dota ever, including his own.
that's true. Well, no, he says nice things about Sumail.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everybody does. Everybody says nice things about Sumail.
Well, not everybody, but
because he threatens you.
Not Bulba. Not after the incident.
All right. Well, if you want to watch
What's your
Sumail
obsession
play
with
today, then you can. We have a lot of streams going on at the same time. We're going to go over the schedule of each one in a pretty fast fashion. So, you know, keep your eyes peeled. This schedule is for this very stream that you are watching right now. As you can see, Game and Gladiators versus Aster. You can see Sumail in action and Aster. For that one, EG Secret, Bet Boom OG, as already was mentioned, and we're going to start the day with Team Liquid and Talon. Then we have got the Ember stream, where you can listen to Odie Pixel and Fogged. And Jenkins, which one stands out to you most on this one?
Let's see. Tundra TSM. Okay, let's get past that one. Game of Beast Coast. I mean, I'm always happy to see my South American brothers play against Europe, because I know that the Europeans are just so goddamn afraid of South America. They're like,
they
we don't
should
know, we don't know what the hell's gonna be coming at us in
Yeah.
these games. Like, no matter how Beast Coast is doing, no matter how EG is doing, that's just always the case. And I think even Game and have literally said that in interviews. Although they do have Quinn, so that's one guy that will have the inside intel. But it's always fun watching that.
Yeah, and then we have got another stream. It is called Storm. The Storm stream, you'll be able to listen to MLP and John X Fire. And Avery, I'm going to give this one to you. Which one is the must-watch?
This is a tough one, actually. I mean, I feel like everybody's gonna watch Secret, but I'd say it's actually the LGD Tundra. I want to see if the Tundra stand-ins continue to perform as well as they did on day one. And I think LGD is finding a little momentum in this tournament. I want to see China come back. I want to see Zhao 8 come back.
Yeah.
I'm a true Zhao 8 disciple.
Yeah, but okay, so do you want to see him play? Or do you want to see him coach?
Because he's rank 1 on
He's
China
ranked one on the
leaderboard.
China leaderboards.
Yeah, he's
He's
yeah,
very
but
good at
the
game.
China leaderboards, that whole
That's
thing
not
is
him,
weird
though.
because they're all playing on Southeast Asia. Plus,
Yeah,
nothing
no,
to
well-
say is playing on it.
Yeah,
Well-
it's only Smurf. I mean, look, if Zhao 8 wants to play, you let the man play. All right. If he says, give me your chair, NTS, you're goddamn washed.
Yeah,
Go wash your face.
you're done.
I'm gonna wash your chair. You give him the wash chair and you go wash your face.
Lots of washing.
Lots
It's
of
a lot of
washing.
laundry in that team.
Yeah.
He's a clean freak. He's
Got
very
dirt-
obsessive.
That team has dirty laundry in their closet, let me tell you.
That was not what you wanted to say about Zhao 8.
All right,
It's,
so we
all
got
the-
also the fourth stream, the Earth stream, Cap.
Yep.
Which one? Which
Oh,
one?
these games look terrible. So I'm going to go
Really?
with the final 2 games.
No, they don't.
Whatever you do, don't tune in to Spirit and EG or Shopify versus Entity. You
What?
definitely want to be watching the mainstream for no particular reason for the first 2 series. Very important to watch the
I'd
mainstream.
watch Shopify Entity.
I would watch Shopify. I
No.
know
You want to watch OG versus Bet Boom
Okay, how
on
about
the mainstream during that
how
time.
about-
No, I don't.
I watch Shopify Entity,
you're gonna have
but
to.
I put it on mute and I turn on the audio for.
That is acceptable,
Bet
Shiva.
Boom,
Yeah,
that's
as long as you have the
acceptable.
audio going for the mainstream for the first 2 series.
I mean, you know what
yes.
I did yesterday? I had 4 streams going,
Yeah.
but they were all just Miracle. I just had Shopify on all 4.
Yeah.
I was living life.
You know, everybody talks about monetization in esports and like how, you know, we need to figure out a way to be able to make money.
Yep.
A lot of the ideas is like, you know, paid streams, like, you know, bringing back a little bit of pay-per-view. And part of that is being able to get, you know, player perspectives and stuff. If we just sold here, I'm giving it this one for free. If we just did a stream that was just a Miracle face cam the entire time he was playing the game and charged like $5 for that, DreamLeague we'd be making so much
what
money.
you're saying is we did the wrong team yesterday. There were some technical issues here and there.
We're experimenting with that currently. Be sure to let us give us
that was
any
a beta
feedback
product.
on that one.
They got leaked accidentally.
I want to see a mouth cam. I want to see the eyes where the eyes are going. Because if you watch the player perspective in game, you can see that it's distracting. I just want to see his mouth movements as he's playing.
Can we get a really big close up on Jenkins and his mouth, and he can demonstrate maybe some of the like gamer mouth movements in the middle of a game? Since you are a professional gamer.
And if you're struggling,
That camera zoom? I don't think that camera zooms, dude.
No, no.
You got to get up to it. You got to get up
What
to
does
it.
it? What does it look like when they're doing Roshan?
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. This is good.
dear.
Let's demonstrate the beta product for the fans here.
Oh no.
Maybe come back to the crane cam. Okay.
All right, now open it wide.
Jenkins?
Okay, now we're doing Roshan. Doing Roshan.
No, you can intro our next panelist as well if you want to talk.
God.
Everybody, welcome to Effie on the show.
What? That's
Imperial
you?
partners, help them out.
Wait, what are you doing?
Hey.
What are you, stupid?
Wait, that was the worst. I wasn't expecting you to introduce me like that.
Are we supposed to
She told me to. She's my host. I have to do what she said.
Welcome to the panel.
I'll just
Take care of my spot.
Great work.
Thank you.
Great work.
Nice to meet you.
Good to be
Great work.
here.
Great work.
Good to have you here.
I would like a hand
Nice
too.
to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Great work, Jenkins.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
work.
you.
Thank
working
you.
with you.
Thank
Good
you.
working with
Thank you.
Fever. Great work. Great work as usual. Great work. Great work.
Fuck down.
Thank you.
Great work.
This hasn't been awkward at all. This is lovely.
Firm grip. That's a firm grip. That
Hey,
man,
Effie, how you doing?
I'm good. I don't know. I heard something about Roshan and I was just chilling there and all of a sudden,
You-
Effie! And I'm like, yeah.
What do you think about the patented mouth cam of Miracle?
The mouth cam?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a hard no.
I feel like I'm on Dragon's Den, and my business idea just got squashed.
But normally at Dragon's Den, there are several people that will give you their opinion. This is Effie's opinion. Let's find out some more opinions. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, this time for real, let's welcome in Fear!
Welcome.
Hello, surprise everyone.
Surprise! Nobody saw this coming.
I mean, I had a bit of an identity crisis because during rehearsals I was
Oh,
actually
yeah, that's
Effie.
true. That's true.
That is true.
I was.
That is true. I've always wanted to
understandable.
be Fear also.
Yeah, well, I should have went first then.
You
That
should
would have been
have.
perfect.
Yeah.
Because if I could be anyone, I would be Fear.
Why?
Because Fear, it feels like it's cool. You know, I wake up one day and I'm Fear Dota and I won a TI and I'm just chilling.
You
And
could be like no-till and win 2 TIs.
yeah, but then I would, that would be too much for me.
Oh, it's too much.
If I was,
Yeah.
I'm
if
a
I was
simple kind of
Fear,
person.
I would love my kids
Me too.
and just treat them swell.
That's so nice.
You want to go to the park today? How about we'll get a puppy? We'll get a puppy
You wanna get
today.
a puppy?
We'll buy a puppy.
Like every day they want one?
Wait,
can
do you have a pet?
No.
No.
Oh, then I don't want to be Fear anymore.
No.
How old is your kid?
Here, can you?
Well,
hold
I
my
have a
tea bag?
5-year-old and a 1-year-old.
And is the 5-year-old begging for a dog yet?
Can you hold this tea bag?
Yeah, sure. I'll hold it like this for you. Well, my wife has allergies to
Oh,
dogs.
okay,
So
okay.
I can't.
That's
No, it's just mine
unfortunate.
now.
You know, you can get those
Alright.
naked cats. The naked cats are
The
a
Sphinx
possibility. Yeah.
Oh, I
They're
see.
very soft, apparently.
I
We'll
heard,
look into
I
it.
heard. I want to get my dog a friend, a little animal friend, but she's afraid of everything and everyone. She's afraid of babies. She's afraid of cats. She's afraid of dogs. She's afraid of strangers. But-
Centipedes?
She's afraid of everything. She's afraid of the television sometimes. She's afraid of anything. I don't know how to fix her. So I thought maybe I could get her an animal friend and socialize her, but there's no way I could get another dog because she would probably die of fright. So I can't get a cat because I'm allergic to cats.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Thanks, cat.
Get her
Sphinx
a
cat.
millipede.
It's small enough and strange looking enough for her to potentially
Accept it.
learn how to be normal.
This is probably going to drip on the couch. So.
Yeah. Let's put it back.
What,
in the
what do you
normal size.
think?
got-
what
you
do you
got
think
drip
about
there.
I think
you?
it's a great idea. I think people sometimes also can get relaxed by watching some nice Dota too. And we're going to find out how relaxed these two teams are. So Team Liquid today in the starting series is going to face Team Talon. Now, this is not the first time, of course, that these two teams meet. And I really am wondering how relaxed, how Talon is feeling before this match here today. Let's find out.
I know that like we didn't do well in the last major, and I think we're gonna try to like adapt and adjust our mistake and do in this tournament. So thank you for like supporting us.
I want to play against Team Liquid because they won against us in Lima, and even this time if we lose against them, I think we can learn something from them because they are a really strong opponent.
Well, I have good and bad news for Talon, because the bad news is the bad news. So they're saying like even if they lose from Team Liquid, they would learn from it. I actually think there's a high chance that they won't lose here today, because Team Liquid does not seem in greatest shape at the moment. And that leads me to the good news. They have a good chance of getting 2 points on the board. And the points are needed, of course. This is a group that they're in that everybody ties at. So Team Liquid versus Talon. Fear, I'd love to hear your opinion on these two teams, because generally, if it was maybe a month ago, I would say Liquid takes this easy. But I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. It was coming in the Tour 1, Liquid seemed unstoppable, right? Like, nobody could beat them. They unfortunately had the box they had to stop out of the major, right? Couldn't go. And since then, they've kind of been on a downward trajectory. So I would have been in the same boat as you. Like, yeah, Liquid for sure are going to win this. But now I don't know. Talon's always been a team that can at least get draws or get upsets. And I think we'll probably see something like that here. Either an upset or a draw. If Liquid does get their 2-0, I think they much need that to continue forward here.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a bit unfair, though, to say it's been a downwards trajectory. It's more so like they didn't meet the expectations that they originally set for everybody with how well they debuted, but they still consistently got second place at the last 3 tournaments, right? It's just
it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not like a downward spiral of destruction, but they did have a
They're
really
done. They're so done for.
They're just preparing for TI. You know, you can't have you can't peak before TI.
No.
That is very important and very true. But they just had a really bad first day. I think we still need to see how this day unfolds to get a better read on the team. Maybe they were rusty. We know that they suck at playing Dota in the morning. They actually talked to us about that last tour. They said they hate waking up early to play Dota. So,
but that was during the second group stages, in which case the games did start earlier than that. We're past the afternoon hour, are we?
Not yet.
Not yet. Very soon. You know what? By the time they start playing, they will be past noon. And before the draft begins, before noon hits, we're going to take a quick break, because at noon, the two teams will draft against each other. So see you in a little bit for some Dota 2.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication.
That's right. It's time for some Dota 2 here, DreamLeague Season 20, and we got Team Liquid and Talon ready to go for you. Thank you, Imperial Pandas, for that intro. And we are on the way already. Now, we already talked a little bit
Universal Heroes.
about Universal Heroes, but also about Jabs playing Wind Ranger on the offlane yesterday. You had a great showing. That's the match you watched, Jenkins.
Huh? Oh, yeah. He farmed.
He did.
He likes to have any excuse to farm, and so a lot of people have been... there's like 2 trains of thought in the offlane. It's... or maybe 3. You buy auras. You're one of those guys. You're Legion Commander.
Oh, I see. That's an own segment. Okay.
Or you're a Universal Hero. And I would say the Universal Hero category is probably the least popular, but it's still there. And so Jabs is like, oh, fuck yeah, I can play carry from the offlane. I'm going to do that one.
Auras as a Universal Hero. Like
that's
Darkseer.
garbage. That's garbage.
Darkseer's garbage?
Yeah, because he's an he could be strength, melee, range, whatever. He's just Darkseer.
Okay.
You know?
That's a 4th category then. Just Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer's insane.
You make it sound like schools of meditation, the schools of the offlane.
They are schools.
No, but Jabs has been playing a lot of the traditional offlaners, right? Wind Ranger is just a strong flex for them. They picked it twice. It's a good opener that they enjoy because they play it either on their carry role or their offlane role. Like, I don't think I've seen Makoto play it too much. But you look at this Bat Rider, and that could also be the Jabs hero. It's something he's super comfortable on. A lot of teams have been flexing it to 4, but I don't feel like it's super comfortable for Talon. So I'm seeing this Bat. It looks like potentially the Jabs hero right now.
Yeah, I see Bat as well, and I think of Q, and when he's been most impressive, it's generally been on melee heroes.
I agree.
Throughout his career. And he looks really good on melee heroes. Not a good patch for that,
no.
I must say. So you do have to adapt at some point and pick what's good, the techies, the Bat Rider. Is this going to be the series where he starts expanding his hero pool and starting to play more of these range heroes because the meta demands it, or will he go back to his comfort?
Spirit Breaker is like one of the few good melee heroes banned out. Bounty Hunter is the other one. I would imagine Liquid is thinking about banning it in the second phase.
Yeah, the issue with melee 4s this patch is it's just not compatible the way that it used to be with the meta offlaners of the last patch. And Q is a hero. Q is a player who's traditionally famous for his tinies and his tusks, right?
Yep.
And according to SVG, he thinks the reason why Talon looked super shaky last tour was just because they didn't really have the most comfortable heroes to put Q on, and that kind of affected the way that they drafted and the way that they played their offlane. So hopefully they've found ways to make it a little bit easier for Q. I know he played some Foracle yesterday. Looked pretty okay. Maybe we'll see something like that coming out.
I would say that if I were them, I would just pick him a melee guy. Just get him one of the... I mean, I know they're not the best, but if like Jabs already is in the school of thought where he wants to be playing the range universal heroes, and I think that's the one situation in which you can make it work. It's just like the aura buyers all don't want a damn bounty hunter or spirit breaker in their lane. And spirit breaker, I think, only really works with those heroes because he's so imba that you can play him with pretty much anything.
That's why they take out the Spirit Breaker, right? Which basically leaves like the Bounty Hunter, potentially, which has always been a hero of the patch. It's something that you can combine with either the Wind offlane or the Bat offlane. That's something that they could be looking at, but both of these heroes are still undecided in where they're going.
They're using quite a bit of time to decide. Going through reserve time already, just through the bans here, realizing how important that is. But I agree with Talon. Like, they're a team that could definitely just play to their strengths. You have an unconventional offlaner. You can just go back and pick whatever you want for Q here because Jabs, he'll play this Wind Ranger in the offlane. Yeah. It's not so bad with the Tusk if you want to bring that out. The hero isn't the strongest right now. However, it depends on what route they want to go here. They already have a Bat Rider, so it makes me it feels a little weird seeing these two heroes because these are both potential Jabs heroes. Yeah. But it could also be the Wind Ranger carry. We saw them play that one time as well. They didn't win that game, unfortunately. The carry Wind Ranger's pretty volatile. I'm not a huge fan of it right now, but it can work, and that's why Wind Ranger is a popular hero, because of its versatility.
Yeah, I feel like the Wind Ranger offlane isn't great either, to be completely honest.
It's not.
It worked because he went first item Diffusal versus an offlane Medusa, and they were losing that game anyway on Talon.
Yeah.
Like, Tundra were super ahead.
Yep.
And then Talon just had a really great high ground fight, and
a couple of them, yeah.
It went better for them after that, but I would say that Wind Ranger in general, like, she feels like she should be excellent on paper, but her win rate doesn't really necessarily point to that.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I look at Wind Ranger in every role, and so far I have not been impressed. Like mid lane, very volatile carry. If you have a good start and you never die, it's great. One of those type of heroes. And off lane, not many teams even play it there. I don't even know how to even describe off lane.
It's just this team, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just this team. Yeah. It's just putting one of those carries in the off lane type of situations. Well, they do pick up the Pugna here, which could be... They don't have a battery right now with this.
No,
so a little bit interesting pick. They banned the Storm and then they took the Pugna.
They could Dusa here.
I was thinking that, right? Because they're playing versus Beastmaster. Dusa can always be a great option.
Okay, I see. Pango comes out. I mean, that's a...
Like an anti-Dusa
pre-counter, yeah. But it's not like anti-mage where you're really committing to hard countering the Dusa. But it's like, if you do pick Dusa, we have this hero that's already good. And Nisha plays it a lot, and then also with the Diffusal Blade, of course, you're going to burn the mana.
Is it enough to sway Talon away from the Medusa?
No, if they were thinking of picking Medusa and you have a Pugna, I really don't think that a Pango is enough. Like, Pugna makes Dusa pretty much unkillable. You have to jump the Pugna. So I would say if you're Talon, yeah, you would probably still pick it up here. I mean, unless like a friggin' anti-mage comes out here or something like that.
It's tempting for sure, right? Because there's a Beastmaster too on Liquid, and Medusa has just a free lane versus Beast.
Yeah.
There's not much this hero can do against her.
But I do also think that Pugna just generally is a good hero. Like I don't really think you need to pick this hero with a battery, a hero that you're giving the battery to. I mean, obviously it's better. Nobody's saying it's not, but it's like, okay, they do that. So I mean, Ollie, this is just Ollie's like favorite hero right now to play, the Pugna. And I think generally like the healing from this hero, the counter initiation, he's the best healer in the game currently.
Yeah, I mean, Pugna provides a lot of versatility to fights, for sure. His laning is incredibly strong, but I just don't really see, like, when I want a hero to look really good in a game, you kind of ask yourself, is every spell in this hero's kit valuable versus the enemy team? And I just feel like the Nether Ward on this side of Pugna isn't really going to do much for Talon in this game. And Liquid have this very intense group up tempo draft, especially with this Beastmaster and this Enchantress coming out. You have the strong lane security of the techies, and you know that this Pango is going to start rotating the second he gets the Diffusal Blade. So the question for Talon is, do we have enough to fight into this? Can our heroes fight into this? Slark, if he has a bad lane, cannot fight into a high tempo draft.
No.
He needs a good lane and he needs some time. And yeah, you're putting him against the Beastmaster, but this Beastmaster has the lane security of either the techies or the Enchantress. So Talon are in a weird position where they could just get completely run over.
But that kind of goes to, you know, Southeast Asia's strength. They don't really like winning in the early game, so pick for the late game and try to win there. Because, yeah, I agree. Team Liquid, they've got Enchantress, they've got techies. Winning lanes is not going to be easy here, and they just take the Dusa into Slark. Normally, we see Slark being picked to counter Dusa, but Liquid doesn't care. And I've seen so many people try to counter Medusa, and if Medusa just has a good start, it doesn't matter if you can't just right-click her. So, well-rounded draft here from Liquid. They've got the early game with the Pango Beast and techies, even the Enchantress. All these heroes are great in the early game. Then they got the late game security here in the Medusa. It's going to be difficult for Talon to find a way to out-late game this, because they are a team that likes to play in the late game.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. This is going to be Jab, Slark offlane, playing into Dusa.
Okay,
Carry Windranger.
Why not Anti-Mage offlane?
Because I think Slark is good at, like, Slark off. Oh my fucking god! You actually were. Okay, wait. Let's see if we were both right.
Okay.
Is it Anti-Mage offlane or Slark offlane?
I want the Anti-Mage offlane.
Oh my god!
Hey, it's okay. It's okay to be wrong, Jenkins.
The bolder prediction was actually right. That's insane.
Is it insane? I don't know. I feel like this is a way to secure their late game. You just pick an offlane Anti-Mage. We talk about how Jabs is the type of player. He likes to farm, right?
Yeah.
He does.
You can farm on Anti-Mage and you can win this game.
It's honestly great against techies too.
I mean, on paper, like if Anti-Mage has a good game, goes for the Vanguard build, gets some kills, it's okay. But if it goes wrong in any way, if Nisha on the Pango corrects this Anti-Mage lane, rotates on him with the Diffusal Blade, then they have no ways to fight back into Liquid's tempo. Like if anything goes wrong for Talon on lanes, I don't think that they have the ability to hold out until the minute 40 mark where they could potentially win versus Liquid. I'm not a believer in the offlane Anti-Mage here, but
if it wins its lane, I only have hope because I saw Amar play it in Western Europe, and he went crazy. He made the Medusa just chain feed. This is versus Team Secret as well. Crystal just didn't have a game. He went Vanguard, Diffusal Blade. He was all over the map. He was playing aggressively. If he can replicate something like that on Jabs without just being AFK farm, if he goes Battle Fury, I'm done. You know, they lost. But
I was thinking of Amar too when I was saying Slark offlane.
Yeah.
Like literally this guy's picking carries in the offlane just like Jabs. And I think against Dusa, it definitely works.
It can work.
You can really destroy this hero in lane.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can. There's potential there, but do you believe it will work this time?
I'm an offlane Anti-Mage believer, so
I am too. I'm a believer in that offlane. Only versus Medusa though.
Okay, specific.
Yeah, specific.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that Pango can do a lot for his team. If he has a good lane, he can do a lot of corrections, right? Like Anti-Mage and Batrider have a lot of means to pressure Medusa on lane. They have a Flame Break to push her back. They've got the way to kill her with the Anti-Mage. But if it goes wrong a couple of times, Medusa farms so quickly. She will get back into the game so quickly. So I just think Liquid's traditional draft looks better to me.
I will say, playing offlane Anti-Mage versus Enchantress, I've done that like 50 times. It sucks. She just whacks you with pure damage and a creep, and like you're like, I have Magic Shield. She doesn't do any magic damage.
All right, so a lot's going to depend on how the start of the game is going to play itself out.
Yes.
Does Medusa have a game or does Anti-Mage have a game? Potentially they both have a game. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this opening game of the day together with Cap and SVG.
Well, it was a whole other patch ago, a whole different season of Dream League, but it seems like some things are still the same. Talon and Liquid are going to match up against each other once again in Group Stage 1, and it seems like once again, Talon is going to be aiming for the late game, while Liquid is going to look to just ball and roll them over nice and early. And that is what happened in the last 2 game series they played against each other. Game 1 went to Liquid with, I think they had a Furion like Luna lineup, and Game 2, Talon managed to eke it out with a Spectre versus Drow matchup.
Spectre. I don't even know what patch you're talking about. If you're talking about Spectre, we haven't seen that here on feels like a year.
Yeah, 23 did pop off in that matchup.
Well, he pops off. It's just a question of what happens during the rest of the game. This is another one of those. It's like, who's the carry on this team, man? It's getting real confusing out here. I don't know if Talon know anymore. Do you believe in this 5 single target hero lineup versus a Beastmaster Enchantress?
I like how they were talking about offlane animage over and over again, and you hit me with a, do you believe in the 5 single target? I didn't even notice that. That is actually...
Yeah, I think
they lost now that you put it like that.
I feel like, you know, I've worked with Fear a lot.
Yeah.
I've been on a couple teams with Fear. I've coached him. I played with him. Actually, I don't think I played with him. Whatever. The whole point of this is I think Clinton's lost his goddamn mind.
Okay. Well, that happens to you when you get old, you know? Something we
I don't think it's the age.
Oh.
I think...
Oh, no.
This man's just been taking some stiff coffee in the morning. I don't know. I don't know how he's just like buying into offlane anti-mage here because Amar owns with it. I played a couple pubs with Amar in the offlane with this Slark in AM, and yeah, he goes ham, but like, I feel like this is just Beastmaster v5. I think Beast was Liquid's best hero. I think it was Zai's best hero. I don't think the hero's changed too much. He's going to have a free lane because he has techies, which guarantees you have a free lane for your offlaner here.
Yeah.
What is stopping Helm of the Overlord in this game? I'll answer it for you, nothing. I don't believe in the 2 single target cores here because I don't think you're ever going to get to that window where you can both just go and hit Medusa.
I think other little wrinkles, you got this, like, I think Pugna is super annoying to play in lane, but Techies is actually one of the few heroes that will beat him in that matchup because you also have extreme range and great attack animation and great damage, so...
I think Liquid's just going to win this game at 25 minutes.
I feel like that's going to happen too, but...
Or at least it's what should happen, but...
Okay.
I mean, Dota, it's not about what should happen.
Yeah.
Dota's about... I mean, how much money you can
what
pay for
is
players.
happening, which is apparently Jabs dying to the Enchantress. So while Fear may have lost his mind, Jenkins held on to a shred of sanity, which is probably a sentence we'll never be able to say again. And he was right that, yeah, it really sucks to play off-lane Animage against Enchantress.
It's a rough one. Normally I'd say Bat can win almost any lane here, but this is a double range lane with a lot of early nuke damage. Like, it's tough for Q to fight into this. I also just feel bad seeing Q on Bat, man. I just don't think this Bat is a good playmaking type hero, so whenever I see these teams that have a really strong playmaking forward, they often rely on to have impact in the fights and set stuff up. This is just not a hero that does it. This is a hero you need a 4-player who's very comfortable farming and scaling and understanding which items to buy because you have to make sure your items are exactly on point. The players that come to mind for this are like, you know, Sox on it, for example.
Immediately, yep.
Like Seb, I would feel very confident playing on.
Okay.
He's like utility 4 players that understand that, right? But I'd put Q in this playmaking 4 position where it's like, you know, would you want to see crit on Bat Rider, for example? Probably not.
No.
It's just, it doesn't fit the style. So I feel a little bit bad about that, but if they can start getting kills on lane, that'll definitely help accelerate him. You can drain his mana, but you can't finish him off.
I think that is all important here. Talon must win the lanes, or at least come out even.
I mean, they're already getting destroyed, so...
Yeah. Still time to turn things around, though. I mean, part of this matchup, the Animage versus Medusa, it's not just about being able to burn the mana, right? It's also about being able to bounce back the Snake, which can help you quite a bit. Especially the lane-to-lane matchup. I mean, we saw a lot of AM versus Medusa in both safe lane and off lane scenarios over the course of this patch. Is he gonna die here? Blast off just to get in range to be able to hit the Q, and that the slow is all that's needed. Apparently, Zai picks up the last hit. Side lanes continue to go abysmally for Talon.
This Beastmaster is going to be absolutely huge. There is nothing that stops him. There's no good interaction here for Talon. I mean, you can tri-lane him. You can bring the Bat Rider down here. But it feels a little too late.
Yeah.
I mean, the upside of like the roaming Bat for this lane is you're getting stacks for Slark. So it often does make it worth it in the end. But then your solo offlane anti-mage is probably not going to bode too well for you.
Yeah, against double ranged heroes.
Against an edge creep.
Without a Vanguard, because he already kind of lost the early part of the lane. Yeah, none of this is going to work. How's mid lane going? Huh? Is Makoto doing all right? He's doing okay.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not winning the lane, but you know, he's a win ranger. He's doing okay. He can definitely gank some of these side lanes. There's a move when he hits 6, you just run bottom and kill Beast with Focus Fire. It's pretty much guaranteed. That's the nice thing for Makoto this game. He does a pretty free win ranger game. And he will carry the late game here if you get there as well.
But we could say that about all 3 of their cores.
I mean,
Slark will carry the late game against Usa. Wind Ranger will carry the late game against Usa. Animage will carry the late game against Usa. I feel like they focused on one aspect of this game a lot in the draft.
I mean, they got that Dusa, though.
She is countered past 35 minutes.
Dusa on lock. That's the thing. I go back to those Liquid games with the Beastmaster at Berlin, for example. The way Liquid plays with this hero, the Beast can carry the game, right? It's Zai just destroying people in the late game fights. It's not about the one position. So that's where if you answer the Medusa in this draft, I mean, Pango Beast might just win it for Liquid regardless of how well they answer the Medusa. But you'd have to imagine if they get to that point with the triple carry, like, that is a terrifying lineup to go into those late game fights against. Now it's a question of how much can Liquid get done, because they won the lanes here. Talon has not gotten a single kill. We're approaching the 6-minute mark. Power Rune, super important for both these mid heroes. You do have Rolling Thunder, and you have an Enchantress for Liquid. This is a support hero who wants to get active in those rune fights, is very good versus Wind Ranger in terms of you can dispel the win run, guarantee the early kill. I would like to see Liquid think about these runes, combine the supports, or at least keep finding the kills.
Axes, blast off, it lands. Ollie will die, and Boxy just accepts his fate. Runs into the creeps in the tower to die. Good trade-off for Liquid.
Yeah, it's good timing. They're going to be able to fight for the rune. Q will get an illusion, but, I mean, you don't really care about that. At least Insanium makes his presence felt a bit. Jabs will get some free time top to try and burn Mickey's mana. He does have that Vanguard up as 23 is struggling. That's the difference here. Mickey gets to sit top versus AM. 23 does not get to sit here as a level 4 Slark versus a level 5 Beast with Arcane Boots Max Axe.
Going for the kill on Insania here. Nisha looks to intercept, but the flame break from the other side pushes him into Makoto. Nisha will bounce around, do some damage here. Don't expect him to be able to line up any kills. So, good turn of events here for Talon. Finally, something going their way. They get a kill, but they also get Rolling Thunder out of the Pango, something they don't have to worry about for the next minute.
I mean, you want to use this Focus Fire off cooldown when you are playing Core Wind Ranger. That is the biggest thing about this hero. You just need to keep slaying.
Yeah.
That is the value. Kills are worth a lot in this patch. Wind Ranger is one of the best killers of the patch.
I feel like getting a kill in this bottom lane is so important right now because you said we need to get kills constantly, but also we need to get 23 up to his level 6.
He's struggling. This is a goddamn struggle and a half.
Ooh, the turn. Zai maybe went a little bit too far here.
Yeah, he's going to have a pause to think about what he's done. I think he's toast.
Yeah, I think he's dead. And that is pretty much guaranteeing 23 actually gets to his level 6.
Well, he has full wand almost. Boxy's kind of close. He might be okay here. I'll have to see. I mean,
how many wand charges does Slark have? 7?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I mean, if we get, I feel like you TP rotate if you're Talon. Somebody rotate to this lane. Because if they're going to help the Beastmaster, they're going to have to die behind the tower. Damage dealt 14? That's not right. Oh, well, I guess he's only burning mana, right?
Yeah. You don't deal damage to Medusa Cap.
Yeah, silly me.
Dumbass.
What was I thinking? We didn't have to go that hard on me. God damn. All right, let's see what's happened to Zai. Zai actually turns around against 23. 23 pounces away. Doesn't get hit by the bomb, though. And they are going to rotate Q in. He hits the flame break. Might be able to get this kill. Decrepify. He actually doesn't have the flame break. Stun comes in. Blast off does manage to get that kill. Boxy probably going to die here to 23. Had some wand charges, though. Flame break bounces back into the flames, and Q picks up 1. Blood grenade slowing him down, but the fire, dangerous. 23 going back into it, all in, committing for the kill, and he gets it with the help of jabs. Talon bringing every single hero to a much-needed 1 fight.
Finally, they made him just strike back and even things out a little bit. Hey, look at the AM. That was a huge mana void. Did like 160 damage with it.
God damn, he's on the board. Putting up the big numbers here. I mean, this is what Talon have to do. They have to rotate numbers to this beast lane because they cannot let the beast just force the Slark out, take control of that area, and just snowball the game. I think you're going to have to keep doing this. At least 2 more ganks in the next like 5 to 6 minutes here, I think, are on the board for Talon. That's what I would be prioritizing. Again, you do not care about Dusa farming because in theory you have her answered on 3 cores. So just let her do her thing. Even if she hits her timings, you have the capability to answer. I mean, hell, even Pugna and Bad have some decent tools versus the hero.
Sure.
You just need to shut down the beast and not let Nisha get pressure built up from the ganks or the runes if you're going to commit Mikoto to those fights. I mean, he's the richest core in this game right now. It's a decent spot to be in. Going to get the Diffusal Rush. More scale versus the Dusa, but also just more killing power. And that whole timing for Liquid just felt a little off, right? You had Insania going bottom, but Zai had already committed to the dive. That pause kind of messed with him, and, well, there is quite a stack waiting for somebody. I don't know who, but...
Gotta be Q. I guess Makoto's gonna help out.
Give it the old power shot treatment, why not? I don't know who's doing this Ancient stack, though. It's pretty damn slow for Q to sit there with level 1 Napalm.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is level 5 Bat Rider. Level 1 Sticky Napalm is not that much.
Oh,
Insania walks up. He's really wants to interrupt whatever's going up here in the triangle, and he's going to get a helping hand here from Nisha, who's going to bounce around. He hits Mikoto a second time, finishes him up with a Swashbuckle, maybe? Oh, Decrepify. No Swashbuckle from Nisha either. He's going to wait it out. Gets it now. Brings him down about a third of his HP. 23, meanwhile, under pressure. Zai and Boxy trying to dive him underneath the tower. 23, able to keep himself alive, but his ult is now on cooldown.
This is your time with Beastmaster ult to really try and put the pressure down here. This tower is getting really low as well. Just commit for it with Techie's Mines. A lot of pressure points for Liquid if they can find the right synchronization and hit them. Talon are going to bring numbers.
Nice shackle shot. That's a beauty. Swashbuckle coming up in a second here. Benicia, they can still chase him down. He's slowed down a bit. Q, Sticky Napalm, and the last bit of damage required is not going to be there. Nisha getting some bottle heals up. Jabs chasing after him now is going to be able to link on top of him, burn through some of the mana. Mana Void and a power shot finally gets that kill.
Another big find.
Also, another situation where Talon bring a lot of heroes to one part of the map.
And if you're Liquid, you have to expect this, because there's no other play for Talon in this game except to respond to the Pango and the Beastmaster right now and just bring overwhelming numbers to defend these objectives versus the summons, because they have 5 single target heroes, so the wave clear is just not there.
Yeah.
If you can't clear the waves, you got to clear the heroes off the map. And that is what Talon are doing. They have a pretty decent read of what they need to do in this game to stabilize this early game and get to their timings.
And I feel like Liquid missed an opportunity there. I mean, they brought 4 heroes to the other side of the map. Surely that's the time where Beastmaster Techies needed to take that tower.
Something needed to be happening for Liquid in this early game. Like, honestly, it's just felt clunky. The Ench and the Beast never combined. The 2 supports never went with the Pango. Like, there were never 3 heroes together with a rune or something of this nature. Insania got killed by Focus Fire twice, basically just solo. All these little things add up, because you're looking at this tower pressure. The tower pressure is guaranteed in this game. It's a product of you don't have the outspam. So if you get 1 kill, that's all it takes, and these tier 1s are already gone. Now we're looking at 12 minutes, and tier 1 mid and tier 1 bottom are still up for Talon. With this lineup, something went wrong for Liquid in this early game. They're down 2k gold.
And they don't have a whole lot of time. I mean, we were obviously very favorable of Liquid's draft.
Well,
but there is something to be said about the fact that they are on a timer, obviously, because the Dusa is heavily countered. Like, they can't afford too many of these slip-ups.
I mean, we're all on a timer in life.
Some of us a shorter one than others.
The brightest candles burn the fastest.
Burn the brightest. Close.
No,
burn the fastest?
Yeah, you burn the,
You just start the candle, it burns all the way down. Burns through the wick. Techies is the one to get caught here in this situation. The flame break comes a little bit late, but 23 still lands the pounce. A lot of mines doing a lot of damage. 23, is he going to survive through this? The heals come through, and it's enough. Ollie keeps 23 alive. Nisha unable to get the kill once again. Liquid not bringing enough heroes to a fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just desynced. Again, Insania's just jungling bottom. You can argue maybe he doesn't change that exact type of kill, but you have a DD on Nisha right now. And he's close to Diffusal, so then there's a question of like, okay, I mean, just get the Diffusal on the DD, make a quick smoke, it's like a guaranteed kill. Instead, you're taking this weird Rolling Thunder engagement with Boxy behind a tower. I don't know. This early game has felt very strange to me from Liquid. That said, they're still in an absolutely fine position in this game. But you can't help but feel like there was some missing punish here on this Talon lineup that it's greedy, but it will pay off eventually. Jabs takes that top tower. He's going to have Diffusal here. This offlane Anti-Mage is not that slow in terms of the fighting capability.
Yeah.
It can be slow in terms of like early wave clear and dealing with the map, but once he gets these skirmishes with Diffusal, he's going to do a lot of damage. Ag's finished for Zai, but not finished fast enough as the drum beats him into the grave. Another big kill for Talon. Makoto finally rotates down here. This is what I wanted to see from him. Get those big, juicy Beastmaster kills with a guaranteed focus fire. Power up your Slark. Double Diffusal. Finished for Talon, and the third's coming on the way. Mana burn for
they
days.
catch him during his DD timing. Unfortunately, the pounce was off the mark there from 23. Bit unfortunate. The Invis Rune denied by Q. Good heads-up play.
Dire's top tower
A smoke up from Makoto and Ollie. Once again, Talon continued to try and be the aggressors in a bit of this early game. Diffusal blade slowed him down. Unfortunately, just barely got out of the range of life drain before the shackle shot landed. That was unfortunate. Oh, managed to catch him before the Rolling Thunder. Trouble for Nisha. Nisha, shield crash, trying to stay alive, but no. He shows up to a fight and immediately dies. Nisha's impact in these fights.
This feels like those games from yesterday, where they're just not together.
Yeah.
On the same page about how they want to take these skirmishes, where the heroes are going in, how they're initiating. Nisha's just kind of on an island. I mean, he's 0-2-0. He's had no net positive impact on his game yet with a mid-Pango. With runes, that was his Diffusal window as well. Now the third Diffusal is up for Talon. This is an extreme amount of single target mana burn. Mickey cannot join these fights and bail Liquid out in these engagements. He's just gonna melt, and then he's a massive mana void target. That's the upside of this matchup.
Yeah.
Once you burn that Deuce out, okay, maybe you don't have the best beast answers, but you're gonna pop this Deuce and she's gonna take everybody with her. Cores on Talon are very farmed out of this early game, and that is a lot of kill threat on the map.
Now, Deuce is still the top net worth for Liquid, and there is a very important timing. I'm assuming we're going to be looking at like second item Butterfly or something against all of these mana burn right clickers. Yeah, Manta and straight up into the Butterfly.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's why I was unsure that Zai went this drum build, because I feel like if you go the second item Butterfly Deuce with the Beastmaster, usually you go the Vlad's build up into the Overlord or some auras, and you just try and pump up that timing as much as possible.
Yeah, get like a Solar Crest on one of your supports.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if this Beast drums is...
Oh, he got it! He got it away from him. The Diffusal Blade slowed him down enough. Great blast off, though, from Boxy. That will save Nisha's life, but in some ways, the damage is already done. It may continue to be done. Here's Jabs hunting. Is he going to blink forward blind? He will not.
I mean, there's creeps to kill.
Jabs knows what he wants to be doing here, which is still trying to find that kill. Shackle shot lands after the Rolling Thunder. Bounce him down to low ground, though. Has a blink up. If he could just get it off. No, he's going to die here. Liquid, finally. They brought 4 heroes to one part of the map and managed to get a decent kill on the off-lane Animage. And then immediately Nisha dies. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Throw it right back, I guess. Now they're going to invade the triangle. Little mini ancient stack, but not necessarily worth dying over. I mean, Talon just want this mid tower. They get this tower, they open up the map. Suddenly, Liquid is the lineup getting pushed back here with Enchantress Beastmaster. That tier 1 mid is still up for Talon, by the way, on 30 HP. No one claimed it here. It was one hit. Everything going Talon's way.
Somehow, Talon, the first one to take the mid tower.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. I mean, we had Skeletons pushing mid at one point. You're looking at an anti-mage Slark lineup that defended their mid tower.
Yeah. They will deny that tower finally, so they'll take a little bit of extra gold after getting the mid tower gold. As a result, Talon up 2,000 net worth. Speaking of that Solar Crest, so we are going to get one. Insania is going to build it. And Lincoln's for Makoto. So he's just trying to deal with what? The Roar? Maybe the Dispel of the Enchantress?
Even a Snake. Okay block here, but yeah, it's about the survivability.
Thank you.
You're going to have to wait for that one.
Banter.
Take a couple seconds. Think about that Mana Void there, Joe.
You know, it's funny, we saw the Deuce game yesterday, and it was like mass Heaven's Halberds from Tundra, right? And Talon, they've got a little bit more of an offensive approach against the Medusa here. It seems like just spamming one item is good against Dusa. Diffusal Blade or Heaven's Halberd.
I mean, they also have good diffusal carriers. Like, this diffusal anti-mage is kind of just a build on the offlane AM in a lot of the games anyway. I mean, Slark, also you could argue that, right? So I think they would have built these items even if they weren't first Medusa. They're just getting extra value. Q just walks into a lasso, or blinks into one rather, with that newly revealed blink. And is another Insania death. Liquid still can't find that hold they're looking for, and I don't know what the next real timing is. I mean, it's just Butterfly Dusa, but are you going to be able to force that engagement with the Butterfly Dusa? That's a big question here.
Yeah, and what?
And if you can't, then what are you playing for?
By force the engagement, do you think if they get the Butterfly, Talon's just gonna play split push and not actually engage in a 5-man?
They can. I mean, they have really good rat heroes. Slark, AM, Wind Ranger, hard to catch, and Liquid do not have the easiest catch right now. Oh, I dropped his Quelling for Lotus.
Top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
It's a good carry player right there.
I commend that. I'm sure his courier's flying out for right now, but gotta make some sacrifices.
Big kill if they can get it. Mickey does not push forward. The Butterfly completes. Very critical timing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like the Talon smoke is just not going to work out. They're going to try and push forward on it, but that's a dangerous move. Straight up into the high ground of Team Liquid. Q will be casualty of that move.
Little too bold into that Beast Vision, into a defensive position. This is when Liquid are the strongest right now. That Butterfly timing, with them all grouping up. They want Roshan here, so if you mess up a little, you feed too many kills, they're going to get that on top of the big objective, and looks like that's what's going to happen here. So now, you're going into this pit, I think. It's daytime, you're down here.
Oh, he's going to make him work for it a little bit. But yeah, they do finally get that kill, and you're right, they're going to go straight into the Roshan pit. And I think this will be a real test for Talon. Like, are they going to be able to identify the shift in this game and change their playstyle?
Or do they just feel confident to take the 5-on-5 when it comes to them?
Yeah.
Because Aegis is only as good as you can push the other objectives with it. That's traditionally what happens in these Deuce timings. You get Aegis, then it's about tier 2s and potentially going high ground, or at least forcing the enemy back so you can out-farm them. Talon might just be willing to take that.
This is a bit bold, 23. He does have the double pounds to get away, but I don't know. I think I would have preferred that timing just to push out the lanes.
I kind of agree. I think you want to be as decisive as possible versus these group up lineups. You want to extract as much farm as possible, and then when you fight, you all come to the fight instantly and you just take it. When you waste time like this, you're giving gold back to Liquid here.
Yeah.
They're going to use it well. Like, they're going to get some utility up now. It's going to help their Medusa. The Halberd's done for Zai. He's going to go back for the AC. This is like a pseudo carry Beastmaster build that's also going to have some benefit for his one position. Try and help with the physical right-click mitigation here. You have Pango Disarm. Going to be a Halberd for Nisha as well. So you're talking about triple Diffusal versus Medusa. Liquid are just going to build a bunch of anti-physical utility items. Pavis, Solar Crest, double Halberd, just to stop the right-clicks coming out. That's one way to deal with the itemization here. If you can't right-click Medusa, what are you doing?
Well, I guess my problem with that is you've got 2 disarms, but you've got 3 heroes that can all hit the Medusa.
Well, so one's getting through.
Yeah, somebody's getting through. Somebody's going to destroy that Dusa. Eventually. Right now, it's Butterfly timing, so I don't know if any of them really destroy the Dusa. But if we get, like, MKB on the Wind Ranger, it'll be a problem.
I mean, that's like a pessimist viewpoint of Dota, though, you know?
I thought you would appreciate that. You are a pessimist.
I did kind of appreciate it, actually.
Primal Roar, Blast Off, and Rolling Thunder. Good kill for Liquid. And get a killing spree off of Makoto, too, so a bit of an extra gold.
I'm just saying, you can always come up with an answer, right? But then that means you can always come up with an answer.
An answer to the answer?
Yeah.
Radiant's top
So Dota's not about what you're doing to the enemy, because they can always do something back to you, but then you can do something back to that. It's about who does what they're doing better. You know what I'm saying, Cap?
Okay, okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Get an idea of what to do.
Radiant structures
Just get really good at it.
Dire's bottom tower
Exactly.
is under attack.
Missing the initiation opportunity there. Just a half a second too late. And Liquid will take your Tormentor and then take your tier 2. And the question is, are we fighting or not? Because we don't have Animage right now.
You got to be decisive. Either take the fight, get the angle, smoke around, jump somebody, or get the hell out of here and be farming the map. Right now, you're doing
watch
neither.
out. Little friends.
I don't like this indecision from Talon.
No.
This is where these lineups punish you really hard. Like, Liquid grouped up for a Tormentor and a tier 2, and what happened elsewhere on the map? I mean, you technically got bottom in with an anti-mage, but you weren't hitting anything else. You didn't take the fight. You looked for the blink with Q. Okay, the second that misses, you're either saying we're going to jump the second his blink is back off cooldown, or you go and farm. These little moments of indecision cost you a lot. Shard did go to Insania. Probably not the one Liquid wanted there, but I mean, everybody likes little friends.
It's another single target spell to break Lincolns. See? Optimist view.
Yeah. Sure.
He's got drums now, so even more utility for the Dusa. Do we have any other buff up items for her yet? Looks like Nisha's just going to go back for the normal Pango build from here. Ags, Basher, that sort of thing.
There's some little friends for you.
Are the arrows your friends?
Into your back.
Pops the Manta to be able to get rid of the disarm and is good to get the kill and get out. Rolling Thunder going to be used. Oh no! Where did Jabs come into this? A Depth Shroud thrown down too from the Slark, but couldn't save his buddy who... I mean, there was a clear miscommunication. Makoto was backing away. He's like, I got the kill, that's it. And then Jabs went in. Meanwhile, Q was also going in. Fast pick onto the techies. Okay, good enough. Don't want to be fighting into the Dusa, though. Still with the Aegis. Another 35 seconds. We'll say...
It's nighttime right now. 23 is just playing the vision game.
Spots Eye now. Takes a bit of damage, pounces back to the low ground. Does manage to chase after him. He's going to be forced to use his ultimate. He's running out of pounces here. If they can keep the vision on him, he gets up to the high ground. He gets a Glimmer Cape too. That'll help him speed on out of there.
He's out.
There's a high ground Hawk too, but
it's just so limited for Liquid on this Slark. 23 knows that he's going to be a nuisance for them for the rest of this game. He's going MKB. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple others down the road if we eventually get there. Still, I would point that as another engagement where, do you want to fight or do you not want to fight, you know? Like, Jabs is going in, Makoto's going out. 23 wants to poke him. You get a single pick off with the lasso. If I'm Talon, I'm pretty happy getting one or two of these like cheeky support kills with a focus fire and a lasso.
Yeah.
And letting my aim farm the whole map. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think Talon need everybody at these fights. They can do both here because of Liquid's limited jump capabilities and lockdown and just punish them really hard.
I mean, simultaneously though, maybe we're criticizing Talon and like how they're choosing to take these engagements, but this Aegis did only take one tier 2 off the map.
Yeah, Liquid did not get a lot out of it.
No.
That was the upside of contesting him a bit.
I mean, I guess they got the Tormentor too, but I feel like that's probably not the biggest deal.
I mean, this is about what you get with the first Aegis with Medusa. I think it just feels bad because it's kind of like, well, what is going to happen with the second one? And you know Talon are going to contest that.
Yeah. It's also your butterfly timing, right? It's not just the Aegis timing, it's your butterfly timing, which, I mean, it's the strongest it's going to be. It's only going to get weaker from here. Scotty, though, now complete. Another big power spike for the Dusa.
I don't know. I still kind of believe in Liquid Beastmaster, though.
You just can't shake it. Size.
I feel like Liquid just don't lose this hero. I don't think it's possible.
He's getting AC next, which is not what I expected, but pretty cool idea.
Again, it's the physical mitigation here.
Yep.
Helps him and helps his Dusa.
And he'll be right-clicking faster, which means more drums.
Gotta bump the drums.
His units are attacking faster, more drums.
fortified.
Boxy looking for the setup.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Can he land it though? Defusal helps.
Trying to save him with the Decrepify, instantly dispelled by Insane. It does manage to turn around with a BKB and get the lasso up on Nisha, so his Rolling Thunder timing is going to be a bit spoiled. Does manage to get a swashbuckle away before 23, but he's 2-3, still pursuing. Hits that one, pokes at them. Again, he seems to be pretty bold on just kind of like going after him and then getting out, confident that he won't be caught because, as you said, lack of catch here from Liquid.
I mean, he's happy to go in and just make sure Liquid are all there. Like, all right, guys, 5 heroes. I poked him. I'm out. He's working towards MKB. Once that's up, these pokes become a bit harder to deal with because you have double halberd plus butterfly, so it's a lot of evasion, anti-evasion value here on these MKBs.
Radiant are scanning.
Is going to be agged for Makoto as well, as Ollie will get chased down. Nice little 5-man move from Liquid up the mid lane. We'll get rewarded with the Skeleton Boy. Straight into a tier 2 push. This ball is still strong. Beastmaster Dusa cannot underestimate.
Side lanes, though, they're getting pushed heavily. 23's already hitting the tier 3, and Jazz, we saw him earlier pushing out bottom, so it's well on its way to the tier 2. They stop 23 here. They're still going to take some serious damage on their tier 2. Foxy solo will be able to chase away 23, though.
And this is something that can happen the entirety of the rest of this game. And Liquid are going to have to just deal with it. Like, you have to suck up the split push loss here, which means you're pretty much never going to build a goalie in this game. It's just going to come down to the teamfight execution. Who gets the jump, who has the vision. Beastmaster can sometimes just guarantee you initiation power, but what is the initiation power on Liquid side? That's what I go back to. I mean, it's Techie's jump, I guess, which is sometimes hard. It's hard to lead with that spell, I think.
BKB done for Jabs. He really wasn't sure what item. I think he had a butterfly queued up. Then he was thinking about, I think he had like Silver Edge or something. Decided on BKB. Good old reliable BKB. A little less reliable nowadays, but.
I actually think Dags is pretty good here.
Yeah, sure. Poke at the Dusa.
Like, if he just wants to throw some AM illusions out on people.
Oh, got the lasso onto a very important target. Nisha may just die 100-0 here. Gets popped. Coming in from the side, Zai is going to be controlled up by a pounce from 23. He's going to make sure that Liquid cannot escape from this fight. They kill 2 cores. They do manage to get the Dusa to TP out. And Sania is going to be spotted, so he'll likely die as well.
Great fight from Talon.
Inhibit into another inhibit.
More stacks for the Slark, and I mean, these are the windows where Roshan can be coming back up. This is not a time where Liquid can just give these initiations away, especially when you have to play on the Beast Vision.
Yeah, frankly, Liquid is just lucky Roshan isn't up right now.
Pretty much. They got caught off guard and they got caught hard. Yeah, that is the frustration with this game right now, where, I mean, you get jumped on a core with this BKB Bat Lasso, there's no real answer, right? Even if you can, like, blink roar the bat, let's say in a future fight with a blink Beaster's lane, that doesn't do anything for you because it's the support bat. The rest of Talon cores are going to come in and it guarantees a Shackle Shot follow-up. You have to then commit Stone Gaze. And Talon, they can always just reset these fights. They have a Blink AM, they have a double Pounce Slark, they have a Wind Run Wind Ranger. They can go in and they can go out just as easily. Once you bait out the Stone Gaze, once you bait out the Roar, if Talon are still all up, that fight becomes impossible for Liquid.
I do want to give some credit to Q. I mean, I agree with you that I feel like he's more of a playmaker in that regard, but he did play this game correctly, I think, in that he spent his time to farm up. He got a very fast Blink Dagger. The BKB timing is a great idea.
Oh, he's played this game very well. And now Liquid are just trying to force this Roche contest.
Are we going to take this one or not? Rolling Thunder, Jabs, hemming and hawing about whether or not he wants to go in.
That's Rolling Thunder down. You get the Lincoln's Pop Roar, but where's the follow-up?
He's going to jump down to the low ground. They do have the blast off that's going to land, but the heals are already out there onto Makoto. See, he's going to be fine for now. The rest of Liquid are still chasing, though.
Mobility is proving problematic for Liquid here. They get another good core lasso.
Oh, he's not going to make it into the Roshan pit. He's just going to die to physical damage. Talon, they're hot in the corner, but they're going to fight with their backs against the wall here. The depth trap put out onto Jabs. Jabs, not sure if he wants to use Helpman or not. I'm not sure, but they finally blow it. Zai does die, but the Slark can't have the same kind of mobility. He was blocked in. You put yourself in a corner, you won't be able to pounce back out. Mickey, though, caught in from behind. This is the Wind Ranger. Got a disarm on him, though. A very important disarm. And Talon... What was that engagement?
Why did... Why did they jam themselves all in the corner? They have
That's fair.
3 mobility cores and they ended up in a part of the map where there's nowhere to go.
I've literally never seen that before.
I think it wasn't. I mean, it's one of those things where you're just trying to back up from how this fight's getting pushed into you, but Liquid are happy to just keep chasing here because you're all stuck with all of your heroes in the corner of the map. The only way out is through Liquid. And suddenly you're going to these AoE disarms from Nisha. You're fighting into Stone Gaze. I mean, Mickey literally just jams his body in there with Stone Gaze. And it's like, why are you all back here?
I thought it was a TP moment, personally.
Yeah, and then they go back in, right? And the problem with going back in here is you don't have the mana void for the Dusa here.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to man up on the Dusa if you don't have that mana void to pop her and then steal that teamfight win. Very awkward engagement for Talon. The map positioning did not do them any favors. They want to be taking fights in open areas, around vision, around a high ground ward, something like this to negate the Beastmaster and let their cores go in and out.
Yeah.
Not whatever the hell that was. But Liquid take huge advantage of it. Perfect timing to win a big team fight around that Roche pit too. They clean it up. MKB done for Mickey. On top of that Aegis, on top of that Scotty. This is the timing for Liquid to win this game right now. I don't think you want to push it too much later here. Especially when all your items are syncing up. That AC done for Zai. Haste rune for Nisha here.
Oh
Jeez,
no,
this
is embarrassing. A Tormentor attempt that fails.
I mean, that wasn't a real attempt.
Well, dude, there was 3 heroes there.
Yeah, but Makoto didn't pop his double damage, so.
All right. Negative Scepter done for the Pango. Here comes Liquid.
2 MKBs done for Talon. That is something to keep in mind. Wind Ranger and the Slark. And
they're going to pull him out of position. This first life is already gone. They still have a mana void for the second life. They're going to reset a little bit, and they can get the pounce around this area. Stone Gaze goes out. Mickey trying to get back. The shackle shot landed onto the Pango Rolling Thunder. They're going to speed away. Fortunately, Talon can't get any more. Oh, Jabs did go in. Popped his BKB, really went for it. The Primal Roar is going to be used. The Depth Shot being used onto him. The shackle shot is sniped, but Makoto. Oh!
He got him all!
Jabs! The mana voids absolutely silenced Liquid in this fight. They are gone, they are done, they are out, and that is a team wipe.
That's one way to push your damage numbers up. He had a quiet early game, but that is the grimace of the pinata popping and the candy falling for Talon. My God, that is why you save that spell. For the Dusa right there. You're not using it. I don't know what he used it on the previous fight, but that is why you save it for that hero in that instance. That AoE is a lot bigger than it used to be in historical patches past, and Liquid just get hard punished on that push. That might just be the game here, right?
I think so. I don't think you come back from that if you're Liquid.
That, I feel like, was your one moment to maybe seize the opportunity, win that team fight, and just push their own, but you got nothing out of that. And man, the shackle shot's on point from Makoto. That's what set it up. Jabs is just making space, distraction. Dusa gets shackled to a creep. No Stone Gaze, no bailout. The mana is gone, and you are very, very clumped, my friends.
you know, it's the Depth Shroud. It made the AM disappear. They couldn't see the AM, so, they weren't worried about a mana void.
I mean, Jabs has got to be one of those players with, like, the highest highs and the lowest lows and everything in between.
Yeah. Well, when you play carry from the off lane, it's kind of going to go like that.
You know, some of these fights, he blinks on the backside, gets roared, just dies. You're like, what the hell's Jabs doing there? Other these fights, you just ultra kill with a single button press. Okay. Pretty nice.
Pretty nice. Again, shout out to 23 for the Depth Shroud to, like, he's done that a couple times where Jabs is like, I'm going in, and 23's like, wait, you're going in? Okay, I got you. And 23's playing a save from a carry position.
I mean, 23 knows his job. He needs to support his carry in this game.
To support his CEO.
Exactly. Otherwise, CEO throws you out of the building. And
yeah, that's that would make 23, I believe, the CFO, because he got to pull in all the money, and then he's got to use that money to help the CEO.
He's bouncing the budget.
Yeah.
Who's the janitor then?
Who's the janitor on Talon?
that's a flame-inducing comment right there. Pick your poison.
Not necessarily.
That's true. I mean, you Valve janitor, you get serious work done.
Yeah. A Valve janitor's a millionaire.
Probably got a couple PhDs.
Couple Bugattis, too. Instant smoke up after a good kill on a Boxy. He's dead for 60 seconds, so they are very confident to just push it.
Why does AK have 2 Ogre Clubs? And then he sold an Ogre Club.
I guess that's some buyer's remorse.
Interesting.
Good smoke.
Well, if we had any doubts about the single target burst damage from this Talon lineup, that settles it. That is an unfortunate misbuy from Mickey, because he's trying to get this MKB. Now he's going to finish it, but that's 500 gold down the drain, just on the misclick, I guess. Could be impactful in this game if they end up in a base defense situation, need his buyback or something. I mean, he's buying this BKB to try and deal with the mana burn, I guess, but...
Yeah. Problem's going to be, there are a lot of potential stuns thrown around.
You're just dying anyway. The mana burn's not your problem, it's these MKB cores shredding you. Liquid don't have an answer to these MKB timings. This is your last fight in the tank, and the lasso has already found a good target here.
Very, very good, but they won't be able to get it. A buyback immediately from Nisha, but a clean retreat here from Talon.
That's a 40-second lasso. Like, he does not care. He'll throw it out on anything. Talon can just always poke with the BKB Batrider, especially if he finds the Beast. Your Roar is your only counter initiation here. Now you use that Nisha buyback. Talon are going to reset again. They're very happy with this game going late. They are a Southeast Asian team, Cap.
What does that mean, Avery?
I was hoping you know.
Wow. Just can't make broad statements like that.
It means they're very used to playing this Dota game when the timer goes past the 6000 mark.
Yeah, Southeast Asia, Season 1, longest average games. Season 2, longest average games. Season 3, longest average games.
That's the longest average year.
That's correct.
Might have felt like it for some of these players. It's Jabs. Once War gets caught out, and there's the low of the low from the high on the high.
And gives Liquid an opportunity back into this. Now, it is going to be a risky move, but I think they have to do it. If they lose this fight, and if they lose, especially Nisha, who would be operating a dieback at that point, you may just be finding your base crumbling pretty fast.
There's still a cheese on this Liquid side, too. I mean, Zai's running around with it. There's something interesting where you might be able to pass Mickey the cheese.
Yeah, drop the dreads into the backpack or something.
Yeah, like, I'm kind of surprised Mickey doesn't just have it
Oh, he's got the Lotus Orb! That's a big move, but they can still put the damage on to do stuff. The Mana Void is completely out. If they had an AM, where's the AM? He's finally here, but it doesn't matter. They didn't actually need the Mana Void to be able to finish up that Dusa, and they're going to use it to put Zai down into the grave. Nisha, this was going to be his dieback. Remember, he needs to be able to slip away from this. Blink out into the trees, TP out, don't move a muscle, he's away.
Yeah, but
they don't have buybacks.
They don't have buybacks to anybody else anyway.
Oh, no.
And the issue is it's just another failed push.
Yeah.
There's no timing left to hit in this game. Why didn't they give the cheese to him? I go back that if you're going to push high ground like that, I mean, surely cheese on Medusa is more valuable than the treads in a high ground push situation, right?
Also, they do have a save. The reactive taser is super important, I think, to put on the Dusa. I wonder if Boxy wasn't able to get it off or what happened there. 23. It's just a grab back. Whoever he can get his little claws on. Gonna get the 2 supports. So not Nisha, but again, another hero that doesn't have buyback, Boxy.
This game is becoming impossible.
Yeah.
Way too many damage threats for Liquid to deal with. They just missed the timings in these games. I go back to that first 10 minutes, this early game did not build the momentum they were looking for. You have to take those tier 1s and take away the space from Talon, get in their jungle with the Enchantress and the Beast Vision, zone them out, play this game kind of like old school Beastmaster, I think. I think just staying on your side of the map and trading farm did not feel as good as it maybe did at the time. I think you can get away with it also if you play those mid-game skirmishes and fights a bit better, but it just never synced up. Felt like a lot of these Liquid heroes were on islands, and then the one time they all came together were for those Roshan fights. Those went well for them. They got the Roshans, but just a little too late with not a big enough lead, and the high ground push is very difficult. Now you're looking at number 3 here with an Ags on it. This is a solid Ags for Talon here. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Q for double lasso, but it will probably go to the anti-mage or give it to Mikoto here. That is definitely the best one. Ag's win rate is crazy good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he didn't have it because he was thinking about it earlier, but he went back for the BKB as well. So just mass BKBs here for Talon. They want to be able to go in together and just commit to the fight. Can't blame them when they have so much overwhelming damage.
Would have liked it if Jabs just took it in front of him, though.
Or you just deny it. That's the true Chad play.
21,000 net worth lead. Aegis, plenty of gold for buybacks, and a lineup that is only going to get stronger from here on out. Liquid, they're going to need some sort of miracle to pull this game back.
It's Hex on Zai. That's it, I think.
Yeah.
Zai has to land a massive Hex here.
They're going to need a massive initiation. The smoke, it breaks. 23. He's going to see this coming. Gets off the Dark Pack. Not going to be able to get the initiation onto him.
Gonna commit up the hill?
I mean, that is way too hard. Looks like Nisha thought about it. Oh, and he's going to be pulled back into it. Dwelled a little bit too close, and they nail him. Die back there. Mickey fighting for his life now, hitting some illusions while 23 starts going to work on him. Primal Roar goes down, but 23 easily shrugs it off, and the Mana Void, oh, it's coming soon. They don't need it. The Deuce once again falls without it. 23, he's going to be able to stay alive thanks to Ollie. Big heals. Oh, the AM is super low as well. The Axe is cutting through. Jabs, you going to be able to blink away, or is he going to play for off his second life? Still has that one ready to go. Mikoto needs help, but it looks like Liquid, somehow they were able to make that work for them. Despite their early loss of Nisha.
Stalled out some of the Slark saves at the start of that fight, and then, I mean, it's going to cost a Mickey buyback. That is the big ticker here, right?
Yeah.
You're not winning this fight unless your Dusa comes back in, but it ended up being pretty decent for them overall. Mickey gets a free engagement for a lot of that in terms of the output damage-wise with the BKB.
Oh, don't split up too much here.
Yeah, 23 is still looking. Find a freebie at the end of that. That is a permanent Agi stack number 17 for him. Something you have to keep in mind, like these fights go long. This is a level 27 Slark with that level 25 talent. These stacks stay up forever.
Another miscommunication in this game. I mean, Liquid, you saw them backing away from that high ground. Nisha, I mean, a little bit unwieldy to turn on a dime on that Rolling Thunder, but he was definitely thinking they were going up to that high ground. Oh, what just happened?
You got Hex, son.
Uh-oh. Talon. That's a bit of a slip there. Of course, he does have buyback, but Liquid might be able to force it out of him. That would give them all of a sudden a glimmer of hope, a little bit of light. The end of this very dark tunnel.
Zai's just too fast. Little bit of invis catches 23 off guard, and that'll do it. I mean, this Hex is very strong in this game if you can land it on the cores. That is a way Liquid can take these fights. Trickster Cloak proving very valuable for Zai there as well. This is a nice combination for him, right? You just invis in. Talon are not expecting this type of vision bypass. It just catches 23 off guard. Something you're going to have to think about now. Zai also has a blink. This is the late game Beastmaster that becomes terrifying because now Liquid have an initiation tool off the vision. This is what they were lacking before. Send the Hawks in, send the Summons in, find a core, blink Hex them. You can start the fight on your terms instead of every fight being Q lassoing somebody, which has pretty much been the case the entire game.
Yeah. And they'll get that Scythe initiation into a follow-up Scythe.
Yep, number 2 for Mickey. The Sheep Chain is coming. Some life for Liquid in this very late game we are approaching. Talon just sloppy on the map, give a few pickoffs.
Now, they are 2 lanes of barracks up, so it is going to be a bit of a problem for Liquid, who want to stay grouped up, and Talon, who have very good pickoff. If you try and address some of these lanes, there's always the potential for any one of these cores to get you.
All right, Cap, you're a Pugna spammer, right?
A little bit.
I mean, the other way to phrase that is you're a disgusting individual, right?
Yeah, I definitely am that.
Yeah, so you play a lot of Pug. Let's say you had your 2 or 3 utility items here.
Uh-huh.
What would you buy on, don't look, what would you buy on Pugna?
Oh, okay, I won't look.
In the late game situation.
Depth Shroud.
Q. He's in trouble.
Bounce in, bounce in.
Didn't get bashed.
No bashes whatsoever. The Hawk is actually going to be able to stun
that
Volley. They
shackle.
got on top of the Deuce with the stun. Gets off the BKB, but again, it doesn't matter if you stop the Mana Void. You were right. The damage, the single target damage is just overwhelming for this hero. Beastmaster's going to die next. Nisha pushed back by Makoto into the arms of 23, who will grip him with this claws and bring him down, and Liquid will GG out.
That was your Dusa dieback, and that's just it. A single shackle to a single tree. All those others were cut down, but the one stands in is good enough to get the job done. Liquid, they were never going to win that late game, but I still think that they could have run some nice tempo there with the Beast Dusa. Just, it wasn't all on the same page. Yeah. And Talon definitely still looking very good in these late game fights. And they played that early game pretty well. I think they could have maybe rotated the Beast one more time with the Wind Ranger, but nothing's ever going to go 100% perfect. They had the right idea, which was bringing numbers to the early fights so you don't get overrun by the summons, because, yeah, your early lane shove sucks.
Yeah.
So that conceptually was really spot on for Talon here and looked pretty decent.
I would have said Aeon Disc or BKB. But,
well, he had a heart.
He had a heart.
The reason I bring it up is that is not something we see a lot, but Ollie did finish a heart on Pugna. He was a tanky Skelly boy, healing a lot. I mean, it makes sense, right? You're going to heal somebody and you're regenerating yourself at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And he wants to be able to have the freedom to use that to Decrepify on himself if needed. He had 11,000 heal.
That's the heart of a champion right there, because he is a major champion.
And he is the winner of this game one, but are they going to be able to get revenge over Liquid for the Lima matchup that they had? I mean, they talked about in the pregame interview, they want to be able to beat Liquid. They beat them in a game last time around in Dream League, but can they beat them in this full-out series? We'll have to wait and see. And go to Old Man Crazy Fear, who doesn't seem so crazy now, does he, Avery?
I don't like my job.
Thank you, SVG and Cap. Fear, yeah, we saw this Anti-Age offlane coming in. Didn't seem so crazy in this game. Worked out.
Yeah, it worked out great. I might be old and crazy, but not as old and outdated as SVG, apparently, in his Dota knowledge. But yeah, this game was really amazing. I like the fact that they picked the Anti-Mage, because I felt like there was no other pick that they could have done to just go for the win. Yeah. It was very risky. There was a lot of risk involved. If the Anti-Mage didn't work out, they would have fell flat really quickly. But he got his job done. He didn't have an amazing laning stage. He went even. He got his Vanguard. He farmed. He didn't really kill the Medusa, but he did what he had to do in this game.
And he had a fantastic Mana Void.
One of the best I've seen, yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen one this powerful as that. It was a very fun game to watch, I think. It was pretty back and forth still.
Yes, but I need to. The Mana Void, it's about to happen? Hang
yes.
on. Hang on.
It is.
Hang on.
No, it's not this
one.
It
wasn't.
But it was this location, so it's close
It was in
enough.
this location,
But
but
here it comes.
No,
Here it comes.
No,
it's over.
It's on Medusa. Medusa was already dead in that fight.
I'm not so sure. We need to see the end of that clip there, Cheever.
But here's the thing, guys. That Mana Void was and is so dangerous for Talon and Talon fans, because the thrill and the rush and the adrenaline rush and the power and the dopamine and all the endorphins that Jabs got from that.
Oh no, I know what's coming.
That spells trouble from now on.
I felt the power for Punch too. Really,
he's going to ask for that offlane anti-mage again and again and again because of the power of that Mana Void. And it's a bit scary if you're a Talon fan. You got to pick it when it's good.
Yeah, I send them a message then.
I think Liquid are the real winners here.
This is for Talon then.
They're
Only
playing the
pick
long game.
offlane anti-mage against Medusa, please. Thank you.
And Leshrac. It works against Leshrac as well if there's a Leshrac safe lane coming your way tonight.
No.
Tonight.
Probably not.
Really, though, I think Talon played a much better game than I thought they would. It seemed like Liquid's draft was going to overwhelm them at any point in the early game, but Makoto had some great rotations to bottom where he got some much-needed kills, especially on the Beastmaster lane that was doing very well. And I do feel the need to point out that I think Liquid played very sloppily. For a while, it felt like the Pango just kept dying over and over again by itself, right? You needed the Pango to be the centerpiece of your draft to kill the side lanes, play with its team, and kind of start the group up. And I feel like the 2 deaths that Pango had really set them back. And then we saw it. Once they got a couple of pickoffs on the side of Liquid, they were able to walk into Roche and then play their ball up, group up timing. But at that point, they had already given away too much. And a few mistakes from then on would have cost them the game. And Talon capitalized on that very well.
Yeah. I like that Q went for Lincolns on bat, because like the way that you deal with Batrider as Pango is you roll and then you get yourself a Lotus Orb, or like one of your teammates gets a Lotus Orb. When you have Linkens on bat, you reflect to the lasso, and then you can still actually lasso him. So that says to me that Q has been playing a lot of this position 4 Batrider, because that is definitely something you run into. It's like there's a lot of Pangos out there in your pubs. There's a lot of Batriders happening as well. Yeah. They always get a Lotus Orb. That is the 100% build to do right now, and the way that you counter that is the Linkens, even though it's a weird item to get on a Batrider, especially support position Batrider.
Yeah, it was great performance from Talon. Everybody on Talon played great. I do want to point out, same thing, Effie, that you mentioned before the game started, that the lanes for Liquid were going to be important, and we're going to see, hopefully, Nisha rotate, which didn't really work out. It's also why we have the mid matchup as head-to-head. The Wind Ranger versus Pango, Mikoto versus Nisha, it just fell uninspiring from the side of Nisha. He had a rough game, I think, in this one, and I mean, the scores don't lie.
I'm going to be honest, and it hurts to say this about a player like Nisha, but he played a bad game. It feels like recently he's been a little bit complacent. Maybe he hasn't been practicing as much, but I don't know if it was solely due to him or due to his supports not playing around him at that pivotal instrumental diffusal blade timing. But when you're giving away those deaths and you're giving space to a tri-core lineup, like it's so hard. Yeah, it's so hard to come back from that, even if you do get to your group up timing. Because usually when you're playing these ball up 5-man lineups, you kind of have leeway for 1 or 2 mistakes before it starts to get scary. But they had already made those mistakes before the ball up started.
Yeah, they definitely did. I thought their ball up would be much stronger, and that was going to be their timing point, but they couldn't really get those together. And I'll say a lot of it had to do with, like, they're playing versus Talon. They're a team that likes to play the fight's very chaotic as well, so maybe they caught him off guard with that a little bit as well. And Mikoto in this game, his shackle shots were a little, we didn't talk about them enough, but I feel like so many shackle shots were onto the Deuce, or the Pango he tried rolling in, but instantly get focus fired down. It was a very tough game for Nisha. We expect more from him because we know he's a great player, but nonetheless, it was a very difficult game for him. He had to play pretty perfectly in this one. Yeah. He just couldn't do it.
The Mana Void was off the back of a great shackle shot from Mikoto as well. I mean, obviously our attention goes to the Mana Void itself, but it wouldn't have happened if that shackle shot wasn't exactly where it happened.
And the Slark shard. He saved the anti-mage.
He did.
And if they hadn't had that awesome lasso on Medusa's Aegis into the base, I mean, they all contributed.
And everyone on Talon played so good.
Everybody but jabs. Everybody but jabs. And he's going to be the one asking for offlane anti-mage.
Dude, I'm telling you, the power, the energy that Mana Void gave him, that's going to carry him through the rest of the DreamLeague.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to dream about that tonight.
I saw his face light up. He smiled, a big smile, a big shit-eating grin when he did that.
I saw Nisha's face with pain. Yeah, everybody felt that one. That was the
opposite.
Hard one.
It was the opposite for Liquid. I love, though, that at least we got one of those weird Talon fights where it's like, why are you guys in the corner? Why'd you put yourself there? Why?
What was that about, actually?
I don't know, but that is like every time I fight there in Dota, which has actually happened quite a lot, I feel like that happens a lot more in your pubs. It's terrible. It's just not good for anyone. It's completely random who wins the
you're
fight.
Playing versus a Pango and a Dusa too. You have like 3 blinking mobility heroes, and you're just stuck in a corner there. It's like, I was sitting there, why are they there? Why are they there? As the fight developed, and was like, they're still there. Like, what is going on here?
The worst part is when you're the backline support. Ollie's just there, like, trying to,
like, how do I get here?
Where do I hide? Where do I hide? I need to save my team.
This was supposed to be his hiding spot, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they were running to him. It's like, no.
To be fair, it wasn't like a coordinated attempt by Talon to get behind the Roche. I think it just happened. Like, they found themselves getting edged into that corner. Then all of a sudden, all 3 of their cores ended up there, and they're like, okay, let's just move. And then Japs is like, go, and he just jumped the target, and he's not in the corner yet. And he's like, how do I make it to this corner?
It was
awkward for sure.
Some Scooby-Doo shit where he runs in the door, and then it's like, oh, the monster's actually in there, chases him out. Poor Ollie.
It was a hectic game. I think it gave us everything we wanted. A little back and forth, a little bit questionable plays, entertaining plays, great plays as well. And we're hoping that game number 2 of this series will have the very same ingredients. We'll be back with a draft of game 2 after this.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
An energetic opening from the Imperial Pandas for hopefully an energetic game number 2 that we have coming your way between Talon and Team Liquid. First game definitely delivered, especially to the Talon fans because they ended out on top. Team Liquid, of course, they like to strike back. We've heard in the past Team Liquid gets invigorated by losing because they don't like losing. Who likes losing, really? But generally for them, sometimes it works and they come back stronger. Will that be the case this time around? We'll be finding out as we're into the draft. I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Jenkins. Fear, game number 2, what would you like to see change? Like, where, if you're Team Liquid, where do you go with this? Because it kind of, you got anti-mates offlaned. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go into this game, you don't have to change much with your draft. I think their draft was perfectly playable.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it's going to come down to play in this one. So you have to really figure out, like, what are your timings? When are you going to hit them? And playing a bit more clean. The last game just looked a little bit sloppy from Liquid. And that's something you can have in, like, a post-game talk. Like, guys, it didn't go well for us. Let's just bounce back from it. And Liquid's a team that I'd be super surprised if they get 2-0'd by Talon here. I expect this one to be a draw, but we'll have to see. Maybe Talon can bring that magic again. You know they can always bring it every once in a while, but it's the consistency there.
I agree that it looked very sloppy by Liquid. It looked sloppy yesterday too, to be honest. And I think that they should stray away from the Enchantress Beastmaster type drafts. Not that there's anything wrong with Beastmaster as a hero, but when you're kind of committing to tempo and to grouping up, if you're not playing your A game or bringing your A game, you can mess up really easily. So I like this pivot that they did with the Pugna Storm combination. It's definitely a lot easier to play and it gives them more space in how they want to play them up.
Oh, this is like, these are 2 classic combinations, like Storm Pugna versus Bat Silencer. You hit the lasso, you can just press global if you want to, and that just shuts down all play from the Pugna to save people. So I think both these drafts are good, but I like the response Talon has, because I will say Storm Pugna is a more traditional combination. We see it more often, and this is a good response to it.
I like that they didn't just go back to the wind. They're like, I think that's probably what they were deliberating. They're like, okay, is this hero overpowered enough that we want to pick it again in the first phase, or will the Silencer get through to the second phase? And I could see Team Liquid banning it because I do feel like Silencer is one of the best, probably the best position 5 answer to the Spirits right now, and then to Pugna as well because it's a counter initiator, and then like you said, Bat Rider, like any hero that wants to just have a free initiation, free team fight. That's what the global is for. So
yeah, for sure. And wind is not your solution to a Storm Pugna opening anyway.
No.
It's not good enough of a hero in terms of playing versus the battery lineups, the gas station lineups, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. The Chinese meme. I mean, it's really caught on, But Silencer is a great choice here.
So I have a question here. Like normally I'm supposed to be answering the questions, but there's a Lycan ban. I didn't know this hero was still in the game. Is this a warranted ban?
I guess for Silencer, it is.
Yeah, of course that was like the classic thing, but like I have not seen a Lycan in so long. Such a peculiar ban.
That is interesting. You are right.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, no doubt it's good versus Silencer. Bat doesn't particularly like playing against it either, even though it's kind of okay. You can fly over high grounds where Lycan can't go, but just seeing Lycan even contested is kind of wild for me.
I'm looking at the heroes that Liquid played during the last DPC tour, and there has not been a single Lycan on their end.
I haven't seen a single Lycan this patch, like, anywhere.
No.
It could be scrim information or a misclick.
A misclick.
Well, Lycan is a universal hero, so I have seen the occasional
I've theory crafted this.
Echo
Yeah.
Saber, Lycan,
And Manta.
Manta.
Every universal hero build.
It's garbage. It's really garbage, but people are doing it.
It's because if you can do it on Wind Ranger, why can't you do it on Lycan? You know?
It also gives
Or
us a
Mag is
little
a
bit
better
of insight in the way Talon thinks, potentially as well. I mean, you guys are saying that it's a traditional counter to a silencer.
Yeah.
They pick their silencer up. They're like, okay, what do we want to ban? And maybe they don't have super hard bans they want to remove, then why not?
That's a good point, actually.
They're very simple, right? Last game, Anti-Mage good versus Dusa. Let's pick Anti-Mage.
Like, if we were on a patch where there was a lot of Silencer, then there actually might be a lot of Lycan.
Yeah.
So, because they picked a weird thing, they have to ban weird things because the hypothetical meta would change.
Silencer is not a weird thing, though. Come on, there's not a lot of silencer this
It's a
time.
bit weird.
It's not that weird.
I mean, it's like a B-tier hero at best.
So the only thing that it would make me wonder, because normally when you have silencer, you want to play it as support. That's still the case, right? That didn't change?
Oh, for sure.
But if you ban out the Lycan, does it mean you give a higher priority to the silencer? You're gonna promote him?
No.
No?
Oh my god, it's gonna be Jab's offlane Silencer. Oh no.
Let's go.
I'm pretty sure he's done it before.
I could see it. I could see it, actually.
I mean, they do contribute. That's the only reason I can see Lycan ban. They do contribute to ban too. We'll see. We'll see if it reveals it a little bit later why that Lycan is banned, or maybe we will be left in the dark forever. We do in the meantime have got a couple of other bans coming out. Medusa Spirit Breaker banned by Talon, and Team Liquid remove Ember, Void Spirit, and the Puck as well. Gotta do it against Makoto.
Yeah, they cover all of their bases versus Talon by taking out the heroes that are good versus Storm. Void Spirit, Ember, and Puck are the traditional mid laners that you would pick against these heroes. So they're in a good position to actually succeed with this first pick Storm right now. Talon could take a different approach now in terms of playing versus the Storm. We've seen TA mid rise to popularity.
I would like Quap. I want to pick a Quap here, a hero that doesn't care about getting slowed by Pugna or Veno. And Silencer's been a hero that can bail Quap out of trouble in many ways, or be an aggressive initiator. But it's really their choice. They're just going to go for the Wind Ranger, it looks like. But we don't know where that's going. Not yet.
No, do we
That
know?
is true. We don't know where that's going.
It could be their carry. It could be their offlaner. It could be their mid against Storm.
Could be their support. We don't
Potentially,
like
yeah,
that at
it
all.
could be if they want to do the Bat or Silencer offlane.
I still do like the Quap idea that you brought up. It's the hero that can focus on the Veno and Pugna backlines. You don't really want to commit your Wind Ranger focus fire to either the Pugna or the Veno, to be
No.
completely honest. If you're doing that, then it's not the best usage of that hero. So you want some kind of bursty backline jumper on the side of Talon right now. And Batrider can also fill that role, but they don't want to give away their flex quite yet.
Yeah. I would have rather had Puck, but that was a good ban by Liquid there. Maybe the Ember could have been good to do, but what other heroes do I see pressure a Storm as well? Because you don't want to give Storm a free game. This hero is way too scary to Pugna if he gets a free game. And I'm not sure, can Wind Ranger punish Storm in lane? That kind of feels like a 50-50.
I think it's 50-50 from what I've seen.
Which is still good enough, I suppose. They're just picking all the universal heroes now. They still don't know where anything's going. But what we do know, I think, is most likely is Mag will be a core with Wind Ranger, because Bat 4 is very popular right now, and they just played it last game. And Silencer's for sure a 5. For sure. There's no way Jabs picks it, right?
For sure.
For sure. Definitely.
Famous last word. For sure.
You know what? I hate to say it. This looks like a good anti-mage offlane game.
No,
it just got better.
Oh, against
Pugna Storm.
Pugna Storm Morph.
No.
And Venomancer.
It's not the same as a Medusa.
It's also heavy mana. Great option for mana voids. You just said they want to chase that dopamine hit.
Yeah, but
Anti-mage plus Magnus.
it functions in a different way, whereas Storm as a hero plays differently than Medusa on the map. Medusa kind of sits around and farms and is slow, whereas the Storm Spirit can be proactive and go on that anti-mage early on. It's really not the same thing, and I would definitely hate to see it, but if they go for it again, who can blame them? They just got an ultra kill with it.
I will say, I don't think anti-mage against Storm is the same when there's a Pugna in the game. Like, he's just full mana almost all the time. Like, you have to be very particular about when you mana void him. It's not where, like, Storm hits this cutoff point where it's like, okay, he's low mana now, I can mana void him from any point onward. It's like he's low mana for like a 2 to 5 second window.
Well, that's why you have silence.
I will say that I like the Morphling pick on the side of Liquid. There are so many universal heroes on Talon that the Ag Scepter on Morphling is going to be very valuable. It's also another hero that benefits from the Pugna battery in the backline, so Pugna can kind of focus on Morphling going in first if Storm gets too scared at some point or wants to bait out the global or something like that. So that could be really nice, but now they're going to need a stunning type of initiating offlaner for Zai on Liquid if they're going to make this work.
Kind of in a weird spot now for your Talon too, because you don't want to really play Mag carry against Morph, and you don't want to play Wind Ranger versus Morph either, but you kind of don't have a choice here. It's going to be very difficult to do this last pick, I believe. Because like you could switch it up and be Mag. Mag should go offlane for sure, in my opinion, and just be like the aura carrier here and not worry about that. Wind Ranger, I believe, is probably relegated to mid at this point. Make something happen, but then they got to find a good carry pick here. Otherwise, I'm afraid, this Morph is going to Ags if Mag is carry and then his game's over. So they're going to go for the Anti-Mage. But I think this Anti-Mage is going to be 23 Savage this game. I don't think it's going to be a Jabs Anti-Mage.
That's true. That's true. It's just a good Anti-Mage game in general. They don't have to run
It's a carry Anti-Mage game. Last game, it was the offlane Anti-Mage.
These guys are just feeling Anti-Mage.
Liquid need to pick Ogre now, Team Spirit style, when Collapse Ogre destroyed the enemy carry Anti-Mage.
But then you run the Magnus as the carry.
You don't want to do that versus Morph, though. Not in my opinion.
If this were Team Spirit, this would 100% be an Ogre pick for offlane, but I don't know if Liquid feels super comfortable doing that. But we saw Collapse completely destroy Anti-Mage with that hero. His damage is just higher. The mana break isn't as effective as it used to be versus Ogre.
We'll see what they pick here. Yeah, Axe was another one that's good, but that one's out. So
how does Underlord do again?
Legion Commander. I was gonna say I was gonna mention Legion because like you can't reflect the duel. In fact, you just get double duel victory if you end up doing that one. But then you're picking Legion Commander, which is one of your tiers of offlaners here. Is that a good tier to be in?
It's one of the schools of thought.
Yeah.
I think she's good.
So just to be
she's actually pretty. She's pretty OP.
She's very good.
It is an offlane anti-mage.
She's very good because the dispel is valuable too.
I literally warned them only for Medusa. So they didn't heed my warnings.
This
here.
Effie's prediction actually.
I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. He got okay, but still, I think the Elsie is a great pick. Laneswell versus Anti-Mage, and you have the Dispel from Elsie on the Lasso. You have the Dispel on the Shackle Shot. You have the Dispel on the RP. Like
and Silencer. It's like one of the highest win rate heroes against Silencer.
Like it is super high value for an Elsie Dispel game. So I can understand why they went this route. But Collapse is still sad that the Ogre didn't.
Although Magnus should dumpster an LC in lane. I don't see Magnus losing that lane.
Losing it?
Yeah, you empower, you just
you won't.
arm, skewer her back.
Lose. I mean, is he getting a dumpstered though?
I think so.
Okay, we'll see.
I don't think it'll be a dumpster.
I feel like it's a 50-50.
I think Mag is so fucking
Can't you like swap the
right
lanes
now.
around? Make them favorable for you?
Yeah, you could safe lane the Legion against the anti-mage actually. But then you have a safe lane Legion and an off lane Morphling.
Yes.
Morph can't go to the off lane.
Dude, if Talon loses this game and then Jabs insists on another anti-mage tomorrow, like the worst thing that could have happened to this team was that
don't worry,
ultra
they're
kill.
playing today again.
Oh my god.
You gotta, they're gonna have another 2 games today. So I hope we're in for a good game here. Doesn't matter who wins, let's see how it plays out. Let's enjoy ourselves. And before we're enjoying the Dota, we're enjoying some Imperial Pandas.
Team Liquid versus Talon, and we're gonna see a repeat of the off-lane Anti-Mage, that dopamine hit that you just can't quit, Avery.
Is it? Is that what?
Apparently Jabs can't quit it.
I mean, Jabs just plays what he wants.
I just need one more mana void. Just one more mana void.
Are you doing a needle injection over there or what?
Didn't have to go that graphic, but that was the implication, yes. Talon going to be doing the safe lane 23 Savage Magnus, which I'm a little bit inclined to agree with Jenkins. I think that hero is pretty damn good right now. In fact, they've got a lot of the really good heroes. think Wind Ranger is pretty damn strong. Early Wind Run going to be leveled up to try and get Makoto out of here, but he's slowed enough. Deny attempted, but missed. A little bit too late on that one. Nisha will claim the last hit.
Yeah, but look at Mickey, man.
Well, what happened to Mickey?
He died.
Well, that's too bad for him.
He asked for help and nobody helped.
Help. What was he doing? I mean, his whole team was stacked on the other side. I feel like you don't risk.
Went to that cliff
they got first blood. They got 3 bounty.
Yeah, that doesn't matter at all. Feeding a little gold to an offlane anti-mage, right?
Yeah, well, what could go wrong?
What's the worst that can happen?
What is the worst that can happen? Do you agree with the running theory from our panel that offlane Animage is only good against Medusa?
Well, who said it?
Fear.
No.
Effie said it.
It's probably true.
Okay. Jenkins said it.
Well, Jenkins just says what other people say.
Yeah, that's true. He is a bit of a sheep. Well,
I think it's viable. I think this hero is actually kind of just a viable offlaner. Is that crazy?
It's a little.
Am I going insane?
Yeah, you're going crazy.
I think the Vanguard Diffusal build on offlane AM is kind of spooky. The hero's really tanky with the early magic resist versus some of these like heavy magic lineups like this one is.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to lane versus the Legion, which is probably the only real concern for AM in this game. It's still a great mana void target game with the Storm Spirit and the Morphling later on. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of just good here. Like, why not, right? You have Mag to give him Empower on top of it. You have another Universal Hero mid that's going to get empowered with the Wind Ranger, which Makoto destroyed him with the Shackles last time. I feel like Talon are in a fine spot. I think this game is just, again, about execution here and about the lanes for Liquid. Like, can Liquid gain more early game momentum than they did last time? You do not want to pick Legion and lose the Legion lane. You do not want to pick Veno and lose the Veno lane. They put them both in the same lane, so now this is a lane you really don't want to lose. And it's going okay, but not amazing.
Yeah, because
so
they're
far.
matched up against the Ollie Silencer, which we've seen a number of times. I think both of us were pretty skeptical about it. I mean, I'm never really a big fan of Silencer.
I mean, what's wrong with Ollie Silencer?
I didn't say there was anything wrong with Ollie Silencer. If anything, it's a buff to Silencer, but it's still kind of a bad hero.
I mean, I'll tell you something. The best Silencer players are the smartest players.
Okay. Is that literally just a joke about int steal?
Yeah. But it's true. You have to be really smart to play this hero on support. Like, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
That was the joke. Okay, actually, you have to be, because he's really slow, he's really clunky,
yeah,
and he's super dependent on the first 5 minutes. So if you get the snowball going, if you get some early kills, you get the levels, his level 3 and 5 power spikes are really good, but to get to the level 3 and 5 power spikes usually means you have to get like 1 or 2 big core kills in the early game, which require you being in the right place at the right time with the right resources.
Got to be able to get the skewer back. I don't think Zai cares too much. He's going to keep fighting it out. Boxy's closing in. Blood Grenade on the two of them will actually help alleviate a bit of pressure. Oh, time for the Lotuses. Who's going to get it?
That.
23 is going to commit, and he's going to have to maybe eat it right away and try and kill Zai. And he does manage to kill Zai. Now he's going to go for the kill on Boxy. Gale goes out. He's going to kite it backwards, but Boxy is going to die first. 23 doesn't even fall.
You can't give up the Lotus there when you have dominant lane position. With 2 lane-winning heroes, this is a last pick Legion with a Veno support. And you're giving up the Lotus, you pay a big price. You don't get the return suicide from Ollie, but...
Yeah, he just ran down the lane because he needs to bring regen back, I believe, for our carry, 23 Savage.
I mean, the only thing they have going for him is 23 didn't get the early ring purchase for the regen on the lane, but he got a lot of gold out of that exchange. That is not what Liquid are looking at for in that dual lane, and Jabs did get his ring, so he's on his way to Vanguard. This AM is just going to free farm down here. I don't think Liquid can really stop him. Another reason I think this pick is totally fine. If you throw this hero in a lane like that, Enchantress lane, and he's getting bullied out of the lane and beat up, that's a different matter. But in this type of game with a Bat Rider support, this is just a strong dual offlane.
Oh, that is a little questionable. I mean, we'll see what Makoto does with this, but Ollie TP'd mid to refill the bottle, because Nisha also got the same treatment, but it does mean that healing salve that he has for 23, he's only just now delivering it. 23 was kicked out of the lane for this entire period that Ollie was mid.
It's a trade-off, right? He was definitely going to miss some waves here, but now he'll be back up to full. You got a lot of XP and gold off the kills. I feel like it was worth it just because this lane for Liquid is kind of like a pressure kill lane. So you getting more out of that early exchange is probably not in the expected outcome for Talon anyway. It's just a free bonus.
I guess I'm just questioning whether or not Ollie should have TP'd mid. Was the bottle refill necessary?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
It was a good refill. Like, Makoto can do a lot of work in this game. I mean, helping your boy out versus Nisha is always good versus Liquid, I think, because I feel like a lot of the games they win rely on his momentum, which hasn't been great lately.
No, it has not.
Another reason I think their games have looked rough.
I mean, that was one of the worst performances I've seen from Nisha that last game.
It's tough. It's just not synced up with him and the supports. Nobody can do everything on their own.
Okay, gonna have all of his mana burned away by Jabs. They do manage to get the kill on Q, and of course Jabs can't kill the Morphling. He can take away all his mana, but can't stop that Morph strength.
This is some strong early lane setups for Liquid. I mean, they have 3 cores on top right now. It's kind of what I expected from these heroes. They're just going to out-CS you. It's pretty hard for Talon to stop. They just want to get into the mid-game in a solid position where the Empower with the 2 other cores will take over. So again, the onus is on Liquid here, in my opinion, to pick up the pace in the next 10 minutes here, get some Storm momentum especially. I do not want to see another, like, 0-2-0 game for Nisha or something, right? I feel like that just spells death for this type of lineup. Which means bring the supports to them, contest the runes, fight it out. You have Veno. Veno is great at these early skirmish fights. Does a crap ton of damage, guarantees kills. I mean, yeah, just like that. It's easy pickings.
On one side, they kill Ollie. On the other side, Insania denies the Arcane Rune. So
it's good momentum. This is what you have to keep building on. I don't even get the D ward here. Force Makoto off of it.
Bouncing him back. Q trying to help out, but Makoto just can't brave it against all these heroes.
Man,
Like
power
comes
shots
in,
hurt.
another refill.
Well, Zai gets skewered into the tower, but double bracer plus chainmail. You will walk it off top. Still 23 getting some pushback here. And I mean, the question is, can you punish, not boxing the jungle, but can you punish Jab's bottom? I feel like that is the one area where Liquid can go and kill. You can rotate the Storm, you can rotate the Veno, but it's a Blink AM. I don't know. It feels like Talon, again, similar to game 1, it feels like Talon are just getting out of the lanes here. And it's not going to be that easy for Liquid to find the pickoffs with the Storm. Because the support damage follow-up's pretty low, right? Okay, you jump with Vortex, you pull an AM, you pull a mag into what? I think it's got to be a duel.
Yeah.
Or until you have support ults. That's another big factor here. Every time we see this support Veno, I go back to this hero needs 6. The ult is really what unlocks this hero in terms of the kill potential, which is kind of what he wants to be doing. I mean, you can't jungle with this hero. Old puppy style. Just do it up with the wards and build some auras and then blame your team when you lose, but you really want to be killing.
So you think that's what Puppy did?
No, I just said puppy style. I mean, puppy won.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You think I'm going to flame the greatest Dota player of all time?
Disrespecting Miracle's name like that. How dare you?
I think it's hilarious that if you call anybody in Dota the greatest Dota player of all time, you piss off like 70% of the Dota population.
Yeah.
Like more than half is always mad.
Good catch here. Good first opening duel for Liquid.
Is under attack.
These are your 2 kill threats. It's the Storm Jump and the duel. That is what Liquid have to play through. You need to bring the damage behind them. Create those openings. Start building the momentum. Dual damage is going to be really important to help their scale. And Nisha is just getting forced off mid. He has not gotten a power rune this game. Instead, it will be shield rune for Makoto. Very tanky Wind Ranger. Looks like it's at the Atos rush as well on top of the treads. This is where this mid hero just gets incredibly tanky early on. Finally, strength items, full wand, fairy fire, raindrop, crown.
I mean, maybe Nisha is being pushed off the lane, but he can just jungle from here on out. Boxy takes over the mid lane. I think that's still kind of a problem for Talon.
It's okay. The thing is, Talon are okay with playing this game slow because Jabs is just farming in the off lane.
Yeah.
Like, in a way, this AM, is he going to go carry items? That's the question here. Is he going the Vanguard Diffusal or is he going something else? I mean, he has Empower too. Surely he's going Diffusal.
Yeah, just let the Empower. You don't need that battle.
I can also just see a Manta Rush. Doesn't seem too bad here.
Sure. Quick reaction against the potential dual threat.
Yeah, or like you blink Mantle on the Storm with the Morphling off a Shackle, you just burn so much more mana as well.
Yeah.
It's a good offensive tool, decent farming item. You have Empower to back it up. Like casual Yasha on the Agi heroes with Empower is very efficient. It's about as efficient as Diffusal. I think it's more, actually. I think Yasha, Crystallis are the most efficient damage items in the game when you have Empower. I'm not sure.
Opening Shackle shot, nice sneaky kill from Makoto.
He was on 400 HP, and that is what a power shot does to you.
Q, he was lined up against Boxy 1v1, but then Nisha came in to interrupt that one. They will trade out those supports, though, thanks to the rotation back from Makoto.
Yeah, at least Nisha has a regen rune running here.
Oh. He still has Mana Void. Nisha's got to be careful.
He's out of there. He's out of there. Want to keep that rune up. Keep farming. This is a lot of space for Zai top. Does take that tower. Continues to progress up the ladder here. This is a very farmed Legion commander in a very good Legion game. There's not much to counteract the Blink Blade Mail duels when they come in later, right? It's pretty much just a free-for-all. He's going to duel anybody. I guess you have Wind Run, but...
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, late game, you might need some sort of like E-Blade or something. Somebody.
Wind Waker? I don't know.
Yeah.
Lincoln Spheres?
Because you're right, there are 0 saves against a Blink duel.
What are these lines on the map?
A lot of circling the top part of the map. Not sure.
I mean, I feel like that's Liquid saying we need to get in here. Start farming all of this, taking away the space.
Yeah, bring Nisha, and that could be his farming area. And then you have a potential threat. Anybody shows up, you could get the Storm Spirit initiation that leads into the duel.
Look at this dire triangle stack, man. That's
yeah, it was massive.
Mega ancient stack being cleared by Q off the Bat Rider smoke action.
Yeah, this is twice now that they stack up for this Q Bat Rider, and well, he doesn't take.
Yeah, Makoto kind of just jacked it all.
Yeah, but he's still like Q still gets a decent amount out of it.
Q looked pretty sad actually. Like, dude, come on, man.
Oh, nice Shackle. Makoto he just nails these. And look at him sidestep the Gale. I mean,
this man's dirty dancing on him. You like that movie?
Patrick Swayze?
It's got Patrick Swayze.
Of course. It's got Patrick Swayze. I love it.
Everybody likes Patrick Swayze. Double
baby in
damage rune for Makoto. Another rune denied from Nisha as he continues to look for momentum. 2-0.
And it looks for an initiation that fails.
Just tough. Talon are playing very defensively here, right? The only hero they're really showing out in the wilderness is Jabs, and Vanguard Anti-Mage, not that easy of a gank for Liquid. It becomes obvious if you just run heroes down there. So he has 0 deaths. He's continuing to farm up. Will be that diffusal. No, it will be the Manta Rush. Look at that. Sometimes,
every once in a while,
I get something right. That said, it is Jabs, so I don't know if I wanted to get what Jabs was thinking right, but we'll take it.
Your time covering Southeast Asia has an outcome. It's warped your ideas of Dota, Avery.
I understand the madness now. I mean, I think it is the correct call here. I think it's going to pay off. Another good Shackle.
Opening Global Silence. He dies so fast in the Blade Mail.
Oh my god.
RP as well. They're going to be able to catch the Storm Spirit. He's dead. Lasso and Mana Void being put to work there. They wanted to make sure he stayed dead. No chance for a zip away. Boxy going to be run down here as well with the Shockwave pullback and a couple of hits. Boxy.
That looked way too easy.
It did. That Blade Mail was supposed to protect him against the focus fire from Makoto, but the Shackle shot opening gave him just enough time.
I don't know. This just feels like a forced push in a way, right? Like, maybe not forced. I don't think it's a bad push, but you just kind of walk in and then you just get global and you all die. I don't know. It feels like the read is off, right? This is not the like fast, decisive, good move Liquid we're used to seeing. I feel like if you go back a couple months, that would have been the smoke wrap on a tower. You find Silencer, you duel him. Maybe you wait for Legion Blink here. Maybe you just jump the Storm in. But this global, if you don't find the global, it's going to destroy in these early engagements. You have no Dispel. Okay, it's a great Legion save game, but the Legion can't say anything, so she's not saving you. I feel like Liquid is walking into that. The defensive formation for Talon is just... it's way too good here. And again, I think they're very confident in their late game. I think Talon thrive when they feel like the late game is secured for them. That is when this team is the most comfortable. It's when they just progress through the objectives they want to hit. It's where the Jabs carry pays off. I think they're in another one of those positions. You're going to have to run into global in this game to make aggressive action happen with the Legion duels and the Storm jumps. And that's where you're setting yourself up for global turnaround, Mana Void turnaround, RP turnaround.
It's a lot of turnaround.
I mean, they're going to turn you around so much, you're back to dancing with Patrick Swayze here.
Well, speaking of Patrick Swayze, Zai turns into a ghost. And now the silence out on the Storm Spirit. He's dead as well. Out of mana, power shot. Oh, the heals. Oh, but a great shackle shot and jabs. Commits for the kill. Again, just a little bit off. He needs to just a little bit closer. Come on, get him. Power shot. It nails him in the end. Nisha was trying to dodge it as best he could, but simultaneously needed to stay ahead of jabs. Couldn't do both.
And Makoto putting on a Wind Ranger clinic out here. Slacks is somewhere crying in a dungeon basement right now.
Oh no, what happened to him?
That's the CIA operation, but Tiro is looking great, making it work. Early Atos pickup into landing every power shot and landing every shackle. I mean, that certainly helps.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why all these other Wind Rangers don't look so good.
Yeah, just land your ability.
Yeah, just land all your spells.
Turning into the Wind Ranger, trying to hit a shackle shot. Can't do it as well as Makoto, though. Makoto might just get caught by this, and yes, the duel lands. A big win for Liquid. Another duel kill, but also putting down this Makoto Wind Ranger that was picking up some serious steam. They get 1,000+ gold out of that.
It's a huge kill. Huge streak to get. It's also really good that Zai gets it because it's going to help him push towards his Blink, which was just getting stalled out right here. And the timings on these Legion items are really important. Like, this is a pure snowball offlaner. You want to keep getting the duels. Every time you get a duel, makes the next one easier. Every time you are not fighting that damage, your next timing becomes that much harder. Blink is the big initiation power here for Liquid. Something they lacked a little bit of last game. It'll make these jumps easier. They can just start hunting on the map, making the space for the Morphling. As Mickey, I mean, he's still the most farmed core in this game. Still has some decent matchups here. Manta finished. There's the first Dispel online. This is also something very important to keep track of here if you're Talon. Which of these Liquid heroes have the Dispels, which don't for the global? Because you can just kind of global the Storm, global the Legion, and run them down with a Focus Fire or an AM into the Mana Void, and there's not much counterplay.
Sure. Well, I don't know. I feel like that was a unique scenario. I don't know how often Makoto wants to be focus firing the Legion commander. That Blade Mail is pretty dangerous.
Blade Mail's whatever, man.
All right. We'll see.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Manta Anti-Mage.
What do you mean we'll see?
We'll see.
I mean, you just run out of range, you know? You just kill them through it.
Well, that is what happened last time, but Makoto also got down to like 200 HP, so we'll see.
A worthy sacrifice.
Man, Q is just taking all kinds of neutrals away from the Liquid side of the map.
Yeah, this is efficient farm right now. He's getting fat and he's taking it away, so that's just doubly good.
Harpoon's done, so there's kind of, in a weird way, a sort of save against the duel. Somebody gets dueled, you could Harpoon the Legion and skewer him way out of there. What, you didn't like that one?
Does it actually work like that?
I mean, it's in like, they'll still chase after each other, but you'll be able to kind of pull your guy out of position, and also you'll stop hitting the Legion commander for a little while.
I mean, why does Harpoon work on a dual target?
Huh? Force movement works. You could pull him apart. You could skewer him away.
I thought you can't force staff someone in duel.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Am I going insane?
Maybe I'm going insane.
One of us is losing our mind. That's what Dota does to you. It makes you question things you know, and suddenly you don't know them anymore.
I mean, you could definitely skewer him away, right?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't know if the Harpoon... I think the Harpoon might just, like, drag the magnet. I don't know. We'll find out. Global to try and save from this duel,
That is not going to save him. The duel...
Wait, that was a... Was that a... No, that was not a double duel. All right.
Nisha does manage to get away here in the top lane. That was a close call. Gale, step back in from Nisha, going for Makoto, and they've got the extra mana to give to Nisha too, so he can maybe keep fighting this one. Nice shackle shot though. Makoto gets to be able to disengage.
Saves that Aegis for another day. Looks like 23 wants to get active.
Yeah.
Oh! What? Oh
Gotcha.
my God, that must have been right on the tip.
That's all you need, just the tip.
I guess so. Skeleton drops dead, claim his bones, his flowers, and add another notch to the belt here for Makoto, who is just styling.
And 23 having the same plan as Q. They just take farm away from Liquid.
I mean, that's a damn good plan if you can get away with it.
BKB now done for Makoto. This Wind Ranger becomes tougher and tougher to touch. Watch that one, yeah. Meanwhile, back inside the game, a successful duel onto Makoto. Now can they get out? Because he did have that Aegis, so.
I'm gonna burn the Aegis, but you get the dual damage. A worthy trade. Zai with 66, so he's having a decent Legion game here. Making it work.
Okay, Morphling that turns into a Wind Ranger with the Aghanim Scepter, that sounds really scary.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I think this Wind Ranger Axe is one of the most broken in the game, but we don't really see it too much.
Yeah, it seems to be more like a 4th, 5th, 6th item sort
I feel
of deal.
like you can get it earlier, though. I'm kind of surprised we don't. I mean, there's your blade mail.
Again.
Yeah, nice blade mail there, Cap.
Okay, well, he's
really
got
stopping him.
BKB now.
Oh, so blade mail doesn't do anything versus BKB. Why is that, by the way?
I don't know.
I feel like that's one of those things that should have been changed so long ago. Like, this item is not bought on anybody except Legion and Axe.
Got him! Global Silence too, and Jabs is nearby. Can they burn the mana? They'll have to use the RP just to ensure it.
I mean, you have to use that RP.
Oh, yeah.
That's another huge kill. And Nisha, I mean, he went this Kaya Sange. Makes him tanky, but it does not help him with the global. And that's the problem. The second the storm goes in, you just global him, and I think he's gone. There's not much counterplay until you have Legion BKB, then Zide can BKB and save him. That part will make some sense here in the later fights for Liquid as they continue to try and push towards Mickey's timings, but man, Talon are farming up a storm. I mean, look at Q's net worth in this game. He's just going BKB. Is this a support bat or is this a core bat, man? I know what you're laughing. I know what you're laughing at.
That was a season 19 joke. We'll leave it there. Gets the Makoto. Didn't have the BKB.
Got the
23 looking at, though. Wind Run was good enough. And now it looks like Zai's going to be the one to die. They still jump in. Nisha really wants to kill Makoto and finally gets it, but he's going to be completely out of mana after that fight. So it just means that Talon could keep chasing, I think, without fear, but they don't.
A nice pickoff for Nisha. That Wind Run was coming up in 1 second. That's the problem. You duel this Wind Ranger, she gets Wind Run off. You're just missing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You need some nullifiers at some point in this game. It's going to be another issue that Liquid are going to have to deal with. Still, we haven't felt Mickey's presence in these fights. That's a huge factor missing for Liquid. In fact, the largest factor missing for them. He will finish up Ags. Pretty big item pickup in this game versus the Magnus. If you can ever nail him, you remove a lot of Talon's damage in the fight. You can empower yourself and then just start going to town. Can always steal that Wind Ranger as well. The spells are amazing here for Mickey. The Shackles, the Wind Run. Great Wind Run game.
BKB next for 23 Savage. This Magnus is scaling nicely alongside the AM. Will this Morphling be able to outcarry the two of them?
Looks like Talon just want to make an aggressive move. Jabs keeping down here, getting in power. 5-man smoke.
Why is that? Did they just hit a certain item timing?
Not really. I think they just feel they don't want to give Liquid too much space, and they have this Blink Batrider. Like, the initiation's pretty free with Global up. Maybe they thought they'd just catch someone down here, but these 5-man smokes are hard to hit. That said, they found the best target.
Did they get him? Got him, but he morphed into strength. They're gonna hit him with the RP anyway. Even though the more strength got out, they hit him with the shackle as well, and all of this damage is gonna be enough. Use enough ultimates and throw enough heroes at him, and that morph strength will not be able to recover.
Man, that is a hard smoke to hit on the Morphling of all heroes. Like, that's a 5-man smoke. You're taking everybody off the map. I think Liquid are vacating their jungle too, but one camp too long for Mickey. And again, if he's the one getting gone on, there can't be a save coming out into this global yet until Zai has BKB. He is still 600 away from that. So the counterplay is just never going to be there. I mean, even if it is, there's a bunch of stun follow-ups and stuff as well.
Jabs is going to go a Lincoln, so he's trying to deal with the obvious Legion Commander counter. It does mean you have to make sure not to use counter spell. Nisha, whoa! Close call, they'll get Insania instead.
Instant
Meanwhile,
top.
The rotation's coming out from Makoto, though, and he didn't get off Blade Mail, or he'd already used it earlier.
Used it earlier?
What did he use it on?
Maybe he was like procking him off the Firefly.
And
Stop the
Nisha
blink.
still dies bottom lane. It looks like they saw the rotation from Makoto top, and Liquid thought it was okay to fight down here, but no, they're running in division.
Talon have a lot of carries, and they're just spreading them across the map right now. Jabs feels invincible in this game. They do not have anti-mage answers. He had like the one bad death, but 4-1 and 8, he's cruising. Lincoln's up. Now he's even harder to deal with.
I mean, if there's one thing that Dota knows how to play, it's a lineup with multiple carries.
That's for damn sure. That's every single pub for that region.
Radiant's bottom
I don't know how you felt about it, but when I was playing C-Pubs, I felt like a god because I was the only, like, support player.
Well, I didn't feel anything because I don't play C-Pubs.
Oh.
I played them once in my career. I went to an ESL Malaysia, I think, like 5 years ago, and
you didn't play it for that GES?
never played them ever again in my life.
Oh, wow.
It
really left
It was
mark on
a
you,
traumatic experience.
I actually like C-Pubs.
Radiant's
Well,
bottom
yeah.
tower is under attack.
That makes sense.
I think that's a compliment.
It's not a compliment. It's a very distinctly not a compliment.
Don't listen to him, Steve fans. That was a compliment.
All right, I'll rant about this bit. C-Pubs, you know why C-Pubs are bad? Because they're too, like, they play to the last minute, man. It's
that's
annoying as hell. Just stop. Just stop, man. Like, you're down 40K, and it's like, let's smoke and take it. No, there's no smoke. But they yell at each other. That's the thing. They play to the end.
Yeah.
Some weird toxic PMA.
Yeah, talking shit all the time.
Yeah, they all hate each other, but they're like, if you don't want to play because you've been flamed for 30 minutes, they're like, why are you giving up? It's because you verbally abused me for the last half hour. So, it's like you're just supposed to put up with it and play.
Yeah, you are.
If I want to put up with 30 minutes of verbal abuse to win a game, I'll go back to competitive. I'll go play on a North American team, goddammit.
I thought you would be the one dishing it out in those teams.
I mean, they take a mental toll on you. This game is taking a mental toll on Liquid
the high
BKB.
ground.
It's done for Zai. You got to find the jump.
Oh,
But the
he
jump
hit him with the RP.
finds you.
Stop their initiation. Skewer back onto 3 with Global Silence over the top of it. The Mana Void does some damage to get the Harpoon back onto Mickey. Where are you going? Absolutely nowhere. Straight to a grave. That's where you're going, Mickey. Skewer stopping Nisha from getting his. Oh, it's
call
done.
it.
It's out. They're done. Throw in the towel. They just tap out.
I mean, I agree this game is over, right? You're looking at these net worths. You are not winning this game. That's just a desperation smoke. Man, Liquid are not in form right now, and they are struggling, but hey, Talon get a 2-0 for the day. That's a nice start right there. Pat him on the tummy, give him a good job.
Who cares about going to Bali, man? Don't qualify for Bali. Get a win get your revenge over Liquid. That's
That does
the
feel
important
nice.
matchup.
Yeah, this was a mental block team for Talon the whole year. So yeah, maybe Liquid's not firing on all cylinders, but Talon are going to take that any day of the week because now you get some confidence back. The next time you play him, you're going to have that memory of like, hey, we demolished these guys last time with Jabs Anti-Mage. And
okay.
That is a good memory to have.
I wanted to lead to this question some point very quickly. Avery, how much would you give this match? Because we've seen this match a couple times. Liquid do tend to win it against Talon. How much of this would you say Liquid being pretty bad? And how much would you say is Talon being better than they were in the DPC?
I think they definitely look better here.
Yeah.
I'd say Talon's at like 70%.
Okay.
I think Liquid's at like 40.
Yeah. Not great for Liquid. Great for Talon, though, with 2-0 over Liquid.
Great showing for sure. Thank you, Cap and SPG. And we're here to break it down and to relive some of the moments of the series, such as this fight in No Man's Land in the corner that we saw in game number 1, where Talon was not doing too great, but they obviously did come out ahead on both game 1 and game 2, both with an anti-mage offlane. Surprising that they, of course, pulled it out again, although maybe some people would say not so surprising.
There it is, the ultra kill.
The ultra kill. I mean, that was
One mana void, yeah.
That was a good dopamine hit. I think not just for Jabs, for everybody watching.
I think we should just all prepare ourselves for at least a few more days of Jabs offlane anti-mage. Like, there is no way that he gets this idea out of his head for the next few days. He's going to be obsessed with this.
Do you think it's going to stop there? Because
no, it's not. I mean, we'll
he'll remember this for years, I think. This is now in the playbook.
He just did it against Medusa. He's like, oh, this really works out against Medusa. Does it against something that's not Medusa. It's like, maybe it's the anti-mage that's good.
Yeah.
Listen, all it'll take is one series against Gaiman with the offlane anti-mage, and then they're gonna potentially reconsider it. Or who knows?
What if they do well with it?
Exactly.
And everybody will start doing it.
Maybe it's just gonna be the new tech.
First pick, first ban.
First pick, first ban anti-mage.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. This was a solid game. It actually looked more solid, I think, Fear, than game number 1.
It did. It looks really good from them, and I thought their draft was even worse in this particular game. However, the momentum, I want to call it, for Talon was skyrocketing, and it felt like Liquid just started playing a bit worse too on top of it after that game 1 loss. Makoto was on fire this game. Like, the shackle shots he got here were just like every single team fight. I'm like, this shouldn't be a good team fight. Oh, shackle shot hits. They can go. Let's keep going. Now Anti-Mage can blink in and do the damage. All set up by Makoto here.
Yeah, and just the laning too. Both games that he played, he beat Nisha mid. And
he always does that though. That's kind of his thing.
It is his thing.
Yeah.
He's his disciple. He's a huge fan of Nisha's, actually. They had this picture together at Lima with Makoto holding Nisha's jersey. Like, he definitely used to idolize that guy. I say used to. I say used to.
That's the other way around.
Because now it's swapped. I'm just kidding. He's great. But he honestly killed it, right? He had 13 denies mid versus Storm Spirit's 3 denies, and then he was just out rotating the Storm Spirit. He got this awesome shackle where Storm was on the back foot and was running away, and he got it.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about when I was talking about his shackle shots.
And he did that 2 games in a row. He was the anchor of Talon in these 2 games. We talked about the offlane anti-mage a lot, but it wouldn't have looked so good if it weren't for Makoto's performance.
Yeah. I feel like at the start of this patch, we all like theorycraft like the potential carry heroes going mid, and the mid lane's now the dead lane, and like mid matters less because there's more objectives on the side lanes. But ironically, it kind of made mid matter more because mid is the one running around and winning the side lanes for their team. So, 23 and Jabs obviously did very well. But Makoto had such a 10 out of 10 performance. That was like an S tier Wind Ranger game from him. But he was there for everything.
Yeah, I was just watching it. I'm just like, they're just getting outplayed by Makoto now. That's how I felt about this game.
Could have had pretty much anything in the offlane, I think.
But even 23 on the Magnus had some really clutch RPs on the Storm, right? He had the RP mid, like TP into the RP into the
after he
follow-up.
dumpstered the LC.
And
Which he would have absolutely dumpstered if he was focusing on going for the fountain skewers in the tower skewers, just by the way.
Of course, he had to get him the fountain first.
I'll make sure to talk to 23 about that and get those tower skewers going on.
Yeah, but I mean, he even had the harpoon into RP near the Tormentor, where he got another storm kill. So I feel like everybody performed well today, and they all deserve a shout out. But Makoto was exceptional.
Yeah, I feel like we said almost the same thing 2 games in a row, where I know the Anti-Mage, the Mana Void, keep talking about that. But we also mentioned that wouldn't have happened without the rest of the team there doing exactly what they needed to do. And I think that just shows, we heard Cap and SVG talk about it at the end of the cast as well, this team has improved, and we can see that they're all on the same page. And I think sometimes teams from SCA seem to be great individually, but maybe not all on the same page within the game. And I think, Jenkins, we see Talon here. They are like a well-oiled machine in this series.
Yeah, they do look like it. Like, I do want to shout out Q on Batrider. I know everybody, when they look at Q, it's like, okay, he's going to play as Tiny, as Tusk. Sometimes when he's on these ranged heroes, Talon does struggle. But he looked really good on the bat, actually. He was stacking the Ancients for himself, farming those. I thought that was
For himself.
I thought that was really cool. He ended up with like core level net worth.
No, but I will say, as support, you can do that because there's so many camps.
Yeah.
People aren't gonna farm them anyway because people fighting all the time. So yes, you keep stacking.
And we've seen people fall off on Batrider in that kind of window where you do farm the stacks. So it makes sense that during that time you're like, all right, well, I'm kind of useless now. I'm gonna go farm the stacks, get some items, and then all of a sudden you've an extra core on your team, and then you got to have a universal hero supporting somebody in the laning phase, which is really why you're picking pretty much all of these heroes.
Yeah.
A little bit of elephant in the room talk as well. Talon played great, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but I also want to talk about the lackluster performance from Team Liquid in this series. Normally we see them strike back harder. In game number 2 in Fear, that was not the case.
No. I mean, I'll just say it straight. They look like they're going through a rough patch right now. I remember watching Liquid, months ago. I'm like, this team is unstoppable. Everything's on point. The communication, team fighting, it looks so good. And then watching him here today, and I'm not seeing it anymore. I'm not seeing that Liquid magic. Something has happened, and they need to do some soul searching, dig deep down, and bring that magic back, because right now they really need it.
Yeah, potentially maybe Talon just took their magic. They stole it. Essence shift.
With the
maybe
anti-magic.
works that way. That could just be the case. We're gonna find out. We get to talk to none other than 23 Savage. Hey, how you doing?
Hello. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. It was a very nice series. Congratulations on a very I was gonna say clean 2-0. Game 1 maybe not as clean, but game 2 super smooth. I have a couple of questions. First, can you solve something for us? Game 2, draft of game 2, last pick. Did Sunby say let's play anti-mage offlane again, or was it Jab saying, guys, I want to play offlane anti-mage?
It was
again?
Jabs.
Thank you, that we were correct. I think you're probably going to hear that request more frequently after today. But it was...
at first it was like, maybe I play anti-mage, and then he said, trust me, I'll play anti-mage. So, yeah.
I mean, you trusted him. You were right in doing so. I also am very curious, because of course you're having experience facing Team Liquid, and today you smashed it out of the park. So what was different for you and the squad in preparation for this series, and how do you feel about how you executed what you planned?
I think right now we have a really good direction of the heroes we pick. So I think we just understand the meta better currently, I guess.
And that's it? Nothing different other than your game understanding? It's just...
the game understand as well. I think we are more focused after we were not able to qualify to Bali. So we are back on track right now.
Okay, that's an interesting way of saying it, but the drive is back, and you guys are definitely looking like you're on top, so congratulations. I'm here, of course, with Fear. Effie and Jenkins, they have some questions for you as well.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'll start. Speaking about Jabs here, did he ever once say, trust me, guys, and pick something, and you guys lost your trust in him after that? There's still which hero?
I mean, whenever he said that, it's always win, but whenever I say it, it's always lose. Like, if I ask for anti-mage, if I ask for... I always lose. But if it's him, he always made it done, I think.
Oh, he always makes it work. Very impressive. All right, my next question is, what do you think you guys as a team need to work on the most to be able to, let's say, make it to TI or just be a consistent team?
I think we need to work on our discipline and communication. As for me, it's like in the DPC, I'm not that try hard, so I'm just kind of chill, and that's bad. But now I'm like play more, and so we just need to be focused, I guess. There's too many distractions for me if I'm not like 100% focused. Yeah.
Okay, hey 23, congratulations on your win. So I'm just curious, how are you guys going to spend the time during the Bali Major? Are you going to watch it as a team, or are you just going to keep pubbing, or are you still going to be scrimming? What's the plan?
I think we're gonna be boot camping because there's a Riyadh tournament upcoming. If we are qualified, if not, we're just gonna qualify for it. So we're just gonna boot camp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And how disappointed did you guys feel after the DPC results? Was it something that made you feel really bad, or did you feel like you had already done well enough at the start of the year where it didn't matter so much?
I feel like I want to die at that point.
Oh.
It's like
Well, don't die.
No, don't do that.
tried for major and we were like 4-1, so I was really disappointed in myself. I didn't expect that to happen, and I never want to feel like that again. So yeah, it was really shit for me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but you mentioned that you kind of don't try as hard as you normally would during the DPC tours. Why is that, do you think?
Yeah. I think we play a lot of tournament, and then I'm just kind of bored. So like we're out drinking and shit, and then kind of play bad.
You're not drinking?
I mean, yeah, before this I never drink, and just now I just start drinking in DPC.
What do you mean? You're like taking shots before a Dota game?
Yeah, it was like we were night clubbing, and then right after we have a tournament.
Living the high life.
Like that.
Well, I mean, you need to balance work and play. It's good to have fun. You know, Dota's a mixture of both. My last question is, how does it feel now that you've gotten your revenge on Liquid?
I'm really happy. It was like, 2 or 3 months ago, we were like, how can we beat this team? And yeah, now we get it done. I feel really happy and proud of my team.
Hey, Big Two, good to see you. If you could play, or if you could listen to only one musical artist for the rest of your life, everybody else is banned, who would you listen to?
21 Savage.
Okay, all right.
Didn't you ask this exact same question last time?
No.
23, be honest. Has he asked you this question before?
No, I asked him what his favorite album.
He asked like the best song of the Mac Miller, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It was the last time.
Fair.
And he said the best day ever.
Yeah, he did.
That's what he
The
said.
best day ever.
Okay. I guess the question that I think is on all of our minds is, as a carry player, how the hell do you feel about these universal heroes? Are you sick and tired of having to play Magnus and Wind Ranger every game?
For me, I think it's really fun. It's like the lane is strong and it's just like high HP. And I'm a person who's like high HP carry and like flexible carry. Just like Wind Ranger and Magnus, they can keep skewering and win run out of the fight. So I really enjoy this patch.
So you like the universal heroes? You're happy?
It's fun.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I do too.
Yeah, good.
He's such a liar. He was saying yesterday that they're the worst thing that happened to Dota.
That's not true at all. That's what Skeeter was saying.
You were agreeing with him.
Yeah, because he's in front of me and I'm a cuck. Of course I'm going to agree with him. Anyway, 23 Savage, I agree with you.
I got one more question before we let you go, 23. I don't know how much you caught of our discussion that we had on the panel before you joined, but if you were to give an MVP to one of your teammates or to yourself for the entire series, for the 2 games, who would it be?
Me or Q? Me or Q?
That's an awesome answer.
Good answer.
That's good. I'll allow it. I mean, you both played fantastic. Actually, we decided that every single one of you played fantastic, and it looked like a well-oiled machine. So, congratulations on the series once again. Of course, you've got one more coming up today against is it TSM? Am I wrong?
TSM,
no, TSM. Yeah. Good luck with that one, and hopefully we talk again soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Was that an answer that you were expecting or not
No,
expecting?
I actually wasn't.
You weren't?
No, because I thought he made his name like 23 Savage, like ironically.
Which question are we talking about?
I think she was talking about the MVP question.
No.
Oh.
No, I was. He knew it.
No, I know what she's talking about. Because she's whatever. I thought he would say Mac Miller.
But
I thought he would say Mac Miller.
How old is 23 Savage?
23.
Old enough.
Do you think next year? He'll be 24 Savage?
He's not 23.
I think so.
He'll just always be 20.
He's 40.
He's
I'm
quite young,
gonna
isn't
look
he?
it up, guys. Don't you worry.
Either way, I appreciate his confidence. You should always give yourself MVP because that way, you build your self-esteem, build your self-worth, you become a better Dota player and better person.
I almost made the mistake of asking if he has a new favorite Mac Miller song. That would have been bad.
Yeah, that's
that would have been bad.
I mean, it could be he
He's
could just
21.
discover it.
Oh, just discovering the old stuff? Yeah, I guess
He's
so.
21.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
21. You should have known.
Yeah,
that.
his favorite artist, 21.
No, this is age
21.
also.
21.
Alright, so more Dota coming your way here soon, DreamLeague Season 20.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't look at me.
It's all good. We're gonna have series in Group B. We're gonna watch some OG. We're gonna watch some Bed Boom, and we're gonna do it together with you. So stick around, because otherwise we won't do it together with you, and that would be very sad. So stay, please.
diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague continues here on this lovely Monday morning. Yes, I was going to say Tuesday because it's day 2, and normally you expect day 2 to be a Tuesday, but that's not the case. It's Monday.
That was a rockin' intro, Shiver.
It was. It does give me energy. I like it. It's good. Does it give you energy as well?
What?
Yes.
You know who I know it gives energy. I know the Imperial and Pandas can give some energy to our next guest. It's none other than Sheep.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, young man.
You okay?
It's really scary. Have you been up there? It's so high.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Thank you.
Do an old haggard lady voice.
Oh, young man. Thank you for helping me get to this sofa. I couldn't have made it on my own.
Can you do this the whole panel?
Get on up here and help me, boy.
I could do it for the whole panel, but I don't know how to do it. Actually, no, I don't want to. No, sorry. I'm really bad.
That's like a dying.
It also
lady
gets
voice.
weirdly more like British and like younger as I try and go on.
That's true.
I thought it sounds like you went to boarding school.
I did not.
Well, your old lady went to boarding school.
My old lady went to boarding school and then dropped out to pursue video games.
That's very specific. For future notice,
Yes.
this is a very dynamic studio. And yes, we have a lovely stairs for entrance, but you can also come in on the side. You can walk that way or from there.
Oh, so my old creaking bones.
You don't have to use the stairs.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
There's an elevator, actually.
That's
No.
a secret.
Oh, it's,
I will go in the elevator with you, Jenkins.
there's no elevator.
Oh, never mind.
The secret elevator.
Great. So we are here for some Dota 2. It's gonna be good, I believe. We're gonna be in for a series between OG and Bedboom. They're playing in Group B, and Sheep, I would love to know what you thought about Group B performance yesterday. And to help you out, we can also probably pull up the group standings as well, as this is our first Group B performance of the day.
Okay. Let's see
And
here.
here you got it.
Well, we got B for Bet Boom. That's why they're winning.
Mm-hmm.
B for Beast Coast. That's why they're not knocked out yet. That's hype. This looks,
B for OG because
B for
because beautiful
Flower.
beautiful.
Flower.
No,
B
they're-
for best mid in the world. That'd
they're-
be Quinn on Game Gladiators, second place.
Yep.
A B for BZM Invoker. Love to
B
see
for
that.
BZM. There you go. There you go.
I can't believe Shopify's losing.
Well, to be fair, according to Cap or SVG. Forgot who said it, but they lost 2 games to Bet Boom. So according to them, they lost to the best.
Yeah, but that's
team
B for Bat Chest. They should be winning.
Well, they have not done that much. Let's focus our attention on the first series. It is OG versus Bet Boom, and as we can see, OG really would like to have those wins. It's a pretty brutal group stage. Can we talk about that for a second? Because 8 teams in a group sounds nice. 4 get eliminated, Effie.
Yep.
It's pretty rough.
Half them.
That's half.
Who do you want to get eliminated, Effie?
Don't put me on the spot.
I would eliminate all of Group A.
I would eliminate all the teams that deserve to lose.
All of Group A. That's all of Group A.
What's happening?
I've joined the panel and everything's gone badly. I'm sorry. Oh, that's fine.
That's great. I know. I don't want to say that I want anyone to be eliminated. I just feel bad. But there are some teams presenting themselves as not as good as we thought.
Yep.
Maybe they need a little bit of a break.
I can do it if you want. I think Liquid should be eliminated. They're playing like shit.
I think whatever team
Thank
Bulba's
you very much.
coaching.
There you go.
Whichever one. EG, Shopify,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
B for Bulba.
Yep.
B for Bulba.
All right, we're focusing on OG first. Let's do that. They played yesterday. They were 1-3, as you just saw on the scores. And the first series that they had yesterday was a 1-1. They started off. It was actually a very entertaining game. It was really fun. They started off and they lost the game, but they didn't look bad. But as the day progressed, it went a little bit more rough. Jenkins, OG has of course changed their roster. What do you think? Was it just day one jitters? Will they show up big time today?
They got 2-0'd by Aster. Did anybody watch those games?
No.
None of us were on.
I watched the highlight videos.
I can tell you that, the draft is up. They picked Arc Warden in one of the...
Oh, yeah, I know that. I knew that one.
Arc Warden Medusa as their draft, so that probably explains...
No, Arc Warden's broken. It's unexplored hero, in my opinion.
That's what all the Arc Warden freaks are saying.
Well, they tried it out and didn't end well.
So I watched the highlight videos, so I couldn't see the laning stage stories, but I believe they picked the Arc Warden just as a response to the Doom, which on paper is cool, but the issue with that is that they had basically BZM playing the carry, and then Yuragi was just playing the secondary guy. He didn't really have any farm priority, and they mostly shifted their carry potential onto one player, which I don't think works for OG, and it never has, honestly.
Yeah, because the Medusa was played from the offlane that time, and it was a Monkey King safe lane, and he needs a little bit of extra sometimes as well, and he didn't get it. What I wanted to talk about mostly, though, is Bet Boom. This is a team that if you were looking at the teams initially for Dream League, you would have thought they were not going to be here, and for a little while that wasn't the case. But then Execration couldn't make it to Europe, so they got replaced, and according to the rankings of the ESL global rankings, Bet Boom was next in the list to be invited, and they've crushed it. And I was looking at their drafts, and they really like their Keeper of the Light, and I believe that's one of the only teams that's playing Keeper of the Light position 4 at the moment, and I would love to know why. Give me analysts, smart people, tell me why.
I mean, I will say it's because they're picking a lot of heroes that combo with it really well.
Okay.
Like Keeper of the Light, I think where people got almost a little lazy in the drafts was they would just pick Coddle, and then they wouldn't pick Pango, they wouldn't pick Void Spirit, they wouldn't pick Ember, and then you just have a Coddle on your team. And after the nerfs, it wasn't good enough to pick without the combos. So if you're a team that really values the heroes that are good with Coddle, which is the Pango, the Void Spirit, which they did play in their 2 games versus Shopify, and then they also played Medusa in their 2 games versus Aster. It's a great hero. It's still good enough to pick, but only with the combos.
I mean, I think Coddle is a hero that we're going to see more of. It's only been 1 day. We saw a lot of it during DPC Tour 3, and the meta hasn't shifted since then. TSM also played it yesterday, so Bet Boom aren't the only... I mean, TSM did lose with it, though, while Bet Boom are winning with it.
That's totally what I meant. Thank you.
But usually day 1 has certain heroes go a certain way for teams, and if they like it, they keep doing it that way. I mean, we just saw Jabs run 2 offlane anti-mages, but for example, if a team that runs Pugna a few times today loses with it, they might shift back to the Coddle. We still have a lot of days left to the group stage.
True.
Yeah, I think Coddle's still a good hero. I think even before this tournament itself, there was it was being played in the DPC. I remember Gaiman were running it a bit on Tofu, only because I was looking at his Dobuff, and I just specifically remember that one hero. So I agree with what Jenkins says. As long as you're comboing it, it's a good hero.
It's great, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hope this is the Lich Bloodseeker opening. Yeah!
It is!
My god, it's my favorite. You either open with Pugna Storm Spirit or you open with Lich Bloodseeker, and that's just the best way to play Dota this patch.
And I saw the beautiful presentation you did yesterday on Lich.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. Would you like to re-present your Lich
Okay,
theory?
I will. Oh my god, guys. Check it out. When you play Lich, you can go Sinister Gaze at level 2 if you're laning against techies, and then he can't blast off on you because you just simply grab him out of it. And it's an instant stun. It's great. Just mitigates so much damage there, and then you're playing against universal heroes every game, so your 60% damage reduction Frost Shield is just poggers.
OG lost.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they might not have lost. They do have Medusa.
Nope, they lost.
And techies.
What people don't realize is Sinister Gaze, ladies and gentlemen, drains your mana.
How much?
So little amount.
Like 1%.
So,
20.
There's a talent for it.
You're just calling it then? They
No,
lost?
there's a talent for it to increase the...
Which increases the mana burn
duration.
because it's based on the duration.
Yes,
I see.
but it's...
I personally do not think
You get
OG
a
lost.
You get a refresher.
I think
A
OG
Lich.
have 2 meta heroes,
So did Bet Boom.
and OG's meta heroes are... They have higher win rates, with the exception of Bloodseeker. That's a pretty
But
good
if
hero.
Lich cancels out techies,
I mean,
and Medusa. And Medusa.
I think in that case, you just don't put the techies on the Lich lane, right? It's still an excellent hero. It secures power wounds well. It holds areas very well. It's just...
Okay, I have seen people try that. They put the techies 5, and that is fine. You can do that. But Lich is still Lich. And then you just don't go Sinister Gaze level 2. You go Frost Shield level 2. And then you're still owning your lane because Lich is a pretty strong laner. And I think Bloodseeker owns super hard this patch as well. Every time I've seen it going this like Ags with the overheals thing. This hero looks so nutty.
You know what though?
What?
If you flex this Medusa, if this Medusa gets countered again, and you flex this Medusa to offlane, I remember a little birdie told me this hero is pretty damn good against Bloodseeker in lane. He's sitting there trying to heal off the creeps. You get a big snake on him, boom, 400 damage. He actually can't heal through it, especially if there's a techies in that lane too. The amount of poke... OG has the flex potential here. I don't know why I said that like it's a genius. They can obviously flex the Medusa. Everybody's doing it.
Generally, Medusa is a good hero versus Bloodseeker, just matchup to matchup. She has a high win rate
It
versus
is-
him.
it is true.
It's one of his worst heroes to kind of man fight against because she can stand still and soak through a lot of the damage. And the issue is going to be the Frost Shield, but I think OG can address that with something like an Enchantress or an Oracle or anything that can purge off the Frost Shield.
Just by Nullifier Lamel.
Just by Nullifier. just
Actually, you know what BSJ said? He said if you pick 2, and don't take this with a grain of salt, because Fart Studios did lose the qualifiers. But he said if you
Did you not just get disqualified?
and then we lost the qualifiers.
Okay.
If you pick 2 heroes that are both countered by Nullifier, GG. You know what that stands for?
Good game.
I was asking you.
Great game.
Back to you.
Gratitude. I don't know.
Thank you for this contribution.
Good one, Jenkins.
Great.
No, but what I mean is there's always ways to counterplay, and I can understand OG going for the 2 most popular heroes in this patch, right? I do think it would be in their best interest to pick a Dispel for the Frost Shield, because typically when you have these super aggro heroes like Bloodseeker who run in, and they have something like a Lich, they're not going to be the only aggro hero on the team. Like, you see it paired with things like Timber Saws or Void Spirit or anything that jumps in first and gets Frost Shielded. Bat Boom are going to look to build around that. So OG do have to address this, and they took out the Enchantress themselves, which is a little bit unfortunate, but that is a Bat Boom hero.
Yeah, I like it when you can just make someone like super strong. You know, like pair some... Oh wait, Undying's banned. So sad. Pair some more healing heroes, and you're able to just like form this tight like ship of being able to kill. I do like a little bit more mobility though when you play against Medusa, like the ability to kind of just kite her really hard. Like you either pick mobile heroes and you kite around her and you kill the rest of her team and pick them off at the start of fights and just ignore her, or you just go like super like, okay, we're buying halberds and we're just going to use like 2 to 3 halberds on you every fight so that you do no damage. And we've seen other people go stuff like Morphling to try and buy like Ags to deal with her so that she's just doing less damage. Like there's a lot of different approaches you can take to a Medusa. The right one, I don't know what it is. Medusa still seems kind of broken every time I watch her play.
I think also the fact that she can flex is what makes all of that really hard. It's like if you pick this whole draft to burn her mana or pick this whole draft to like have halberd carriers, then she flexes to offlane and buys phylactery and just doesn't really give a shit.
Again, when you think about it, Medusa Flex is such a bizarre concept because that has never existed in Dota outside of the occasional hipster mid-Medusa player.
Yep.
Back when you could have, stack those ancients and farm them, and that was a thing people did. That patch sucked. But now that you can actually flex the Medusa to the offlane simply because of a 2k gold item, it feels a little bit ridiculous. And that's why that hero was such a surprise to people in the Berlin Major. But I think the Medusa offlane flex does make your team slower. It plays in a way that you kind of have to move to your slow-moving Medusa instead of have it be something that joins in like a mid fight, joins in a bottom lane fight, etc.
Can you fix that with your mid laner to just have a mid laner that fights earlier than average?
You could, and that's typically what you want this patch. And it's the opposite of what OG did yesterday versus Aster. They had BZM on these farming heroes, right? They had him on the Arc Ward and then they had him on the TA, and it just didn't work out for them.
I think they should Void Spirit. I think the Bet Boom, their combo that they want with Coddle is the Void Spirit. It's GPK's most played hero in the recent tour of DPC, and of course BZM Void Spirit. It's one of his favorite heroes. And we talked about how they need a hero that's going to run in and actually do stuff compared to yesterday, where he was farming.
And they need a catch hero for the Coddle.
Yep.
Like, the second this Coddle shows up in a draft, you have to address it by something that's going to burst it first, or it just does too much in these fights.
There's the Void Spirit.
Oh, Spirit Breaker made it through second phase. Holy
yeah.
shit. This is the first time we've seen it on this stream, I think, right?
We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen it yesterday.
Did we see it, though, when we were paneling?
Didn't Tundra play it?
Oh, yeah, Tundra played it. You're right. Tundra played it. So they go with the classic
Coddle
matchup. Yeah.
So this is a cool Spirit Breaker pick because you already see the two supports in Lich and Coddle, and the way people have been responding to Spirit Breaker is with a Shadow Demon, but you can't really go for that approach on Bet Boom.
Especially when it's been banned in first phase.
Especially when it's been banned in the first phase. But you can't really go for a support that's going to counter this hero, right? You're just going to have to kind of concede that your supports are going to be charged. There's going to be vision on them.
Yep.
There's going to be something like the charge into Coddle with the follow-up by the Void Spirit, and it's hard to stop it. The good news is you do have Ember with the chains. He can just do a slight change if Spirit Breaker charges a mid, and it makes it a little bit easier for him.
Let's see. For offlaners, I mean, Darkseer always comes to mind when we see the Spirit Breaker come out.
You think still an offlaner needed for OG?
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
to throw
I think
something
so.
in the hat, and it's really random, but I feel like we need to know if this is possible, yes or no. Medusa offlane, Void Spirit carry, we've seen that before, don't laugh. And mid Invoker, because now you have the charge and the vision, and I can see the Sunstrikes hitting from a distance.
The only thing is, I mean, Yuragi's most played hero in the last tour of DPC is Medusa.
Yeah.
BZM's most played hero is Void Spirit.
Yeah.
It would be very foreign to me for them to do that flex.
Fair enough.
Yeah, BZM played Invoker yesterday, and it looked really good.
I was gonna say I'll take that flex if they just pick Huskar mid.
I can get behind that actually. Well, then again, you're Huskaring into Bloodseeker. Couldn't you just Bloodseeker off lane and then Ember safe lane and then pick a mid sniper
Oh,
or some
that's
shit?
true. I guess you could just move the entire draft.
Oh,
around,
actually,
but
wait a
yeah.
minute. But Bet Boom has to pick next, right?
No.
No, Bet Boom has
Oh,
overall
never mind.
last.
Never mind. I'm thinking 2 patches ago.
The thing about OG, though, is they don't really have a Dispel right now for the Frost Shield or for the Flame Guard on Ember. So Shiver's Invoker idea doesn't sound bad at all. Or you could go for the Foracle. Have the Foracle be your Dispel.
But
Can't Void Spirit buy the Nullifier, though, later? Like, he goes his, whatever, Echo, Manta, stupid Universal build into Nullifier.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It came out! The Ogre! We talked about it earlier.
Fever, tell us what's so good about Ogre on this patch.
I mean, there's a lot that's good about Ogre on this patch, but mostly, it's just very fun. He's got 2 heads, he's not very clever, he doesn't have any intelligence.
You buy a Dagon, you multicast, you kill a full creep wave, minus the next one.
You know what's the best feeling about Ogre? Hitting multiple ignites that you already maxed out and you already got the talent for on either a Kotal or a Lich.
They just like 42 seconds of ignite.
It's like
so
it's gonna
dumb.
take 70% of their hit points away. Underlord coming out as well. Which role, who do we want to see play Ogre? DM, yeah?
Okay, so you've got the offlane Ogre, which honestly, I think Spirit are onto something with this hero, but other teams don't seem to like it so much. But it farms fast with Midas. It can empower its carry in the Medusa with the Bloodlust, making, accelerating her farm speed. It also helps the Void Spirit to have something like a Bloodlust. It's tanky enough to kind of sit on the lane versus Bloodseeker without fear, but outside of that, it's gonna be a little bit slow moving, right? It's just gonna depend on if this Bloodseeker can run it down in lane, and I feel like it should be able to.
Potentially, yeah. I did see an Ogre yesterday in one of the games.
Was it in the hands of Spirit?
Maybe.
It could be.
But it would look good. I liked how you still go the Midas and then you can just go the auras, because I think we had a question of like, what can you buy? And the answer for Ogre is anything you really want.
Yeah.
So I do like that a lot about him.
The Midas is really the only mandatory thing.
Yeah.
And then auras. Yeah.
And Bad Boom closed out their draft with Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Underlord's your go-to offlaner versus Dusa if everything else is banned out. I mean, it does well. It gives you control. It gives you lane shove. Like, Bad Boom have a very solid draft, whereas OG's looks a little bit unusual with the Ogre. But I think it should be a relatively even game. Like, no team looks like they outdrafted the other.
You think a stable draft on both sides?
Yeah.
Jenkins, you agree?
I think it's pretty stable, but I would give a slight edge to BetBoom. I just feel like they have the easier combos, easier heroes to pull off. Like, I do worry. I feel like a Lich plus Bloodseeker should do well against a double melee lane.
Yeah.
Like, I could see that lane snowballing pretty hard, and Bloodseeker just becomes a beast.
Who's gonna win? Sheep?
I mean, I think OG's is easier. It's a Medusa. All she has to do is hit creeps, and then you just win the game. I think it's much harder for BetBoom to have to figure out how to exactly take their fights to not like feed into that.
Okay.
So I do like the Underlord last pick though. That's gonna be a lot of like damage reduction for her. Maybe that helps them take their fights easier.
They
but-
definitely don't have a great Dusa answer.
Exactly.
Underlord versus Medusa. The ancient old dispatch old. Back and forth. We're going to find out who's going to take game 1 of the series. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Sheever. That's right. OG versus BetBoom. OG are going to match up against the current iteration of BetBoom. They're undefeated keeper of the light.
Yes, thank you, Sheever. OG are going to match up against the current iteration of BetBoom. It's a two-head thing for Ogre.
But he doesn't repeat himself. They talk to each other like a normal casting duo would. Avery.
Yes. Thanks, Sheever. We're gonna be watching OG versus BetBoom here. That's all I have.
If anything, if it was Arc Warden, you could do that bit. Bet he probably.
Well, the two heads they like repeat and argue with each other, you know?
Yeah, they argue with each other. They don't repeat with each other what they're saying.
Well, sometimes maybe they do. I mean, we don't know what Ogre says to himself at night when he cries himself to sleep because he doesn't have any brain.
Because he never gets picked.
Because he has no int.
Because I have no intelligence. But he's got luck on his side, and we'll see whether or not luck is on OG's side
Luck's the
in
hell of a
this
drug.
matchup. As I try once again to transition into the game and some sort of analysis from my analytical co-caster. No?
Oh, was that me?
What good are you if you're not analyzing?
I don't know. My brain actually thought you were talking to somebody else. I was still in the 2 Ogre head mode. I didn't know what was happening.
2 legs this time.
I mean, what do we got going on in this game? You know, we got the Spear Brothers. I've already talked about the lore of this matchup, so I feel everyone's very familiar with that one. We got the Ember versus the Void. I do think GPK can go ham this game. He has the Frost Shield to back him up. He has the Chakra Magic to back him up. There's not a lot of like burst off the control. I mean, you have like a charge, but that gets interrupted by chains, and you have Techies fall up off an Ogre Stun, but that's about it. Ogre Stun is not that great, honestly. The range is really low. You have to wind it up. It's good on the lane, but it's hard in the fight. That is where this hero shines, though. Early laning phase. You're running a Lich, Bloodseeker, and Ogre. I actually think Ogre is a pretty good pick versus lane. You sit there with Wand, you get charge off of every spell, and you have insanely high base region. Like, what hero has more base region than Ogre?
Centaur.
Exactly. But Centaur's a dumpster on 4 legs, so you can't pick him. Whereas Ogre is 2 heads on a Ferrari.
A Ferrari? Wow.
Very valuable.
You okay, so legitimately, how good do you think offlane Ogre is right now?
I think it's perfectly good.
Okay, because me too. I've been playing around with it a little bit. Feels pretty nice.
Well, it's not that good, you know. I mean, the Midas acceleration into auras is just always going to be pretty useful, right?
Yeah.
I have some doubts about how good his spells actually are, but you're not really picking offlane Ogre for his spells.
Yeah, I mean, it's like picking Doom.
Well,
Midas is basically like Devour, except for you can multicast it.
I don't know if anything's quite like picking Doom.
Okay, but you gotta admit, it's kind of similar. If there's any offlaner that's similar to Doom right now, I feel like it's kind of Ogre. You just get this farming mechanism. You guarantee that you're going to get a bunch of aura items. Nightfall, not quite going to die until the Taiga hit comes in.
Yeah, this lane's going great for OG. Yeah, I mean, when you're beating a Bloodseeker on lane, you're super happy too. This hero is generally picked early on because he is a lane dominator. He has very high armor, good base stats, gets thirst off the other lanes, but where is the other lane thirst? That's the problem with the Dusa matchup. Hiraki will never give him that thirst. BZM is just doing exactly even mid with GPK here. And so he's not pretty low. There's just no thirst for Nightfall in this game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. The Underlord Coddle, I think, in any matchup would usually be chipping away your HP all the time, but
Dusa don't care.
Dusa don't care.
Dusa don't need HP. Ogre don't need brain. Techies don't need money.
That was... I thank you, production. That is a wonderful. We're going to see the Space Cow charging on through the bottom lane.
They even made a little
Pulling him
icon
down.
there.
The Blood Grenade slows him enough that the Blood Right lands and should be able to get the kill. Taiga will be able to get the blast off, though. That'll do some extra damage to Toronto Tokyo before he dies.
Wait, that lands if you're dead?
Yeah.
Why?
Because, well, actually for a couple reasons, but there are some things that cannot be dispelled in the game, and one of them is body placement. Dead bodies, like you can glimpse back a dead body, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Blastoff, where, like, you know, his body's still going to go through. Death is the ultimate dispel in Dota, but it cannot dispel corpses, I guess.
What the fuck are you saying right now?
It's the same thing. It's the same reason Tiny Toss works. I'm telling you, it's a mechanic.
Death is the ultimate dispel, but you can't dispel corpses.
Yeah.
That's what you just said.
Yeah. It's the ultimate dispel in Dota. But it doesn't dispel everything.
Okay. I'll just... Sure. I'll go with it.
I'm telling you that the corpse is a mechanic in this game.
We should actually bring the corpse mechanics back. I forgot about those.
The corpse expulsion?
Yeah, save is Gonzo to the Seb Boots Bash build down here. And I am glad that they put Seb down here instead of Taiga, because you really wanted this Techie's top. This support switcheroo has paid pretty big dividends for OG in this early game, as both side lanes just absolutely going their way. And mid is being won by BZM right now. He's up XP on GPK. He's up a little bit of gold. Save is going to TP in to refill the bottle, which means Pure is just 1v2ing it down here. He does not have Vanguard yet. Couple bashes will steal it.
Maybe? Oh, he bashes him backwards. Perfect timing for Seb. They'll guarantee the kill with another bash.
I mean, 2 bashes for the 2 rings on his
Toronto
fingers
Tokyo,
right there.
they had vision up the hill. Toronto Tokyo not knowing that. Blastoff lands on the Ember Spirit too.
Level 6 advantage. There's 2v3 in him. OG playing a pretty strong early game here, and that is going to be the power rune.
Yeah.
That's a decent rune too. Illusion rune in this game. Not too bad.
Yeah, dispel the chains.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have chains, but if he did, you could you could dispel it.
You could dispel the...
I mean, of course, you can also dispel chains through death.
Yeah.
Since death is the ultimate dispel.
That is actually
Except
true.
for all the things that apparently can't dispel.
It's...
Do you feel like the 2-headed ogre yet? Is this
Yeah, now I feel it. This is much better than your intro.
Well, DM is feeling some thirst that Nightfall finally got, but the stick charges and BZM to turn it around. Plus the Space Cow. Where's the Space Cow
Charging
camp?
through him, and he's got him. Well, we don't need a second camp to see him when he's already on screen, Avery.
Yeah, but I feel like the audience wants it, you know? It's kind of hype. Ooh, Seb took the bottle to go get the Wisdom Rune. Some nice teamwork going on over here.
Okay.
He's gonna save it too. Extract some more wisdom.
That
Never mind.
is not how that works, so...
Slowly milk the juice out of that rune.
Really, I'm beginning to feel like the Ogre duo. I feel like we've got no intelligence in this cast.
That actually hurt me a little bit. All right.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm hurting both of us. Nightfall slowed down. DM, can he get a multicast? Can he get a Fire Blast in the first place? He does get a multicast off of that Fire Blast, and the charge comes through. Save, didn't see it coming fast enough, and OG off to the races here in this first
literally.
8 minutes of the game. Seb charging faster than anybody else in this game, and this is an excellent start against a team that has had a very strong day one.
God, he is just destroying them on the map right now.
He just can't handle it.
Old man on his horse. Too slow to prevent the cow. He's level 5. He has phase boots up. I don't know, man. Every time I see Spear Breaker, I feel like this hero just wins. He just wins Dota.
Yeah.
Regen rune for BZM as well, so he's just going to trade out mid and have that in his pocket. Probably make a rotation. And think about just killing pure bottom. Another big kill. He does have Vanguard, but a lot of single target bursts coming out from this duo. Throw a snake on top. It's probably enough.
Just very fast rotations.
Yeah,
they got the scan on him.
Playing fast. Playing loose.
He gets a pull, so he's going to be right underneath his tower, so that is not a rotation they can make anymore.
Yeah, just too deep. He recognized the rotation was potentially coming. Good dire wards around mid as well. But OG definitely have a lead in this early game. Not a huge amount of stacks for BetBoom either. Sometimes you get a lot of stacks up with Coddle. Hero can tri-stack. It's pretty nasty. LGP GPK farming up. And what is the over-under on GPK going his patented Ember Blade Mail Radiance build? You remember that one?
Yeah, I think Radiance is actually decently value nowadays against Dusa because of the mischance. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see it.
I mean, it's twice as good versus Ogre.
That is not how that works. Slight chains. Gonna go for the kill on Taiga here, trading out supports, and yeah, BCM is just gonna dip.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Of course, as we saw there, the Techie's Blast Off does persist through death, Cap.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
In case you didn't know that.
Just like Tiny Toss. A mechanic or Disruptor Glimpse.
That's Arcane Rune for GPK. Big rune to get. This Ember, he's got Chakra behind him. Put an Arcane Rune on top of that. This is a lot of hidden skirmish power for BetBoom. You have Safe maxing that Chakra as well. But not be surprised to see BetBoom take any sort of engagement that comes into them with the TPs right now. They're missing support ult.
I was certain he was going to stop this charge, but no. Seb dives past the tower. Absolute madman.
I mean, what's he afraid of in this game?
I guess not a whole lot. BCM does cut over, so that charge still results in the kill. Nightfall is going to die.
Oh my god, the cow.
They respond, but just a bit too late. The Underlord's going to come through now. OG, can they extract themselves out of this situation? Looks like Seb, he'll die, but still a worthy trade-off. 2 for 2. You kill the enemy carry, you only lost your supports.
You bring everybody up there, and Yuragi is at the beach resort right now, soaking up the sunshine. He's having more space than he's ever had in his life. The space cow generating it for him.
Is that one of the new 4 zones in Dota?
What?
No, you know how you got the mines, and what is it? The well.
Yeah.
And then you got the beach resort.
Then there's the basement.
The basement, yeah. That's where Slacks is.
And Gabe's yacht.
It's like a GPM buff.
That's right.
Just
Plus 1,000 GPM on Gabe's yacht.
Passive income from Steam sales.
Are we allowed to make that joke?
What? We're making a joke about the success of Valve? Our illustrious benefactors?
Dangerous territory. They're still looking for this Lich ult, man. Toronto Tokyo is not finding it, and they really want this Chain Frost. So much of the early fighting power here. It's what stops the just chain going in from OG getting punished.
Smoke's gonna break.
Oh, weird smoke.
Yeah.
I wonder what they were trying. I mean, maybe just trying to get vision on the triangle. I almost think that wasn't. If
Not
they
a
find
killing smoke, yeah.
like if they find Nightfall there, they'll kill him. But anybody else, I don't think they have the damage. Just a vision. Didn't get it, and now DM is going to be the one returned on up here. Does have that Midas going to work. We need a Midas multicast cam. That's what we need. I haven't even been keeping track of it.
He's a big tanky boy. They're going to have to use the Rupture on him. That's a lot of abilities to be thrown onto an Ogre that is still not dead. Charge on through. Bumps Pure. Does get a really nice pit, though, out. BZM's going to be able to bounce out of that one. Seb hiding away in the trees, ready for another charge.
Got it at 4.
They did not get anything out of that for Bet Boom.
Single target damage is not great right now. I mean, it's a Rupture, but that's a 1800 HP Ogre with Vanguard. Just need more damage. You need this Chain Frost. You need the skirmish power coming out for Bet Boom. Does not feel like they have the firing power to burst through OG right now. That just means they're going to continue to free farm. They're going to continue to accelerate because they have Medusa and they have Midas Ogre going to work. And that is outfiring Bet Boom right now, up 3K. Plus the fast start they had on their supports. Charge going through bottom will annoy Pure, but unless you bash him like 8 times, I think he's fine here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Honestly, I would have thought about doing that. Just because
block him on the bridge.
Yeah, block it. You get on the other side of him. He can't go through the bridge anymore. Blast off, lands on GPK, trying to protect the power rune spawn. It's on the other side. Taiga will die for that one, but he sets up a fight for BZM to maybe deliver the finishing blow. The Ignite. Did it hit him? Oh, no, it didn't. I think he might have slight dodged it.
Oh, where's Seb going? Oh, he's looking for GPK, but he won't get there in time.
Yeah, if anything.
Walk it off. I mean, he doesn't have bulldoze
yet. He's going to come back.
I feel like he wishes he had a bulldoze point at this rate.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't.
I mean, he just went for the snowball build, right?
Yeah.
But this is a pretty decent bulldoze game.
Underrated aspect of Echo Saber, you can put some pretty fast building damage in. BZM showing it off there, chipping away at that mid tower.
Yeah, he's been chunking this. Normally this is a battle we see these corrosive orb embers win. But he's been putting in the work. Has a haste rune in his back pocket as well. I mean, he is having a fantastic game here, 4-0-3. Gonna go with that Manta Rush after the Echo. Get rid of the chains, mess with the Chain Frost, get rid of Solarbind. Pretty nice Dispel game for OG. You're always gonna have DM building those auras as well, so it is just gonna be pure scale for everybody else.
Speaking of pure, BZM's gonna put that haste rune to use here to be able to kill pure OG. Bringing all of their forces to bear against the off-lane Underlord.
Yuragi is going diffuse. Why?
Keep people in his range? You know, just inhibit them?
No.
Keep them around him?
No, that's wrong. I mean, the one thing is...
fuck you, why'd you ask, huh? You didn't want a goddamn answer.
I mean, now it feels like the Ogre. My only thought is if he wants like a late game Disperser, because the Disperser cast on himself is pretty nice. Again, good Dispel game. It's one of those items.
The Cuddle Slow?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Stupider than what I said.
I mean, I feel like you just go the Butterfly Scotty here, right? Even Nullifier isn't too bad this game. I don't know why he wants the Diffusal. I feel like Diffusal is not amazing on him, so it's okay with the Manta, but...
DM does not look nearly as tanky as he did 5 minutes ago. Boy.
I mean, now they have a Vessel with that Solarbind, with Firestorm going in. Yeah, now you have some extra damage kicking it up. And this is where Bet Boom can hit that mid-game stride with the Lich and Coddle behind the Ember. I kind of like the Vessel pickup from Save. It's giving them a lot of extra single-target damage that they were lacking in some of those earlier core attempts. Pretty interesting choice that I think makes a lot of sense. You kind of have to provide something here on Coddle because, I mean, you have Underlord. Underlord's just always going to build your auras, be the tanky, just, you know, other 2-core sustain with utility guy. If you just overload the sustain in the utility, then are you actually ever killing the Deuce, or are you killing these cores? I guess the other option would be like dagging Coddle, but that just sounds crazy.
Crazy?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Called me
attack.
crazy once.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, calm down.
Ooh, the 2x multicast on the Midas.
Wow. See, oh, he almost has level 3 multicast. That's when it really starts cooking. Taiga is cooked. The Fire Spirit goes to work. Burns him down, 15 to 10. 3,000 net worth lead here for OG. As they, Duke, I mean, they've been getting a lot of farm out of Yuragi. He was playing on that other side of the map. He was tanking the Ancients away from Bet-Boom's side. He's got his Diffusal Blade, so he can use Inhibit in these team fights.
And he is going...
slow the enemy team.
Don't try. He is going that Nullifier. Third. This is a very aggressive Medusa build, which means OG want to keep up the pace. Double damage means Yem is going to take you to town.
The gaze!
Or is he?
The gaze stopped him. He couldn't get the final blow. What a save. Just in time from the ledge.
Toronto, Tokyo at the right place at the right time. The best skill to have on a support. And OG paying a price for that aggression.
Is there artillery in this game? What's going on? You just hear the sound of mines going off all the time.
It's trench warfare out here. I wonder how comfortable Bet-Boom are scaling in this game. Because it does feel like this game is going to go late. I don't think the other team is just going to run the game over. That's like a big question, right? Because Nightfall has been shut down pretty hard, but...
Does your hero ever feel good past 30 minutes against Dusa? Bloodseeker versus Dusa?
I mean, not really, but Bloodseeker can play around the hero. He can kill other people. He can get in there and kite the fights through Thirst a bit. He can get other people low.
It's the same idea for Ember, right? Just kill everybody else and dance away from the Dusa.
Yeah, which I think is their ultimate game plan. Like, they have the Underlord. He'll reduce the Dusa damage. He'll probably have a Halberd at some point. He'll have Crimson. He'll have a Greaves. If you get to there, right? I mean, Pure is thinking about all these items right now.
Yeah.
He can deal with the Dusa and give them a lot of time in the engagement, and you just kill everybody else on OG. And I don't know if Dusa is doing enough damage through Frost Shield, through Atrophy Aura, through an AC, Crimson, Greaves, any of this stuff can come out, right? It's a lot to punch through.
Okay.
I can kind of see Bet-Boom like winning those fights, because I don't know, the other damage source for OG is the Void Sphere. Ogre does not do damage in the late game fights. His spells are way too hard to get off, I think.
Grabbing Seb, making sure he can't keep that charge stun on the Ember Spirit. But Yuragi is just able to play all kinds of up in their face. He is going to get that Nullifier, not a Disperser.
Well, I mean, you get the Disperser later. You're not got a second item Disperser.
Are scanning.
You're floundering out here. That's my mid-game feedback for you.
Wow, thanks. Thanks for the feedback thread.
Yeah, I mean, Reddit's down, so we got to make our own feedback threads.
Yeah, nothing private about you today.
You, if you have any feedback for Avery, you can
No, that's fine.
at SVG Dota.
That is not a real anything.
He would love to hear from you guys.
You can send your feedback to Gabe Newell at Valve.com. He would love to hear from you.
Yeah, tell him how much you love this duo.
Radiant are scanning.
Where's our...
Get us a final someday.
Where's our Midas counter at? We need a Midas counter in this game.
Production! Midas counter!
Who's keeping track? Nobody.
God damn it, JJ!
Take a notepad out and start writing it down, man. I'm gonna ask you again in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you better... You can write on the map. No. my favorite part of casting is yelling at the observers and them not being able to respond outside of shaking the screen. Seb, he'll be fine. Walk it off.
I mean, he did literally walk that rupture off. As this game has turned into a bit of a stalemate here, both teams just farming up.
Top tower is under attack.
Also, Glimmercake first on Spear Breaker. Pretty interesting itemization from OG all around, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh!
That felt good. Oh, that's the next farm and chill. We need an Ogre Midas farm and chill.
That's true.
What are you shaking the screen at me? All right, we're going to take Roshan for OG. and that'll be pipe next for DM. What do you? Okay, so I think Crimson Guard is usually pretty value on Ogre because he has so much strength.
Like, why'd they draw a boat?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You're
attack.
so.
Is there some meme I don't understand? Bet Boom smoked on a ward right now. This is a high ground ward fight. They have Crimson done. They have Pipe done. You have that Frost Shield.
How do you want to start this fight, though? Like,
you do
don't
not
want to
go
on the Deuce,
no,
right?
You want to find another core. You want to find the Ogre or Void Sphere. Void Sphere's not here. You can take the Ogre if you can get him, but it's just too deep, and yeah, this is not a go.
Take that pizza to go, Pure, and get on out of here.
I mean, you can't get out.
Nope.
He's diffuseled up.
The inhibit going to work. Pure having his mana burned away. He'll get some extra from the Coddle. Ember Spirit bouncing back, TP away, but the Remnant grabs him, drags him back, and Pure will be the casualty. GPK also had to use his BKB and TP away, so very good situation for OG all around. Bet Boom just unable to get the right kind of initiation. Oh, nice interrupt there from Toronto Tokyo. He gets back to the tier 3. We yelled at them so much about the Midas. The kill on Lich, they were like, no. The kill on Lich is not important. We got to check on DM's hand of Midas. Thank you. I appreciate that. He did not get a multicast on that Midas.
These are important. These are important to know. I mean, who the hell cares about a Lich kill? I'd rather see the
it's
Midas.
actually less than him getting a 3 times
it's
multicast.
less impactful in this game.
Oh, okay, that was a charge.
Oh, Seb. Oh yeah, he got charged.
Yeah, he got charged.
It looked like a bash, though.
It did look like a bash because he was halfway through the attack animation.
I mean, he would have bashed him, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-time TI winner for a reason. Blast him away, hit us out, but again, BZM.
Yeah, see, he bashed him. He's got that planar pocket, by the way. Might be able to tank a Rupture.
Ooh, that would be good. Rupture, Sinister Gaze, Chain Frost. Those are your single target abilities of this game.
I feel like you're happy tanking any of those here. Even just the extra magic is just running in the fight is pretty impactful in this hero. He also went Glimmer Cape, so Seb is just tanking it up. He just wants to go in and tank all the magic damage for his team. Doesn't feel like he's going to die to the physical, which kind of makes sense here, right? Like, what physical is going to take down this Glimmer Cape Bulldoze Spearbreaker? Probably nothing. Pretty obnoxious build.
And that Rupture, when you hit a Bulldoze Spearbreaker, feels so bad.
It's not great. OG just continuing to farm to this late game Medusa.
Oh. Ooh, 2 times. All right. Good effort.
This guy's not an Ogre player. You can just tell, you know.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. DM, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have that Ogre in him.
No, he definitely does not have that Ogre in him.
His middle tower has fallen.
Well, you can see Bet Boom's plan right now. They are just all around the map trying to find farm and staying away from OG. And you could see the line drawn by Seb. He wants to cut them out.
Oh, this charge.
Yeah, it's on GPK,
no one can
but
get
there's no one else nearby.
I mean, again, I feel like OG are fine with this right now. There's no threat on them. No one's getting pressured, and they're just farming up a storm. And they're finding the pickoffs.
That's gonna work.
Wait, the charge got...
No, he still has a Remnant and the Stone Gaze.
Yeah, but he canceled his own charge? What stopped him?
I'm not sure.
It's another big pickoff. Cannot be trying to trade map farm if you are giving up the big core kills.
Another Nullifier. Oh, man. I mean, you're not keeping that Lich Armor on anybody.
No. I mean, he didn't even level it this game. So...
Wait, what?
Yeah. Just 2 points. Kind of interesting.
Wow.
Nullifiers are going to be a problem.
I mean, I guess in some way, like Lich maxed out Sinister Gaze, it's kind of hard to use it sometimes against Dusa, but it is a source of mana drain. You get it maxed out, that's 20% of his mana.
I mean, Sinister Gaze is a good spell. I feel like it is a very underrated spell. It's one of those instant stuns that is pretty reliable to get off in fights and just does work.
Yeah.
Pretty decent cooldown. The issue is BetBoom have itemized in a way where they have double Glimmer Cape on their supports. Plus this Crimson Guard on Pure. there's just a lot getting nullified here by the 2 nullifiers outside of just the Frost Shield. Like, it's just so much utility and net worth going out the window. And the problem is BetBoom need the utility so they can extend these fights, get around the Stone Gaze, get around the Void Spirit Burst, and let Nightfall go to work after the fact. If you can't get over that hill, if you can't force the ult out from the Dusa and then take the fight, like, I don't think you can commit in with your damage sources. Then you're just poking them with slights. I don't think OG care about getting poked right now.
They're going to smoke up and make their way back to Seb, who's been playing off the map and not with his team, because I think it's his job to get the charges on these BetBoom heroes when they try and split push.
This is a great smoke for OG if they can land it in time.
They got the scan.
They ran the down way instead of the up way. It'll be ships in the night. I think BetBoom got back far enough that that wouldn't have worked, but it was a decent read. And they're continuing to build the lead. Every time this happens, it's BetBoom dodging the fight, which means OG extract a little bit more. Nice ward by Taiga.
That's a nice one. Getting some really good vision here, but...
That's not the guy you want to start on.
Yeah, not the Underlord. BetBoom doesn't want to go on the Dusa first, and OG don't want to go on the Underlord first. At least not next to the base like that.
Yeah, if he's super isolated, they'll take him.
Sure.
But it takes a while to bring him down, and then you're just opening up so much space in the fight. Tyr is close to his halberd, but he's not there yet. Also a pretty important item to buy time in these fights.
He bought his shard on the Bloodseeker, which... I mean, I guess the one thing I'm looking at is just it doesn't really do much against Dusa.
Yeah, but nothing in this Bloodseeker matchup does anything to Dusa.
Sure.
So his matchup's terrible. All right, they found him isolated.
He did. He's got Crimson, he's got Pipe. And he's up to the high ground. They're going to start backing away. The Blood Right spots some of these heroes and they get the Rupture. DM just keeps on walking through it. Turns around, tries to go for it. They pop the BKB. Nightfall is able to collect that 1 kill. GPK is actually the one to get the last hit there. Chain Frost bouncing around pretty nicely. Manta will tank it up now. Toronto Tokyo really wants to get the grab here.
Yeah, you can chase. No Stone Gaze.
Vision on the high ground.
You've gotten over it. Time to catch. If you had Remnants on GPK, maybe he doesn't need them.
They're burning through his mana pretty fast. He does have some Blossoms to be able to work with, though. Blast off, lands on a Pure. They're targeting him with a Nullifier on it, but those supports going in, they're committing so much on a Pure, and it may just be a bad trade-off for them. Looks like the Texans are going to die. Taiga falls there. Pure, he's going to get a reset. He goes back to base while the rest of the cores, DPK and Nightfall, currently trying to get away from this Dusa while kill some of the other heroes. Toronto Tokyo slowed down by that Nullifier, and a crit comes in. That's going to finish him off,
yeah,
but there goes all that mana. Pops a Lotus, pops Manta, disengages, turns around, and now OG, they're on the hunt. Nightfall, they got him with the charge, and they'll finish him off. What a turn from Yuragi. What a bait by him.
That Lotus did so much work there. He's definitely dead without it. Just baiting BetBoom the entire time. Gets a Lich buyback on top of it. And Seb has just been destroying them with the in and outs, man. He has Glimmer, he has Lotus, he has Planar Pocket. They can't lock the Spear Breaker down. He's getting 4, 5, 6 charges off in a fight. He got 4 charges off that fight. 4 Glimmers and 4 charges is a ridiculous amount of control and fight extension, which buys time for Yuragi to get in there.
And the funny part is, you were talking about how BetBoom want to be able to draw out the longer team fights, but OG still make it work to their advantage.
I mean, honestly, that fight was looking decent for them, right? If you don't have the Lotus on Yuragi, you might just be happy with that outcome, but that's Medusa for you.
See this overcommitment here onto the Dusa. See the greater Lotus that he had.
That's 900.
That's a couple times now. Save has just been a tad bit late there on the blinding light to stop either the charge or the blast off.
I mean, Seb is charging him out of everybody, right? Some of that's like to go through the other heroes, but some of it's also he just wants to take the Coddle out, get rid of the Chakra magics in the fight. I mean, we're saying these fights go long. It's nice for BetBoom if their supports are alive. You take their supports out first, so you're not getting the mana refills. Like, GPK's out of mana right here. What do you do for a Chakra?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And back into the fight. Looks like we had a fight around Roshan. But again, the Dusa was the one in front. Spot save. Where's the charge? There's the charge. Give him the vision. The blinding light goes out. GPK. BZM does manage to get in there, though. Grabs him and finishes off the Coddle. Once again, he's dead first. Blast off goes out. The Lich is going to be dead next. 2 supports gone, and BZM is catching more. Pure, slowed down, has the nullifier on him. Seb getting another charge on through with the ultimate to be able to finish off the Bloodseeker too. Down with the damage dealer gone. It's cleanup time for OG, and they will not be able to stop Pure's TP out, but they will be very happy with how that team fight went.
I mean, Yuragi gets the 0 mana, but they cannot finish him off. Finishes up that Disperser, gets some extra boost and moose, but you throw that on top of a Bloodlust Sling, you're running around 550 MS. And I mean, Nightfall ruptured Seb. That tells you everything you need to know about how these fights are going.
Yeah.
And it didn't even do anything. Maybe it got planar pocketed? That's another possibility. It's very hard to tell.
I mean, even if he didn't, I don't think there's a good rupture here.
No, there really isn't.
And that's a huge problem.
Oh, it did get planered. He tried to rupture BZM. It got planar pocketed onto Seb.
I mean, either way,
it just sucks.
It wouldn't have done anything really to BZM at that point. And I think that's a big problem, right? Like the Ogre just stands tall, the Dusa stands tall. They can't actually force OG to move around.
I mean, that's kind of been the setup for this game. Like, where is the punch through going to come from against this brick wall of a lineup OG have? They're insanely tanky. They have a lot of utility from the Ogre. He's buffing everybody up. You have this breaker that they have no control for. I mean, you have a pit. That's it. This is the downside of first phase Bloodseeker. When you get this Medusa type lineup, you create an instance of a game where you can't get people low. Nightfall just can't go in these fights and have impact. He's the one getting run down.
They're really going for it. He has to use his BKB. There's still going to be the Nether Strike bounce back, and Nightfall. It's close. BZM, the Glimmer Cape comes through. It saves him. Now the Rupture. Now it's got some use. They're behind the tier 3s. BZM's going to take some damage off of that. If only Med Boom could pursue, but the Stone Gaze, it puts a stop to all that. I mean, Stone Gaze on cooldown, but you still have this extra life on Yuragi.
OG are going to definitely continue to push this Aegis. The high ground's hard into the Underlord, but they're happy to take everything else. 22k gold lead. They can take another Tormentor here. They have some decent shards to snag as well.
This one will go to the Ogres, so we'll get some Fire Shields thrown around.
It's a good Fire Shield game. A lot of their physical damage instances are discrete, so you kind of just have to right-click your way through it. Another Midas off cooldown. Let's follow this beautiful Ogre multicast Midas.
Whoa, whoa, BZM, come on, man.
I mean, that's a 2 camp anyway. You're not gonna Midas 2 camp.
You better leave something for DM. See now, look, DM's TPing out to find a better camp.
Ooh, there's a juicy golem camp.
Oh, he stopped it. No.
Oh, he's going midway. Oh, he gets a
2x.
Man, this guy needs to...
This guy just doesn't perform when the camera's on him, you know? Chain stun. Nether Strike plus a Remnant. BKB goes off and he's able to get away. Close call, but these shorter duration stuns do make it harder to get the chain stun.
Shiva's paying off for GPK in these burst instances for sure. Tanky Ember build.
Went through the portal, and Dusa almost caught him.
Ooh, got his courier. Map is getting very weirdly displaced right now.
Illusion's helping Toronto Tokyo a little bit, but ultimately,
I mean, yeah. 6 heads are better than 1.
Yeah, yeah. They got the double Philly Stone on the
BZM is just gone.
Huh?
Oh no. Whose chair was it? Who was it? Oh!
Toronto Tokyo. Oh.
I thought it was BZM. I was going to say he astral stepped out of his room, but it's Toronto Tokyo. I guess he actually died. Oh my god.
Go when ready!
What the hell? GPK? Yo, bro. Oh, I guess it's a crashed cam.
Oh, is that what it is?
I mean, it's still pretty funny to think that GP...
He says no.
It looks frozen, though.
Hey, he's back.
Oh my god, it's not a crash cam. It's actually just... GPK just went. That is the most GPK move of all time. You going ready? Is everybody here? No, I don't care. He's dead, guys. Doesn't matter. He's your captain.
That is just straight up a pub move.
I mean, this guy's always playing a pub. I'll tell you that much.
He's never played a pro game.
There is no difference in his mind. Well, that's
on DM.
I guess they were ready.
Ready to defend anyway.
Oh, okay, come on, man.
It was just a 2x.
I mean, come on. This is just sad. This is just sad.
We haven't seen the 4 times yet, let alone the 3 times.
Yeah, we saw 1-3. Does he even want to win this game? I don't understand. I mean, Seb's gonna have a talk with DM after this game for sure. Motivational speech or something.
I will say this OG has looked pretty damn good compared to game 1, and I think that's like something. I don't know if it's.
This is game 1.
Sorry, day 1. You know what I meant.
Yeah, but it's still.
I don't know if it's a Seb effect in general, but I feel like most of the time Seb teams are pretty good at being able to
win TIs.
Win TIs, yeah, but part of that is because they're able to change some of their play from like a group stage into a playoffs or from one day to the next. I remember like TI8 group stage, day 1, day 2, they didn't look so hot, but day 3, 4, they looked great.
That was a good group stage.
Yeah, how'd that group stage go for you?
That was a good one.
You guys went in up top, right?
That's right. And then we picked OG.
You guys picked your opponent.
I mean, dude, I remember
that'll be easy.
Okay, in our defense, it was OG or LGD. LGD looked way better. And I remember the discussion was like, everyone's like, this OG team's not that good. They're like, when they were like so in the playoffs, like, the group, they didn't look that great. Like, who the hell's this Thompson guy? He's just some random pub player. Like, they're not that good, guys. We'll definitely take him.
I love the fact that you had to choose between the OG and LGD.
That was our reward. But I mean, hey, it worked out for somebody, so
it didn't work out for
I'm happy for him.
Well, I think it worked out for you. You ended up here, working with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tiger really likes that ward spot.
He really does. It's a cheeky ward. Pretty hard to de-ward. Going Hex? The chat item build. Just
yeah, they're going a lot of hexes because we got DM who's going to go one as well.
That's the old multi-hex right there.
I mean, he would have it if you would be 4xing these multi-pass, but...
This is where all the timings are just off.
Yeah.
Like, that's why my read of this game is just off right now. I mean, I know OG's up 30k, but it doesn't feel like it because...
He just wasted a 4x multicast on a solo Ignite.
I mean...
what are you doing?
I don't know. Give this... Where's the strategy? Where's the pseudo RNG manipulation? Where's the ritual sacrifice before the game? Classic Ogre playbook.
I mean, as the casting Ogre Magi duo here, we're pretty disappointed.
I'm a huge Ogre Magi fan.
Me too. Groggy sneaking up. Sneaking up on all of Bet Boom with a charge on through that hits 4. Now, the damage is not immediate or abrupt. It doesn't get a kill until they get the pick off on Toronto Tokyo on the side, but Bet Boom can still fight this one out. It looks like they want to try. Oh, never mind. Where did Nightfall go? Hello? He just disappeared.
There was a carry there. You still looking for him?
It's like a Where's Waldo game. Where's Nightfall?
He's not alive. I mean, I would call that a man fight, but it really wasn't.
Was that was BZM's damage, I think, right? Because the initial damage from...
He got shredded by both of them.
Yeah. Because when Uragi hit him, it didn't look that impressive at the start.
No, but if he lands a couple of crits, I mean, this is a 5-slotted Dusa with Bloodlust. You just can't run in like that. But I feel his frustration if you don't run in. Your team has no damage.
Crimson Guard and Frost Armor will only do so much to delay this push that's coming in, and Pure won't be alive for long. He's going to buy back now. 10 more seconds until they have... Okay, that's a nice Chain Frost. Bounce over the creeps, unfortunately, and DM is also giga tanky. My God.
He's too dumb to notice it. Just bounces off his skull.
They're throwing snowballs at him. All right, Yuragi does lose a healthy amount of his mana.
He's got a cheese here.
Yeah, he does.
OG can keep pushing if they want to. 40k gold lead, double buyback forced out of Bet Boom on the Underlord and the Caudal. Yeah, you have halberds, but don't have the damage right now. They're just going to smoke up and instantly run into Yuragi and rupture him, but
Jeez, that's 1,500 mana for him. There goes the Lich, already dead. And Bloodseeker trying to commit on Yuragi, but it's just not even close. GG immediately called. Bet Boom. They can't handle this Dusa. They can't handle OG in game 1.
That was a beatdown. That was a hell of a beatdown. I don't feel like Bet Boom had any momentum at any point in that game from like minute 2. It was just a slow ride to victory. Seb created a huge amount of early game pressure on the lanes with the roam, and then they just got to Ogre Midas. Dusa absolutely free farmed. There was no real momentum built out of the Ember Spirit, which is kind of what this lineup is based around with the Chakra Magic and the Frost Shield. And if that doesn't happen, then what are you falling back on, right? You're falling back on a Medusa Bloodseeker matchup, which is just terrible for Bloodseeker. Absolutely probably the worst carry matchup in the game. Nightfall cannot bring your team back in these fights, as we saw in those late game skirmishes. Like, he just gets absolutely destroyed in the man fight. So you need the early game to go better here. It does not. OG just play a pretty damn clean game. Interesting itemization all around. Kind of like most of it.
I like that progression of deaths on OG. Yuragi, 0, BZM 1, DM 2, Seb 3, Taiga 8.
Well, he 2x'd it. He would have had 4, but he multicast his death. He's saying, DM, this is how you get it done.
Wait! GPK didn't die.
No. I mean, it was a great Ember game. Well, I mean, if they said go when ready, he was ready.
I don't know about my team, but I'm ready for this game. Apparently, they'll try and catch up in game 2. OG take game 1.
They do convincing fashion for OG taking this game. I am joined by Sheep and Effie and Jenkins. And we're going to break this game down. We heard it from Cap and SVG already that it was basically... It was just constantly OG being ahead and us looking at Bet Boom trying to find ways back into this game. And that was kind of the story of the entire game. It lasted a long time. I must say Bet Boom held out for a very long time doing exactly that. But Cheap, in the end, they were not able to make that comeback at all.
All right, you know what? It doesn't matter about the comeback. It doesn't matter about anything they did beyond 3 minutes into the game. You know why? This whole game is Toronto Tokyo's fault. Level 2, he skills Frost Shield. Why? You know what happens as soon as techies hit level 2? He blast offed onto the Bloodseeker and killed him, giving his offlane a free win in the lane. And this snowballed and compounded into multiple issues. For example, when they brought heroes to try and kill DM's Ogre, right? He lived on a sliver of health because he had such an advantage in the lane. When Tiger's able to go mid and help get his mid more kills, it's because they had such a good start to the lane. This all could have been stopped by Lich having
the butterfly effect.
The gaze.
Just one tiny thing.
Just one little skill change on level 2 could have changed this whole game.
It's a small caterpillar that eventually flutters and becomes a moth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly felt like the BZM show for the first half of that game. Like, you just have this Void Spirit who did incredibly well in lane, got kills on side lanes, got runes, and you have this Echo Saber Void Spirit hitting your mid tower, and then your Ember and your Lich are just watching. They're just watching him take the tower, and they couldn't do anything about it. And he was just kind of doing it by himself, too. And then he just invades their triangle. He goes in aggressively. He makes the space for Yuragi to farm on the Medusa, and Medusa was just uncontested that entire game simply because of how badly the lanes went on Bet Boom. And I loved the build on Medusa. I loved the Diffusal Blade. I think it was awesome. During these fights, you saw that Underlord had 0 mana just because Yuragi would stand there and just smack into him. He couldn't cast any spells. He couldn't do anything. And then it turns into a Disperser. And it was just cool.
Yeah, it reminded me of the Thompson Gyro Diffusal, where you're just mana draining these heroes that don't want to be mana drained, but then now there's an actual good item that builds from it eventually with the Disperser. Speaking of Thompson, also, he's been going Disperser Rush Sniper mid for pretty similar reasons to why I think it's good on Medusa. It's a hero that the way that you beat her, especially in a game like this where you have no mana burn, is kiting her. How do you kite a hero that can't be slowed for 4 seconds and has max move speed? Now obviously there's ways to do it, but it's a good item. It's definitely a really good item.
You were also very happy with Seb's items.
I was. I can't believe it. I mean, I guess because Planar Pocket was just so bad for a long time since it got added, and it just recently became very good. But you Planar Pocket, which causes the Rupture to be targeted on you, which we saw in the game. And then he has a Lotus, so he's reflecting the Rupture as well. But you can't just like, oh, of course I want Rupture into the Lotus. It's like, well, you have to Rupture someone, and the Spirit Breaker's running around with Planar Pocket on, so you're going to Rupture it. And we saw it happen. So pretty bad Bloodseeker game, and I agree with what you guys were saying and with what Avery said at the start.
Don't agree with Avery. He just tunned. He just tunned.
Big A. He said something along the lines of like, you pick a Bloodseeker to win the lane. Right, you're first facing Lich Bloodseeker, and then you lose the lane.
Cap said it.
What the hell is the point? What the hell?
Pointing at himself.
I don't
Cap
care.
said it.
I don't care.
Thanks, Cap.
I think it was Big A that said it. Because A for Austin, obviously. That was Cap the entire time.
Yeah.
So you pick Lich Bloodseeker. How the hell do you pick these heroes and then lose the lane? Like, that's when you look back at the draft as a player, you say, we picked 2 lane-winning heroes, we lost the lane, that's where we fucked up. Either we don't pick those, and we have better heroes in the game, or we misplayed, and we need to not do that misplay, a la the Sinister Gaze thing you were talking about, and, run it back. And that's fine, but we lost the lane. That's where everything crashed and burned.
And then we had an overall last pick coming out from Bedboom that was the Underlord. And we do want to have the head-to-head of the 2 players to be the offlaners, because, we don't see Ogre played by a DM that often, but I think we will see it more after a game like this, Alex.
I'm a fan. He did the thing. He went Midas, he went Greaves, he went Auras. He was just running around able to... actually, here's something I did really like. They're playing into Bloodseeker first phase, right? They had such tanky heroes or mobile heroes. Like, everything was just hard to kill for Bloodseeker, right? So you can't Rupture this Medusa because she just stands still and doesn't care. It's hard to Rupture DM because he's incredibly tanky. He's just so hard to kill. You have a Spirit Breaker who has all this status resistance. You have a Void Spirit who can just like 8
jump out of it. Yeah, we saw him get Rupture, literally just jump away, take no damage.
Yeah, and
chilling.
If you're Rupturing a Techies, you've lost the game anyway. So it's like, it's just so hard for him to do anything.
With that in mind, though, I mean, also, even if you do Rupture all of them, most of them don't want to move. They're just gonna stand still anyway, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
It was a pretty terrible Bloodseeker.
It was a bad.
You know what? It was a good game for Ember Spirit. GPK never died that entire game.
Oh,
damn, he deserved to win then, I guess.
I don't know, dude. That's a weird one. If you really want to look into the psychology of that, if I have a teammate and we lost the game and they didn't die, it's like, you fucker. You were not going in to fights.
Not enough. You didn't sacrifice yourself.
Yeah, you didn't sacrifice yourself for the carry. Is it because you don't trust the carry to carry the game? Yeah. Like, was nobody...
What if the carry dies with... Well, no, the carry ends the game with 0 deaths then. Is that fine?
No, because at some point you have to walk the line of when you join the fights and when you don't. And if you are losing, you gotta try to not just walk that line, you gotta try to tiptoe it and thread it. And yes, you're gonna fall off every once in a while, but it should be worth it because of the times that it does go well. I don't know. I feel like you should at least have died once. You don't try.
Yeah, but in this case, I disagree. Because the Bloodseeker lost lane is already countered by Medusa in the core-to-core matchup. He does not do well against her statistically, very low win rate against her. In that case, your Bloodseeker didn't win the lane. You shouldn't place priority on it. If you're Ember playing with a Coddle, your job is to just spam slight chains from a distance. Your job isn't to run in. Like, you run in, what are you going to do? You die? No, you have to take advantage of the chakra magic. It's why you picked the Ember Spirit to play with the Coddle. So normally, I would agree with that, normally. But in this case, I don't think that applies.
I will accept your case.
I agree. It's just a question. It's just a question to throw
I was just
out
messing
there.
around with Jenkins. I think what you said is very reasonable.
You know what's reasonable? Jenkins is wearing a blue shirt today instead of a pink shirt today.
He is.
I've been wanting to talk about it for so long.
The pink ones chafe my nipples.
Like,
what's different about the blue
Serious
one?
problem. It's not funny. Don't.
But
do
aren't
the
your
laugh.
nipples erect right now?
Don't do the laugh track. It's not a medical problem. Like high school all over again. Put your head in the toilet and do a swirly. But you're supposed to shove my head in there. No, you do it.
But isn't that nice, Cheever?
But he's wearing a different shirt. Yes.
It's great.
It is. It fits also with the chair.
Look, the patch update.
The couch is dark blue. Your chair is... There's a word for it, but it's like green bluish. Your shirt's blue. It fits. You know
what else fits?
You said you wanted to be part of the furniture, and you're blending in just fine. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, guys, for looking at my drip on this panel. I'm sure GK and Bet Boom really appreciate all
That's okay.
They're not watching. Who am I kidding?
Bet Boom and OG, they are about ready. This was, by the way, Bet Boom's first loss. DreamLeague. Yesterday they went 4-0, so we're gonna see how they react to it, how they come back. Will they come back stronger? Will OG take this one 2-0? Only one way to find out. Stick around and find out what they draft against each other in a little bit.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Wow.
OG is one game up against Boom. Wow.
What is that thing? What is that thing?
Fuck did you just say?
It's not a thing. It's a being. What are you talking about?
What is that?
That's lily pad.
Lily pad.
5 seconds.
I was talking about you.
They
Effie.
call me the penetrator.
They do.
What?
That's
Okay.
true.
We got ourselves a
Deep lore. That's really deep lore, actually.
That's lore. That's like old school lore. It's not a weird thing to say.
Tell that to the people at home.
Do you want to give the backstory on it?
The
I feel
lore?
like people would enjoy it.
No, it's just nothing. Never mind. Forget
What
it.
they called my 8th grade
She was
teacher.
What?
No, not like it was the other teacher.
Where
It was the other
okay,
teacher. It was the other teacher.
You're not
To be
allowed
clear.
Talk about that,
Jenkins, they drafted your favorite hero. It's Terrorblade. You like
I
this
hate
one?
this hero. I
You
hate this
do?
hero.
No.
I think that the people playing this hero are sick and twisted in the
Whoa.
head.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hit people with a Scotty. It's like, hey, get over here, quit running away from me, bastard. And then you go and attack him, and then he's freaking turns around, sunders you, and then all of a sudden the HP damage you did to him, you've done it to yourself. Look at you, you're a clown. Nobody takes you seriously.
Then he penetrates you.
Yeah.
Good one. No, I actually like this pivot by Boom. Yesterday they went 4-0, and they did it by playing super farm-intensive heroes on Nightfall. They played Terrorblade, they played Morphling, and they played Medusa. Those were the 3 heroes they played yesterday, and they looked so much cleaner. Also, what they did yesterday versus Shopify, I believe, was they dangled the Doom and then did a TB opening to counter it on lane. But yesterday it was a TB Undying instead of a TB Spirit Breaker. So it worked for them yesterday. I like that they're doing it today. I think it looks better for them than the Bloodseeker opening. That does not suit their playstyle right now.
Also, speaking of Shopify, they just lost game 1 to Entity. So if you love Arteezy, you should tell him how much you hate him right now. For his
That's not how that goes.
How do he gets fueled by hatred because he's from NA Dota, and the NA Dota pubs have fueled Arteezy to be the player he is. So go on out there, tweet at him at Arteezy at valve.com. Let him know. How do you guys feel about Doombringer?
Doom?
It is the best.
I just watched it lose, actually. Game In also just lost, right? To
They did.
Beast
Beast
Coast.
Coast.
Yeah, with the Doom hero. Not that says anything about Doom per se, but I do think he's fallen off a little bit in terms
Perhaps
of popularity.
overrated.
No, I don't
I would
think he's overrated at all. I think
He was the most contested hero during the DPC.
Yes.
Yeah, him and
overrated.
I don't think he's overrated. I think he's the best tier of the patch. His laning is solid. His scaling is solid. His team fighting is good. His item builds are flexible. Like, he plays on the small camps. Like, he does everything that you would want your offlaner to do. So that's why he's the most contested hero. But I like that Boom wanted to play against the Doom with their TB. They're confident in that strategy. I really like that for them. But OG respond with the Batrider. Batrider is a good way to hunt down the TB. It's a good way to cancel the charge from Spirit Breaker with the Flame Break. So both openings from both teams looking pretty good.
Yeah, we of course saw the Doom Bat combo coming out from OG yesterday. They did I think they had the Bat play on a safe lane there either way, but we saw DM with his Harpy Stormcrafter annoyance come out. He crushed it on the lane. He was able to crush it the rest of the game.
Okay, I redact what I said. Doom is actually a good hero, but because of the Harpy Stormcrafter, I think both work. I think we had the same conversation.
No,
last stream.
redacting is specifically the act of marking it out. No.
Well, surely that works then.
Well, no, because you're saying it.
Well, yeah, but I'm proverbially marking it out.
That's not a thing. You
like
need
if
a
somebody
pen.
says I have a very guttural reaction to something, it doesn't mean that it's literally coming from the guts. it's flowery language, of course.
Visceral.
Yeah, visceral is another great word. So is fester.
All right, we got Wind Ranger banned out, as well as Morphling in the second phase coming out from Boom. And they do make sure that Save has to play something else, because the Keeper of the Light is banned out. So we'll see what he plays instead of that, or maybe he's the one playing the Spirit Breaker. We of course don't know just yet, but they also banned out Enchantress and a Beastmaster. Do we like this? Pugna pickup?
I do like the Pugna pickup.
Yeah.
I think it's nice whenever you play against Doom, it's nice to either have things that can, it's just nice to have things that can save. Whether that is movement in the look of like Force Staffs or like a Centaur roll or like a Rubik Lift type thing. Or it's nice to just have heals in the form of a Pugna or a Coddle or anything, Undying. Yeah, all these, there's 100 million heroes.
Yeah, because typically versus Doom, if you can live through that initial Doom, you can turn and just win the fight. That's the goal here. So Pugna's great, but it also opens up the Spirit hero pool for GPK, right? It could open up a Storm Spirit or a Void Spirit, something that could go in and make that chaos for the TB and play with the Spirit Breaker, right? Spirit Breaker is the kind of hero who needs a mid laner to be active with him, so they can take advantage of his early map presence.
Yeah, obviously Storm is the number one that you look at when there's a Pugna, but I do actually think Void and Ember are also really nice, because like the way you play Pugna is you're not really giving the Storm mana in a fight. It's like between fights. It's just so that he can like stay out on the map. And so while the other spirits like will constantly break the Pugna heal, it's like, yeah, in a fight they would, but not when they're playing out on the map. Like every single spirit loves playing with a Pugna.
And OG steal the Void Spirit from Boom, which would have been the best one to have with the Spirit Breaker right now. Storm is the obvious answer, I would say, and OG have already prepped for that with a Disruptor. And honestly, I like this Disruptor. It's great versus Spirit Breaker. You just send that guy right back home.
It may be a little unorthodox, but I really would like to see this bat by Yules this game. When you're playing against Spirit Breaker, when you're playing against Pugna, having a Yules is just so nice to break what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So the Storm comes out anyway, even though there's a Disruptor, right? The instant silence versus it, but it really doesn't matter that much anyway. You just want to have a good lane, build items, and play aggressively. And you have the Pugna backing you up in that.
I've heard people say that they actually like the Storm versus, maybe this is some Storm copium, but I've heard Storm players say they like Storm against Disruptor now because you can jump them. But like, yeah, if you do catch them with the silence, which is huge because the ult is just massive now, Storm will die, for sure.
You can for sure jump him. I feel that Disruptor is a follow-up hero when it comes to Storm Spirit. You kind of need somebody to catch him first, and then you lay it on top of that.
Yeah, the bat or the Void.
You can't just throw your static storms around and potentially miss it. Then you're just free food for him.
I do like Disruptor against Spirit Breaker, though. Like, any hero who has Dispels or Status Resist, like, obviously Disruptor's way of disabling you is not status resistible. Because you put down the kinetic, you put down the ult, it's a silence that's on the floor, and the kinetic's also on the floor, you can't walk out of it, you know? It doesn't matter if he has status resist, he's dead.
You also glimpse him back while he's charging.
Yep.
So, solid so far by OG. I think that the Void Spirit that BZM showed us last game is very impressive. He is so comfortable on this hero and on his matchups in the mid lane. So heroes like Terrorblade, they are unsafe in their usual farming areas, like the triangle, like potentially that new part of the top side jungle. So having this Pugna on the side of Boom is going to be useful not just for the Storm, but also for protecting the TB in case Void Spirit starts rotating early. But I don't know how easy it's going to be, right? Because you're also playing with a Bat Rider and a Doom.
Yeah, guys, I want to just... What is your opinion? Who wins the 3v3 mid between both supports and the mids?
The 3v3?
Yeah, I love the 3v3 mid. Because that's what OG want to do, right? You want your Doom to be a lone top, just printing money. So you want to go 3v3
Bat
mid.
Disruptor, Void Spirit versus Storm, Spirit Breaker, Pugna?
Yeah.
I feel like it's the Storm side because Spirit Breaker has stuns.
I feel it's the Storm side because Disruptor is great, but only once it doesn't start out as an even game.
But then again,
I think it's the Void Spirit side, actually, that is more powerful, because I feel like these motion disrupting supports on the side of OG just counter the Spirit Breaker.
They counter the Spirit Breaker who has the stuns, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say just easier for them.
If
what
they
level
can
are they in this equation?
3, 4, I would say.
Yeah, like...
Because this is going to be 6 minutes, right?
They might come earlier, potentially, but yeah, 6 for sure.
4, yeah. 4-minute rotation is definitely good with Storm versus Void. Both heroes really need runes.
That's the Weaver.
Weaver. You know what? I think whoever wins mid will be whoever gets the first rotation, who rotates the quickest and kills first. All right, now Weaver. Definitely annoying hero for like a Pugna, but if this Storm goes some like Orchid, I feel like there's a potential there to really abuse the OG lineup.
Yeah, I like the Orchid for Storm. I'm still thinking about this Weaver. Normally when Weaver comes out, it's versus move speed slows, right? That's when you see it come out as a last pick hero. It is a fast-paced hero. It's something that's also self-sustaining, so you're talking about the potential 3v3 mid situation, Sheep.
Yeah.
Weaver's a hero that you can leave alone on the side lane comfortably, that can kind of get out of harm's way, still try to farm up a little, but I honestly don't like this hero that much versus heroes that can hunt it down like Spirit Breaker and Storm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a question it's a question mark for me.
I agree.
I agree. That's what I was thinking. Is like I actually like Weaver. I think this is a pretty underrated hero. I think it's good against TV because you can just ignore him, kill his whole team, and then kill him later, and you get a Gleipnir. But Spirit Breaker charges a Weaver, like he's dead, dude. Straight up, like you just need like +1 hero, and Weaver doesn't really get the items unless you're like at some crazy item advantage to survive that. And Storm's the exact same thing. You zip in, even without an Orchid, just like a Witchblade, and then +1 hero. Like Weaver can definitely die.
But on the other hand, if they're playing 4 heroes on OG away from the Weaver, and he's just farming it up, and he gets that Maelstrom into the Gleipnir, and they don't need it at all, he can outfarm this TB for a little bit while TB is being pressured, because there's going to be no pressure on the Weaver.
I guess there's a lot of ways they can play it then, because I was thinking, what if they, because Weaver, one of the reasons you pick it is because he has an insane kill threat on the lane, right? So instead of just leaving him alone, maybe they want to put heroes down there, but then I'm still thinking they want to put heroes mid, so maybe they just bounce between those 2 lanes, leave Doom alone, he pulls an ace, gets like a million gold.
They can do that, yeah, get Vanguard.
There's a lot of options, there's a lot of ways to play this game of Dota, and that's what we like to see. Nothing set in stone. Who's going to take the second game of the series? We're going to find out after a quick intermezzo from our Imperial Pandas.
Weaver carry. OG, this is either going to be the biggest flop or the biggest success. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know what Jenkins talking about. He likes Weaver right now. I don't know why. I don't like Weaver right now.
I don't think anybody likes Weaver.
Well, apparently Yuragi likes Weaver.
Does he? Maybe they just picked it for him.
I mean, I was theory crafting that maybe they put in W and they were looking for Wind Ranger or Winter Wyvern. They ended up picking Weaver instead.
Let's play some nice Wraith King. Oh, I misclicked. Sorry, Yuragi. You're gonna have to skitter, scatter, Peter Patter your way to victory.
Nice flame break. Hits on 2. Toronto, Tokyo. He may have gotten that bounty rune, but he will be giving up a bigger bounty in the first blood. Going to Taiga, though, not to the BZM Void Spirit.
Nightfall went for this rune? Isn't he? He's gonna get messed up here. He's
gonna get flame braked.
Oh, maybe Seb doesn't want to waste it. Smart idea. He's gonna have to TP though. Man, that boom got destroyed on the runes because Yuragi got both bottom ones. So that's 3 runes OG's way, plus a first blood, plus a teleport forced out from Nightfall, plus they won the exchange, plus they have a Weaver.
Yeah. Wait. No. Minus they have a Weaver.
Weaver's a great hero, man.
Okay, why did they pick it? Please explain. You're a smart guy.
Wow.
Give me all the good reasons to pick Weaver. Especially in this game. His microphone is not muted, guys, just to let you know.
I mean, I think the Lincoln's Gleipnir Weaver is pretty annoying for Betboom because the Gleipnir shuts down the Breaker and the Storm, and then they don't have really good Lincoln's procs on the Weaver, right? So you're like, yeah, Spirit Breaker's annoying for Weaver, but Lincoln's destroys the Spirit Breaker Weaver interaction for a long portion of the game. You can't ever charge him. How do you actually ever stun him? So I think if Yuragi gets to those 2 items, he's looking pretty good. Is he gonna die?
He does. Oh, and he's gonna get the other kill with the skewer hit. Taiga, he'll fall as well. Double kill for Pure. I would say one of the upsides to picking Weaver is to win your lane.
Yes. Cyril tends to be a pretty strong laner. Though the laning did get nerfed. The Sakuchi cooldown nerfs really hurt his laning presence. Toronto, Tokyo is just bashing the hell out of Seb.
Bash. He's like, you know what? Seb. I'm going to show you how to do it. Well, not enough for the kill, apparently, somehow.
Do you think Bet Boom had a talk after game 1 and GPK told Toronto Tokyo to play like Seb?
Just need you to play like Seb. I'm going to pick you Spirit Breaker. Skewer back.
What does he do on Spirit Breaker? He bashes it.
Hit your bash button as many times as you can. Nice damage. Good trades. I mean, Bet Boom, this off lane of Magnus.
Soft lane. Very hard to beat this lane. I mean, Weaver is good at laning in the later levels. His level like 1 to 3 is honestly not great.
Yeah, it's like once you get level 5, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you get stuck getting there and you just die once or twice. It sucks. So Pure getting the most out of that exchange. Toronto Tokyo returns the bashes towards 7. They'll all walk off the grenades. Otis up at the 3-minute mark. He'll get traded on the side lanes. I feel like Pure is also probably more comfortable on these carry off laners than the utility ones. I mean, he looked fine last game, but I feel like if he's going to thrive, it's kind of on his weird heroes, you know?
Sure.
He's like Pudge, Magnus, Odie, Shrax that he was kind of playing as carries anyway. I'd kind of be interested to see him go more towards that and just create another threat on the board for Bet Boom. But then it's a question of where does the utility and the help come from on this team when you have 3 carries?
Taiga getting baited in, trying to get some of those last hits that the Pure and Save were denying.
And look at his build, man. 1-0-2 on the mag. Going for 2 points in Skewer. Pretty unorthodox.
Was that like a mid-fight level up just for the extra damage? There's no way you normally do that, right?
I think that fight happened when he was level 2, right? So we just really like Skewer, dude.
But Shockwave is your laning wave ability.
Not the Pure. I mean, he's winning the lane.
That's true. Mid lane seems to be going pretty damn well for Bet Boom as well. 23 and 3. BZM still kind of holding his own, especially if he gets refills on the bottle. It is looking like this top lane, DM's just going to be able to get a Vanguard and, as the panel was saying, start printing some money.
I mean, he got chain lightning again. I don't know how this keeps happening, but it just keeps happening, and it's not good, man. It's not fun.
Do you have to just start blocking your own easy camp?
Yes, you should.
But like, what are the chances that it's a Harpy camp?
Well, it's always a Harpy camp. I mean, if it is, you just lose, because it does an insane damage to Terrorblade.
Can DM win this 1v2? The Harpy creep?
Oh yeah, I guess they just outfought him with the wand and the... Didn't even use the Fairy Fire, but...
this is not good.
No, it's not.
Still, they're losing all these creeps. And Toronto Tokyo's still gonna die. Harpy lightning away.
Disgusting. Creep is just absolutely disgusting. I mean, I think you should block the small camps on this wave because I don't think you can ever pull the early minutes with Breaker versus Bat.
Sure.
It's basically never gonna. You're never gonna get that stack. You're never gonna be able to pull it. You maybe get like 1/2 off at best, but you can't leave Terrorblade on the lane anyway. So
bringing the supports in. GPK pops the Fairy Fire. He's dead, but he can get the return kill, and that he will. The Spirit Breaker is sent home, but not before they trade off mid laners.
You got a lot of levels. There's level 4 on Breaker now.
I like the fact that he just fought. He was like, I can't run away anyway. I'm just going to get glimpsed back. So he just turned around and fought, and that actually is what allowed them to get the trade-off and kills in the first place. Shikuchi, but they had a sentry. If only
dude, he's level 3. What? Oh my god. Pure... And we're watching this mid, but Pure destroyed Uraki. Like, look at the denies. He has 20 denies. Uraki is level 3.
Oh, he's going to kill him.
He's dead.
Oh, the skewer didn't land, so he might be able to slip away into the trees for another one.
The Sakuchi cooldown's too big.
Oh.
This is... I feel like this game's just over based on what Pure just done down here. This is disgusting. This is actually disgusting. I feel physically ill looking at the level disparity down here. 30 and 20 at 6.5 minutes. What is Weaver doing in this game, Cap? He's level 3.5. Pure is 6.5.
I mean, your whole idea was to get Lincoln's Gleipnir, but if he can't get to the Lincolns in the first place...
This man ain't getting shit. He's going... he is going recovery Midas. Dare I say, Mortician's level Midas.
That is definitely a Mortician's
This is a zombie Weaver in this game, and it is up to OG to make space for him for the next 40 minutes. Because this man has no future right now.
No future. Damn.
I don't know how this happened. I mean, Mag is a crazy laner. You definitely have base damage advantage. They got the early kills, but Yuragi had a lot of bonus gold early off.
Hit by the skewer and the RP. Yuragi's done. I don't know how this man is going to mentally recover, let alone economically recover in this game. But Nightfall, well, if they can get the kill on the opposing carry, that'll make him feel a lot better. But Nightfall, he's standing tall, and he might be able to just hold this. In fact, he's going to chase down Taiga, too. Oh, man, it is all turning against OG now. Nightfall glimpse back, a little bit of extra magic damage, but it's not enough. Strength treads plus raindrop.
Plus that occult bracelet. This thing's just magic resist plus stats. Yeah. I really like this neutral item. I think it's one of the hyper value ones in these early games.
100%. Early magic resistance is super powerful.
It's crazy good. I bet Boon's just getting everything they want. They're taking the fight to this Doom Harpy lane and winning it. That's crazy, because what is happening bottom is illegal right now.
Somebody called the cops.
Call an ambulance. Send Yuragi to the hospital, man. I don't know if he has a pulse left.
Not an ambulance. They need a hearse.
Is he dead again?
Charge through. He's dead. It's not an ambulance. It's a hearse.
This is... Send a priest. Just say the blessings and let's move on. Oh my god, dude. He's so destroyed. He's a support. He's below the Bat Rider. Just go jungle, man. Just don't stop.
Weaver can't jungle. That's not a jungling hero.
I mean, well, he's not doing anything bottom. He's negative CS at this point. He's food.
Just stay in the fountain.
This is where you just yell at him, go do anything else.
I mean, my problem with this is he's not going to be able to get Lincolns until the Spirit Breaker that they picked Weaver into is just going to constantly be charging this Weaver.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo's 6. He's level 4. I don't think I've seen a carry get this destroyed in so long. Pure just putting on a goddamn clinic.
BZM trying to jump away, but the charge persists.
Oh, that Weaver's there.
Watch out.
Better run.
He's on the loose. They will be able to get the Spirit Breaker, drag him back into the rest of the team. Yuragi gets the last hit, a much-needed one at that.
Yeah, that just... I mean, he just doubled his gold.
Almost did. That was... He got 260. That was 10% of his net worth right there, that kill.
I mean, the good news is that lane went so bad that the tower's dead, so now he can farm by his tier 2. And it's pretty hard to kill him by a tier 2.
Well, you say that. Again, I still think you just get one charge and then, like, Storm Spirit follows it up. Meanwhile, Nightfall, exact opposite situation here, because Nightfall, no matter how much they pressure him, he could always fuck off and just go hit jungle creeps, you know?
I mean, he's Spirit Breaker
charge, DM, too many heroes here. Too many heroes.
Uh-oh. Save took that last year from GPK. That's dangerous, son.
Yeah, you're going to see another go when ready.
Yeah, you're going to see an empty seat. It's going to be you and next on the chopping block. I mean,
another charge, another zip.
Signal is green here for Bet Boom to just run him down.
Go, go, go.
They know they're missing some ults, they're missing some heroes. Yuragi did get a lot of space off this, and he's recovering. He's slowly getting back.
Almost has his hand to Midas, so close. Meanwhile, though, GPK, I mean, this man looks angry. He's looking also a little dead right now, maybe. DM running into the Ancient Creeps. It takes a little bit of damage. Toronto Tokyo gets in front of him. DM, he's trapped around the Ancients, but they're aggroed onto Toronto Tokyo. Storm Spirit did not die during the Doom. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo is looking for another charge, but as soon as he does it, Taiga's going to glimpse him, so... He goes for it now. Glimpse goes. He does connect on the Doom, but not enough damage.
OG scrapping some kills out of this game as they wait for the Weaver recovery. As Pure continues to try and find stuff and whiffs an RP bottom. Seb gives him the old high five and says, "You're not a TI winner for a reason, son." I mean, what can Pure do with this lead? Because that's the real question. Like, the Weaver will catch up. I mean, he will Midas his way there. It's okay. But the amount of net worth Pure has right now is ridiculous. This is going to be an incredibly fast Harpoon. If he just starts running around harpooning and slaying people, do you have an answer for that? I feel like that's when Mag is the scariest this patch.
For sure. And he's scaring people back into probably one of the best carries to take advantage of it. I think when you reposition somebody into Terrorblade, that is a terrifying prospect.
You are getting messed up for sure. And Pugna is also going to open up the towers for Bet Boom, so 2 tier 1s down. That means they have space to operate with this fast Harpoon that Pure is finishing up in 30 gold. This has got to be one of the fastest Harpoons of the patch.
7,400, 7,500 net worth at 13 minutes.
It's just ridiculous, man. 4 kills on the lane, 115 CS. He's been clearing through the Ancients. He's level 11.5.
Pure. I mean, he was playing off-lane heroes in the carry position. Now he's playing carry from the off-lane. Show me that record. Yeah. 5 minutes faster than his patch average. Storm Spirit in some trouble here. Gets a little bit of heal from Safe, but Glim stops it and they hit him with the lasso. Nice charge, though. Bumps 2 of them. Still no follow-up damage as Pure is trying to get here with his Harpoon. They've all ran away on OG outside of his range.
A good little pick-off. Putting that Static Storm to use. Got to make sure you're using a spell off cooldown, ideally to shut down the Storm as much as you can before he gets to the later stages of this game. And it is going to be Orchid Rush for GPK, so he's going to be vulnerable in that sense. But the Orchid will be good versus this Midas Weaver who's trying to catch up. He's just going to be food on the map. GPK is going to be able to solo kill Yuragi for a lot of this game if he can get that Orchid up and running. It's just a question of how much space can OG continue to excavate before it closes in, because I do feel like at some point Pure is going to make his net worth felt in this game. Just a question of when.
After he got glimpsed back to bottom lane, he's going to take the side portal to return to top. So Bet Boom very, very single-minded here. Just like, we want to take this top tower. Probably an idea of just taking over this ancient area. Let the Terrorblade farm up.
OG are dodging him. Remember, they have 2 Midases and Devour.
Yeah, but do you think these Hannah Midases will pay off in the late game? Like, I think, I look at OG's lineup.
Midas pays off after a certain amount of time, Cap. That's literally how the item works.
Wow, that's a lot of hate. Okay, I was saying that OG, I think, have to win this game in the mid game. Because I think they're going to get outscaled by Bet Boom, yes? Oh, come on, Magnus Terrorblade?
Yeah, they're probably getting outscaled.
Yeah, all right.
But I don't think it's the I don't think it's necessarily the Mag Terrorblade. I think it's like the Breaker Storm that's going to be annoying for them. It's going to be like the Ag Storm in the Ultra Late with like the AoE Vortex that's just going to set massive charges up and stuff.
You're such a dick.
I'm serious.
Well, I mean, you're right, but you're right for the wrong reasons. So.
No, I think OG's lineup can, in theory, deal with a Terrorblade because you can doom him and like all in with the Void Spirit with a bug on him, and it's all this other.
Oh, the heal save keeps Toronto Tokyo alive, but maybe he should have been focused on keeping GPK alive. Unfortunately, GPK didn't dance around enough, and DM did manage to latch him with the doom and great remnant that pulls back in Toronto Tokyo.
And BZM making it happen, and Seb is continuing to do Seb things in this game. This guy always finds an insane amount of farm.
Yeah.
That is one thing OG can rely on as he continues to keep up with his Weaver and build the utility here. Favis already done. Let's see what else. I love watching Seb itemize. He's one of the most interesting players to watch itemize because he thinks about it a lot and he almost always identifies very specific reasons for his items. You know, like I want to be able to block this hero's spell in this instance. I'm a building item to do exactly that.
Sure, I like the what he did last game with a Glimmer Cape plus.
Yeah, right. Like, who else is going to build Glimmer on Break on that game? That's interesting. One of the things that has made him as good as he is, and so he will continue his reign here with Pavis Glimmer Bat Rider. So building utility to buff up his cores is going to put his faith in them. This is not going to be one of those bots bullying BKB Bat Riders like we saw from, you know, Q earlier.
I think that is one thing is that Seb, he'll do some AFK farming as the support player, but I feel like it's always around a certain timing that he gets very active.
Yeah, I mean, he decides when he wants to farm because they can't fight, and when he wants to fight because they can't farm. And he's usually pretty fast at deciding between the two.
I'm just saying that I don't think he would ever go such a greedy build like that Bat Rider, which, you know, has its pros and cons to it.
Generally, yes. He does err on the side of utility and, like, buffing his other teammates, you know?
Yeah.
He's kind of a support player at heart, even when he was playing offlane. He was never a greedy offlaner. Right?
Sure, yeah.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
There's the Maelstrom done. So we are working our way to a Weaver that can have some impact. Still needs to get to that Linken's, though, because, again, the Storm Spirit and the Spirit Breaker charge are deadly for this Weaver.
Just needs that kit, and I still think it's going to be annoying in the fights for Bet Boom. You can RP him and kill him, and they are at a decent lead. Orchid is also done for GBK, so that's why Bet Boom are smoking up, going through the gate, trying to get a wraparound on OG if they know they're here, and put that Orchid to use. Also, Pipe picked up for Pure. He did not go Blink after the Harpoon to get more aggressive. He's just buffing up his other cores, putting his net worth into a crazy good Pipe for this game.
They're going to need that Pipe for Nightfall, but he's already dead.
Oh, what a fight.
Doom, Static Storm. Now, that is a lot of abilities, so they can still fight without this. They have the RP onto 2 off of that charge from Toronto Tokyo, but where's the damage? Storm Spirit finally gets here, but he goes for a BZM instead.
The Glimmer.
They use the Nether Strike and stuff, but the Glimmer, yeah, it already gets him be able to disengage, and BZM's going to be out, but not the same for DM. Now they turn back into another great charge from Toronto Tokyo, and Pure. He delivered some hefty both damage and control in that fight. They win it easily without their Terrorblade.
Doing it all. Right? Not the Spirit Breaker.
I said Terrorblade Magnus.
Oh.
Which I believe Pure did do the most damage in that fight. Probably the most disable time as well.
I don't know. I feel like Toronto Tokyo destroyed him here. He had 2 really good charges. A good ult.
You just won't give me anything, will you?
I'm still resentful about that no intelligence comment from last. The utility from Seb definitely paying off though, right? He's just trying to extend the fights for his cores, give him some breathing room. I mean, Yuragi does come in and die again, which was not going to help his item progression here as he puts number 6 on the board. Bet Boom have just punished the hell out of this Weaver pick and said, how dare you pick this hero against us?
Silenced up. BZM. That is going to feel pretty bad, this Orchid timing.
And this is the killer combination that is, it's guaranteed on anybody in the game right now.
Yeah.
If you land the charge, you land the Orchid, the burst is crazy good and the reach is crazy good as well. And it's going to open up the Roshan for your tag team over here. BKB done for Nightfall. Very confident, pretty much taking any fight. Static Storm will no longer control him, so you're going to have to doom this Terrorblade. But then you're not dooming the Mag or the Storm, which kind of feels bad too, because they're doing so much of the control work in the engagement.
And if you do doom Nightfall, I mean, you're also just talking about whoever gets doomed is also potentially going to get saved by the Pugna. Right? He's just sitting in the back getting these heals off.
It's a hard Doom game. Honestly, it's pretty hard. These are the games where Doom struggles, where there's just not a clear idea of how to take the fight, who you want to go on. It's pretty much you're just going to doom whoever you jump, take what's in front of you, and that puts some control into Bet Boom's hands, how they determine the fight engagements. Charge will connect.
The Orchid does expire, though, so got the Shukuchi off just, ooh, lasso, pull back into the Static Storm.
You're going to burn the Aegis or try.
We got saved, though, still with the heals, so he's totally fine. And Pure, if he can get the vision, the Harpoon is almost in range. Not quite.
This Glimmer Cape has really done some work. Like you said, though, What is OG building towards in the next 10 minutes here, though? Feels like the damage coming online for Bet Boom is just going to be overwhelming.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to find the backline. I think that's going to be the biggest issue. Like, can OG find the Pugna? Can they find the mag to start these fights?
I mean, if they were ahead 100%, right? If you had a Weaver that was ahead,
that's what the Weaver's designed to do.
Void Spirit, yeah, like they have pretty mobile heroes, but when they're behind, they're just running into a brick wall of frontliners between the Spirit Breaker and the Magnus.
That's why that lane phase just really killed this draft.
Yeah.
This draft excels at assassinating, but you can't assassinate when you're just getting destroyed.
Yeah, it might sting, Seb. Because they had a great Game 1 victory. Again, OG, they start off with a tie, but then went 0-2 in their second series, so they wanted to be able to bounce back in this Game 2, and Game 1 looked like it was going to be a great start of it. I mean, after all, Bet Boom were 4-0 before that. It would have been really nice to complete the series with 2-0, and they still have a chance to do so, but it's going to be needing a really, really good execution of the next 10 to 15 minutes, and it all starts here with this smoke gank.
They almost caught Pure, but Pure's read on this game is just way too good right now. Might catch him again, but he's out of there. They're going to get
Nightfall instead. But Pure, yeah, he's got a BKB off, and the RP is in response, and they have to charge onto the two of them. There isn't going to be the Static Storm, but these heroes don't care. With the BKB already here from Nightfall, they're just throwing the damage around. Does manage to get the Skewer straight into the Terrorblade. Bye-bye, Seb. And the control from GPK to make sure the Doom dies.
This game, those types of fights are just way too easy for Pure, man.
Yeah.
They're just putting these heroes on a platter and feeding them to Nightfall. Here's another one. Here's another one. It's a conveyor belt sushi buffet out here.
Yeah, you want to talk about like the Underlord Uber moving people around? I mean, this Magnus is Uber Eats.
It's the Pure DoorDash.
Yeah, he just delivers the food right to Terrorblade. Now they're going to take a tier 2. I mean,
he'll even top off his drink. Oh, look at that.
Full service here from the Bet Boom team for Nightfall.
You know, watch this game. Why isn't Weaver a universal hero?
Because he's an agility hero.
His Tiger gets Harpoon. Yeah, but I mean, nobody was playing Weaver. He builds all these universal items, right? He's like a Lincoln's Atos buyer. So he likes the all stats.
I mean, he would be broken if he was a universal hero.
He's a bug.
That's... What?
You know, he's like a weird arachnid universal. Or arachnid creatures are universal.
What makes bugs universal?
They're everywhere.
I guess that's true. Is there another Broodmother? Broodmother is a, well, not a bug, but yeah, Broodmother is a universal hero.
I really feel like that he should be a universal carry.
Think Nyx Assassin should be universal too?
No.
I mean, why not? That's ridiculous. What, you ridiculous? What the hell?
He's got Carapace armor. Can't make him universal. Doesn't fit the lore.
Doesn't fit the lore. I hate you. Oh, they actually want to take this one. That's a bold move. BCM starts the initiation because they found the Pugna, but it's not good enough. He got off the Decrepify, and he's good. Meanwhile, GPK is going to work on to Seb. Glimmerkeep again saving these heroes, and GPK actually needs a top-off.
This fight doesn't look too bad for OG if they can reset.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the Pugna, so there's no mana fuel for GPK. He has to walk away.
Just too much committal to get there. BCM used everything. And Seb is so tanky, man. God damn, the Glimmer, the Solar, the Pavis, it's just so hard to cut through. His itemization has done work in these fights. Just OG can't get the payoff with the time being bought. Aegis will expire for GPK. He has an Arcane Rune up his sleeve. This is deadly on Storm right now.
Got him.
And there's the buffet. It's turned back on. Nightfall claims another plate.
Eat your heart out, Nightfall. Can go for tier 3 next. And a Scotty complete just in time for this push.
I mean, the Blink Harpoon Skewer is such a good threat right here for Bet Boom. OG is just, they don't have the items, they don't have the levels to answer right now. Pure is getting everything he wants. And the search radius is so damn big.
tried to get the harpoon, but BCM had already started his own initiation. The whole team helping to try and finish it off, though.
Good news here for OG is, I mean, there's space for Yuragi to recover.
Well, it's not enough space. It's looking like they do get a really good static storm. That's on 4 different heroes right now. Yuragi
triple bug,
trying to put out the damage where he can with a Maelstrom, but it's a little sad against that pipe. Do manage to get the charge? Nether Strike control onto BZM. They pull him back in. They finish him off. And they get the heals onto Pure. He's not dying, even with that Doom on him. The heals come out, and they do manage to get on top of Safe, but no, Decrepify. He actually walks away. Now he tries to suck a little bit off of DM. Taiga chases after and does manage to get the glimpse back. They gotta finish off Pure, but he hits an RP. Oh, nobody else is here, sadly.
Yuragi gets some revenge. That's a big kill to get. These are high net worth kills, and suddenly, who's at the top of that chart for OG there, Cap?
I mean,
a little pitter-patter action goes a long way.
Yuragi, but he's still behind the 2 cores of
Recovery Midas is a Recovery Midas. Decent high ground hold here from OG. That's not an easy fight to win into the Arcane Rune Storm.
You didn't say it was a Recovery Midas. You said it was a Mortician's Midas.
Well, I mean, it's recovered into a Recovery Midas. That's how good the recovery was.
Come back from death.
He ain't dead yet. Auras from DM, proving to be too much for Pep-Boon to punch through. And damn, you wish you had that RP in the middle of the fight, right? Yeah. That Doom finally turns the conveyor belt off, and OG can get some revenge.
I mean, Yuragi's damage does not look great, but winning a fight like that, oh, never mind. I was just about to say, it could be a chance for a comeback here. BCM does have his Manta. They see him, though. It's just going to be another charge. Does manage to duck away into the trees, TP out, and they will not get him. BCM is away. Whew, good, close call, but a good one. He gets out. I was going to say, if he can get to his nullifier on Yuragi, now that's when you can actually feel the damage kicking in.
And the Pugna answer. You just go on the Pugna on the back line, you nullify him, instantly take him out of that engagement. It's pretty hard to react because the Linken's is going to remove the charge of the Orchid jump. That is a good way for OG to take these fights. And then all of the time Seb has been buying with the utility, right? Now that actually is yielding you something because you're getting backline pickoffs. That's how this lineup's supposed to function. That is all OG are trying to build now. You're saying when that nullifier is done, it is done. Yuragi's just going to buy it out here. I mean, he is recovered in this game. This is what the Midas and all the space has been there for, to give them a chance and a shot in this late game scenario. If you can get there, they're getting there. I feel like if they find the Pugna and they get the Doom on the mag, the fight honestly doesn't look too bad.
And just kite around the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the Terrorblade's not too scary in this game.
Man, he really is just too tanky.
God, I hate Sub.
That was such a visceral reaction.
Dude, every time you go on Seb, he either tries to high-five you, he drops a chat wheel, or you know he's laughing in real life. And sometimes it's all 3. Just die with dignity. You know?
Well, he's laughing because he's not going to die.
Yeah, that's why he's so annoying. That's why I had him in my top 3 most annoying players of all time.
Wait, was he number 1?
No, he was number 3.
But you already listed 2 others.
Yeah,
oh, wait.
him and Schofield.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so who's number 1?
It's a good question. He will finish up the blink here, though. So now you have some initiation power to go with all the tankiness that Seb has. This makes the fight a bit easier for OG. I mean, we're talking about the backline assassination. You have the Weaver with the Nullifier, and now you have multiple blinks for OG. You have Blink on DM, Blink on Seb, the Jaunts from Yuragi. There's a huge amount of backline close here. Like, absolutely huge. That burst is going to come through instantly. So who's going to save? That's the question.
Who saves the save?
Who watches the Watchman? Who saves the save? Who sucks the suck? GPK. The best vision you can get.
High ground hero.
Even as a gem. Nightfall standing
all the way around. I mean, They may not be expecting this. Pure, he's going to be the one to break the smoke, and he managed to blink backwards before the initiation. The charge on through. Toronto Tokyo instantly going for the Doom. They're going to try and target him with the Scotty and everything, but he can have a chance to be able to get off his ultimate, so Nightfall has to change targets. Meanwhile, BCM assassinates the backlines. Both supports are dead. Doom finally does go out. Pure, he's going to have to deal with that, but Nightfall is still not to be trifled with. OG playing on the edges of the team fight, but really can't just take it to the Terrorblade. Not yet, anyway. Oh, we got him with the skewer!
What?
Pure still found him!
What? Yo, someone check the scripts on this guy's computer, man. Like, what is this, some vac or what?
That is not normal.
That is... This man ain't normal. He ain't built like the rest of us.
Well played, Pure.
Has a Lincolns of his own up with that Titan Sliver. He hits hard too.
Rocky poking at him. RP! Lock down the Weaver. Do they have the damage? Hit him with the skewer, and that's enough. Oh, Yuraki, you know, he was getting back into the game. He thought, maybe I can play with them a little bit while they're doing this Roshan.
Pure didn't come to play.
No, he did not.
Pure came to slay.
All he does is slay.
He's absolutely destroyed this game and put BetBoom on his back. 9-2 and 10, 260 CS. Utility, initiation, control, he does it all. What a performance. Aegis and Cheese to BetBoom. Cheese on the Storm, that's as good as a Second Life, and Aegis on Nightfall, that is going to be your siege mechanism here. Finishes up his own Nullifier on top of the 3,000 HP. I don't know if you can burst him. You have a double damage on BCM. That's going to be nice for the next fight, but you need to keep your Weaver alive, and you need to get that Doom probably on the Magnus or the Storm. And what do you do about this Terrorblade? I guess you're going to try and lasso him in on one life and then take the fight on the respawn. It's risky, though, because Pure is... he's fishing.
I see what you're talking about.
You see that? You see that right there? Instant double chat wheel with then a high five, little smirk, give him the tip. I mean, oh my god, get PTSD.
This is gonna sting.
It's just so annoying.
I think my favorite part about Seb is that he does it with hero lines, so it changes. Doesn't have to be just a, you know, like some player chat wheel line or something.
Nice little shard for him, too. I mean, probably not the best one they were hoping for, but shard's a shard. I mean, maybe the big answer for OGs is they can get the Taiga Ags. We haven't talked about Taiga too much this game, but I mean, that's pretty much what happens when you're playing Disruptor on the losing side, right?
Yeah.
There's not much you can do except try and get the Ags and pray you get there. He's kind of close. He has Billy running. So he can always sell Glimmer for a clutch fight as well. That is an option, right? Something to consider.
I always wonder when you're in this position, when you're kind of controlling the game, if it's actually ever worth it to go back and do your Tormentor. Feels like you give up a lot of time out on the map, you know?
I think if you have really good ones, it's worth it, but if they're kind of whatever shards, then
yeah, what did they get?
Planar Pocket.
Planar Pocket.
Not a bad Planar Pocket game.
Yeah, against Doom.
Get that Doom, get the Lasso even. The Lasso's definitely the harder one, but hey, we'll take anything to get here. And the siege has begun. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. You're gonna have to kill him twice. How much do you want to commit for the first time? Or just give him the Rex.
I guess so. Guess they feel like they just can't fight into the Aegis, but BetBoom, they'll keep going. They still have a little less than half of their meta to go.
Well, they're going to try and smoke flank here. They really want to find the backline. They want to find GPK or Pure if they can get it.
I mean, even if they win this fight, though, the damage.
GPK has such good position, but
GPK! He stepped away before the lasso. They're going to be able to get the Disruptor first. A massive kill. They're going to be able to get Seb next. Now, they do kill the Pugna, but honestly, who cares?
Well, Save cares.
The killers are still up from Bet Boom, and they're chasing for more. Toronto Tokyo goes after the Doom. DM stomps, does control up the Storm Spirit. RP, though, locks the two of them together. And now the Doom is dead, and he skewers them together with Taiga. They keep on going, and Yuragi's sitting there throwing bug after bug at these heroes, but they will not be stopped. Or maybe they will. BZM, no, he still had a BKB. Pure was holding on to that one. Harpoon back into the charge. Beautiful stuff from Bet Boom.
This man ain't playing. He's exterminating. Pure came with the insecticide, shut down Yuragi, and has just destroyed OG in every fight, tanking the Doom and still having teamfight impact because it lasts so long. OG could not find that jump on GPK. Seb almost had him, but GPK actually just ended up jumping Taiga first because he got revealed on that ward. Almost just unlucky, right? You wonder what happens if Seb can get that lasso. But that is the advantage that Pure has generated for Bet Boom here, and it's paying off. Hex done for GPK, making the Weaver's life even harder. Aegis up for 30 seconds. MKB done for Nightfall. Can you defend this throne right now? You don't have BZM.
Seems like it's hard, but if they get the right kind of stuns, maybe? Good use of the Ogre Seal Club to be able to disengage. Used it a couple times last fight. They just have to play with them. Poke, they're not going to be able to win the fight, but maybe they can stall and distract Bet Boom.
I mean, there's another meta up. Nightfall is going to commit. He wants to end this game, and Pure is still...
Skewer, Seb's dead. No buyback.
There's that Hex. Going to work. You're gone, sir.
He's going to buy back. Static Storm does go out. DM, though. Boy, he dies so damn fast. And again, Yuragi, like, the damage... Maybe it looks good against some supports, but these cores are untouchable. Even the fountain will not save you, it seems. While Toronto Tokyo does end up dying. Get one final kill before they GG out. Bet Boom. Even out the series in the end. A dominant game 2 by them. Through and through, Pure got to be the MVP of this game 2.
That is a disgustingly good performance from him. The 20 denies on the lane, creating such a large level and gold disparity on the Weaver that he took the entire game to come back, and Weaver is not that good of a recovery hero. Like, he's generally a hero you want to win the lane and come out ahead on because you are pretty fragile. And like we saw, every RP, Yuragi just dies. You can't enter in these engagements. Disaster of a lane for OG, just their Achilles heel the entire time. There's not much you can do in this game. Valiant effort to come back, though. I think they had the right idea of how to play their lineup in terms of assassinating the Pugna on the back line. That part was pretty nice, but the overwhelming ball, sustained auras, and skewering from Bet Boom puts that beetle on a stick.
13-1 and 14, 12-2 and 17 are the scores of Nightfall and Pure. Terribly to end the Magnus.
We're second behind Storm and Spirit Breaker in terms of impact this game for sure. I mean, I feel like I see Spirit Breaker, I'm betting on Spirit Breaker. I don't know how you feel, but I don't see this hero losing.
I see Mag, I bet on Mag.
Yeah, I see Pugna, I bet on Pugna, so I feel like they got 3 of maybe top 10 or 15 heroes of the patch, and they all looked pretty damn good this game, and they're all heroes that are very good for the players. Bet Boom are putting them on too. That just sounds like a pretty good recipe for success.
And if I say, if I see a Weaver,
You're reporting him?
Maybe. See what the panel does when they see a Weaver.
Maybe we go against the Weaver, but we did theorycraft for a while what the Weaver could bring to this game. We didn't see any of that really play itself out very well, but that was also credit to Pure, I feel like. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Sheep. And Sheep, the lane that we were watching, that bottom lane where the Mag was up against the Weaver, that was a rough one for Yuragi's Weaver.
Oh god, yeah. We theorized potentially like them bringing a lot of heroes to bot, because in my opinion, Weaver is picked so that he can like kill in the lane and then snowball off of that, or just have a good matchup. But he didn't really, they just left him. They went and fought 3v3 mid from like 5 minutes on.
Which you did say that they would do as well.
That's what I thought they wanted to do, but then they picked Weaver and I was like, oh, are they changing the game plan? No, they're not. They're just screwing Weaver. Like, this guy has so much less damage than a Magnus. Like, he's just getting constantly spammed and harassed out. Like, he can't hit creeps. It's impossible.
Yeah, I think they had a misread on Weaver because they wanted to pick a carry that could lane by itself, and maybe they thought that that was their best option. It clearly wasn't, but that's probably what the thought was if they abandoned the Weaver, that they just wanted to let it exist by itself. They either overestimated it or underestimated how good Pure is and how effective his Magnus would be at shutting him down.
Yep, and you know that Pure is a true Magnus player because he went 2 points in Skewer. And all the real Mag players know that it does more damage than Shockwave. So if you want to get a kill, you can commit to that second point, skewer back even farther, and do more damage and get that kill. And he did. And against Weaver, I feel like if you start killing this hero and you prevent him from getting to like level 5, where he's got level 3 Sakuchi, it's got a really long cooldown on it. This is like the main thing that was nerfed when the hero did at some point fall off from being like S tier, is they nerfed the Sakuchi cooldown. And so you really have to abuse it early, because if he does go into the like level, you know, if he gets level 7, he's just the same as before. Like, yeah, the bugs die in 2 shots. Doesn't really matter that much for carry, but it's really all about that Sakuchi. Like, he feels like he's not this mobile, agile hero in the lane like he used to be.
I actually, oh, sorry, you want?
No, go ahead, Alex.
I was just gonna say, I loved how they used the skewer in the lane, and the fact that he was ahead and able to be a bully. Because usually when you're playing offlane Magnus, you have that fear of like, oh, I have to use the skewer to make sure that I can always get back or get away and not feed. But they were able to use it aggressively. Anytime the camera went down there, he was just skewering into the Weaver and just beating him into the ground. And like, it was so hard for him to deal with that, just getting off cooldown skewered, because you just slowed after the Sakuchi, and then you're just getting like, you have no health pool.
Yeah, and on a more simple level, his base damage on Weaver is just lower than Magnus's, so he would have to use Sakuchi to commit to some creeps early on, and he would get severely punished by that because the cooldown is higher, like Jenkins mentioned. But I don't think that's the only thing that contributed to the decline of Weaver. I would also say, like, they changed the shard, which was really good for him. It gave True Sight. They also made the bug die with, like, 1 hit less. They did a lot to Weaver to make him different. The new shard is bizarre. I just have never seen it be useful.
From Ag's Labyrinth, that's where that one's from. It was fun in Ag's Lab when you're killing like 1,000 things on the screen, but when you're trying to kill one guy in Dota, it's not as good as the old one.
No, it fell flat. Like, sometimes you gotta try something, realize it doesn't work, and you know, it's a group stage, so there's a lot of games to be played. Potentially just that.
Yeah.
And outside of the Weaver, on OG, I think Batboom just played great from the draft until the very end. I love the idea of giving away Doom if you're very confident in your Terrorblade player, which they are. So they leaned the TB versus the Doom, so they were never afraid of the Doom kind of snowballing out of control. I also really loved how Save played that game on the Pugna. He was so instrumental to Batboom's success because every time they were able to get a good lasso or they were able to get a static storm on the storm, Pugna was there to save them. And even in that last fight where OG smoked bottom by the Roche pit and they walked into it and BZM and Sab went on save, it took them a really long time to kill him. So I think he also was the unsung hero of that match.
I agree. We kind of saw like the evolution of OG's gameplay of how they dealt with save. Like this man only died 4 times in the entire game, and I noticed the specific instances where you had like Void Spirit +1 like going on like Batrider going for save on the back lines and like having to prioritize him and having to even use like lasso and stuff. And when you're using all these spells and committing all these heroes just to get the Pugna, then they were really falling flat, especially because Weaver was just not performing that well, so he's not doing that much. So yeah, it was like, okay, we have to kill the Pugna. We respect it, but we're still screwed. I don't know. It felt like they weren't playing the early game very well.
Yeah, maybe if Weaver had more net worth, like if he gets an earlier nullifier, then the Pugna Glimmer and everything doesn't protect you. Like, because the thing is, like, if you're Pugna and somebody gets a nullifier and you're not having a really good game, it feels miserable. You're like, I'm going to pick Techies next game. This is awful. But Save was so far ahead because of what happened to the Weaver and because he was just playing really well that he picked up a Lotus Orb. And if you're playing against carries that are not super farmed and they get the Nullifier and you have a Lotus and like you have a little bit of an item advantage, that Lotus actually kind of counters the Nullifier because not only does it like reflect it back, but you're just innately tanky. Like that armor is genuinely very important from the Lotus Orb, but it does require, like if the Weaver is absolutely huge, then you get the Lotus, he kills you anyway, right?
Yeah.
So everything kind of worked out for Save in this game.
It's hard to judge indeed how the game would have been maybe different if the Weaver had a better game, but he didn't. And it was Batboom that win. And the man of the hour, it is Save. Hey Save, how you doing? Congratulations.
Hey, I'm doing good.
Good to hear it. Your Pugna was, of course, amazing in that game, so congratulations. That looked fantastic. I would like to ask you some questions about this season, if that's okay, or this, basically the whole year so far, because you guys are doing good in your region, but every time there's an international tournament, the group stages don't work out as well until yesterday. I don't know what happened in between Berlin Major, Lima, and what happened in this group stages, but I would love to hear from you how you feel coming into this tournament and how you feel you've perhaps taken a different approach this time.
No, I mean, it's just an online tournament. We're onliners. That's why we're doing good. Online, we're gonna choke again, of course.
Don't say that.
What about our preparation for this tournament? I mean, we didn't even know we were gonna play this tournament, so we didn't play even a single scrim.
So you come in and you crush it anyway. Is that you can't just say that's all because you're onliners. That's not a thing, is it?
That's it, yeah.
Well, perhaps this is the jumping board, the springboard that you need to get further, because there's also 2 group stages, of course, in this one. Start looked fantastic. This series today, you had your first loss in the group stage. Could you talk a little bit about the first game that you played against OG today?
I mean, the way we drafted in the first game was really bad, I think. So next game, we already did way more better. So yeah, I think first game was about the draft.
A second game, you just straight up won the draft, you feel?
Second game, yeah, we had the conclusions out of the first game, and everything went great.
Right, it looked it, that's for sure. I'm joined by Sheep, Effie, and Jenkins. They'd also like to ask you some questions.
All right, I can go first. What is in terms of improvement as a team? Do you guys have a lot of like team talks about like outside of the game things, or are you guys very much focused on just mainly talking about in-game improvements?
I mean, we talk about like everything, of course. Like any aspect in Dota is important. Like outside of the game, inside the game. I think we do everything.
Okay, and when you guys do struggle and have like rough periods where you are losing at an event or whatever, like how do you guys like collect yourself or like move on from it? Like what are the things that you guys focus on as a team?
I mean, we just try to make some good, human talk with each other, just about our performance in some tournaments, and be chill, know some bad decisions about the team. We just try to like calmly talk and get the right decisions after, like when we lose. And I think we have good human beings in our team, and that's pretty simple because of it. So, yeah.
Thank you. And my final question is, what do you think of your region right now? Like in terms of strength on like a global level, do you think everyone is going to like perform well at TI?
I don't think our teams are the strongest, of course, but I think all our like 3 teams have good chances on this TI, like to go to like top 8, something.
Okay. Hey, Steve, it's great to talk to you. We don't actually get to hear from you guys very often because when I look for content about your team, it's mostly in Russian, so I can't really understand it. So I have a bunch of questions for you, actually, if you don't mind answering. Firstly, you mentioned the communication aspect in your team. You say that you talk a lot to each other. Can you explain your team dynamic a little bit? Who's the leader? Who's the funny one? Who's the more serious one?
I don't know. Sometimes like everyone in this team is a serious guy. Sometimes everyone is a clown. So I don't know. It depends, on the situation.
Okay, so during, let's say, high-pressure situations, who usually steps up on your team and kind of tries to collect everybody and calm them down?
I don't know. I think maybe it's our coach, Volk. He tries to do this, yeah.
Okay, so you would say that your coach is probably the main factor in facilitating your communication. Then what about in-game in Dota when he can't really talk to you?
I don't know. I mean, usually me and Nightfall, we used to be like our team leaders. So maybe we try to do this. Maybe sometimes Toronto Tokyo.
Okay. And when it comes to drafting, how involved are you in the process? Or is it something that you let your coach also handle?
I mean, our coach is drafting in our team. Not now, because we're playing from home this tournament, but right now I'm drafting in this tournament. So, but usually we prepare like me, Nightfall, and our coach for the games, and our coach presses the button.
Okay, good to hear. And my last question is, as a team, you say that you have difficulty performing in LAN, and you guys didn't even know that you were playing in this tournament. Do you guys just think that if there was no pressure on you, or if you didn't prepare, you would probably just do better in the future?
I don't know, really. I don't know, the majors, like when we play bad, it's too random, you know. We can beat any team on the tournament. We can also lose to any team. Like all the time when we're losing, we feel like we're losing to ourselves. So I don't know, of course it's like easier to play when there's no pressure on you, but I don't know.
Okay, thanks for the answers.
Hey, Big S, good to see you. If you had to recommend one single TV show for everybody in the audience to watch and check out, what would you recommend?
I don't know, let's say Californication.
You happy with that
Anybody
answer?
know that show? I don't know the show.
Of course you know the show. Californication.
I've not seen it.
Okay, great. Well, now you know you have to watch it. He just told you.
Okay, second question, another very deep one coming from me. Where's the Pudge at? Do you think Pudge is still good? I saw you only picked it once during the DPC tour.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pudge can be playable, but, you know, when I picked it on the Berlin Major, like, the meta was better for Pudge, you know? There were, like, a lot of Chen, for example. Now, there are not really, like, Chen
No, that's true.
in the meta, so...
Is the Huskar position 4 ever making a comeback? Ever?
Yeah, of course.
Of course!
Just need to wait a little bit.
For the right patch. It's not this one, probably. Save, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. We know you have another series coming at you later today against 9 Pandas. Good luck with that one, and hopefully talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you. And of course, Bedboom, even though they lost the game against OG, they still come out ahead of the second game, and they are still on top of the leaderboards in Group B, I believe. We might have.
Can you explain Californication?
No, because I haven't watched it either. I just know it's a show.
You made it seem like you've seen it, like Californication.
No, I know
Dang
of the
it, you
show.
haven't seen it, you uncultured
I
bitch.
know of the show. I am an uncultured person, and now I know of the show, which is why I was surprised he did not.
To be honest, I haven't heard of it either,
I've
but
never heard of
I didn't want to sound dumb. But I do know the Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
I think there's gonna be a lot of Californication fans in the audience that are just ecstatic with that answer. So that's good enough to me.
Maybe I misheard something.
It's a show featuring David. What?
No, I don't.
Why is he telling me that? Adam, you told me and I specifically ignored it. And now our producer is telling her to say
Wait, he says he told you twice, and then he didn't.
David Duchovny or something, like David McAvoy or whatever.
Nobody knows who David.
Whatever.
From
Oh, he's from
X-Files.
X-Files.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
That's cool.
What's X-Files?
Liar.
Right.
You're just lying right now.
Okay, so did we have the updated standings for Group B? I'm not so sure because, of course, there might still be games going on. So make sure to check those out. We are going to continue on, though, because the show must go on, actually, is the saying. And that means we're going to a different series. And I know exactly which one. It's on one of my cue cards. Don't
You
go.
got it.
It's EG versus Secret. How could I forget? I didn't forget. You didn't forget. We'll be back with more Dota 2 in a second.
than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up, 'cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little is never enough. Just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little is never enough. Just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
I've been waiting for tonight, 'cause I want to take you out to the bright city lights. We're gonna go downtown, where the DJ will play that sound. And when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. It's the boogie keeping you alive. With the fever, it's only one way that you can survive. You gotta get some more of that funky rhythm on the floor. And when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. Can everybody feel the heat? We're burning up, dancing to the fever beat. So let's turn it up, boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking. Boogie fever.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to Season 20 of Dream League. And Sheep, I'm getting pretty hyped up, and I'm going to need you to join me for something real quick.
I'm really excited right now.
Okay,
Can
you
you hear
ready?
it in my voice?
You see the people at the stadiums when they get excited for their team? Do the wave. Do the wave. One more time, nice and big. You know why? Because we got a nice big wave coming out.
The band was getting involved
Joining
too.
me as our host, Tsunami.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Oh, it was a pleasure. You missed it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
A pleasure to meet you, Lilypad. Brian, you missed it. The band was actually participating in the wave.
Were
also.
they really?
I'm telling you.
I was so focused on making sure I didn't mess that up.
They are.
Thank you, guys.
I actually forgot the name that they had today. What are you guys called today? Well, okay, so officially, we now have a name for them, the PogChamp Pandas. That's their. If you want to find them on socials, go on the gram, Instagram.com/PogChampPandas. And then today you have a unique name though, because for the sake of the show, we change it every day. I know, the Imperial Pandas. That's the one. I don't know what the motivation was for it, but you're looking like royalty right now, and that's all I care about. Thank you very much to the PogChamp Pandas. And me, I'm also, we had photo day today. That's why I'm all spiffied up.
Ooh.
Follow me on Instagram.com/mylowerthird. Give me a lower third. That one. Brian, would you like to shill anything?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, fine. Sheep, would you like to shill anything?
Nothing that I'm proud of.
Okay, well, I know someone who will maybe be able to contribute more to being egotistical. It's Kazu! First try. Please fumble it.
Look what's inside. It says Bulba on the outside, so there's some secret notes in there.
Kazu, that pillow goes next to you, not behind you.
Excuse me?
That pillow goes next to you, not behind you.
Very sorry. Only the upper half, I think, is needed. Yeah.
Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
I knew exactly what I was going to say.
Well, how did you know that it said Bulba on it?
I didn't know the Bulba part. Where's the Bulba part?
Wait, where does this
Just
say
put
that?
the egg away and it's Bulba's egg, guys. Come on.
But Kazu, it's not that evil geniuses that we're covering anymore.
I know.
It's a different evil geniuses. It's a South American evil geniuses, because that is the series that we are getting into right now. It's Team Secret versus evil geniuses, South America versus Western Europe. And this evil geniuses, how have they been doing, Sheep? Every single time, it's South America, Beast Coast VEG. And I thought this time, Beast Coast, they don't even have their carry this time in the South American DPC. They got Parker.
Bro, Hector was holding them down, bro. They actually took him out themselves. It was not his own decision to leave.
Fake news.
Yeah, someone broke into his house in the middle of the night, broke his legs.
I see.
And just sent it, yeah.
You're saying that Twitlonger press release was just
It was a
cover-up?
facade, yeah.
Facade?
We
Okay.
can't let people look into it too much.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I mean, Parker's been playing pretty well with Beast Coast. Like, it's actually been really impressive how well they're performing. Again, I don't know. EG suck online, so they are just like, they might just lose this tournament in group stage. Who knows? but they did not look very clean. Like, their drafts looked fine. It looked like it fit the identity of each of the players. I'm like, makes sense, Chris Luck, he's playing Underlord, whatever. But at the end, wait, this is the wrong team. No, I am talking about EG. But yeah, Beast Coast are looking good. And I'm excited to see how they keep going in this tournament, because I think they did well in last Dream League, then bad at the major, and then they're looking good again in the DPC, and then they're looking kind of pretty good again now. Inconsistency! Yay!
Which is kind of the name of the game for all these South American teams. But EG, on the other hand, seem to rise to the occasion when it comes to LAN. In the Berlin Major, they exceeded expectations for most people. And then, where are we at now on them, Brian? How highly are you rating them?
Are they really exceeding your expectations still? I feel like putting them
At the major, they did.
Yeah. But what is your expectations for them?
Now?
No, like at the major. What did you expect them?
Maybe like some top 8-ish finish.
Yep.
Okay.
So they got top 4.
Yep.
They had a
That's
pretty
fair.
bad showing in that specific series against, I think it was Liquid. But overall, they did really well. And better than I thought, for sure.
I do usually put them in the 5th to 8th range, but like I don't think like 4th is surprising by any means. I think this team can definitely rise to the occasion, and I think they're a lot of a team that makes the opponent fall to the occasion. Do you know what I mean?
I can see that. They have their own spice.
We had that in SEA Execration, would very regularly win games, and we would be like, they're not doing anything good. It's just the other team somehow always messes up against them. And I can see that being the case with EG as well.
Yeah, it's their playstyle though. It's like a lot of things they do. They're like bluffing you. They're making 2 or 3 different plays on the map at the same time. They do something where you're like, oh, he has to have his whole team behind him. And then by the time he's finished the creep wave, the other 4 show somewhere else. And that's just the way they play. And sometimes it goes a little too far. But I think they've gotten better and better at wrangling it in.
Yeah, I think stuff like that, it just takes some time. Something else they do that I like is they're very crazy with their hero picks. Just now I saw C-Smile. He played a mid-legion.
Yep.
He popped off really hard. So just, having this openness of swapping stuff around, because then Whisper got his last pick, Venomancer. Just like, doing your own thing and making it work. That's something that, I respect that.
What is Secret's thing, though? Do they even know what their thing is? They don't even know what their roster is half the time, it seems. Because for this tournament, I believe this is the first time that we're covering Secret on the mainstream. And for those of you who've not been keeping up, they have a new offlaner for this season, and I'm assuming for TI qualifiers. The phrasing was vague. It said that FBZ is on loan right now. Sheep, do you think that this is going to be the TI qualifying roster that we're looking at, or is this a test run in Dream League?
I don't know, man. Can the FBZ match up with Puppy, the captain? It's like a clash of power there. And I don't know how it's going to settle out in these games.
How's your offlaning experience on Secrets, Kazu? You've been on a Secret before.
Many offlaners have been on Secret, right? I mean, I have, generally speaking, good experiences with Secret. I think Puppy is a good captain. He knows how to make his players work. FBZ has to watch out, make sure that he performs, because, they don't have much time either, right? They need to kind of decide if they want to keep him or not. But from the games I've seen, he's looked clean.
Which is a marked difference from what I saw from him out of the SEA DPC, because he was on Boom Esports for, I guess, the first 2 weeks of Tour 3, and then their coach Mushi stood in for them, and FBZ was, quote, upstairs. If you remember, there was a true site with Mushi a long time ago where he would send people upstairs as like a timeout. FBZ was in timeout, and then they still got relegated. So Boom is not in Division 1 anymore. It's is the offlaner free agent pool so thin that you got another Southeast Asian player? No shade towards that, but a player going towards Div 2 may not be the top tier choice.
I do think the offlane has become more and more difficult to be like a tier 1 player. I think we're seeing, in the past, you'd think of the mid laners as kind of the stars of the team. And even though the offlaner may not be the flashiest role, I think the teams with the best offlaners are generally performing the best compared to other roles' impact on the team's overall performance. So I wouldn't say they're necessarily like isn't other talent to go for, but maybe they think these players have proven to be like 8th best offlaner in our region. Let's try to find somebody else.
And specifically, Puppy enjoys finding diamonds in the rough.
Yes.
And then polishing them.
Like me.
Not me, but I have a point. There's literally another situation of this occurring. New on LGD. He was on Vici Gaming and he got relegated to Div 2 and then joined LGD and then came first and did well. So I don't think it's necessarily a sign of anything 2 have been knocked down. It's a team game after all.
I have a third point, so I can join both of
Let's go,
my
bro.
friends.
Send it. Ooh.
It's same with Nigma, right? Nigma players. You think, oh, they're in Div 2, they're all trash.
True.
But then you take them out. Okay, I take you, I put you here, superstar. I take you, you go here, top 4 major, top 6 major. Oh, Sumail, Aster, bam, bam, bam. That's, you know, just because you go Div 2, to all the Div 2 players out there, you still have a chance.
Inspirational. The ingredient is all that matters, and the cake of the team that you make is what Puppy is always on the lookout for. And we got a chance to speak to the man himself. Let's take a look at the video.
Still surviving, and Noob's gonna be moving out as well. TA2000 still alive. But still no kill. Still no kill. Puck still has the rapier too. Puck right-clicking for about 600 right-click damage at the moment. Mar charging in once again. He's got 28 essence.
My name is Clement Ivanov, aka Puppy. I play for Team Secret and I play Post 5.
About to drop a reactive taser coming out as well to keep that Chen away. But Chen's not the one right-clicking you. It's the rest of them. And they finally broke it. It's 17 minutes. Secret. It took their sweet time.
I think drafting and captaining nowadays is a team effort. Back in the day, it was captain effort, much more than team effort. But nowadays, it's really important about the expertise of heroes. So you have to adapt on what they are capable of, rather than what you think is capable of. It's definitely a team thing. I don't think it's possible to captain yourself only. That would be too much pressure because it doesn't work anyway. Because you need to already know what you need to do in the game. I feel like most of the captaining comes before the game, in a sense, like in the game, everything should be already stable. Everybody should know what they're supposed to be doing. It should work like clockwork, and it's like natural. It's natural that we went this way because we've already planned out in our minds that this is the best thing to do, and everybody understands the concept. Now, creating the concept is probably where I come in, where like, what are we doing after this tower falls? What are we doing when Roche falls? What is the best thing to do most of the games so we can like streamline a playstyle? You need to just already have a stable plan before the game starts even. Like you already need to know things. And therefore shot calling just becomes much more of a vibe than an actual choice. I mean, there are a lot of times where I have done like, you know, big calls, obviously. But everybody can do it in a game. Like it's not only up to me. Because like let's say like the last chance qualifier, I said we're going throne in the game versus it was the Ramses team where we played like this sniper game. And I said like we're going mid. We're gonna end this game right now. Like it's not going to go further anymore. This is 1 minute. You know, let's go. Let's win the game. You know, in this 1 minute. And obviously. That's a call, you know, and that call is probably, it's going to be only made by like somebody that leads the team.
Now, I'm not 100% sure if I just got baited in by that incredibly intense music, but I feel like thoroughly inspired. Kezu, you were nodding fervently also during some of his points about, I guess, players being specialists. It can't be the captain dictating everything. Everyone needs to bring their own element into it.
I mean, Puppy obviously knows what he's talking about, and you can... I think the music helps, for sure. But it's just more... I think over the years, people just keep getting better and better, and you just can't know everything when you just play 5 or 4, or whatever role you are as a captain. You need to know that, okay, I have Chrysalis, he has 2,200 games of Monkey King. So he probably knows all his matchups. If that's his best hero, that's what we're gonna go for. And I think also when it comes to like the planning and captaining, I think it's a very good point because you should have a plan going into the game. But when you're in the game, depending on what happens, it's gonna change all the time. You can't just have, oh, we're gonna do this at 50 minutes, we're gonna do this at 20 minutes. Like that's bullshit. Dota doesn't really work that way. You need to play the moment that you're in right now. And I mean, he conveyed this. The best I've ever heard anyone in interviews state what Dota's about.
No, I was thinking the same thing. It just sounds so simple when he says it out loud, but he's talking about one of the most complicated thing for any high-level Dota player to be able to process that. In the middle of a game, you can't learn anything, right? You can maybe address or like review it afterwards and think, what could I have done differently here? But if you are thinking about what you're going to do next, and you don't necessarily know in the game, it's already too late, right? And I think that he's saying right there that I liked his idea of like, it's a vibe. We have an idea that our lineup wants to go for Roche sometime after the laning phase. But it's more like, when does the map look good? When does our timings line up? It's not going to be at 15 specifically. It's just going to be based on whatever happened in the game. And I like that word, the vibe. I try to use that word a lot myself too.
Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yes.
And adaptability is the name of the game. So let's pull up a game number 1, draft number 1, and see what the plans are between Evil Geniuses and a Team Secret for right now. Because both these teams are off of split series. I have not checked the results from the first 2 series of today, but after the end of yesterday, they were both off 2 split series.
I think they're both 3-3 now.
They're
So
3-3
same
now.
story.
Neck and neck. All right. Draft number 1, Techie's taken out, and Windranger, first phase banned out by Evil Geniuses. And wow, these are some weird first phase bans. Shadow Demon and Skywrath taken out by Team Secret. They first pick the Batrider, and EG responds with a Bounty Hunter and a Snapfire.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon is something Team Secret themselves have been picking a lot this tournament so far, so to see them ban it is kind of surprising. But I guess there are other things they'd rather prioritize, like getting this bat and not having that dispel there is nice. I love seeing EG go for the Snapfire. It's just been a South American like comfort classic for both them and East Coast. These guys are so good at the hero. They flex it between so many roles. It's probably like the hero I'm most happy to see whenever these teams are playing.
There's 2 heroes already in this draft that I think are rising in value. SD, I feel like it's been the case for this hero for a few weeks now. The aggressive Dispel and both the defensive like cleanse or purge for your allies is super strong, especially in this meta. Secret kind of benefit for the Batrider, mostly there, and I'll be very surprised if Secret, they've only won, or generally speaking, their win rate is like 60% higher when they have their hands on a Monkey King or a Bloodseeker.
Okay.
So they end up picking it. I don't think it takes a genius to see that this might come out. Maybe also the Skyref ban works a little bit into that. EG have opened with that before, but these 2 heroes are also very annoying against the heroes that Chrysalis wants to naturally play in the game, being the mainly Bloodseeker and Monkey King.
It could be as simple as that Secret needs 5 bans to protect the Bloodseeker or Monkey King on overall 4th pick, right?
Yeah.
So by banning these 2 heroes, they're basically saying, unless you take Monkey King away from us. I'm interested because a lot of teams that they like, you talked about how he has so many games on Chrysalis of Monkey King. He knows exactly how powerful Monkey King is in the meta, in the sense that how much do we have to protect this? Sometimes it's 2 heroes, sometimes there's only 1 unplayable matchup, sometimes the hero is just completely broken. And in this case, like you guys at home can learn so much about Monkey King by just seeing what these bans are from Team Secret.
I actually really want to compare notes with Tsunami here for a second.
Hey, man.
So last year, FBZ, I felt like his biggest weakness as an offlaner was his hero pool. I remember pretty much every game he would play Mars and Pango, and maybe a third, like Beast, I want to say. So my question is, did that improve this year of CDPC?
No, that's very much the reason why he did not show up for the final week. It was the case for a couple of teams in SCA that their offlaners, like Primal Beast was super popular in Tour 2. Totally off the grid in Tour 3, and all these teams that were finding success with it were all of a sudden like, oh, now our offlaner hero pool is an issue. But in my mind, I'm like, oh, you just pick Doom all the time. How skilled do you need to be at Doom? Apparently it wasn't that straightforward, because a lot of the offlaners who had limited hero pools still struggled.
Yeah, that was always the saddest thing for me looking at FBZ. It's just that back, at least last year when Boom were kind of dominating, Mars and Pango were really good offlaners, and now you never see either of these heroes anymore. Like, some people still play Mars every now and again, but I don't think it looks particularly great. So, yeah, I was wondering how he was adapting. Clearly not that great.
Not much, but what has he been doing in Secret? So, I guess in Western European Tour 3, they did not have FBC.
Yeah.
And now they've only had, like, what, 6 games?
Yeah, he played a very good Batrider from one of the games I saw.
Oh, so this could be an offlane bat?
Absolutely could be.
Okay.
I feel like FPZ is good. I don't know him as well, I think, as perhaps either of you. But from the times where I've seen him, I definitely agree with the low hero pool. And, I mean, I wouldn't really want to go into games wanting to play Mars. Their hero is incredibly hard to make work, which is why you only have like 1 or 2 people who want to, like Amar. So hopefully you can just give him other heroes he's comfortable with, like this Batrider.
Yeah, that's hype having that bat flex. Because I think some people feel a little bit uncomfortable putting it on like off lane, because it used to just be like mid, then like 4. So that's cool. Yeah, I'm looking here. He also had oh, he is still playing Pango offlane. Rarely.
Oh, he did
but
once, yeah, right.
He did pull one out.
Did it win?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're that comfortable on it, right? I'm assuming the way Pango is that his laning is much weaker, just because like all of the damage on everything kind of got lowered. So like his CSing is harder, and you know it's harder to secure creeps and whatever. Kind of easy to be bullied out of lane. But if you hit 6, you're still Pango. You still have that role, and you still have ways to get into the game and have impact. So if you're a Pango specialist, which he is, you can make it work.
Why not just play Doom? He
doesn't play Doom, Neil.
I know, but how hard is it to play Doom?
Kind of hard.
You just press Q and lane constantly.
That hero technically has like 40 abilities.
That's a fair point,
Yeah,
actually.
he's actually think about all those neutral creeps.
Yeah, you're telling me people can get something other than the Harpy?
I mean, there's options, but if Invoker had a pool of 40 spells and you got to choose 2 of them, then, you know, he'd be a different hero.
He would be a different hero, which was apparently the original War 3 version of Invoker. The order of your claw swipe.
Yeah, I heard about this yesterday. That would be, that you'd have to take some notes. You'd have to have like a cheat sheet next to your monitor for that one.
I'm a little surprised that... Okay, it makes sense for Secret to have banned Oracle, but I think in this spot right now, EG have a very good lineup where they're going to run at you, glimpse you back, there's like a lot of play on nice vision and like poke spells in there. You want to be able to protect your heroes if you're Secret here. I think some semi-saves, like some Oracle, which is obviously banned, a potential Puppy Chen, think Mech, Hand of God, could be very good against these spells. Because if I'm Crystallis, of course he's the best monkey in the world, but EG right now, it could be an offlane snap. It has very high kill potential against Monkey, or if it's mid, which I think is a great role for Snapfire, something slightly underutilized. When he gets ult, he TPs offlane, bam, you're just dead. You're just simply
There's another strat to this though, right? You were talking about how they're going to glimpse them back in, force you to fight them. Something that Disruptor and Bounty Hunter don't do very well is when you're running at them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what I think this Timbersaw
Timber is very good for that. I like
and
that.
Snapfire also, even though she was traditionally a strength hero, now universal, like I think if you are able to just get up in the face of EG and they're like dispersing throughout the fight, I think that's going to kind of break up what they're trying to get, because they want to take one of you and drag you away from your team. But if you're starting that process, I don't think their lineup really functions all that well so far.
Yeah, they might have to just go hardcore on winning lanes. I could see, like, Sacred's a really good offlane snap player. No, Sacred's on Beast Coast. Whisper is...
Yes.
Whisper can play it, sorry. Oh my god, dude, these two teams are just like mixing players. It just gets in my brain.
Do you know my cheat sheet for this?
Yeah.
Okay, so all the players whose names start with S are on Beast Coast.
Okay.
It's the Stingers, the Sacreds, the Schofields.
Sure.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm stealing that.
Okay, cool. I'll just try and remember it next time, but I'll do that in the backup.
Nami said S.
Yeah, well, no, okay, now my point's moot. No, Sacred was a good offlane snap player, but this is EG, so what can you do? I'm sure Whisper's good at it, but I would like to see it in the offlane potentially. But I think that the only problem there is that I think one of Matthew's strengths as a 4 is that his ability to roam the map is probably one of the best. Every time I see him on like his Ricky pre-patch and then Bounty on this patch, he's so disruptive. He finds couriers, he's able to be in every lane and have such pressure. I think a Snap offlane cannot really be left alone because she just can feed very easily.
Yeah.
So maybe putting it mid is better in this case.
Yeah, I think that Matthew, to the point you're making, he's the best 4 at like playing. I'll say he plays his own style, which is very, very vision-based. The Monkey 4, you mentioned the Ricky, now the Bounty Hunter. Because I'm not particularly a big fan of, you open your draft with Bounty Snap or Bounty +1 every time. But it fits like their style of, okay, we want to move forward and play aggressive, get some kills, and I'm going to snipe some couriers, give some vision, play some good wards. So they're one of the few that know how to make it work.
They kind of tripled down on this kill one guy strategy.
Yeah.
They had the Disruptor Glimpse, the track, and now they have the Bloodseeker Rupture. I'm just kind of concerned, like, once the Lotus Orbs, that's the item that really screams to me right now from Team Secret, once those start coming out, or just in general, like, satanic stuff that, like, lets you stand your ground, I'm concerned what they finish them off with on EG.
Yeah.
Like, what's the sustained damage past, like, the Bloodseeker's BKB in the first 9 seconds of the fight?
Not actually sure yet.
Would have made a Death Prophet good, which is why
that
Team
would have
Secret
been nice.
Take it out.
That's also a Chris Luck special.
Also true.
His name doesn't start with S, so.
Yeah, I know. The mid and the carry, you just gotta know those. Now Team Secret, we're not entirely sure. At least EG's not entirely sure what the final pick is going to be.
That also punishes lack of damage.
Wait, so who's the 4 position on this?
Bat Rider.
Okay.
Yeah. Timber mid, Bat 4. I feel like Secret is like quadrupling down on damage reduction. Like they went for the Timbers. Like they already had 2 pretty survivable openers. Bat with mobility, Monkey King able to stand his ground. Now you went Timbersaw and Tide as cores, super beefy, and then you have Lich with the armor. And I know so much more about Lich now. Cheap, thank you.
Yeah, baby.
No
No techies.
techies.
No techies. Still a good hero.
Still a good hero. And now EG need to figure out where this Snapfire is going. We saw Nothing to Say bring a mid Snapfire to success yesterday. But is that in Chris Luck's wheelhouse? Viper!
That's hogging. That's hype.
Well, he also hits one guy.
Yeah. So he's offlane Viper, right?
No, it's mid Viper, yeah.
Okay.
And offlane Snapfire.
I don't mind this because I've been seeing Timbersaws getting first picked every game and they have really strong lanes. So people have to start theory crafting hard counters that are traditionally off meta. I don't know if it'll work.
I mean, I've seen this before, and the Viper, it will help you kill the one guy that you potentially get in because you break the Timber, you break the Tide, which will help you. But I don't like these lineups that rely on going on one target with all of your heroes when you play into multiple tanky heroes that also have teamfight, like Ravage.
A lot of counter initiation, even from Monkey King.
Yeah, like let's say you glimpse the Tide and he lives because there's a Lich Shield and he has a pipe. If you're not killing him there, your fight is over every single time. So I'm personally not the biggest fan of EG's draft, but if they can play aggressive through the lanes and continue, they'll be good.
Yeah, that's like the only vision I see. I'm like, if Bounty can sneak away from bot, and Whisper is like one of the god-tiered laners of all time, you know, so you can get away, go mid. I feel like you can kill mid a bunch, set this Viper up. Maybe he can even get like boost of travel, and like they can just go around and just kill people. Because this Viper enables kills on all of these tanky cores. So he just needs to be able to have a good game to set that up for his team.
I do believe there's a reason we're not seeing too much Viper, Neil.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm a bit concerned, but I do think that it's a game where they'll get off the ground running. EG, they're going to have 3 really strong laning cores. Bloodseeker's going to feed off of the strength of his other 2 lanes. And if this game becomes the chaotic shenanigans that EG always likes to...
It's not the SH words I thought you were going for, but...
Well, what were you going to... Shenanigans. But yeah, I think that if the game becomes like a straight up honest game where the 5-on-5 team fights, I don't think EG stands a chance.
All right. Well, I am challenged to find out how many couriers. What's the over/under on Bounty Hunter carrier kills?
5.
5?
I hope it's low because I want him to focus on killing heroes, not animals.
Over 8 and they lose.
Well, in the laning phase, he's got nothing better to do. You said you wanted him to move around the map. He doesn't have to kill heroes. He can kill donkeys.
Maybe an honest 6 donkeys over the whole game.
Okay.
Over 8 and they lose.
Over 8?
Yes, over 8 and they lose.
This man's not playing Ricky, you know.
Yeah.
He's playing Bounty Hunter.
I mean, that's the same story.
He's going to ward behind the on the high ground behind the tower. We all know it.
That's true. Actually, when we saw him do that Ricky game, it was on the old map. Now there are more routes that the couriers could take, but no one
Don't underestimate Matthew, man.
Yeah, he'll find a way.
He'll find a way.
I'm assuming that there's a pause right now, which is why we have not gone to the game.
Oh, Puppy, hello.
We can stare at Puppy.
Puppy pause.
Look at him.
I'm looking.
Great posture.
Great posture.
No slouching here.
When is the last time that Team Secret has been on LAN?
TI?
Yeah.
I think it was TI.
TI.
And then even before TI, it's been a while.
Yes. They didn't have too many showcases.
They're hoping that they can make it to Riyadh if they do well in this tournament. And as for this game, I'm going to challenge Suns fan to not use the word disgusting in the first 5 minutes. Let's see if he can do it in game number 1.
Wow, that's pretty easy, actually. That was the most disgusting fill I've ever seen. Great posture. You guys had 30 seconds to fill, and you went with Puppy's posture. Tsunami, I'm ashamed. But welcome to this game. It's Secret versus EG. Cinderin here with Suns fan. How are you, Suns fan?
I'm good. Yeah.
Lost some
don't
weight.
ever call me that again.
Goodness.
That is
You're looking good.
Actually made me very uncomfortable.
Looks like you're working out. Huh?
Yeah. I've been hitting the gym. You should too, Cinderin. It's good for you.
No, I'm allergic to that.
Yeah.
So what do you think of these lineups? That Viper pick
Yeah, that was
Definitely
curveball.
threw a curveball. I mean, the first thing I think of, obviously a good laner, and the Nether Toxin against the likes of Tidehunter is very good. But aside from that, I don't
Matthew
know.
might be very dead here.
Yeah, he could be.
He got
He's getting
dusted.
chased. He's
He
under
got
the tower, and he's dead. Yamich gets the first blood.
No, he doesn't.
So Secret, the whole team gets first blood.
There you go.
Headlined by Yamich, of course, as Puppey going for the rune. Looks like EG are going to get, is that 3?
They get 4 runes. So honestly, not really that great of a trade.
And
for
might be a
Secret here.
second kill, though. They had the blood grenade plus the flame break. Whisper trying to take out Puppey, knowing that he's going to die anyway, but it's not going to happen. So it's 2-0 advantage for Secret. All for the 4 bounties, Cinder.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, this is relatively even, but the experience on the Monkey King in particular is very nice. He's going to hit a fast level 2 bot. I don't think this is a particularly easy lane for Monkey King necessarily, playing against the Snapfire +1, but Secret by laning the... Are they actually going to lane the bat down here? No, he's just going to gate. So it will be Lich Monkey bot. Snap, one of the better heroes at playing against Frost Shield because she has so much magic damage as her kit that I still think it can be tricky for Monkey King. If he ever reaches like 2/3 or half health, he has to start being careful with getting CS. So very good news for Crystal is that he got not only all that experience, but also one of the kills on the MK. As for the lineups in general, yeah, I'm curious to see, especially mid lane. Like, this Viper was a very late pick. Is it actually going to bully Timber? Is it going to win its lane? The break against Tide will be great later on, but for now, obviously the big thing here is Timber has he lost a lane this tournament?
Probably not.
I feel like he just hasn't. So is this the one?
Well, we'll find out. Bottom lane, Chrysalis getting harassed a bit, but Puppey has come with the Frost Blast. Matthew's going to give the Jingu stacks up for Chrysalis, so you do have to be a bit careful. I mean, there's a lot of harassment from the side of Secret. As C-Smile, on the other hand, we just talking about how Viper would look this game. Not so good, apparently.
All right, Timber once again did not lose his lane. Confirmed. This lane is, in theory, no longer winnable for Viper, but we'll see if he can somehow
Blood
find a way.
coming out. It's going to connect onto both members. And now Yamich, still in that Firefly, able to traverse himself to the other side of the Crystal pathway, which serves a great purpose in the game, of course. Centaur getting in a little lead action here. Cookie's actually going to save Matthew, as the Frost Shield was going to slow him a bit.
Am I going to have to eat my words here? Is Armel actually going to die from getting the rune?
It's going to be close. Pops the water rune,
He
gets
is
the high
dead.
ground advantage, and he's dead.
All right, I knew it. I always believed in C-Smile in this lane. I knew Viper would come back after getting killed by Timber level 2.
You just had to say something, didn't you? Flame Break is out, Yamich.
Should be okay here, I think. Yeah, so Armel went for the bottom water rune, and he did get it, but C-Smile connected with a level 3 on the way and got 2 points in poison attack, and obviously Timbersaw did not have any points in the Timber chain. He went 1-0-2, which I think is the way to go in this lane in general, but for that situation, if he was 1-1-1, he would have been completely fine, but Timber chain usually not particularly useful in mid, and like there's just nothing you can connect on, so you will basically never skill it. And now, as a matter of fact, well, this mid lane just turned on its head almost instantly, because now C-Smile is in the driver's seat. He's up by a little bit of experience, gets that level 4, and he's going to start sitting on Armel's high ground and just really pressure him. And I think the real challenge for Viper here is to get as many hits in on Timber as possible before he connects with the creep wave, so that he doesn't get the reactive armor stacks up and running first. Because then all your poison damage kind of gets negated. You see, he will skill that chain point here. Doesn't really want to, but probably going to be necessary in this lane.
A little bit of overconfidence, perhaps, from Armel. Because, I mean, he is playing Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Considered one of the strongest, if not the strongest hero in the game right now.
It needs to be in your player DNA when you play this hero that you push the limit. It's what the hero is about, is really, you know, getting in there and soaking up damage. But Viper matchup might not be one he's particularly familiar with. This is
no one is familiar with this.
This is a hero that everybody in theory should be familiar with playing against, but there's decay in Dota. If there's a hero you don't lane against for a year or year and a half, like your like just instincts about power levels in the lanes will be outdated, and you won't really know where to push the limits and whatnot. So.
Glimpse back, FBZ. He's going to sidestep the blood right. As you can see, Yamich coming in from the other side. Gets the flame break off, which will buy a little bit of space here for FBZ to be just fine. Firefly, though, good amount of damage to Panda. Pops the wand, though, and Yamich, I don't know if he wants to go any
new
further
Thunder
than
Strike
this.
here if he wants to.
Well, bottom lane, Matthew, well, that's the second death for him under that exact same tower. Bloodright will not hit this time, but the Thunder Strike is there from Panda. Another flame break, but you can see the move speed from Pakaz is going to be more than enough. That's going to be the Bloodseeker's kill this time around.
Interesting to see FBZ cancel the Gush. I don't know if they were like, all right, you're dead, or if he actually wanted to die and just get the refill on the bat. And he was like, don't try to save me, save your mana for a kill later. Because I think a Gush there on Bloodseeker might have actually kept him alive. But sometimes there are situations in lane where it's better to just die and get the refill and come back.
Oh boy, FBZ. Triple team now. Bloodright's there as well as Yamich. He's going to get glimpsed. Tidehunter looks to be fine, though.
That's
Matthew's presence not
so
quite
good.
enough.
Yeah, Flame Break plus Gush is like...
Oh, courier kill.
Slowing them to a crawl. All right, it wasn't Matthew killing a courier. It was Matthew losing a courier.
Right, well, somebody said, what was it? Is it 8 was the biggest number?
Well, Kezo said Matthew was going to kill 8 couriers and lose.
Oh.
I mean, so far he's killed 1. He killed his own. So,
that's
7 to go.
Technically correct.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Whisper's going to have to cookie himself to get out of dodge, but the Sinister Gaze is there. Bristless with a Boundless. Whisper under the tier 1. Not going to pursue any further, but a lot of damage was done.
A little bit of a return poke here from Whisper onto Puppey. Yeah, so Snap, despite being a ranged hero, is actually one of the more tanky heroes that you can leave alone in that offlane. He went for the Bracer and has pretty decent base health and a 3.2 strength gain. So despite only being level 4 there, the Monkey King Lich Lane actually unable to find that kill. And Matthew's just off the map looking for...
This is a hard one.
Is this possible? I mean, maybe with Viper
Strike now. Armel.
Nice timing.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, that'll do it.
Still on the low ground, and that means C-Smile should get the kill. Armel
So
kicks
clean.
away.
That is such an unexpected gank. Like, you really can't fault Armel for feeling safe there. He knows, yeah, Viper has Viper Strike, but I'm just going to Timber Chain up. But mid-Timber Chain, stun from the Bounty Hunter Shadow Walk there. Clean. Well done by Matthew.
I have to say, the Shadow Walk having the stun now has made this hero just so much more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. You could also say more enjoyable to play, right? It feels more...
That as well.
You feel like you have more options in the first 5 minutes, which have always been, you know, this hero's...
Before it was, I'm going to steal 10 gold from you. Oh, goodness.
Now I'm going to steal 10 gold from you and stun you for 0.8.
That's right.
However much it is low. Is it a full second? It's a full second.
Yeah, that's good.
Treads on Viper. 2k gold lead, by the way. The laning stage going very well for our Evil Geniuses here.
Well, Panel was talking about how EG's lineup has to get off to a good start, and they can really snowball. You have the lane dominators and the Viper, the Bloodseeker, and then obviously once Bounty gets that track, that's when it really takes off, theoretically at least. We'll see if they can continue.
He has some pretty decent friends to gank with the track, right? Like the Viper has a lot of damage as long as he maintains vision in the tree line. Glimpse together with Bounty Hunter is great. You just get vision of heroes and you can pull them back. And Bloodseeker will find targets to rupture and just run in, right? And you know that you have this, again, the Glimpse to cancel TPs. So the combinations are definitely there if they bring the right heroes to the right time. To the right place. Yamich here. Interesting. Not getting caught, though. We will see a rotation here from the Monkey King of Crystallis.
Wukong's command. They flame break him back in, so Pakaz is in a lot of trouble. Panda is here with some support. Matthew comes in as well. Gets a nice stun onto Crystallis as well, who's now just stuck inside his own Wukong's command. But that's a big Mortimer's Kisses from afar. Still 4 members of Secret here, but they just have to get the hell out. Yamich is going to be fine. Puppey not so much. So a nice turnaround from EG. And they find 2. And they lose none.
Crystallis lost like 60% of his health to a Glimpse Rupture combo. So he's trying to stand his ground in that Monkey King Wukong's, but ended up dying to 2 kisses afterwards. Just nothing left in the tank, really. And yeah, an ambitious play from Secret, but EG were very, very ready for that with the punish. And as much as we've been talking about EG's lineup snowballing, etc., you could also look at it from the other side for Secret. Like, if their early game isn't going well and their supports are under-leveled, where's the playmaking coming from, right? You have a Timber Saw with no real reliable stun setup in your team, except a little bit of a Monkey King stun, level 1. They could just as well fall victim to a weak laning stage in terms of what brings them online. Sure, you want this big team fight with your heroes, but are you even going to have the levels? Puppey's level 5, Yamich is level 4 in a bit, or close to level 5 technically. But obviously no Wisdom Runes available anymore, so they have quite a ways to go to find those 6s. In comparison, Panda is almost 6 on the Disruptor, the Bounty Hunter of Matthew, 5.5. So their pacing and their timing is going to come those couple minutes earlier. That's what you want when you have Bounty in your team. You want to be that step ahead every time, and it should be possible.
Should mention, Titanhunter not a hero we've seen a ton of either in this patch. And I think, I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the big reasons is because Hood no longer exists. Because I feel like once you get that Hood, you just sit in front of the tower, you just don't have to do anything. You just continue to farm, nobody can push that tower.
He might be the single hero that got nerfed the most by that change. I would agree with that. Oh, Armel. Well, it's only a Bounty, so he will be okay.
Fine.
Now Glimpse, maybe?
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't even get the Timber Chain off either, but wouldn't have mattered as Armel takes a tumble, and this is getting out of control. EG, they still don't even have track. That's going to make it even worse.
And look at C-Smile here, just bullying 2 supports away on his own. Obviously, level 8 against 2 5s. Can't fight him. If they try to kill him, they lose the 1v2. So, yeah, a lot of pressure being asserted here. We'll be finishing his Dragon Lance in 70 gold, so getting some more reach and more damage to keep rolling with the punches. Matthew finding Yamage here in the jungle, and Puppey will definitely die.
Is he actually going to get this solo kill? Puppey, like you said, should be dead. Chrysalis trying to help out his comrade, but the Bat Rider has already died. Blood Grenade, Matthew gives him a little bit of distance along with the track, but Armel, Timber Chain, Chakram, going to be sidestepped. Going to get off another track for the extra
Dust
movement
expires.
speed. And another dust applied. How far can this young man run? Third death to a tower this game? Yes, that is correct.
That is
3 deaths to tier 2 towers in 2 lanes.
In Dota lore, he created the 2nd most space ever. Only second to Elder Titan with that play.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Yeah. Crystallis looking for a potential setup. This Smile Viper is very tanky, though.
Okay, the Chain Frost with the Wukong's command. C-Smile actually goes down relatively easily.
Not that tanky. I didn't realize Puppey hit 6. That's definitely the deal.
Damage still not level 6 himself, so not able to get a lasso off. That would have been pretty handy. Thought they might bring the Tidehunter because he does have Ravage now. Armel, again, the Timber Chain fails him, and Mortimer rips him a new one.
Yeah, it's actually, that matchup for Timbers in general is very annoying, the Disruptor. Both the Glimpse and Static Storm are great tools against you, and especially when Disruptor's off to this much of a head start, you actually, a lot of the time, fall victim to situations where Timber will usually be able to, you know, push the limit, go for plays like that one. Disruptor's just way too high level. Oh, they're actually going to cookie and, well, don't think it matters. Puppey's very dead to track plus Viper.
Yeah.
Now, no Glimpse available for 5, so Panda, without the 4th point in Glimpse, with the 4th point there, maybe would have been able to reach and get it ready. It's almost level 8 on Disruptor minute 12. This hero is incredible to play with a level advantage on the winning side. And how many games have we seen from EG on this patch with this Bounty Hunter of Matthew just getting off to a head start like this and just the map just disappears. Seemingly 20 minutes in, you have no space left.
Indeed.
It's going that. That's the trajectory right now.
Well,
not looking good for Secret.
Yeah, with that in mind, what does Secret need to do? They need to force these fights? I'm guessing they're waiting for this pipe at the very least for the Tide.
It's just far away.
But then you don't really have like true initiation.
He still needs 1,500 gold, and it's hard to find that gold right now. The map is already shrinking. When heroes are off the map for EG, it's very dangerous. In the back of your mind, you're like, oh, wait, they also have a Bloodseeker who's total free farming, by the way. Pakaz is just completely uncontested in the jungle. Now you're going to lose some lunch money to Bounty. Might even get killed here, as a matter of fact.
They're going to try for it. He's attempting to TP out.
All right, nice TP.
Fine.
Cookie was not in time. So at the very least, we'll get out. But yeah, the pacing that EG are bringing to the table here. They have 13-minute Greaves on Whisper.
Oh.
The Viper with a double damage rune bottle and a Dragon Lance, and the supports being so high level, they could just run from lane to lane and just fight Secret. And I think if you're Secret, the only way you really win a fight is somehow baiting EG into an unfavorable position where you can hit your big ultis together. Because any of your skirmishing spells just don't match what EG are bringing to the table here. You have to find a way to group them up, and I don't think EG's going to let that happen. They can just keep playing flank, they can keep playing angles. Viper has long range, Snap has long range, Disruptor has insanely long range. Actually going to glimpse the lasso. Very nice here from Panda. And he's going to get, okay.
Can't even deny it if he wanted.
Dialing on him.
Range.
If
Panda.
He is not going to feel
he
bad
will die
about
for it.
Here. That is.
But it does require the Wukong's command. Wukong's is gone now. He smiles still with that double damage. Not able to find anybody though. Is Matthew. He's going to get gone on. Spotted. Still dusted for the time being, but Whisper's there with the cookie, with the Greaves, and they can actually re-engage if they really want to. I mean, Armel has very little mana to speak of.
Even passed him a Lotus there in the middle of that play with Whisper. But yeah, I think Panda feels great about that death. He got lassoed, and he got Wukonged, and he still got the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Puppey threw out the Chain Frost to not kill Matthew. So these are two of Secret's really crucial spells now on cooldown for about a minute, and it's power play time from EG if they want. They don't have to, but I think this bottom tower is just a gimme now. You can just go there with 3 or 4 heroes, take it. Secret are not going to be interested in defending without 3 of their big ultis. So EG are immediately going to make that play call, and I really like this split from them, by the way. It's going to be Viper hitting the tower, and then they have this aggressive positioning from the Bounty and Snap. This is not obvious at all.
Oh boy, they get the track, they get the stun. So many Mortimer's Kisses dead on. Crystallis gets stunned again.
Such a beautiful play, honestly.
Gracious.
This is all enabled by the fact that they have the Bounty Hunter, right? Like, they place the Viper to push the tower. Bounty scouts ahead. They have an idea that Crystallis might be farming there, and they're right. They find him and they execute it. Just very well done from EG. Well, my favorite play of the game there. Just the way they placed their heroes was very solid. And Secret definitely feeling the heat. You kind of got to get something done, right? Like, if you're just sitting back, you have your spells again, so that's the upside. Chain Frost coming up in 5. Wukong's is up in 10, so everything will be available. I'm assuming this is going to be a smoke play when this pipe comes out in 100 gold, or actually just 10 gold here from FPZ. I suppose it's go time, but is that pipe going to block enough?
And we haven't even seen, ever since the very early engagements, Bloodseeker has not been involved at all, hasn't been needed, just been farming away. Puppey's dead. Another track kill the way of EG. And that's 7k net worth lead now. As you can see, Pakaz has the Maelstrom BKB. Gonna go straight for that Mjolnir.
FBZ might end up TPing out here if he gets ruptured.
Rupture is there. And
so,
TP.
And this, you might feel like this is, the Tide is happy with this. It's like, yeah, I got ruptured and lived, but again, it's the pacing of the game. You are being cornered at every turn. They are bullying you away. They're forcing your TPs. Secret have not really made a successful move for 5 minutes, and it feels like it's going to get harder and harder. Matthew being annoying. And Armel is in trouble, actually. I think they're just going to kill him here.
Glimpse back. Blood Right's there inside the kinetic field as well, but able to Timber Chain to safety.
He was expecting a slightly longer glimpse, as was I. If he got like 300 range further toward that team, they're going to static storm him and kill him off. But fortunately for Armel, the glimpse not quite well timed there from Panda.
48 matches with Tidehunter total this patch. It's pretty low.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and I mean, he is ahead of the average timing for Pipe. I wonder if that's because Tides will usually get another build-up item previously that he hasn't been getting here. Because his game hasn't been good enough that he should be beating the average, right? So there's got to be, he must be missing a component that others were getting.
And from EG's side, just continuing the aggression. Matthew all over the place. Oh, he's going to spot Crystallis. Oh, stuns him mid-air. That actually worked out quite well for Crystallis. No track either. He's able to get away.
That's very fortunate for Crystallis. If that track got off.
Is he baiting? He's just standing there. Gets the track up on a Puppey, takes a Boundless Strike for his troubles. He actually goes inside of the Static Storm. But it's not going to matter much as they're pursuing Matthew. You can see the mass TPs now from EG. They want to fight. And Crystallis, well, he gets glimpsed back. Ruptured. Wukong's command comes out, trying to focus on the Bloodseeker, but now he can't leave because he's ruptured. Finally, the first Ravager of the game onto 2 heroes, but Crystallis is dead right off the bat. The Disruptor is the trade for now, but you can see Pakaz, he's getting extremely low and trying to get kited here via Yamich and Puppey. They do find a very valuable kill, surprisingly so. And Matthew with the track kill. Ends up being a 2 for 2, which...
That was a much better outcome.
Considering how this game has gone, yeah, this is a decent fight for Secret.
I thought Secret genuinely were going to lose that fight 5-1. I thought they were going to get the 1 kill on Disruptor and then get cleaned up, but Puppey, in tandem there with Yamich, did a good job at preventing the Bloodseeker from really running rampant in that fight. So with this glimpse here into Rupture, really nice combination. Crystallis is already dead. I like this from Pakaz a lot, that he just moves on to the next target. He's like, all right, I'm going to BKB and run someone else down. You guys got this with the Snapfire ult. The problem is, by doing this, he does get separated from his teammates, and ultimately his BKB expiring, Puppey and Yamich will connect their spells there and find that Bloodseeker kill. And Armel doing a ton of heavy lifting with tanking, really, in that fight. Just tons of space.
Yeah, I think part of that was, obviously, like you said, the fight was isolated, but once the Monkey King died, the last 2 remaining members on the other side of the fight were Tide and Timber, super high HP. Bloodseeker's not able to get that extra move speed that he would normally want in a late fight like that.
And of course, keep in mind, both Lich and Batrider with some massive slows as soon as the BKB runs out. So even if you are fast, it's hard to outrun a Frost Blast slow as well as the 25% slow from Flame Break. Pretty strong combination there.
Well, we do have Whisper picking up the Aghanim Scepter, so Gobble Up is online.
What do you toss in? So Viper has BKB as well, so you could easily toss in either Viper or the Bloodseeker. And you can toss in Bounty Hunter, which is actually kind of cool, because
I won't see him.
Is the projectile invisible? If you're throwing an invisible hero.
I would guess the projectile is still visible.
It's still visible and still plays the sound, right? So, yeah, otherwise that would make no sense. If there's anything Dota has down to a T, it's realism. So
it's still a double stun though, right? If he's Shadow Walk.
It's still a cool combo for sure. It feels a lot better if Matthew has some sort of mobility item. If he has a Force Staff, so he can just get in, get the stun, get out, and reset. He doesn't have that. When he has Lotus, it becomes better too. But
I was a little disappointed C-Smile went for BKB because originally he had queued up an Aghanim Scepter. What do you think of Viper Ags?
I don't know. I really...
Nosedive.
It's like one of the hardest items for me to place in Dota in terms of power level. I genuinely don't understand when and how good it is. I've seen players buy it and it's been great. I've seen players buy it and it's been terrible, and I haven't been able to like discern one game to the next.
Well,
like, why was it a good game?
I'm sure the corrosive skin doubling effect, I think, is based on how far away they are, right? So it's good against melee heroes, and then the nosedive, I would assume, is good if you have multiple right clickers in the enemy team. But who knows?
Yeah, it's just like you're holding it up against. Let's say you get Scotty.
Well, of course,
right? It's like.
Yeah, of course.
The comparison is, I don't know, it's hard to see. All right, lasso.
Speaking of C-Smile, gets lassoed and gets destroyed. Nice pick off from Secret.
And I had to use 2 ults for that one, but it is a big kill. Still, once he respawns, all right, there's the gobble. Gobble.
Yep, delicious. Matthew doesn't actually stun, but Armel pops the BKB.
Yeah, early BKB purchase from Timber. We don't see this so often anymore. BKB's second item here after the Kaya. Feels like he needs it. I like this choice a lot from Armel. I think you could have taken a pipe route, but I actually think you're going to get exploited too much in the fight, so you need the freedom of movement against the Disruptor, against the stuns. And this also means that even if you get ruptured, you actually still have a bit of play, because you can take some of the rupture damage and still output, since effectively in your BKB, you're rendering 3 or 4 heroes in the enemy team
nice
almost.
Cancel of the cookie. Static Storm is there to try to counteract this, but it's only Puppey inside the kinetic field. A nice Ravage onto 3. Disruptor's dead. Whisper looks to be next potentially, but you can see Pakaz trying to connect with his team. Doesn't look like it's going to turn into much as Secret get 2 freebies.
EG dropping the ball a bit here. They were in such a commanding position and now have been getting caught out. Secret find all the right opportunities. That's a 5k gold swing in the last few minutes here by just picking off heroes that weren't connected with each other. And we've been mentioning how Secret's lineup fares well in these teamfight situations. And EG are kind of giving them teamfights without even having numbers themselves. So at that point, it's very easy. Gotta sharpen it up. You do have the Aegis here on Bloodseeker for another 3 minutes, so definitely ready to fight. He's also stupidly fast right now with both Puppey and Armel being so low and heading back to base, but no target in sight, so can't really use it for anything.
I believe Ice Shire is now online.
Oh, Ice Shire.
Yeah, my favorite.
Yep.
So Puppey getting...
build a little city.
Used to be such a terrible shard, but, you know, the micro buffs, they come to everything in Dota.
It's pretty good now.
It's quite good. Extra bounce target, nice slow. Pretty annoying to have to kill.
Yeah.
And is the Tormentor, did they take the... No, the Tormentor's still alive for EG, so... It's been up for 4 minutes, of course. Now, how are their shards? We got the Disruptor one and... I guess Bounty, right? So the Bounty, Invis, and Ally could be pretty good for the Bloodseeker, I guess. And then Disruptors is... Or they did change that one. It's okay now, right?
It's the Thunderstrike can cast on ground And
Well,
have
that
more
part,
range.
it gets the extra bounces.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the ground part is just the weird part. But
EG going to be putting the Aegis to use here. Pakaz will claim this mid tower.
Middle tower has fallen.
Secret uninterested in fighting without Ravage. They have it in 20, and then at that point we might see them just look for a head-on engagement. But EG might make the move first. They will be looking for a smoke play, but well aware of it. Well aware of it. That was hard to say, apparently. Crystallis will get out of there.
Just practicing your Dracula accent.
Yes.
Lotus now online for Matthew.
Are scanning.
EG are
And
not going to
Aegis.
find anything. Secret with good map movements here. Say that, maybe Yamage is actually going to run into... Oh, okay, he's toast now.
Yeah,
Well,
he might be.
Jump the gun on
the
that
cliff
one.
and dead. Track kill, the wave EG, but again, not the worst. Do have less than a minute now on the Aegis, so Secret, I feel like ever since the Aegis has been picked up, they've actually just gotten back in this game for the most part.
Yep. Pretty ironic that that's how it's gone, but absolutely the case. It's a pretty even game at this point, and a lot of it is going to come down to whether EG find the right initiation type. They want to, if they can, toss in the Bounty Hunter or toss in the Bloodseeker and find a first quick pick on the right hero and then avoiding clumping up. So one thing that you really fall victim to against this Secret lineup is if your heroes are piled on top of each other, you get Ravaged, you get Wukonged and Chain Frosted. But if you're well spread out, a lot of Secret's combos aren't really that intimidating. So I would say the best possible pick you find on the map is actually the Bat Rider, because then Secret can't really initiate fights reliably. It's the lasso that they've been relying on so much from Yamich. So if he's out of the picture, it's a lot easier for EG. Secret, on the other hand, might be looking to smoke now with this Aegis expiring.
Yep.
They have everything, so if they are fancying their chances, they could go for a play.
Yeah, Crystallis, is he close to anything? He's going to go for the Nullifier next, but he's spent all his money, so this would be a good time. He's got the BKB, Echo Saber, Deso.
Armel's being hounded here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty annoying. A gobble up, connects, pops the BKB, TP. Will it be enough? Oh!
Yes! Holy, I was sure he was going to die there.
All right, well, that's Rupture down.
Okay, nice escape from
The longest
Armel.
cooldown.
For the twins.
Yeah, that was close.
That was very close, but with those 30 stacks of reactive armor, he did stay alive through all of that.
How is the late game Bloodseeker versus Monkey matchup, would you say?
It's pretty interesting when Bloodseeker starts capping out because the Shard actually shifts the balance of that matchup by quite a bit, I would say. Bloodseeker is one of the few heroes that can take the fight to Monkey King even within the ring. You just have so overwhelmingly strong single target damage if you have the right itemization for it. Probably looking at Shard, Butterfly, and maybe a Scotty, and you could, you know, take the fight to him. But more importantly, like, it's always going to be an issue for Monkey to play against Rupture, right? This hero likes being mobile in fights. Even when you throw down Wukong's command, a lot of the time you will need to jump into a tree or you will need to navigate the ring to keep hitting heroes as they're running away, and Bloodseeker's just going to make that a lot harder for you. And I guess something we also need to get used to in our mindset is Blood Mist might also be an item, right? Like,
sure.
I haven't really thought about it much until yesterday, but when I saw it played there, it looked really good when Duracio brought it out.
I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, of course.
For a year now.
Like, when will this item ever be good?
Oh, we've talked about it before.
It might
Just
be there.
needed a couple patches, you know? The usual Ice Frog treatment.
Yeah.
Now it's situationally
times.
good.
Now it's sometimes good.
That's right, sometimes. That's what you need.
Matthew gets the track here.
Oh, he chops down the tree as well. Bloodright's coming, but there's the lasso. They find the Bloodseeker. Do they have the damage to follow it up with? Nice Ravage on the 3 heroes, but the Static Storm is placed. Pakaz pops the BKB, Rupture, and runs away. Wukong's command just to zone. Crystallis doesn't really want to fight, but actually tries to TP out, but he's glimpsed. So now he's kind of just stuck inside his own ring, and he's going to get dropped as a result. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, C-Smile uses his Viper Strike onto Yamich. Looks like that'll be a freebie as well. And the Bloodseeker, the Bounty Hunter, the only kill that Secret were able to secure, so a 2-for-1.
And they spent a lot there. They used Ravage, Wukong's, and Lasso to only kill a support bounty, so EG could look to press the advantage here and just look for some high ground damage. Knowing that Monkey King, they don't know about the buyback status here, obviously, but Secret really do not want to buy back their heroes. Frost Shield will be nice, though. Frost Shield plus Glyph. They still have the Glyph available. Going to use it after the shield expires, you would imagine.
Yep.
And that's probably the end of that. So Secret not going to lose too much of their structural integrity here. But they do lose quite some significant map control here. EG are starting to play some very good offensive wards. They have a good ward in the top lane, seeing if Secret split up. They have an offensive ward in the bottom half at this bottom camp as well. And a secondary ward there even. So if they are going to gate to top, Roche is not up until in a minute and a half. So he will be at daytime Roche, which is good news for Secret, obviously, with the gate or with the outpost advantage. But there's so much vision down here for EG. They've definitely prepared for this to be a thing soon.
Whisper, he's going to get initiated on, and that is the entirety of Secret here to greet him. Good pick off for them. They actually spot Pakaz, but without Lasso, it's going to be a bit of a difficult kill. Gets the Rupture off. Yule's going to dodge the Blood Right, blinks away, but that's a lot of damage from the Rupture. Glimpse back and dead.
Rupture is such an unforgiving spell. It's just so... Really Oh, Crystallis is under that ward. They have Glimpse again.
But
no track on Crystallis, though. It's only FBZ. They could Glimpse his TP, though. They will.
Yeah, they will. FBZ. Is he stuck?
Oh, don't tell me.
Is he stuck? I guess so, yep.
He was actually...
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, my God.
That is really unfortunate.
I didn't even know you could get stuck there.
There's always some places like that, I guess. Puppey gets off his Chain Frost and the Ice Spire, or Shire, sorry, Cinderin.
Sorry.
3-0. And EG...
Back to high ground, and no Glyph this time, and no Frost Shield. Puppey might actually need to buy back here if Secret want to try to stall this out by Frost Shielding the melee barracks, but with him not buying back, this lane is definitely gone. No defense being mounted now, so finally EG after... I mean, dropping the ball a little bit, they get back on track, and no pun intended, Matthew.
Drums are popped, he's going to be fine. And now that the Linkens is on Pakaz as well, that means Lasso is going to be not intended for him anymore, unless you're able to break it. Which, from Secret's perspective, there are a couple spells, but you have to be relatively close. And like you talked about, the main initiator is the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
So somebody has to be ahead of the Bat Rider somehow to be able to pop that. So back up to a 12K lead for EG. They take that set of racks in the bot lane. And we haven't really mentioned Whisper level 17. Once he hits that level 20, then he'll start doing a lot of damage. You can see he's already itemizing towards that.
Oh, this could be the deciding factor of
the
this fight
gobble up
here.
onto Yamich. Gets off the Yules, but he's going to die shortly after. Actually does get the lasso off, so delaying his death a lot. But will die nonetheless. So 50 seconds. Actually just got buyback now. And the Ravage is only going to hit one. It's the Viper. C-Smile pops the BKB inside the cover of that Static Storm, but it's not going to be enough for him to live. But Crystallis is going to be the trade as Armel taking a full little shredder to the back of the head. That's the buyback now into Crystallis. Puppey TP's out.
Yeah, miscommunication there from Secret. Crystallis wanted to reconnect to this fight, but the rest of the team had nothing left, so effectively just throws a buyback into the ocean here. Is not going to have that for a base defense soon. Was hoping they could turn this into more, but not the case. Yeah, FBZ, he is frontlining here and looking for that Ravage, but there's only a BKB Bloodseeker, not really a target you want to use it on, and then now that they do find this connection onto C-Smile with the Fear, they kind of have to Ravage to try to turn this into some sort of pressure, but C-Smile does get off the Viper Strike before dying, and that just makes that cleanup onto Monkey King very easy. And Armel, no chance in hell to get out of there. And it's just over.
Yep, and that is the second Roche of the game now, going the way of EG. You can see Pakaz gets the Aegis, and the cheese goes to Whisper. And you can see that Aghanim Scepter from Whisper has been used very effectively this game. Kind of doesn't even matter who he throws in. Feels like they end up winning the fight regardless.
He has some good friends to throw, right? He has two BKB cores that are inherently tanky, and he has the Bounty Hunter who doesn't necessarily mind too much getting tossed as well. Shard will now be picked up by Tide, getting that from...
Yeah. I don't like that Shard, by the way.
Yeah, don't like some little tendrils.
That's the third impale. I'm just going to call it impale. So we have 3 impales in the game now.
Yeah. But this one is with tentacles, and therefore it's better.
It's the most uninteresting spell in the entire game, in my opinion.
There's some pretty uninteresting.
You can think about that for a while. Yeah. That was like, we're out of ideas. Let's give him impale. I missed that spell. Lion's not played anymore, right? So, sure.
Not much.
Well, and Nyx as well.
Is Kaka in this tournament?
That's a good point.
Radiant's top tower is under
The one Lion player in the world. See Smile and company now, focusing on the tier 2 top. That's going to be a freebie for them.
And I think you just go high ground here. Send Matthew in front, or not Matthew, sorry, Pakaz with his 3k health and Aegis and Lincolns. Even if they lasso and pull him into the base, on his second life he can just pre-pop BKB instantly and they can turn it into a fight. So I don't think he should be too scared of that proposition.
One Timbersaw illusion has been killed by the enemy team for 24. Very interesting statistic.
All right, nice contractual obligation there. Thank you.
That's awesome. That's the best stat I've seen all week. That makes me think of the old Centaur Manta days, Cinder. I miss that interaction. It was good for a week. I remember Loda abused it.
Yep.
And then instantly fixed as a quote-unquote bug. $17K lead now for EG, and the Aegis has about 2.5 minutes left. I think the Swift Blink is what Pakaz wants to finish off before
it's coming
ending
out.
the game. It's on the way.
It is arriving here. So
not quite level 25 yet.
Yeah.
Do you ever not take double rupture?
No.
What is the other one? Is it the
18% move speed on Thirst. 80% max, rather.
I mean, is that good? It's so hard to quantify.
Yeah, I mean, it is good. It's just not 2 rupture charges. So.
Yeah.
There are definitely still some talent choices in Dota that are very lopsided. I think they've done a good job over the last couple of years of making it more appealing to take the alternative. But there are still some that are just very egregiously one-sided, and that's one of them. I don't think I've ever seen a pro player not take Talon.
I genuinely don't know what Snapfire's other 20 and 25 talents are, actually.
Yeah, so one of them is more damage on kisses, and the other one is more kisses launched, which, if you play support Snap and you're not farmed, those are definitely the better choice. But Snap doesn't really get played that way very often.
was looking for the opening, but like we talked about, yeah, Pakaz has that Lincoln, is finally going to get popped via the Nullifier, but while this is happening, the second set of racks is well, 1.5 taken. The important one is taken. Puppy gets initiated on by Pakaz, but won't live, or won't die, I should say. As Mortimer's from afar.
It was a 50-50.
Just to create space here. Second set for EG as they're looking to finish this game. And this is where Secret need to defend. Trying to force out these BKBs. Nullifier reflected again. Lotus has been quite value. And still Aegis another 37 seconds, so you do have to be a bit careful. There's a double damage in the top side of the rune, or top side of the river as well.
Secret are very, very pinned here. They know they have one chance, and they know that the conditions for this fight are very, very much easier to meet without an Aegis on the enemy team. So I'd imagine they're going to try to look for a smoke play when Pakaz's Aegis expires. I think if you just play back on the map, you're going to eventually get caught by some bounty plus snap combination, get killed, and then lose anyway. So better to try to take matters into your own hands and not let EG fully set up for a third Roche, which would absolutely end the game. So you just have to take a risk, and I think this is a low probability play from Secret, but it's one you've got to take. Even if it's a 10% chance of winning, it's better than just sitting back and most definitely losing. So it does look like that's the plan they're making here. They are making a setup.
Drums popped.
Armel will frontline this.
Yeah, they spot Pakaz. They actually popped the Lincolns, but not quite there with that lasso. Now the Rupture comes out. Number 1 onto Yamich.
Yeah.
And he's going to take some Mortimer's Kisses. Actually gets canceled pretty much off the bat. Looks like that's going to be the death of Bat, right? Does have the buyback, though. Armel forced to pop the BKB and Timber chain away. Puppy's just dead. Finally, Wukong's command comes out from Chrysalis, but he's losing the man fight. It's a 2v1 essentially. Pakaz heals basically to full HP. Armel brought back into the grips of Pakaz as he gets the double kill.
Well, it was 10%, so it was the expected outcome, but they went for it. I can respect it. They gave it a good college try, and they kind of had to, you know? There wasn't much else to do there for Secret, and yeah, EG, it ended up taking them 40 minutes. I have to say, like, very impressive first 15 from them, and then a little bit sloppy, but they set the foundations for taking this one home pretty convincingly, all things considered. And also at the same time, not necessarily the worst look for Secret. I think they could have absolutely just completely crumbled there and just lost it in 20 minutes. So they managed to stabilize, but never really got ahead.
Yeah, that, like you said, early game could have gone way worse, as Secret didn't really get off to a very good start, but they did stabilize and capitalize. I mean, I feel like it was capitalizing on EG's mistakes. They were getting a little overconfident at times, which they tend to do. We've seen that for many years now. And yeah, EG able to bring it back, obviously. So EG take game number 1. Let's see what the panel has to say about this opener game.
Mine, okay, well.
Tell me, Brian.
Okay, I was not ready to be the host.
But you are.
He's barely a co-host.
Oh, okay, he told me he was back. No, I'm back. BSJ here.
Welcome back.
Game number 1, Team Secret versus EG. And here we are, thinking that Viper was a win lane, lose game kind of hero. But that didn't seem to be the case there, Kezu.
Wow, what a great question. I feel like I've heard this one 20 minutes ago. But you're right, and it seems like I was totally off with what I thought would happen in this game. Yeah, I didn't think EG would do this well in their lanes and in the early game, but they did. Just furthermore proving why I'm a dumbass.
You are a dumbass.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Thanks for showing it to me, EG. Thank you, Sheep. Do you have anything else you want to point out?
Yeah, you're really stupid too. No, I mean,
there's a difference between the two.
Yeah.
Oh no, they did great. I was a really big fan of the snap. Like, I think they kind of crushed the lane, like not killing Monkey King a lot, right? But they got a pretty sizable like CS lead on the Snapfire. She was given a good start, and then that allowed Matthew to like take the pole and go top, and then start to hurt FBZ there, and like kind of increase the lead that Bloodseeker was already building in that lane. And then they come back to Snapfire, and like I think they were all playing around each other's timings really well on the side of EG.
Which it was very much necessary, because I look at their lineup and all of the initiation and all of the damage mitigation was on Secret. I don't really know what Evil Geniuses was supposed to do if they couldn't ball up. If they were split up, then like who takes point in their lineup?
Yeah, I think the core matchups on the map is what gave them this ability to thwart this problem that you're talking about, where like the Viper single-handedly shuts down the Timber mid. Like Timber doesn't want to lane against him anymore. Once Bloodseeker gets 6, you can't lane against him plus Disruptor anymore. Even Snapfire, we saw he was doing a pretty good job laning by himself without the Bounty Hunter. These one-on-one core matchups not going their way. Secret tries to make these big moves. EG gives them the hammer, you know, slams them. That was the part for me that really like sold me on EG's draft, was the 7 to 15 minute mark every time Team Secret tried to claw their way back in the game. Nope.
Should have maybe been able to see it coming with the core matchups and the supports. Well, I didn't, but the fact that EG could move around with their supports and like bring even a +1 into this Viper Timber matchup was very hard for Armel to kind of come back in this game. One thing that I was missing though for Secret, I feel like you can see when a team is very good, even when they're behind, they will use their heroes in like a good way to find openings or find openings for team fights. Let's say they have Bad Rider Monkey King in that game. If they find the correct lasso and get a hero into their lineup, they Wukongs, they stun, a hero will die, and you can continue to fight. They did this for like the first 20 minutes, but I didn't see it a single time afterwards. And I think even when you're behind, you need to have this decisiveness to, well, come back in the game.
Yeah, because it felt like for a long time, they were just taking a lot of heroes to try and take fights, but then they were just getting like out-team fought by EG, who would play their positioning like really strongly and poke in or like start the fight in a way that it was really hard for Secret to like commit or go further. Like someone would get ruptured into an instant glimpse, and then they've lost like 60% of their health, and they just can't fight anymore. Or like there was a fight where I saw Pakaz's Bloodseeker run in with a BKB trying to kill Puppey. He didn't even kill Puppey. He just died. But the fact is, he split the fight in half, where Chrysalis was then able to be killed on the other side, and then like EG were able to continue like pushing the map space for themselves afterwards. Right? I just think the way that they played their fights consistently on EG was very impressive.
And that's something that, Brian, you were saying is generally difficult for a Monkey King. You said Monkey King's not an easy hero to teamfight on, which takes me by surprise because I'm like, oh, he has a massive teamfight ultimate. How is it difficult to teamfight on him?
Well, theoretically, what Kezu was saying is the best idea is to have a hero like Bat who drags you into the Monkey King, making his spells like he's going to put him right here, his teammates set him up for him, and he's going to land him right in the middle. But the thing is, if you put that Wukong's command out, it takes you an extra like half or so second to get your stun off to follow it up. So if they've already like moved out of the center of your Wukongs, and maybe even out of it entirely with like a Force Staff or some sort of disengage, you're going for like your damage output can be either killing them full to zero in the first second or two of the fight, or literally your ultimate is you standing inside of it, BKB'd as Chrysalis was, getting glimpsed right at the end of his BKB trying to TP out, and then you end up just dying. So it's just the variance, and it's really high.
Yeah, it's one of the vulnerabilities of Monkey King, which may discourage Secret. Yes, I know that Chrysalis is an authority on the hero, but still, first facing it when you don't really know your lane counters.
They'll do it again.
They'll do it again. They never learn.
I'm sorry, bro, but they'll do it again.
As for our carry matchups, let's take a look at the head-to-head in terms of the Bloodseeker versus the Monkey King. You guys were also a little bit surprised by the Bloodseeker's item build, not opting for the Blood Mist, which has been very much in vogue these days.
Brian seemed the most passionate about it.
I don't think the Ags is good if the game's like close and it's like your job to soak a lot of spells. It's
but
like
this game wasn't close.
But what I'm saying is, no, it was close. It was back and forth for a while.
At some point.
Like at the point that he would normally buy the Ags, around 25 minutes, he went for the S and Y as opposed to the Ags.
But I thought that's the point where it wasn't close, because EG had like a pretty big lead early on, I felt.
No, I feel like the 10-minute mark it was not close. And then at the 25-minute mark, it was close again.
Okay.
And what I liked about his idea of his build was like, his only damage item was a Mjolnir. The rest of it was purely defensive. It was a Blink Dagger even, so he could get inside with his BKB. It was BKB, S and Y, and a Linken's. What this tells me is he wants them to have to cast a bunch of spells on him so that the rest of his team can do their job. And sometimes that's just your job as a carry, and I think the Ags makes you die faster if that's the case, obviously.
I mean, the Ags makes you like want to run in more frontal, I think. Whereas when you play against Tide, Timber, they're somewhat stationary. You want to like lure the fight around more and be more evasive, which is why I think the Blink helps you. Then you can find your better option to like commit when you want or get around. And for me, it's like Pakaz, I don't question his item build. This guy for me has like he's been one of the most shining stars in like the last, I don't know, 2 years.
Well, I question and I ask, why is this correct? But like, assuming it is correct.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
But then I'm like, he's Pakaz, so it's correct.
I'm trying to understand.
There's no logic.
Yeah, there's no logic to it. How am I supposed to learn?
I come in with a great deal of skepticism every time. Anytime I see anyone doing anything, even your videos, Brian.
Yeah,
I
same.
see it and I'm like, who made him an authority?
Panda, right?
That's right. Actually, Panda
did say.
That's a fair point, actually. That is quite the feather in your cap.
He watches my videos. Is what he said. That guy, he watches
That's
a
why
lot
he
of
won
content.
just now.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was 4 years in the making.
I mean, for sure, shout out to BSJ for making EG win this game.
Hot Panda, everything
Thank
he
you.
knows.
Good job, Brian.
Smartest Dota mind I ever knew.
Same.
I'm a fan now that the Panda's a fan of you. I'm a fan.
Yeah,
nice.
Same. I converted.
Yeah.
I got converted.
I'm a
Thank you, Panda.
bandwagoner.
Only when you're successful.
Which is what seems to be the case for many of these teams. Poor Team Liquid. I know right now Reddit is currently down right now, but if you didn't know, Celery has graciously offered his Twitter account to be the new RDota 2. Did you see that?
Yep.
I did
And
not
he forgot
see
the hashtag.
You forgot the hashtag. Be sure to use hashtag ESL Pro Tour if you're a player or if you want to participate in the discourse. But if you want to angrily comment on things, go find Celery's Twitter. I think it's Celery. I don't remember the numbers afterwards.
409. It's something
It's 4096?
strange. Yeah, 6. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, Celery at Celery SELERI 4096. Use his tweet to talk about things. What would you put in the comment for a match thread?
I'd probably talk about how Liquid has to go get his coaching.
Okay.
Something like that. Something spicy.
Like a BSJ coaching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sheep, what would you put into a comment thread like that? Are you going to be angry or are you going to be analytical? I see the whole spectrum in those threads often.
I would ask why Arteezy is holding back Miracle.
Arteezy, I thought it was Bulba doing it.
Would there be a bat chest
Bulba's
at the
holding
end or
back
beginning?
Arteezy, who's holding back Miracle. It's a very long chain
see it.
of events. It's just not fair.
Oh no.
What a domino
Poor
effect.
Artur.
Yeah.
Poor Artur. Well, if you want to see this evil geniuses continue to play, well then you need to stick around because game number 2 of Secret versus Evil Geniuses after the break.
it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I've been a fan of Evil Geniuses from the beginning. They always showed some kind of nice flavor to their own Dota, and yeah, when they went into TI, I knew exactly that this is a team that's going to do well at TI, and they have been doing pretty well ever since. They've only changed their mid laner, but other than that, they have been getting top 4 standings, I think, in most tournaments that they go to, besides their regional qualifier, which they probably win a lot of the times. And yeah, I mean, they're a good team. I respect them. They had similar ideas as we did during TI. Nothing to say, but I respect them.
Well, maybe Puppy's next import into Team Secret might be a South American player. Has that happened yet? He's been going SCA heavy recently with FBZ and Armel. Has there ever been a South American player on a Secret before?
Hasn't been on Secret, but we did have Laylis, take a little...
That's the only player I could have thought of.
So...
Tomato played in Europe before, at some point.
Okay, what do you think the best candidates are?
Right now?
Yes, if Puppy were to pick up a player tomorrow.
From South America.
Yeah, try to dismantle EG or Beast Coast, I guess.
There you go.
I mean, Parker's doing a good job standing
That's
in.
what I'm thinking.
Right?
Because technically Parker isn't on Beast Coast right now. He's on loan.
You heard it here first, guys. Thank you, Crystallis.
It's been a pleasure. Your services and your Monkey King are no longer required. Well, at least not required in the first phase, because they don't opt for Crystallis' hero yet. Instead, they're going to pick up a Techies and a Beastmaster after banning out Batrider and Medusa, and EG take out the Shadow Demon and the Bloodseeker and pick up a Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger. I guess we're going 1-1, boys.
How has it been doing in this tournament even?
That's true. Do you have numbers, or are you just...
I don't have numbers.
I can look it up.
Go
I've
find
seen
numbers.
it lose.
I got you.
And I saw it win, and then I saw it lose again.
Okay, so in all of the Div 1s of Tour 3...
Don't check that.
Wind Ranger did have a pretty garbage win rate.
Yes, very garbage.
43%, 92 picks.
43% is not as bad as I had been hearing.
I thought it was worse, too.
Yeah, I actually thought it was worse, so...
Maybe it was worse. Maybe...
I'm looking at
Maybe it was bad in
DreamLeague
Europe
Season
or something.
20 right now.
It was really bad in Europe, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, actually disgustingly bad. It was like 0-10 at some point.
But it's hard because if you look at all Div 1s, right, then maybe like Wind Ranger was spammed by some Shopify or something.
So yeah,
like
so
NA and SA could have potentially boosted the win rate of Wind Ranger.
It's actually it's pretty good at everywhere. SA was winning with it mid, China was winning with it mid quite a bit, and NA was winning with it safe lane.
Right.
But another thing that we're not taking into consideration, EG played on a non-core position. The Sabway.
That is true.
I've seen the Matthew Wind Ranger. That stuff is good. And something else I would like to point out about how they have opened in these two drafts, in this game with the Wind Ranger, and in the last game with the Snap Bounty. It's pretty good against what Secret would like to pick. I'll mention it again, the Monkey King Bloodseeker. Of course, they don't have to, but if they take that route, which they did last game, they were probably pretty happy with, what was shown. This game, they just go with the Wind Ranger. Seems like a pretty... for them, it's just a generic hero.
He does have the exact same win rate so far, 43%. Yep, 7 and 9, so it's not terrible.
It's okay.
That'd be 7-10.
Why you hating then, Sheep?
Because it's not. I don't like it.
It's a universal hero. How can you not like a universal hero?
I don't care about universal heroes.
What?
Why does 99% of the conversations on each panel revolve around universal heroes?
Would you like to know why they revolve around
yet.
universal heroes?
Tell me.
Out of the top 8 heroes of the most picked in the tournament so far, 6 of them are universal.
It's
6 out of 8.
Yeah, I know. I know they're broken. I know they're broken. But it's like, come on, give some love to the rest of the cast. Also, when are they going to patch Universal Heroes?
So that's why they're the topic.
Wait, yeah.
Only 2 of them are actually performing well, though. Do you guys know which 2 those are?
Yes.
Techies, no, Techies is actually not.
It's going to be Magnus.
Tango?
Tango's not in the top
Void
6.
Spirit.
Okay, Void Spirit is
Okay.
1.
75% win rate in 16 games.
That's
Goddamn.
nice.
But we need
That's
one more.
Is
And
it
then-
Mag?
It's not Techies,
Or
right?
is Mag
It is
stuck in?
Techies.
It is Techies.
Okay.
Techies is at 58% in 19 games. All the other ones,
They did
including
something.
Bat, Mag, Timbersaw, Wind Ranger, and Beast, have 47% win rates or lower.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Snapfire's going up though. Where's she on the list right
Where's
now?
she coming up?
I've seen her get nothing but dubs.
Yeah.
Snapfire is at 7 picks, and I don't think it's including that last game, so she'd be 5-3 right now.
Yo, everyone shut up.
good.
Puppy just picked Chen.
Yo!
Let's go.
Puppy!
A hero that I've seen and I thought it was doing really well is Rubik. I saw it do well in the 2 games I saw it. It's at 87% win rate in 15 games.
That's actually
15?
very solid.
Yeah, 15 Rubik.
Goddamn.
All right.
Yeah, so apparently Rubik's flying under the radar for me at least.
It was Chen, though. I feel like Secret is one of the only few teams that are left picking it. When we were here a month and a half ago and Shopify debuted 7.33 to the world, we saw Fly on Chen and was like, holy moly, the Twin Gates, the Chen, this is the future of the patch. And then like 3 days later, never saw Chen again.
I think it's still nice. I remember we asked a couple of pros about it, and their main opinion was that you need to be you have to be a Chen player to play Chen. And everyone was kind of like picking it up on the wave, and they just were like a little bit so-so. I really liked Roger playing it at the major. I thought he was sick, and he had like a lot of different strats. He would play with the different creeps.
But he had the boys.
The boys!
The Skelly boys.
That was such a good game. For those that don't know, he just had like 3 of the, what are they called? Hill Troll summoners?
Dark Troll Summoners.
Dark Troll, whatever. And he just summoned 800 skeletons in the little jungles and sent them at the towers, and the enemy just had no idea how to deal with it. It was so funny. But we might not see that. What I would like to see is him pick up a couple Purge creeps here and there. I think that can deal with the Wind Ranger and Monkey King in a really nice way.
That literally deals with every hero.
Yeah.
Track, Lich Armor, Jingu, and Winrin.
I'm a little surprised that EG opted to pick these heroes into Chen. Chen is traditionally good against... I mean, you're going to have 5-man ball, you're going to give heal. Bounty Hunter is generally a low damage hero. Lich also hates playing into Chen because there's a lot of summons, there's some heals coming around, so... I do like the Lich pick for EG in terms of the laning. When you see Beast, you have Monkey, combine it with one of the best 5s, try to shut him down in the lane. But similarly to last game, EG will have to play off of good lanes and like some more scrappier map play around the mid game where try to hope that Secret don't get to ball up as 5 because you fighting into that may not be easy at all with these heroes.
Does EG ever run Monkey King mid? Ever?
It's EG, of course they can.
Because traditionally, that's like one of the worst matchups in the game for Void Spirit, and I've always thought of EG as a team that just, like you said, they'll do whatever.
Yeah.
So
they 100% can put that Monkey mid. I mean, it's Chris Smile, Chris Luck. He's literally will play anything.
I like the TA Ben. That's like another idea of like a carry mid who would just outfarm the Void Spirit.
I don't know how much I would... So, let's say we put Monkey mid. What carry would you want to replace?
A Baden.
A Baden? Okay, I would vibe with that.
I think he's specifically very powerful against Beast because of the axe spam. You can dispel it from yourself. And I learned you can also dispel Techie's first spell, the slow. Like the slow gets applied before the damage, yes, and you can dispel that.
Oh, that's cool.
I learned that today.
Yeah.
By trial and error, I was like, maybe I can do this. It worked, so.
But it still explodes on you.
It still explodes, but you effectively, like, it's a spell that traditionally would slow you, and then you take 90 damage from the spell, and you also get clicked by techies like 4 times. But the shield effectively negates the entire damage of the spell, and then you also don't get clicked because you're not slowed. So, with Lich in mind, I think that could be a pretty cool pick.
You kind of just don't have to worry. If you actually go gaze at level 2, guys.
Going gaze.
Gaze on level 2.
Which is something that people are not doing?
No, earlier.
It didn't happen earlier.
You weren't here
I
for
missed
the
out
game
on
earlier.
this.
I was so angry. Toronto Tokyo did not skill it at level 2. And
Did he win the game?
His carry, no, his Bloodseekers got murdered at level 2. And then they lost the game.
I mean, Your presentation speaking for itself now.
Exactly.
He didn't watch the presentation, man.
Yeah, I
Shake
think
my head.
your lane is really secure though in that case. Like it takes so much damage away from techies.
Yeah.
Like he's still gonna right click you, right? It's gonna be annoying. They still have the ability to poke. But so much kill threat is lost by having this Lich. We're thinking then, do we think they're gonna take the Wind Ranger to carry and then have the Monkey mid and pick an offlaner?
I don't like Wind Ranger into Beast because you're a ranged hero that doesn't have a ton of innate sustain, and I think
Yeah.
against Beast you have to, otherwise you literally just get axe spammed. Unless your 5 provides it for you, which
Yeah.
the Lich does not. I would love to see a Batten. I actually think it'd be a really cool pick here.
I like your idea. I think if I look at what Team Secret want to do, I really like the idea of heroes like Underlord if they can fit it in.
Oh, that'd be cool, yeah.
But then maybe you just want to go like more damage so you can fight them. I don't know.
Oh, they're actually also banning carry CK. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they're worried about the kill threat with the bounty hunter coming in.
Yeah, because I was thinking that I'm down with the Abaddon as carry, but that would have been one of the only options where I feel like, okay, I'm happy moving my pieces like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like you probably want a mid or off lane, no? Like you're putting Wind Ranger in one of those two, and now you're looking for what fills the gap better. If you have some really cool counter pick against the Void Spirit, you can go for that. But
You do have it. It's the Monkey King. What was the win rate on the Void Spirit
It's
right now?
12 and 4. I don't think you can just
counterpick
give it
that.
a game. I don't think you can.
Yeah, I mean, does Monkey King destroy it? It's not like the same as...
That's another EG classic. Last patch, I want to say. They were picking DP first phase like every single game.
Yeah.
They were so comfortable on it. Most of the time it went to C-Smile.
I would imagine it lanes pretty well against Void Spirit, but the mid to late game, which used to still favor DP because Void Spirit would run out of gas, I don't think is the case anymore.
I think the lane is super important. Like you go this Siphon, you try to pressure, you hope and pray to God you get 6 before him with 3-level Siphon, and you really try to run him over. You have your supports come mid and like really shut down his early timing. They have played it before. Last pick Slark, so okay, we have a Slark Chen lane. Wind Ranger off lane, probably, who should be very happy into that lane. I don't think Slark Chen pressure Wind Ranger. You just chill in, you have some wind run.
Yeah, that's my issue with the Slark pick is like you just said, I think EG has a pretty clear plan to go mid, and if you don't have a duo top that can kill the Wind Ranger, maybe that's just not feasible, but...
Purge Creep.
Purge Creep.
It's back.
Yeah, I don't know. I do really like Secret's lineup. I think EG's looks awkward, in my opinion. Like, the way they take fights is just awkward. You have an offlane Wind Ranger, you don't have like a clear initiator, you kind of just have to like run at people. I think Secret's just kind of got like a very... Everything, they have their auras, they have their big carry, they're going to enable it, you have a lot of damage, you have someone to jump in for you, you have someone to make moves, like it's all very easy.
Okay, seems straightforward enough, but if we're going based off of history, it's been a lot of 1-1 splits between these two teams. So as we get ready for potentially another one, let me pass it on to our band, the Imperial Pandas.
Secret versus EG game number 2. Sunshine here with Syndred.
Yeah.
Nice little intro there that we got. Makes me really hyped for this game because we get to see
Puppy Chen.
two teams play Dota is what I was going to say, but
well,
sure.
Part of it will be Puppy Chen. That is part of it.
Puppy Chen.
Yeah, there's a couple of things to unpack here. Obviously, the Chen being the odd one out. I find Chen's matchup against Bounty Hunter just to be particularly interesting, historically speaking, because the heroes kind of have this interesting dynamic where they counter each other in different ways. So Bounty Hunter is annoying for Chen early on in terms of getting creeps because Bounty Hunter can block camps, run around, be annoying. And then later in the game, a lot of the times, Bounty Hunter will be one of the worst supports you can possibly have against Chen when Chen gets mech, groups up with 4 creeps, and goes and pushes your towers. So, but I think Dota has changed quite a bit since that time, so I'm very curious to see how these heroes interact. It doesn't truly feel like you're going to be blocking Chen's camps, right? There's too many.
Crystallis.
Very dead
Blood
here.
grenade was used, and down he goes. Whisper with the first blood in game number 2. Yeah, we'll see how the Chen works out this game for Mr. Puppy.
Aside from that, worth mentioning, I think the Wind Ranger Bounty Hunter lane I actually think is pretty interesting. I think this is a strong lane because Wind Ranger, one of her weaknesses in lane is being able to find reliable level 1 Shackle shots. I think what you're going to do in this lane, you go 0-2-1 probably, and then you could skill Shackle level 4. Bounty Hunter's 1 second stun into another 1 second stun is enough time for you to reposition, land that Shackle, and get your full burst value. And there's the natural synergy between them that Bounty also likes to move, and Wind Ranger in this game I think is going to have a very easy time top.
Who wins this battle?
Should be Bounty Hunter, I would think.
Yeah, he has a better body, but there is a creep wave.
Yeah, well, that's...
Of course, it won't get aggroed. But he could have done some more damage if he wanted.
Yeah, I think so too. Not sure why he yielded there, but yeah, Wind Ranger against Slark is just an extremely Wind Ranger favorite matchup. Like, Slark can't do anything to her. If he pounces on her, you just Wind Run and you trade, or you run away, whatever you want to do. So the techies is really has to be here the whole time, or Whisper is going to constantly harass Crystallis out of the lane. Nice power shot there, getting the CS and the damage on Crystallis.
A lot of damage.
And Matthew, on the other hand, is free to move. So he can do what he wants, and we'll see what that is. Bottom lane, Panda almost getting first blood, or rather second blooded here by Puppy's Chen with the Lightning Harpy. Arguably the best level 1 creep in the whole game.
Is it arguable? What's possibly better than that?
The Cobalt that gives passive gold if you're not fighting anyone. No, you'd still farm more with the Lightning Harpy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The level 1 creeps are not exactly evenly distributed in strength. I mean, Puppy's doing some serious damage down here, I gotta say. They're gonna finally pull. Yeah, I like that. Sinister Gaze to pull in.
It's okay. Puppy will just find another one.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of camps to look for it in. Let's see.
I mean, when you have a Chen set that looks that bitchin', you're gonna get whatever creeps you want.
That is a word I thought I would never hear you say.
It's from the early 90s. Yeah, that was on The Simpsons 3 decades ago.
Can't get over it. All right. Well.
Oh, Puppy, he's going to take a blood grenade, but Pakaz, he actually does get the balance strike, and the Jingu stacks are there as well. Panda attempting to run away. Pops the wand, but not going to be enough. So it is a 1-for-1 support for support.
Decent trade for EG, all things considered. They get the Chen kill. He doesn't have a creep, and they also kill the boar. So if you can keep killing boars in this lane, I think Pakaz will have way more presence in the lane. Currently rocking the 2-1-0 build on FBZ.
You know, I just realized something very stupid and probably very obvious is we're going to see one pet has been killed. We're just not calling them summons anymore?
Pet.
Could we get that graphic up for each additional summon? Sorry, pet that goes down. Would appreciate that. The taunt from Beastmaster uses the same drum as the drums of Slom. I never realized that.
Oh.
They're reusing assets. That's
they would never.
Because the taunt has been around for a couple years, I think. It's interesting.
How can he taunt before he buys the drum?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I told you this game is just so
game-breaking
with lore.
Uh-oh, Puppy's in a bit of trouble, though. I think that was another blood grenade slowing him to a crawl.
This is not happening for Pakaz.
Yeah, he's under the tower, but the Jingu stacks were there to heal him up a bit. As Puppy does fall eventually. I would assume that is to the blood grenade. FBZ, now he's in a lot of trouble as Panda's just able to right-click casual. That's a double kill for him.
Wow, what an
Pakaz
insane
lives.
play. I did not think EG were going to pull that off, but they they had a lot of stick charges on Pakas, which I didn't account for, and that was enough. That's what they needed to survive after they got the initial Jingu stacks up. He didn't heal very much with it because it's level 1 Jingu Master.
Second pet. Is another pet gonna... Oh, God, the second pet perishes. Thank you, production. 55 gold. That is huge.
Uh-oh, Crystallis.
Now, the next step for production is to make sure to do that in the middle of a team fight to keep track. Good luck. Are you AAA production or not?
The next step is to insult one of the players, like calling Slark a pet.
I think that's built into the program.
Oh,
so,
boy.
Oh, boy.
It's a dead techies.
Yep, Yamich is done for. So
this
5-1 advantage for EG. Pakaz has a Frost Shield applied. Jingu stacks again. Puppey is getting destroyed now.
Yeah, that's another pet.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. 91 gold. All right, we're almost at triple digits. And production missed a kill because of the very important graphic that we're seeing on the screen now, because Matthew died.
Yeah, might be a turnaround here, though, from Whisper.
Oh. No,
good side
not able to guess. Mid lane, though. Spirit Siphon for C-Smile, keeping him alive.
Yeah, this is an interesting lane.
Sticky Bomb, though. That's not quite enough, and Armel obviously not level 6 yet for the Astral Step finish.
Did Matthew just TP in and give him a
Panda's
healing
here,
lotus?
though. Oh, man, he's all over the place. Frost Blast into the Sinister Gaze, and Armel, he's done for. EG are destroying the laning stage. And the pets.
Yep. Pakaz now hitting this level 5. This is a pretty big breaking point in this lane, getting the 3rd point in Jingu. I'm assuming he's going to skill. I mean, he could get 2 in Boundless as well, but I think he's going to go 1-1-3 here. It just changes the... This hero just reaches some breaking points. Whenever he gets 1 more point in Jingu, it just offsets so much damage in the lane that I think for Puppey and FBZ, this is kind of over at this point. It's very unlikely you can pressure the Monkey King anymore, so this begs the question, where do you go as Chen? This hero, historically speaking, has been a lane dominator, and then he's been using that to turn into tower pushes, but if you can't win the Beastmaster lane, where do you push?
Yeah.
I think ganking mid will be a really tough ask of him at this point. Top lane, okay, nice dodge there. And they're going to kill the little satyr.
That's not a pet. If that was a pet, then I think Puppey's set would also be 2 pets. He's riding a double-headed mount.
When something has 2 heads, it's 2 pets?
Yeah, of course. Cinderin.
That's a philosophical question.
It is not. There's 2 brains. That's 2 individual things.
Prove it.
Well, there's people that are like that in the world.
That is not proof that his dog has 2 brains. That's like.
Oh, you're saying prove it has 2 brains.
Those 2 things are completely unrelated. What are you talking about?
All right. I blame production for us going off the rails. That graphics just really tickled me, and now we can't stop talking about it. Armel is level 6 now.
Matthew. 3k lead minute 7 against Chen. Like, this hero does not fare well from behind.
Matthew spotted. Sticky Bomb's going to connect. Armel trying to connect as well with the Astral Step. Will they need him? They do. Gets the Aether Remnant off as well. Matthew's still alive. Finally drops. Armel has to Astral Step to the high ground. The Exorcism is popped, but it doesn't look like C-Smile's going to be able to get much value out of it. Might be able to damage the tower a bit. So secret getaway with murder.
Does Death Prophet still say, "Come back to me, my beautiful girls," when she has the fish cosmetic?
Yeah, why not?
Just some food for thought.
Are those pets?
Well, you can't kill those. Hey, you got another boar.
All right, excellent. Production is on point. Why does it show the hawk being dead but not the boar? We need to update that graphic. They both need to be dead.
We do not need to update that. Oh, that's another boar.
Oh, boy.
Damn. It's actually, I mean, as much as we're memeing about it, this is, I mean, it's relatively significant, honestly.
Like, it's the amount 3 creeps. Gracious.
It's a lot of experience.
Armel.
Actually.
He's in a bit of trouble. Aether Remnant will hit. That should buy him enough space. Yamich is getting caught off guard, though, as Panda finds him. Sinister Gaze. And Panda is on a killing. He's on a mega kill spree right now.
A classic roaming lich.
5, 1, and 2.
Yeah, no, but about the boars, like the amount of experience that Pakaz has got from killing, was it 5 boars at this point, is giving him a pretty significant level advantage down here. He's more than a level ahead of Beast, and now they're going to kill him
Beastmaster himself, the owner of the pet,
Frost.
will drop. Chain Frost hits twice, and that's more than enough, but counteraction from Secret. Pakaz looks to be the death. Looks to be the death, apparently. That's very good English. As Panda, that's going to be actually even the bigger kill, honestly, because of the killing spree. So Secret able to turn this around.
Whisper barely missing that power shot. That would have probably been enough. Level 4 power shot there onto Crystallis, but got to sidestep it just narrowly. And yeah, nice response from Secret, finally getting a little bit more on the board. That was a minute 8 Chain Frost. Like, the Lich is super strong right now, similar to last game where Panda was also very high level in the Disruptor. Puppy, not so lucky. He's
baiting a
nice.
bit. Matthew could be the trade.
He might live
he's
here.
Looking to try to finish off Puppy. He's not going to find it, but he will die instead, and Puppy survives.
Yeah, we'll kill off that ghost. That's another pet down. But
I love the delay on the graphic. The bottom portion comes up like 5 seconds later for some reason. Armel is fine.
Grab the rune there with this invis.
You
would
can
like
see,
to.
I mean, he's almost 1K behind in the mid lane.
Yeah,
that's a rough start.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of it is just raw CS. Like C-Smile's ahead by 12, but also Armel has the death. So yeah, just steadily been gaining an advantage. And Armel has had to move. If he hasn't moved to these side lanes, this would have been a total travesty. Now it's not great, obviously, for Secret, but without his rotations, they would just be done for. He had to sacrifice a bit of his own game to go and help bot, so that their Beastmaster gets to have a game. It's way too important for their overall strategy that FBZ gets to come online.
Armel trying to bait C-Smile with damage on the other side of the tree line here, but
I was hoping this invis would be used for a gank together with Beast, like that they could maybe pile onto the Monkey King bottom with the invis rune and then get the tower, but Armel ends up just using it for a bit of regen here in mid and just sticks around. Maybe finds a jump here, misses it. Didn't get the connection on the Remnant, and that's the end of that play. Got a Panda TP at least, but not really too great.
This opens up the push in the top lane. EG, they have the siege ready to go. And the tier 1 already at half HP, so not sure if they can quite finish it off, but it depends on if there's going to be any defense mounted from Secret. It looks like that's not going to be the case as they're transitioning to the bot lane. As we have a pause.
Giving them time to think about whether they do want to defend.
Puppy, I need to open the window. All right, go. It's too
pause
hot in here.
To keyboard.
Oh, it was EG that paused.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, Matthew's keyboard is working. I mean, unless he was trying to write something else than that, then it might be horribly malfunctioning. He was trying to write go, and he wrote RWE. I think you need to pause again, buddy.
Keyboard needs to be replaced. Gibberish is being typed. So the tier 1 tower will fall in EG's favor.
Yep. Look how showing up
that
just in
3K
case.
lead.
It's just going to transition up to playing the top half now on the Monkey King and mid tower. Probably not long for this world either. Like, Secret are very gravitated toward that bottom half with all of their heroes except the Slark. So C-Smile should be able to get this. And maybe Secret actually get to pay here as well.
He wants to contest. The tier 1 tower looks like it will fall as Panda finding Yamich, but instead he finds the death of himself. Will be a trade though. As now the bounty is level 6, so track online. Roar into basically nothing as Whisper getting gone on now that Armel has joined the party. So it ends up being the 2-for-1, the sentry just out of range, although Matthew going to walk partially back into it.
Pretty good for Secret there, overall. Got a couple of kills. I think they were never defending that mid tower anyway, so they just got a couple of extras in the bottom half. And EG obviously not bringing the Death Prophet there because she was busy in mid. But now she's coming over with a haste rune. Puppy.
Yeah. Oh, nice Hurricane to try to keep him alive. The blast off to follow from Yamich. It's like Puppy will survive as a result. And more than that, they take out Matthew as well. And C-Smile, he's the one on the run. Has another Spirit Siphon to work with, but the pounce from Crystallis keeps him in place. Nice turnaround from Secret.
That was very, very well done by Yamich, especially. Just insane damage and all the little things. Puppy, forgot the word for that spell. What's it called again? Hurricaning away to make that little bit of distance, and that sucks a lot for Death Prophet. Not only do you die, you spend your haste rune that could have led to, you know, a really good fight for yourself if you had more teammates connected, and you're delaying your timing on your first major item by quite a bit. You had this nice lead, as we talked about, mid, which has more or less been equalized now.
Yeah.
With that little sequence. So Secret definitely getting a little bit of a foothold now. Still much remains to be seen how Crystallis is going to find a way into this game, though. The Slark, not a good comeback hero, and his laning stage has been, I mean, horrific might be an overstatement, but he's very far behind the Monkey King. 2,300 the difference between the two.
Yep, it's a bit rough as Boundless Strike finds Puppey. Hurricanes himself again to the other side of the tree line, but it's not going to be enough distance as C-Smile gets it with the Crypt Swarm. They're not able to take out the creeps of Puppey, though, so those
most
shall
of his
remain.
pets there?
Those are not pets.
No?
Only Beastmaster gets pets. Is that the Aghanim Scepter? Looks like it. So that is finished on FBZ.
Dire's top tower
Alright.
is under attack.
Testing out the drums with his taunt.
Does that get annoying as a player?
We've had this conversation before about taunts, right? If they get annoying.
No, not the taunt.
Oh.
The drums.
Oh, the drums of Slom themselves.
They're just always going.
I think what you do when you get drums of Slom, you pause and go into settings and you turn the volume down. Specifically when you have that item, then it's fine.
Oh, okay.
For every other game, you just turn it back up.
Seems fair.
It's the effect.
You can't mute yourself, after all.
No.
If Quinn could do that, he would, I think. Every game, it's the 9 mutes. He just wants that double digit.
Yeah, needs that 10th mute.
Maybe one day. That could be part of the battle pass for TI.
It'd be good content for his stream. He joins the game, he mutes all his teammates, and then he tapes his mouth.
I don't see why not. So 3K lead for EG. The track has, I mean, I don't know if they've gotten a track kill. Maybe one.
I think one, yeah. Not been the biggest of deals, but they're still getting a lot of value out of the map. And again, these are kind of this is the aftermath of a laning stage that for Secret just did not go well, so they are playing on the back foot. And the main part of the discrepancy in net worth is the carry to carry, which is a 3K difference. That's basically the entirety of EG's lead is in that one position. I say that there's also a 1,000 lead in the mid for the DP, but the vast majority is in the carry to carry role.
And he's caught out. Armel gets initiation off. Yamich is there to help lock him down, and he gets credit for the kill. Oh, the Hawk is actually gonna do nothing. Does get away.
Very cool aggressive ward they have up there now. Obviously, Monkey King likes to play with this one. Don't think that was the reason he got away from that gank. He identified the movement prior to them getting to that area, but it is very helpful for both Bounty Hunter and Monkey King to have that ward. Can help Bounty maybe see a courier or movement. And okay.
All right, I have some trivia for you, and I think you might know this because I've probably talked about it before.
Okay.
So it's not going to be good trivia.
Okay.
But if you do know it, don't say it instantly so that people can think about it. Okay.
Yeah.
What? And this is a subjective question, but you know the answer. It's not Boar.
I said 4.
It's also not a number.
Okay.
What is the weirdest hero that Puppey consistently played at one time in the jungle as a position 5? Do you know the answer?
Yes.
Okay. Damn you. Damn you. All right. Well, you want to give people a hint?
It has pets.
It does have pets. That is true. So that narrows it down quite a bit. But it's still not an easy one to guess because it's weird. And it
Chen.
worked. It's not Chen.
It's Lycan.
Yes, Lycan indeed. Isn't that weird that that was a thing at one point?
I mean, part of the reason that was a thing was that the jungle spawned at minute 0, right? So
True.
Heroes that had
And
an ability to jungle.
It gave you more gold, way more gold
It
back
gave
then, too.
better golden experience relative to laning compared to now, and it started minute 0. I think if all of the jungle spawn minute 0 now, it might make a comeback actually on some heroes.
All right, let's do it. I want to see it.
I think it could.
Puppey has a whole zoo of creeps here. Go along with the pets of FBZ. They were trying to go for Roche, but thinking better of it for now as the BKB is coming for the Monkey King, so that's a pretty damn good timing if he can connect.
Interesting
this top
Halberd
area.
choice here as well, coming in from C-Smile. Obviously a good item against the Slark, but...
Will we see the very rare contest on the Roche? It's going to be paused so that Matthew and company can think about it. How weird would it be if they just started playing ping pong during the
I was
pause?
thinking. I was thinking the same thing. Just pause and go play table tennis on camera. Oh my god.
That'd be great content.
Please do that one time. I would lose my shit. That's so funny. Just write keyboard. Just go play table tennis.
They forget that the webcams are on. I mean, if it ends up being a long pause, like I feel like that could be part of the strat to like keep yourself loose. You know,
they don't only play 1v1; they play around the world, all 5. Just go and start playing the whole team.
I like that. All right, Roche still being attempted. EG are pretty close.
This is a gimme for Secret,
but Secret will get it in the end, and that is Aegis going on to Crystallis. Can they get out?
Yep, they seem
the pets
to
are
fully get out.
Oh, the pets are in trouble though.
Oh, they're gating.
Oh, they're following them in order to murder the pets.
Pakaz is also gating.
Pakaz not interested. Matthew is also, well, now he's aware there is a ward there at least.
It's spotted on the sentry only, actually. It was the ward giving the vision. All right.
Boy, these pets are just invulnerable.
That's an incredible boar.
Nobody wants to touch it. I mean, it is a pretty hideous pet after all. Only the mother can love it, which Beastmaster is in this case.
Beast Mother.
That would be a good persona, actually. Yep. Wouldn't mind that.
You're welcome, Valve. Now, the question for me is, so Secret are going to smoke up with this Aegis and obviously the Slark Diffusal. How are they going to get use out of it is my question. Like, how do you... A lot of the time when you get the Aegis, there's like an obvious path to utilizing it. I think Slark having Aegis here is kind of hard to fully take advantage of. Like, you don't truly feel good about just going into this Monkey King that has this item advantage on you. And yeah, you can give away 1 life, but are your teammates going to capitalize enough on it? Well, Whisper might just give them a freebie.
Yep, the roar. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Shield is there to keep him alive a little bit longer, but...
And Lich with the unknown ulti called Frost, because it didn't chain at all.
That's true.
C-Smile.
C-Smile, he's surrounded.
Dead.
Yes, this is 2 very valuable kills for Secret, and they're back in this game.
This seems to... I mean, it's a small sample size of these 2 games, but it's kind of following the same pattern, right, as game 1.
So if it
EG
is...
win the lanes with Bounty, and then they drop the ball a little bit, and then they're still going to recover it.
Yeah, we'll see if that third part comes true.
Yep, exactly. It would be the same game once over.
What do you think of... Wait. Is Pakaz going for Battle Fury now? He has it queued up. That's really interesting. Echo Saber, BKB to go along with Orb of Corrosion. We have to hold that thought. Damage. Gonna find the Bounty Hunter. Matthew's gonna get Pavis though. Should be fine. Although, Crystallis is coming with the pounce. That's gonna be the death of the Bounty. Wukong's command is there. You can see bringing back Armel into the ring. Don't know if Secret want to fight inside the ring anymore. But Pakaz getting pursued now by these double-headed pets.
They have
that
1
don't
hit
do
each.
anything. Well, it's a double together. Prove it, Cinder. Pakaz pops the BKB, attempting to run away. The pounce won't keep him in place, though. As Whisper, he just died. He has to be careful. Balance strike onto 3 heroes. Very nicely done, but can they follow it up with anything?
DP fight.
Big roar from FBZ. Exorcism doing so much damage, though. FBZ is going to die. Crystallis gets off the ult, trying to right-click down C-Smile. He get him successfully, so it's a 2 for 2. Is now pursuing Panda as a little extracurricular activity. That's a 3 for 2 now. Aegis still intact.
How many ECTS did that give?
What?
It's the... Maybe that's
extracurricular?
Maybe that's Europe only. You need a certain amount of points in order to get a grade or to get a degree, right? You need to score a certain amount of ECTS points.
Okay.
All right. Maybe that's European only.
Thanks, Syndrin.
You're welcome.
That's a lot of rally skeletons. That's wow. He's got 3 big boys over there to spawn them as well.
This is an insane push from Secret, like a 12-headed attack on the tower, and they do get it.
I mean, that might be correct. That's a lot of skellies.
There were quite a lot there.
They're standing around, not doing their job though. Put them to work. What is this?
A little bit of a...
Pause the game, observers. Tell Puppy he needs to move. He has to micro these.
A meeting in Skeletons.
Oh, he's got more though.
Skeletons Anonymous, and it's over.
Okay.
That was not a very good meeting.
Not productive at all?
Nope. This is kind of what usually happens at Skeleton Anonymous meetings, to be fair. So
yeah, not a whole lot to be said, honestly.
Pretty lifeless meetings.
No. I mean, these are some valuable creeps, though. And it's not something that EG can really ignore. As Armel's being spotted. C-Smile's here as well. FBZ on the backside, though.
Oh, this is
looking for the opening.
Very awkward for
He
C-Smile.
inhibit onto C-Smile. He's being brought back into the fray. Gets stunned up and brought down. Crimson Guard is there as well, so it's 5v4, but Big Wukong's command comes out. BKB shortly after from Pakaz, focusing on Armel for now. He tries to Astral Step to safety, but gets off the Dissimulate, actually. Looks like he's eventually going to die, but it's going to cost overall 3 members of EG. Is now Pakaz being pursued by Crystallis. The Pavis not going to save him, and Whisper the lone survivor for EG.
I feel like the state of this game is just Secret are outnumbering them at every turn. I think the last 5 minutes, Secret have just had a 1 to 2 hero advantage on every initiation, and then when response comes in from EG, it's too late. Like, it's a pretty good chain frost, but the Monkey King connects after it's over. You've already lost your mid hero. This is a fight that EG can absolutely win with numbers, but they don't have them, so...
Yeah, as we come back to live, Whisper, he's trying to aggress with the BKB and the Focus Fire. Matthew and C-Smile behind him, but not able to do any damage. The Crimson Guard just blocking everything.
Yeah.
But they do get the Skelly Boys, which is important. Matthew, he's going to dodge a little bit, but not the blast off, and he's in no man's land. He's done so. 4K lead for Secret now.
Swung the game on its head. Now it's already not following the script of the previous game, because Secret never recovered fully and got ahead.
Yes, that is correct.
Now with a pretty meaningful lead here, and with Slark starting to rack up some stacks, working on the Nullifier, which is going to allow him to... This is a very great multi-purpose Nullifier game. Going to allow him to pressure the Wind Ranger. It's going to allow him to remove the Frost Shield.
Pavis, I assume, is dispellable.
How is it interacts with Jenku stacks? He can purge them once he has them, right?
Oh yeah, it's one or the other.
You can't purge the buildup, but you can purge the buff, if I remember correctly.
All right, what are they hoping for here? Ice Shire
I think
or
they're
Bounty?
hoping for a shard. They got it.
All right, it's Techies actually. Wait, who?
So that's the Taser on Ally.
All right.
And then that's really nice with Slark, actually. All right, nice. They killed a mine.
Is that only one the whole game? How's that possible?
And we did see that on camera. It was when Bounty attacked the mine at the at the river.
How is that possible?
Exactly where he is now, actually. Wow, what a great timing.
That's actually kind of insane that we're 24 minutes in and one has been destroyed. Matthew.
Okay, this is an aggressive movement.
Yeah, he can see
Beastmaster
FBZ
not rocking
now.
the gem. The gem is on the Slark, so... Matthew's safe for... Oh, he's getting pinged out.
Yep, they see him. Puts down a ward.
He is
being pursued now.
+1 stack.
And he is dead.
+1 snack.
Delicious. Meanwhile, Panda is going to get gone on. Boundless Strike on top of him. Looks like they'll find that.
This is just not good from Pakaz. He's going to miss the Boundless and throw away his ult as well.
Yep.
And he's
in a bit of trouble.
Maybe not
trying
even
to
getting
get onto
out
the tree
here.
line. FBZ is going to cut them down. No! The axes actually do not, but he does get the roar off in time. And that turns into a double kill for the Techies of all heroes. And Secret's starting to really run away with this.
Oh my god, the whole army. They're playing the drums of the marching band. All the skeletons are insanely motivated right now to go and farm some jungle creeps.
Oh man, EG really slipping up
Haste
right
room.
now. C-Smile, yeah, he does have the haste.
Okay.
And we'll get away as a result.
Nice try from Armel, but yeah, not going to be able to use the haste offensively now once again. Would have been a really nice run for C-Smile to have in an upcoming fight, but this pushing is stupidly strong coming in from Secret. All this skeletons, the siege creep, the drums. Let's keep it going. Slark with Ags now. Double pounce available. Knows there's a ward too because he's losing his Shadow Dance, obviously, but can't really get it just yet. We'll have Yamich do it. I feel like EG are in a really, really awkward spot in this game now because they're just struggling with damage more so than anything. The Crimson Guard plus Hand of God is proving to be a massive issue for them to kill heroes. There's also the Mech Vlad's.
Vlad's? Okay.
Yeah, he has Mech Vlad's drum.
It's a blast
and
from the past.
Crest. Like, Puppy has all armor, all utility for his teammates. They have the Pavis. There's just so much stuff to get through that EG, without this Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger, for example, it's going to be a 30-minute Gleipnir almost at this rate. Death Prophet has fallen off a cliff after a good start. C-Smile really didn't find the kind of game he was looking for, and an unfamiliar situation for EG, to be fair, because usually I would say Death Prophet has been one of their standout heroes in the last year. They've been picking this last for C-Smile, and he's just been owning. This is just not his game, so got to be tough for them to find an angle into this. As long as Secret play tight and they have the numbers, I don't know if EG can actually even win a team fight.
That's going to be tough for the time being. I mean, is there a point where you think that they can withstand, like, minutes down the road?
I think Monkey King getting a nullifier would be a pretty big help, probably. Either that or an Abyssal, I guess. Like, you need some sort of way of sticking on target so you don't just reset and get away and get healed. But yeah, Seeker are probably not going to slow down. They're thinking about high grounding. They don't have an Aegis, but maybe they just want to force them back. Send in some pets.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well, if you want to count skeletons as pets, EG are getting a lot of pet kills now.
Yeah.
Frost Shield. That's the end of that. Akaz is still out farming, of course.
How's EG's high ground? The Frost Shield obviously extremely good, but in terms of
it's pretty good. I think
potential.
a spell like Sinister Gaze should not be underestimated in the base. It's not easy for Secret to push into them without an Aegis, so I understand and I agree with their choice to not commit for it. They just wanted to force them back, and now they're going Roche. EG think this is happening. This is a pretty obvious play. The question is, can they make it on time? It's such a long distance to cover.
Yep.
The trek. It's too late. They actually can't make it.
They're going to be spotted now by the Techies' mines, and that is the Aegis for Crystallis again. And that means EG has to GTFO.
And that is now a nullifier completed for Armel. So now they have that.
A pet death.
They have the Dispel now for the Frost Shield, for the Wind Ranger.
Now Pounce with the inhibit. Second Pounce does hit onto Panda, who's now in a world of trouble. Takes the blast off as well, so he's done. So
nice
they actually find Monkey King via the Aether Remnant. Nullifier on top of him. They're going to get the Roar as well. He's just trying to get to the other side of the wall, but it's not going to happen. No buyback either, so that's 5v3 with the Aegis and Cheese still there for Secret.
Is in there. All right, buddy. Take it easy. He does have the Aegis.
Reset. They still got the Skelly boys as well. I think EG need to take a ping pong break real quick, as we see 11 pets have died.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Damn, this keyboard must be having a really rough day. It's demanded 5 pauses.
Well, okay, what are you not allowed to pause
Oh, actually, he's frozen on the camera. So I guess he is expanding his failed hardware. He's going from keyboard to camera now.
Oh, it looks like he tracked himself as well.
Yep.
Lotus on somebody? Who has Lotus?
The Techies.
Tetchis. Nice. Getting kind of close to the sheep stick as well, but
I mean, this has got to be a lane of Rax, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's absolutely no way in hell EG defend. They might even lose 2 lanes. This push is so fast, and the wave is coming in just now.
And they do have Fortify still.
Yeah.
And that will help against the Skelly boys at least. As it looks like we're ready to go. They got their ping pong situation figured out. Let's see if Secret can get a set of racks or even more. I mean, Exorcism still online. Focus Fire down. It's just using that little mini engagement, so down for 30 seconds. As they're going to start with the Gleipnir. Silence to follow. Remember, Armel, he's the one with the cheese, not the Aegis. There's the fortification. Of course, they'll get a second one once this building is destroyed. So on the second attempt, if they even go for it, they'll have that at the disposal. See Smile. Okay, they use the nullifiers, getting Aether Remnant back into the fray as well, as Crystallis still has the Aegis, just focusing down this Death Prophet. Force Staff to safety. Staying alive, though. And yeah, they can't finish him off. Instead, this might be a little bit too far for EG, as the buildings are going down slowly thanks to these creeps. They're going to reset. Shackle Shot connects. The Monkey King now available.
Oh, they find him with the Roar.
They do. This would be awful for EG. Pakaz respawns and just dies instantly. Finally, the Aegis is taken out, as now Secret can just focus on the barracks. Aegis and Cheese now done, as C-Smile, that Exorcism still online, gets a nice silence.
They need to be careful with chasing. They're going to lose the game here if they chase.
Yeah, Nullifier on top of C-Smile is going to get Aether Remnant in place, and he's just dead. No buyback. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Does not have Exo. And this is going to be a second set, if not more, for Secret. 50.
Good thing we're keeping the tally here.
It never gets old, actually. And there's the potentially last fortification for EG in this game. I mean, Monkey is actually back in 8 seconds. That's a little surprising, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And the backdoor protection's in there temporarily. They should be able to get the melee. We'll see if they stick around for more.
I feel like you can go for the third lane as well.
Yeah,
you know there's no
Exo's down.
You just heal your Slark up fully in the fog here and go to town. But, I mean, it's also okay to chill. I feel like Secret win the game here if they push, but they don't have to take the risk, obviously. Looking for a pick
They
first.
force the BKB on Pakaz. He gets out the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike is there as well, but Chrysalis just pounces away. That's a big spell down as well.
Yeah, now Monkey has no BKB, no ult, so now you definitely go high.
Exo still a full minute, so yeah, 2 big ults down. I don't know if EG can hold this. Especially with these pets still available and alive.
They're going to need some sort of really good combo with Sinister Gaze into a Monkey King stun and then getting a Shackle Shot on 2 heroes or something. I'm actually very surprised that Secret are backing here. I think this was game over, but fair enough. It's not like the game is going to get significantly hard for them or anything, but I think other teams there would have probably gone for the killing blow.
Yeah,
Wait, they can get another Aegis if they want to.
Perhaps there's a big item coming for somebody that we haven't seen yet. I mean, the techies will have the sheep soon. Looks like Lincoln's is next for Armel's Void Spirit. And Slarky Malarkey looks like it'll be a refresher, but still, he's not that far away from it. So there are some pretty gigantic items that are relatively close. But yeah, with those 2 big ults down, you think that they would have gone for it.
It's a big one as well. FBZ just very quietly top net worth in the game on the Beastmaster. Just been farming up a storm with the drums of Slom. Crimson, BKB, Ags, Halberd, and now working on an Assault Cuirass, so that's the one item that Puppy might feel like is a bit too big. Honestly, he could get it too. He's not even far off. Like, he is so stupidly rich. He's so rich, he doesn't even want to use his tier 3 token. He's just keeping the Specialist's Array for farming speed.
Yeah, why not? It's a classic.
I guess. Probably, honestly, probably just...
It never, like, as a spectator, you don't see what their choices are, do you? That's a little unfortunate.
That would be nice as a UI thing.
Yeah.
If you could, like, mouse over the item that they have, and then you could see what their options were and what the pick rate is for each item on the hero or something, right? That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be. So, commanding lead for Secret after getting off to a rough start. It felt like the Bounty Hunter, once he hits 6th, it's just downhill somehow.
Oh, Matthew, we're going to walk into a bomb here.
Yep, another one there.
And he's dead.
Now he's spotted. Another stack for Chrysalis.
Stop moving there. His keyboard broke again.
Won't need it.
Well, actually, his keyboard was already broken, but the mouse, too.
Oh, I see.
And the camera. And headset. But he still had a smile on his face, and that's what matters. Everything is broken, but not his spirit.
Yeah, very
his spirit is not broken. And the tennis table is still intact.
Yeah, that's the important
for a morale boost after this beatdown, after the game. And at the end of the day, worst outcome is a draw.
Yeah.
So,
Panda getting Ghana. That's the 2nd pounce coming out. Gets off the Pavis, gets off the shield, but Nullifier's there. 70 seconds of no Lich. That's actually pretty significant for the tower defense, at least.
Yep. And the wave is coming in mid now as well, so this backdoor protection is stopping.
We'll see if Secret can finish this game off. C-Smile gets pursued to start things out. Gleipnir on to 3, but like we said, Secret can just focus on the barracks now as C-Smile finally pops the Exo, and Secret just disengages.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just gonna wait that out, potentially.
Very clean play here. That might look like a bit chicken, but honestly,
a bit chicken.
I think it's fine.
That's a dead chicken.
I think that was a real bitch and disengage right there. That was a really good one. Oh, Yamich gonna find Pakaz.
Yeah, but he's gonna be able to get away safely via the tree dance. Now without the Exo,
straight back in.
Penance.
Penance. What? Why was that so loud?
What is this?
Oh no!
Another.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, he's frozen again. What is actually happening with this computer?
I don't know, but whoever sponsors their team with the computer is not great advertisement for them. I'd say that.
It is a nice table tennis table, though. So
That's true.
Whoever made the table.
If
Can I
your
get a zoom in
sponsor-
on that table? See what brand that is?
Yeah, what
it
it-
looks good. It's a.
Do you know any brands for ping pong tables?
I do. Yeah.
What's one?
I'm
Jula is one.
I'm not gonna say it out loud unless I get sponsored. I'm not gonna give a free advertisement.
That's the classic one.
The classic one. All right. The classic one in Europe, or at least in Denmark, is Stiga. Stiga.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Okay.
Or Stiga. I actually don't know how you say it. All right, he's back on.
Oh.
Oh, he lagged again. Oh no.
Maybe it's him that's lagging and not the camera. Consider that.
Needs a patch.
There
All right,
we go.
Back.
Something.
Not quite
something.
sure what's
needs,
going
needs
on.
a little reform. Needs a little defragment on that computer.
Yeah.
Of course, not really a thing you should do on SSDs. Assuming he does have an SSD, of course. The buildings. One remains. Pakaj pops the BKB. He gets roared shortly after. You can see that he will pop the ult and then die. 75 seconds of No Monkey King. This should do it in game number 2. GGs are called finally. Won't have another pause as 18 pets is the final number. As Secret take game number 2.
Yeah. Nice performance from them. Similar to the first game, got off to a little bit of a rocky start, but this time they had the solution coming into that mid game, and I think they played very well around the Chen, I want to say. They utilized his creeps and his power in the game very well to group up and connect with the Beastmaster. And for me, in a way, the star of the show here overall, probably Armel just saving the game, right? Like, it was looking very bad 5 to 10 minutes in, and a couple of Void Spirit rotations definitely helped out in a big way. And then they got their techies activated as well as a result of that, and Crystallis got to come back on the Slark and show what he can do. Ends the game 12-1 and 12. Was not the trajectory I was expecting 10 minutes in when he was that low on net worth, but they brought him into the game well and got a deserved win here.
And so Secret able to even up, go 1-1. I think that they were tied when the series started, so
I think so too, yeah. They've been tying their series so far.
They will remain tied.
Not a bad score.
I am
Keep
also
tying,
happy.
you'll probably stay in.
Yeah, that's probably true, but we'll see. Let's see what the panel has to say about this terrific Game 2 performance from Team Secret.
Well, it was kind of on the wall already. All these teams keep splitting, and it's only fitting that they continue the trend here again. EG and Secret end this Group Stage 1 match in a 1-1 score. And Secret, they had the boys! God, I love these skeletons.
Oh, the boys!
Let's go, boys!
Hit the 3-hilled summoner men with the 100 million skeletons.
I think it was 9.
The 3-hill
9 million.
summoner, man.
Yeah, I think 9 skeletons is the...
100,000 skeletons.
At how many boys do you get diminishing returns on enjoying the presence of the boys?
Oh, I think it's linear. I don't think there's like an asymptotic thing. I always like more boys.
Okay.
Always.
I think the song once said, boys just want to have fun.
They just want to have fun.
Yeah.
And guess who lost?
Not the boys.
Not the boys.
Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger did lose.
She's not a boy,
Told you.
I think.
She sucks. Stop picking her. She looks so bad in the offering.
43% was not stuck, but now it's getting stuck. It's getting a little bit worse.
Yeah. I thought that Whisper was probably one of the weaker links on this team this game. I don't know. He bought like an Atos first, and it felt like he would try and ult someone and try and stick on them in a fight to kill them, and it just didn't do that much damage. He just couldn't like finish the job.
It just looked very much like a pub, like with their draft as well as the way they played, right? You were talking about backstage. They've been ahead for 10 minutes now, and they've been separated on the map also for 10 minutes now.
I don't really know what they were doing in this game. Like, it felt like they were doing well, like EG for, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 minutes. And then I feel like what happened is that they all got sucked out of this game, put into a different universe, and they played their game there.
It's okay, Cassie.
Like, one core here, one core there.
Were they winning in that universe, though?
Hopefully so, because they didn't win in this one.
You may not be able to decipher it, but I know a man who's an expert on such matters. And looking at things under a microscope, we got Purge. Purge, what's on your mind, my friend?
Thank you, Tsunami. I'd like to briefly analyze the crucial moment in this game. Now, I'm going to skip the absolute slaughter of Puppey by the Lich. What happened is, as they were prepping to take the bot tier 1 tower, this little sneaky hawk guy here, he ended up spotting Pakaz taking the Monkey King to the other side of the map. That means that they said, hey, this guy's not defending. Let's smash this tower. So they basically just ran at the whole thing and got super ultra set up. Techie's even moving to the right side. He's like, well, if they come back, I'm going to leave a trap for them. He puts 2 mines down. He's like, oh, look, somebody's coming. They're planning to defend, but they know the Monkey King is going to be late. So Panda basically dies. This is their MVP at this point. He's been a part of 7 kills. He explodes. Whisper uses Windrun to try to pressure the Techies, and yeah, he's successful. He kills him. But then the rest of the team's like, oh, we can kill Windranger, the highest net worth hero in the entire game. So they kill both of those heroes. And then afterwards, they're like, oh shit, we got the tower. We killed all the biggest heroes. And then EG is like, okay, we're still winning, guys. Let's just get a little quick kill. But if you take a, it's kind of hard to see on the minimap. There's a dire ward that spots Pakaz in the enemy jungle. So they're like, once again, Pakaz isn't here. So Slark runs across the entire map to run at C Smile here. That's why that's why Team Secret knows that this is going to be a good fight. So they again kill the top net worth heroes in the game. And then they even up the net worth after this point. They had a 3K advantage. All got thrown away here. And this is what let Team Secret get on the ball and actually get the boys online.
It's all about getting the boys online at the end of the day, Purge, and thank you very much for explaining how that critical turning point comes to be. And now, do you understand, Kesu, what happened this game?
Well, I understand that Secret did certainly some good things in order to set themselves up, but EG still threw themselves in that. So, okay, you go bottom tier 1, it doesn't work out. But then these corner of the map plays to like go there, they usually don't work out very well. Like, you just lost a fight there, now you're chasing Puppey like into his tier 1. It's very like random plays, and I think they did too much of that in this game.
Yeah, it fell right into perhaps our interviewee's hand, because I believe we do indeed have a Puppey on the line. Puppey, congratulations on this Game 2 victory. You may have already spoken about this, but this is the first time we've had you on the mainstream. So question on my mind is, how'd you come across FBZ? I got a chance to read your interview where you spoke highly of Boom and said it's a shame that it didn't work out in the end. But what was the discovery process for getting another SCA offlaner?
You know, I've been frequently playing with the SCA players, so it's a thing that I will constantly tap my mind into to get some sea dogs in my games, you know, and. I mean, to be fair, he's a very good offlaner, and he was kind of available. And since I was looking for offlaners, he was kind of one of the better choices. And I think I just went with it.
So then you do have a history of playing in Southeast Asia. Have you ever considered importing from, I guess, what regions have you not played with?
The NA.
Okay, so NA, you at least have a history with like Artur and Universe. And so Secret's had NA players. Has Secret ever had a South American player?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, how about a Chinese player?
I played with Emperor's 2 male, so...
Oh, of course!
Balance.
A little balance from everything. Okay, well, it's so far working out for you. I don't know if you're able to see this far into the future, but is this the roster that you will be expecting to keep for TI qualifiers, or you don't know yet?
I think most likely this is going to be the roster. And honestly, we're very close to beating teams 2-0 all the time. And I think when we start beating teams, we do it quite confidently. And, you know, I think we just need to iron out some more things, and then it's going to be more 2-0s. Hopefully they're going to happen in the next 3 matches. That means we're, you know, going through the group stages, and that's about it.
Yeah, and then after that, when it's 3-game series, then you have a little bit more wiggle room. But for right now, shooting for 2-0s, Sheepstick, anything on your mind for Puppey?
Of course. Wonderful Chen performance after the laning stage. I'm curious how you decide what creeps it is that you want to have in a game as Chen, because we've seen like the aura stacking Chens, and then you went for like the skeleton bros this game. What is your thoughts?
Usually it's when I think my creeps will die or not. And practically when I'm playing against Clinks or something like that, I'm never going to get any big creeps because he's just going to eat them and it's going to be pointless. But so I'm going to stack up auras to make him feel inferior for team fights, let's say. But this game they have Lich, They have Bounty Hunter. They have Monkey King, who doesn't really do AoE damage. Not necessarily. He's going to be using ulti on some cores. And Wind Ranger also is not an AoE hero. So I find it pretty important that I can get some big creeps. Trolls are the best because I can kill Roshan's towers and anything. Any team fight that we win, we can just turn into a Rax. And even if like the Lich uses ultimate in the middle of the fight and they just go into like 4 skeletons, it's already pretty desperate. This despair, I would say, for Lich. So that's kind of how I think, at least for now.
That's very insightful, thank you. And also, obviously, when there's a new patch, like the big one, just rewinding a bit, how does like the warding game evolve over time on a new map? Like how hard is it at the beginning to kind of like figure out where you want to place your vision, and then does that get easier, or like do you still feel like there's like shit tons more like wards to explore?
Yeah, there's a lot of wards to explore, I would say. And I'm not sure if the end game will be something different than what it was before, because what the end game usually is that everybody just starts placing uphill wards and just chilling on them, you know, and controlling those areas, and that's going to be it. And I think it might just turn into that type of meta regardless, because when you watch like let's say Gaming Gladiators replays, you will have a certain good ward that you can see that is not a usual one. But most of the time, they're just placing it uphill and just kind of like controlling the area, or knowing enough information that if somebody goes there and dewards it, they're going to take Roshan or a tower or some other area, because they play very fast and you don't really have much time to deal with the dewarding.
One quick follow-up on that. Whenever you do explore wards on a new map, do you just go into a lobby and then just like hover this little blue circle around and you're like, oh, this one looks good? What's your method for finding new wards?
Yeah, I think everybody does that, hopefully, but you do it like once in a while, because the map changes a little bit sometimes. But overall, you just check all the the squares, the opposite sides of the map. You see if you can put some uphill tinker wards. Then you check all the weirdo places where there's hills and stuff, and you check all those areas. And after you've done your research on finding bugs basically in the game, you will start checking if like the usual sentry wards that people place, to see if you can clutch a ward where they will not find it, and so on.
And then do you miss when Quelling Blade was super viable on support, so you could cut down weird trees for new wards?
Yeah, I mean, didn't you used to be able to Quelling Blade wards also?
Yeah.
That was a fun time. That was a fun time when I'm trying to deward some Bounty Hunter sentry ward and he just cullings it like that and Tango eats it like that or whatever. That was bad, actually. That was horrible. Whoever thought about it should be fired.
Well, it's gone now, so no worries. Kazu, anything
he got fired.
He got fired, exactly.
Oh, no.
All right, what up, Klimo? I have a question about your most recent roster swap. What were you looking to specifically get out of it? Like, was there something that Boom didn't have in your mind that you were hoping FPZ would bring? Like, is it laning, or is it playmaking, more aggressiveness? Anything like that specific?
I mean, that's a loaded question. You're gonna flame people like that on TV screen, man? Come on.
I'm just looking for
Puppy
an answer.
flaming?
I mean,
perish the thought.
What? I will never flame anybody, man. What are you talking about? Anyway,
you have a good answer for me, I'm sure.
At least a simple answer would be like this. Boom is not an offlane player, right?
Sure.
And we couldn't really get anybody on the offlane that would fit the description, or make it basically feel good enough for us to think that we will win TI. And I like Boom as a guy a lot, and it's he's really nice to work with, but he wasn't that confident on his offlane, I would say. And not in the sense like he's not confident, but he might have just lacked a lot of tricks, which usually offlaners do have. And maybe it's like a natural thing that offlaners have. They search for these weirdo things, or they know exactly what's necessary to be done, and they don't question themselves. Because I feel like when you swap roles, you do question yourself a lot. Like, oh, is this good? You have to like learn a lot, and I think it takes too much time. And I don't think time was of the essence at this point.
Of course. Okay, and then when it comes to game 1 of this series, you guys picked the Timber Lich in the second phase. Well, I thought you would maybe pick Chen. Were you playing with that idea at all? I thought it would have been really good against the heroes that they did have, like some slow and chip damage, and some summons against bounty.
Yeah, we could have done it also the first game. It's just I think we were aiming to pick Timbersaw, but that was actually maybe a bad approach in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody in their right mind will pick Chen into Bounty Hunter because that would be pretty rough. But at least, because Bounty Hunter is good against Chen, but in the sense of if they have to answer you Chen with Bounty Hunter, it's a little bit different. I think it's like, okay, that's the approach. So maybe I wasn't really looking to play against Bounty Hunter because I would kind of give him a free lane for no reason.
So do you think it's more about so he's good against you in lane, but then later how team fights and the heal works, does it offset the matchup at all? Or do you think Bounty's just straight up good against Chen?
I think it's enough to win lanes and snowball with Bounty Hunter to make Chen irrelevant.
Okay.
And it's a skill diff if he fucks up the lane.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
A lot of people talk about, the support doing the wrong thing in lane and the carries complaining about the supports. But on a hero like Chen, I find that you guys are always doing something different because you basically, whatever creep you get is going to decide how you play the lane, how much you're in the lane, all that kind of stuff. So what's like the most common mistake you have your carries do in pubs that you're just like, oh, here we go again. I'm playing Chen and they're doing this again?
I think most of the time when people start overestimating, I think mostly people tilt when I have Chen on my lane. Like people have Chen on their lane because they want some kind of lich, let's say. They want some kind of a hero that uses spells. I want my Crystal Maiden to be on my lane, But to be fair, Chen is just a time bomb, You just sit on the lane and you hit like a tower and it's fine. And then when you get mad that, some range creep gets taken away from you, just relax, but people see range creeps getting denied because Chen cannot steal it or, they can't fight it or something like that. And then they start tilting and start fighting the enemy and then dying and saying Chen useless hero. So that's usually what happens. But Chen is literally just like a hero that just sits there and hits the enemy. And once level 3 or something like that happens, the game starts snowballing for your team. It's a team player hero. It's not a lane dominant hero.
I like that answer. Thank you.
Yes, I can very much sympathize with the range creep denial thing. Infuriating carry players. Just gotta be patient, though. Puppy, thank you very much for the interview, and hopefully nothing but 2 O's from here on out for Team Secret.
Nothing but 2 O's. Thanks, dude. Laters.
Bye.
Now let's see if that actually comes to fruition, because he says that most situations they are in a 2-0 position. I don't know if that game 1 was ever really in Secret's favor. It kind of was given to them at a moment by Evil Geniuses, but that was more EG, making mistakes as opposed to Secret being in control.
I just think EG that game had a lot more ways of capitalizing on their own lead.
Yeah.
So both games they drafted really hard for lanes, but then when you have like the Disruptor Bloodseeker in comparison to what they had in game 2, you can suddenly, your playmaking potential is very straightforward. As Sheep said in the draft of game 2, it's just kind of weird. Like, how do you start
Brian.
stuff?
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
I got you.
Thanks, Brian.
That's my man. That's the co-host.
He's just the best.
I'm Huerta now.
He's gunslinging. Gunslinging these segues. And as we close the book on Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, I hear the music amping me up for my next series. And our final series here of day number 2 on the mainstream, it's going to be Aster taking on Game & Gladiators. Emperor Jumel against Quinn. Stick around. We'll be right back with that match after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
That is the Imperial Pandas bringing us into our final series of the day here on Dream League Season 20. Day number 2 of Group Stage 1. Eventually, I will have this down pat, and whenever I do, then we're probably going to go to the next part of the group stage, because inevitably that is
where we're going to go.
Where we're going to go.
Yeah.
Time marches on.
You know what they do before we get to the next group stage?
Tell me.
We have to purge some teams out of the tournament.
Brian, you're getting money big for your britches here. Would you like to do the whole thing in that case?
And as we have to purge teams from the tournament, we also have to add some purging to this panel. Please welcome my dearest purging purge. Purge! Purge!
I found some tape for you. Thank you.
He's really your dearest. You like him more than you like Nullifier?
Doubt.
I don't know about that one.
Outside the game, yes.
Oh, okay, I see.
He just said I'm a bad teammate. No big deal. No big deal.
Well, on the topic of you being a teammate, Purge, I actually was looking up some trivia.
Yeah.
Do you know what your longest win streak is in Dota?
I do not, but at one point I was the highest win rate pro in the world. Pro. It was above like Puppy, PPD.
Okay.
Holy, we're talking pro games?
We're talking pub games, actually, but I believe you.
God damn it, he got you. And then we started losing. It is not there anymore.
Then MVP Phoenix came along.
Well, they were there before, but then they formed a better like Power Ranger Zord, Megazord.
Because you made them powerful.
And we did not. They did it themselves.
Well, in pubs, your longest win streak is 12 games.
Oh, okay. Close.
It's pretty respectable.
Okay.
And then the game that ended it, take a guess who you were queuing with. This was in 2019.
2019. Could be Slacks.
Correct. That's a good read.
Coincidence. I don't know how many the other games he was there for.
He was there on the last game that you won in the one streak, so the duality of Slacks.
Okay.
Your longest loss streak.
Uh-oh.
We want to know?
I think it's more than 12. Pretty sure. Probably, I'd say like 14.
It is also 12, actually.
Really? Okay.
It was in 2014. So you've been at least relatively consistent since then.
Yeah, consistently mediocre. Yeah, it's been great.
How much is one full page of your pubs? Is it 12 games?
Isn't it 8?
Which page are you referring to?
Well, like the when you expand it is what you're talking about.
Like you open your profile,
yeah,
and then it's like the full page.
Yeah, they're thinking horizontal. You're thinking vertical.
Yeah, I'm thinking this.
Horizontal's 8. Vertical, I think, is actually 13.
Okay.
If you get the whole page and more, like you gotta stop.
Dude,
I ruined my screenshot.
The whole page.
So close.
Exactly. You were so close. And then if you look at your hero summaries,
it's 20.
It's 20.
Yeah.
That's the hardest
Yeah,
one.
that's 20.
If you look at the hero stats, then it's all W's of 20. That's something else. And part of the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we so often talk about the idea of consistency from players. And I want to talk about it, but I also want to hear Quinn talk about it.
I've never been on a successful team before, so in terms of keeping momentum up and will we be able to like keep up the standard of play and the standard results? I don't know. It's hard to say. Winning is hard, and there's a lot of luck involved, and a lot of variance and patch and how other people are doing, and all sorts of things, that are somewhat out of your control. So we're just gonna try our best, and hopefully we do well.
Part of the issue with consistency, though, is that you kind of never have to let your foot off the gas. And Gaming Gladiators seem hell-bent on giving 110% every single game, every single tournament. Will they tire out at some point?
Well, they're probably banking on like the 2 months after Riyadh between that and TI.
To recharge?
Yeah, I think that might be long enough. Maybe they've kind of got this mapped out. I have to believe that they know about former teams that have had that problem. I mean, that they're not going to repeat that.
They're kind of like OG before OG won TI right now, where they like smashed a lot of majors, but they haven't gotten the big one yet. So like, I'm sure they're still fine. But if they start having like bathtubs full of money in their apartments, that's when you start getting worried. Okay.
I don't know if that would get them complacent, though, because so many times at least Quinn specifically, on the interview that we had with him yesterday, he said, I asked, what has a stronger emotion for you? The elation of winning a hard-fought game or the pain of losing a heartbreaking loss? And he said, no question, the losses hurt so much more than the wins. So even with a bathtub full of money, I feel like this man on our screen just desires championships and trophies more than anything else.
So does that mean tournaments are just pain generators? So it's just like a greater negative in the world for the players?
Honestly, yes, because another exposure I had to this was I was talking to Adam 343 on my SEA panel, and he said that every time he won a game at TI, he would kind of feel sad because he was literally destroying someone's dreams. Him winning was crushing the dreams.
I thought that's what Dota players live.
To an extent, yes, I think so.
I feel like winning another game at TI would make me so happy.
You don't care about the other side.
No, why would I?
Wow.
I mean, why are you at TI? You're there to win.
Yeah.
I see what he means.
Yeah.
But still, it's like, ka-ching.
But you're more psychopathic than him.
Yeah, probably. That's why I'm here, I guess.
Is it as psychopathic? Oh, go ahead.
In Gaiman's defense, or you could see it in a bit of the gameplay, they have taken the foot off the pedal a little bit. I did ask them in some interviews, not as much as Liquid.
Not as much.
Since Gaiman are still able to win a couple games, as opposed to them, but...
They don't win their DPCs. It's not a big deal. They just want to smash the tournaments after it.
Right. Exactly.
As long as they qualify, they're like, all right, we'll ramp it up a little bit later.
Will they be able to ramp it up against an anti-mage, though, as we get into our draft of game number 1, as Gaming Gladiators with second pick got the Medusa and Rubik. Aster, first pick Silencer, 8th pick Anti-Mage after seeing the Medusa. Bands of the Techies, the Doom, the Darkseer, and Aster takes up the Enchantress, the Timbersaw, and the Beastmaster.
I mean, it's we've seen a lot of Medusa today, and some anti-mage and diffusal blade responses. Some teams aren't afraid to pick it, put it in the off lane, be like, go ahead, pick all these counters, and we'll just have a slightly weaker off lane, moderately weaker off lane, depending on what you want in your draft. So, I think they can do something with it.
I'm still not fully sold on this offlane Medusa. I've been liking it more when players understand that they can be like a semi-core or hard carry. They go like this phylactery Ags and then some Manta Butterfly. It has looked better then, but I still think overall Medusa to me is a slightly overrated. I think with how good teams play, they're very good at dragging out fights. And that's generally what Medusa's biggest weakness is that she can be kited. So I think generally speaking already this hero is countered by just innate good gameplay.
So you think it's overrated?
Yes.
Been picked 17
give me the
times.
stats, Brian.
What do you think the win rate is in 17 games?
Give me the 17 games.
I'm going to guess after. Because I looked at it this morning.
This man has the receipt.
Okay, I'll go with 46, but with what you're saying.
You think it's
I feel
sub 50?
Yeah, I mean, with how he's stating it, it's like 55.
I'm going to guess 62%.
It is 64.5% right now.
Wow, even more.
It was 60 this morning.
Yeah, so that's
it's doing
11
good.
and 6.
Oh, maybe I'm just wrong.
I feel
Very
like
possible.
what Medusa creates is that you have to counter her, and then she still has an AoE BKB piercing disable. And I think that sounds so like a lot of heroes can do one thing in the game, but I don't think a lot of heroes will still do something so powerful after being so countered. And so I think what Medusa also offers is the versatility between going safe lane and off lane.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to give her 2 bad lane matchups, I think. Like, you want to pick melee heroes, and even though anti-mage is amazing against you in game, if you don't feel comfortable blinking on the Medusa in lane, she does just click you down.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of the offlaners being melee makes her even more powerful because the snake is just so good.
Don't you think that the offlane melee should be kind of okay against her? Like they go some Ring of Hell, Vanguard, and then you're just chilling?
I tried it a few times. It did not work for me.
Okay.
That's all I know. All I know, I could be playing it wrong.
Ooh, they got the Shadow Demon as well.
I think it's the lane problem, though, with Medusa. I think all these heroes that are getting first rounded in the last few patches, it's just really hard to respond to their lane.
I think this is a big oversight from Team Aster to not have banned SD. I don't know which matchup it was in the Western European DPC, but one team had anti-mage. They wanted to counter the Medusa lane with it. Now the other team picked SD. It may have even been Gaimin. Now it's like you play AM into the Medusa lane, but if you skill mana burn, you get disrupted. Now SD's illusions are just murdering you.
And then later on in the game, you just disrupt Medusa, and then
and
you
you're
do
super
150% more damage or something.
And a lot of things that Medusa hates is like things that are gonna be thrown against it, like damage mitigation or solar crest, whatever. SD, he can purge it aggressively, he can purge you defensively. I think these two heroes together, apart from the fact that stacking is incredibly good in this meta, there's so many like pros to this hero combination being picked together.
I mean, with the Meepo ban, this makes me assume that it's... I guess wherever the AM goes, they don't want it to feed, but it makes me assume it's going to be a carry AM for sure. Does that seem reasonable? It's like, why ban Meepo second phase if you're just going to put it off?
They're also picking Quap, like if they were intending the Quap, because those are two of the worst heroes in the entire game against Meepo.
That's a good point.
And they've also been one of the few teams that picked Meepo, right, Gaimin?
Yep, they picked it once.
Was that with Ace playing it?
Yep. He played it in the offlane. It did look pretty good, or better than I thought, because people told me the hero was unplayable, and then it won a pro game.
That's just Meepo propaganda.
I know.
They consistently whine.
Yeah. How do I get them to buff Meepo? I need to cry.
The heroes had really good win rate in pubs for like years at this point.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those heroes that like beats pubs in the right situations, but is bad.
I think both these teams are employing a similar strategy. They're taking from like the top 20 heroes in the tournament, all that have like 60% plus win rates. That's the draft so far.
All 8?
Ember is the first one to break that pattern, as he has 11 games with a 36% win rate.
I mean, I like this stage of the tournament because it's like you have a couple days and you're like, oh, Rubik 80% win rate. Well, clearly we have to pick him now. But it's finding out whether or not that's actually going to work or not. It's like, did they just pick that too early, or was it only picked because it was an amazing Rubik game and that's why the win rate's high?
Yeah, I absolutely agree that this point in the tournament's the most interesting, where teams either figure out a hero. This is the deciding time. Like, if the hero keeps winning, it's Medusa at the major, it's Lina at the major status. But most heroes do eventually get solved.
I mean, I don't see Rubik staying at that win rate for more than 2 more days.
Okay.
I don't see the hero being an 80% win rate hero.
I remember this.
Clip it.
I'm clipping.
What's the sample size? Like, it was 15 games.
It's 18 games right now, and he's at 78% win
That's
rate.
crazy. Like, I remember at some point Rubik was okay, and then people figured out you can buy shard and like save. And then I was like, okay, now this hero feels way better. But I haven't seen this new revelation of why he would jump from...
Because you get
55.
shard for free, Casio. You don't even need to buy it anymore. The cube gives it to you.
The cube.
The cube.
The Rubik's Cube.
Well, we saw the Gaimin run it yesterday as a 5 with the Medusa. I thought the Medusa would struggle in lane with a ranged 5, but they ended up doing quite well.
Yeah.
I think it's just a strong laner as always, and against universal heroes, you have percent-based damage reduction.
There you go. Maybe it's the damage mitigation.
Could be that simple.
Quinn, be careful. You might break your neck. I do like both second phases from both teams. I think are very good. The bad isn't traditionally great into SD because of the defensive purge that SD does offer. But if you have multiple heroes that can go in and you have global to back it up, that's kind of what you want against SD Rubik. You want to kill the backlines, get in there. Gaimin respond with the Ember into Queen matchup, which from my experience is one of the worst matchups for Queen if you're playing into a very potent Ember, because they can always dodge the dagger. You get slighted because you're a very low armor hero. And you don't heal so much because, well, you can't really dagger. So you're playing for farm, but you generally lose this matchup.
And once he gets BKB, he doesn't have to worry too much about the silencer. But before that, there are some vulnerabilities, certainly. So it won't be the easiest game for him, but he plays against it all the time.
Yeah.
Where are we putting this anti-mage, fellas? Right now, Gaimin are expecting it to most likely be an offlane because they banned out Monkey King.
I'm leaning towards carry, especially with the Legion ban. I mean, Legion's like pretty decent against Bat and Quap as well, but it's, I would say, mainly to protect the anti-mage in this draft.
It's a bit hard to say. Generally, I like offlane AM more in Medusa, but I kind of agree with Brian. Like with these two bans, it seems more, I don't know, carry-centric.
The other question is, are Astra trying to railroad this Medusa into one thing? Because we don't know where the Medusa is going either. It could be safe lane or off lane. Or are we committed to one?
Have you guys seen offlane Quap recently?
No, not Quap. Sorry, Medusa.
Oh, sorry.
They're probably just going to mirror, right? Like, they're... What's the opposite of mirroring it?
Gaming gets last pick, though. So
Yeah, Gaming gets... What I'm saying is, like, if Anti-Mage is left as carry, Medusa will also be a carry, just so it's not laning against it, I think, is what they're going to do on Gaming.
Yeah, Gaming get to kind of choose.
Okay.
They get to wait for Aster to be like, okay, are you forcing us to do that, or do we just get free choice?
Okay, so they are doing the offlane Anti-Mage. Or Morph. That was a thing back in the day.
I actually vividly recall VP9 Pasha was a beast on offlane Morphling.
The 4-second stun.
Yeah, man.
My God.
How crazy would offlane Nyx be right now? Is that like 2 nuts?
Why do you like it?
It's just so good against like all those heroes, I think. Like it picks off Anti-Mage, it's one of the best matchups against Morph, Carapace against Bat.
And Quap.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if there was ever a game for some offlane Nyx, I see some smiles. They might just have to rotate the Medusa, though. I talked about it would match the Anti-Mage's position, so.
Whoa.
Ooh.
I mean, there was that Morphling TB the other day against Medusa, and the Medusa still won, so I feel like it has more power than I expected. They have another source of minus damage, by the way, with the Lycan.
Yeah.
So between Howl and the Rubik, Morph is actually not going to do much damage.
That's true.
I like this Lycan pick quite a lot. I think having bonus vision also to find these backline supports of Silencer and Bat is pretty annoying. Same with the Howl, but I have not seen any Lycans at all.
Nope.
In my pubs like the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
I saw one Grandmaster tier Lycan player in one of my games, and he did the Echo Saber stuff. So I don't know if, since it was mid though, so I don't know if we're going to see aura-based offlane Lycan like we saw in the past, or is he going to kind of pull a page out of the Beastmaster book where he plays more for himself?
Yesterday, I don't remember who played it, but it was Overlord Lycan.
Yeah. Okay.
Vlad's AC looks incredible in this draft.
Yeah, they have no way to deal with it.
Yeah, like for your Medusa against Morph and Anti-Mage Queen of Pain, I think he should build auras, and I kind of like... I like Gaiman's choice of draft quite a bit.
Yeah, and then the minus armor from Howl as well in the AC, it's just going to make Ember hit way harder too, because the Sleight of Fist are just going to shred a lot of the heroes that aren't Morphlings, so there's a lot of good things about it for sure.
My only concern is buffing up Medusa with lifesteal and armor doesn't actually do anything. She doesn't benefit from lifesteal, and she doesn't
more like
utilize armor either. It's more the damage to the other team.
What about that like 1.5 mana per second?
That's true. That's health
It's
regen.
actually valuable.
That's like 18 billion HP per second. That's a lot.
He did the math.
I did the math.
Yeah, I think that's the conversion, right?
Flip it.
This is like whenever I'm trying to convert, like, I was looking at, I don't remember which currency. I was converting something into USD, and it was like 2 million, and I was just like, oh my god, this is going to be so expensive. And then it was like $200, and I was like, oh, never mind.
We're good.
Not that big of a deal, actually. Final game call. Who are you taking?
I'm taking Gaiman.
You're taking?
Gaiman.
Taking?
I would also like to pick the best team in the world. Neil?
Stop.
Thank you.
I don't even have a good, like, cheeky other team that could replace that. Given they're, like, objectively the top of the top.
Could maybe say Tundra.
Okay.
They won DPC. I mean, they have stand.
You win the last TI, you're still the best team in the world.
True.
So we'll have to see.
I gave
how
need
they
to
do.
win TI Purge. I'm sorry.
Hold your horses, Purge. As for us, we're getting into game number 1 of Aster versus Gaming Gladiators with Sunspan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Tsunami! Game number 1 between Aster and Gaming Gladiators. You like these lineups, Cinderman?
I do. I mean, I was just counting how many of these heroes we haven't cast yet in the series that we did yesterday and the one previously
That's
today.
pet number 1. Sorry to...
So we've cast 6 games so far.
Yeah.
And I think we've had no game with Lycan, no game with AM, no game with Quap. No, did we have Quap? I don't think we had a Quap either. I mean, the tournament has had them, but for us, I think we're casting those 3 for the first time, and maybe even Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon we also haven't had in our games. So like 4 or 5 heroes in this game we haven't cast yet.
Yeah.
So that's pretty refreshing. It's nice to see, and I think as far as the lineups go, I think there's definitely some clear merit to both of them. I love this last pick, Lycan. I think it's the best pick of the draft, and you could tell Gaming Gladiators were very, very happy. They were definitely feeling themselves. So, yeah, there's a lot of good things about this. As the panel talked about, the pace that it can set, its ability to overrun the enemy supports, and the way that they can set up lanes. There's a lot of positives about this hero.
Well, we should mention the records as we get into this game. Gaiman are 4-2. Aster are 3-3, Mr. Cinderman. I mean, Gaiman have been, I guess, falling off as the, falling off a bit.
It's like if you're 4-2 and that's falling off, that shows how good you are, right?
Yeah.
Like that's considered falling off for Gaiman. And they, as long as they manage to get, you know, I don't think it's extremely crucial for them to place very high in this as long as they progress to the next group stage and they learn something. And of course, keep in mind, they also are already qualified for the Masters, right? Because they won the previous time around. So there's less at stake for them in a way than some of the other teams. But despite that, they're not, it doesn't feel like they're slacking, right? And they're just phoning it in. They're definitely still.
I mean, part of it is just
well.
human nature to do that anyway, right? It's not like they're playing like garbage or anything like that.
No, but we've seen teams like you win 2 or 3 lands back to back, you kind of fall off a bit, and maybe you chill. And Quinn was saying in an interview that they had been definitely not been playing as much as they were during the start of the DPC. But I guess their base level is just so high right now. Celery will get flame broken here. No further connection from XXS, so that will be the end of that.
So it will be the position 1 Medusa. Always a question mark whether that gets hard counter to the point where you need to make it a different position. I mean, they did pick the AM. You picked a Morphling, which could theoretically go Diffusal. We have seen that. It's a little weird, but it is stat efficient for such a high agi hero. Quap is not a hero that goes for anything like that. Do you think that this is a good enough lineup against the Medusa?
I personally think their lineup is fine against Medusa. It's still going to be the Lycan that's the biggest problem for me. Is can they handle the kind of pace that Ace is playing? Because I think their heroes can navigate around the Medusa well in the fight. Kez was also talking about this, right? You have Morphling, AM. They're very mobile. They can kite. Batrider to an extent can also kite over cliffs. Queen of Pain has the blink, so you have tons of ways of just getting away. But the issue where the Lycan comes into play is that he's going to constrict your map, he's going to be pushing the towers, and he's going to be running down your supports during the fights when they try to get away. So.
I'm sorry, did you answer the question, or did you actually just say something totally...
No, I answered the question. You said if their lineup can handle Medusa. I think it can.
Okay.
I think the Lycan is the bigger challenge.
Yeah, okay. I'm just checking, because I wasn't listening for the first half, as you might imagine.
That's par for the course. I'm actually proud you listened to 50%. That's personal best for the event.
I mean, you're the same, so...
Hey, don't
no different.
Don't Uno reverse me on that. I've been listening to you the whole time.
What did I just say?
That's a good question.
That's exactly right, Cinderella.
No, you Uno reversed me. I remember now.
You said that. You listened to yourself.
No,
Good
you
job.
reversed me.
Okay.
You said no, you basically. That's what you said.
Okay. Close enough, I suppose. Monet playing the Morphling this time around. And, I mean, how is this matchup against Medusa, though, as a whole? Like, let's forget about the Diffusal Blade potential. Just hero versus hero.
I mean, it's just...
And what hero does he want to become in this game?
It's a weird way of thinking about Medusa, I think, a lot of the time, because I don't think most carries really approach the matchup in that way.
Yeah,
it's
but
more
it's
about
fun to think about it.
Playing around the hero. I mean,
it's like you're looking at 2 prized fighters, 1v1. Obviously, it's a team game.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to talk about.
I mean, as far as the possible options that you have, I would say Morphling is one of the ones that fights Medusa the best. Just total amount of raw stats, high armor, and the fact that you can, stick on her, but you can also get away when you need to, where other carries maybe commit in and then can't really get away, but especially when Morph gets to high level, he can, have the lower waveform cooldown on level 25.
Quinn might be in some trouble.
He's
TP's coming in, but he is dead. First blood for Sumail. Nice gank overall from Baboka.
Oh, actually, maybe.
The tower shot will help this. Potentially 2 stacks of Shadow Poison. We'll miss the 3rd.
I actually think that I think the disruption might have saved him.
Oh, meanwhile, Siamese Cat gets taken out in the bot lane by Tofu, so...
Because I think Celery disrupted during a tower shot, so Baboka dodged that tower shot. He gets to regen a bit during the disruption, and then he gets to go and die to the tower over there instead, so... The credit was still given to Shadow Demon, so I do think that actually in the end didn't really matter that much.
How long do you have to wait for that not to be the case? Is it
I don't remember.
like 30 seconds or something?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, Ace will be playing the Lycan. You kind of touched upon how Aster's going to have a bit of trouble trying to contain him.
I like this Bat TP a lot. They need to get something out of this. Ace is starting to fall already, and Bat Rider is the hero that
he actually blocks in Siamese a bit with his wolves, his pets, as some would call them. Baboka is going to get the Firefly, but Tofu just TP's out. And Ace, he's going to get blood grenaded. Flame Break back, TPing out, but Adaptive Strike is there. So this is going to be a valuable kill going the way of Acer. Only question is who picks it up. Gets blood grenaded again. This is actually harder than it looks.
Oh my, if he doesn't.
Okay.
So this is a huge kill for a couple of reasons. First of all, Ace was doing great in the lane, but the fact that he TP'd makes it twice as bad.
Yeah.
If he would have just succumbed to that and been like, all right, I got ganked, I died, whatever, and come back to lane is fine. But this amount of time that Monet gets to play 2v1 is really valuable for the Morphling. To start getting a little bit more of a grip on the lane, get an experience lead, and get more damage than Ace. This is a long run to that bottom lane without boots, as offlane Lycan will generally never buy that item.
Up Tofu, he gets brought back to the low ground via that Flame Break. Nice Searing Chains, but not going to be able to help Tofu in the end, as Sumail gets another kill to his name.
Aster doing a good job at enabling Sumail in this game. That gank onto the mid, and now the gank again. I really want to emphasize this Sumail versus Quinn matchup, and this would be the perfect time to kill Quinn before he hits 6, but I don't think it's possible anymore. And now he will grab the 6 as well.
Yeah, and this is one annoying part being AM against the Shadow Demon, is when you get the illusions created, they're going to auto-attack a couple times before you can even blink. You're just mana burning yourself. We've actually seen matchups in the past, obviously this was position 1 AM, where you literally do not get, you hold the points on the mana break until much later in the game.
Yeah.
But it just feels bad either way.
It's too important to have the value point in this lane for XXS, and I think the dynamic also has changed quite a bit because Antimage since back then has got a lot tankier with this Vanguard build and not needing to rush Battle Fury if even get it at all, right? In this game he's offlane, so he's not even going to buy the item. But since he is going for the Diffusal to try to deal with Medusa, it is going to make those illusions extra juicy, right? For Celery to get later down the line. Flame Break from Baboka being annoying.
Yeah, ever since they added the ability for AM to have Diffusal, I'm wondering when that will actually make its way into
Quinn
meta.
needs to be careful. Oh yeah, fake out there with the Sonic Wave. Quinn quick on the button to get away. But he was in lethal range from that Sonic Wave there.
You can see Sumail has a 1,000 net worth lead from the mid lane, and a lot of that is just the kills because the CS is actually relatively close. As
nice
we see some action here.
Very clean.
Disruption onto Celery. Will only buy him a little bit of time as he's taken up by XXS.
And that's another thing about the matchup you talked about, right? Because in the past, AM actually didn't have the Reflect. He just had Spell Shield.
True.
But now you have a counterplay against the Shadow Demon if you... It's a very skill-based matchup at this point.
Oh, Sonic Wave hits, and that's enough for Sumail to get his 3rd. He is off to an amazing start this game. Not able to get the rune.
Yeah, interesting to see the Falcon Blade as well. I feel like this item was really popular, and then it fell out of favor a little bit again. And there's still some heroes that buy it, but let's say it definitely isn't as popular now as it was a year ago. But Sumail is running that, and they're going to give him a bottle refill here with Pichu TPing in. Yeah, Sumail is definitely the king of this game so far. As to the Queen, ironically.
Trying to think of the times where somebody has moved as a Western player to China.
I can only think of one other example.
Well, the Misery team, right?
Oh.
The original LGD Int.
Yes, so there's LGD Int, and then the one that I was thinking of, because that was a relocation of an international team, right?
This is Black, I'm guessing, from
Black on
Vici.
Vici Gaming is the only other example I can think of a Western player playing for a Chinese team.
Yeah, LGD Int, that's 5 Westerners in China. It's different than having just one on a team of Chinese players, so
I guess
very rare.
Technically, Vici Gaming wasn't 4 Chinese players and Black, right? I think it was 3 Chinese players and Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, that's
if I'm not
true,
mistaken,
actually.
but still, I mean, Ice 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 speaks fluent Chinese to my knowledge, so.
And Celery getting gone on. XXS and company should be able to find him in the end.
Yep. -2.
Int going the way of Siamese.
What do you say? What do you say when Silencer gets a kill? Do you say -2 or +2? I always say -2.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a very negative outlook.
Yeah, you would think that makes sense for me, though. For you,
yeah, it's always -2.
Ever optimist, so that's strange.
Quinn's a full level behind here in mid now.
Yes.
Sumail. Sonic Wave online again. Could be looking for another potential opening if there's a rotation available from a... I guess you don't really have the best ganking hero, so probably not. But I gotta say, this early game for Aster is shaping up pretty good. Like, the anti-mage lane against the Shadow Demon has worked out well. He's level 8, he's Vanguard and closing in the Diffusal. He's almost taking the tower. Sumail's been crushing it mid. And Monet's game is... I mean, by Monet standards, this might not be the best. He's 5th on net worth, which is kind of unusual. But it's so close that it's not really that big of a deal. And this tower is definitely going down now with the siege wave for XXS.
And for Sumail, what's the item build that we see on Quap in this patch?
That's a good question.
Because Aghanim Scepter was popular for a while, but I personally haven't seen a ton of it.
He's gone in for the Witchblade now, so very heavy single target damage. A lot of pressure. This is such a feels good item on the hero as well for the projectile speed and everything that comes with it. I feel like Axe is good still, right? In theory, against something like Medusa and Lycan, it should be pretty cool because of how many targets you're going to hit.
Ooh, Searing Chains misses here for Quinn. So Baboka will live, although Celery makes his presence known, gets off the disruption. You can see Monet backing up Baboka, and that'll be the end of that. Either way, for Gaiman, Ace secures that tier 1 bot.
Yep.
And Sumail, he's going to find Tofu here. Curse is there on top of Tofu as well. Looks like Shadow Strike is what he stole. Not going to be too helpful right now. Looking for the deny, but
plus
Celery. Yeah, you got a hard memory. That one is, see the Lycanthrope? Popping the ult here. Celery's just going to get burned to the ground. And the trade is the silencer.
Quinn is not happy in this game. I feel like we haven't seen many games recently where Quinn has been off to this rough of a start. He's definitely he's improved a lot as a player at playing from behind. It used to be his biggest Achilles heel is when he was off to a bad start. He never really recovered, and I don't know if it was part of it's probably like a mental thing of feeling like you've let yourself and your team down by having a bad start or whatever, and part of it's just maybe inexperience with playing.
I think a big part
games,
from our conversations with him is probably he felt a lot of, like when I say pressure, I don't mean like you're choking under pressure, but he feels pressure to actually be the one to perform for his team. But now you have a team that's amazing without you, technically. It's Dyrachyo taking the Sonic Wave and the Mana Void from XXS. Basically what I'm saying, he has better players around him.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very star-studded roster right now, but from the perspective of how this game plan is meant to run out, basically, for Gaming Gladiators, I think there was no better way for Aster to start. If they could have shut down any hero they wanted in this game, that is your pick. Like, I think it's better to let Lycan have this kind of a game than Ember. As much as I talked about the Lycan and what its potential is, it's not enough if Ember isn't able to match the pace, and so far, Quinn is being absolutely annihilated in this game. I feel like I need to go quite a bit back to remember a lane that Quinn came out this poorly from. So maybe one of the games against Nine Pandas at the major?
Well, I think against Nine Pandas that we cast yesterday.
He had a better...
He got to a pretty bad start, but they did come back. I don't remember what hero he was playing, though. Remember, he got tipped by Ramses, and then they won.
Yeah, I don't think Quinn's game was that bad in that one, though. I think
he was down. He was down 1,000 around the same time that he was this game.
Yeah, now he's down 2, came in at 13.
Yeah, this one's a little bit worse for sure.
He has 1 assist on Ember minute 14 as well. They're going to find the last one. Celery.
Celery really racking up those deaths.
Yep. Freebie here for XXS. Actually going to go to Baboka in the
almost died to the neutrals.
That was a nice try there from Celery, very deliberately running to the camp, but not quite getting it. Shadow Strike stolen again here. So Sumail is eyeing up the Axe. I really liked his build-up order of going Falcon Blade into Witchblade and then getting Treads. So he bypassed the boots entirely until he had those 2 other core items. And man, I mean, talk about an inventory minute 14, right? And this one as well. Like, both XXS and Sumail are having outstanding games, so much that we aren't really talking about Monet much because he just gets to farm. Like, the other cores are doing so well that this is the dream Morphling scenario, is a game where you know your hero's slow and needs build-up time and has to farm, but you don't feel like the thing you talked about with feeling pressure of needing to do stuff. It's calm. Like, his teammates can very well carry him for the next 10 minutes with him just hitting jungle.
We'll see if that continues here, as you can see the smoke from Gaiman targeting Monet in the bot lane.
This is such a hard kill for their lineup, though.
He uses waveform.
Yeah, that's
They're
Scar.
going for the Searing Chains. They actually got off the attribute shift, I think, before that, surprisingly.
Turn into Ember and Slight, or that.
He gets disrupted again, but here comes XXS, and like you said, he's got a lot of items to work with, as the Global Silence will keep Quinn at bay for the time being. And here come the reinforcements. Sumail now focusing down the Rubik. And XXS, he's going to have to blink away from his own illusions, but you can see that Aster, with that lasso now, likely will find the 2 supports from Gaming Gladiators. But here comes Ace in that lycanthrope form, focusing down the Silencer. So basically all the supports dying, left, right, and center. And a double kill for Ace as he cleans up Baboka.
Some things with Lycan just never change. Watching Lycan run down supports is just so ridiculous sometimes. And yeah, that turns into a really good move for Gaming in the end, with Ace turning up and getting those cleanup kills. Nice thinking there from Monet, turning into the Shadow Demon instead of the Ember. I actually think it was important that he bought those 2.5 seconds instead of buying a Slight Chains. Enough for his teammates to connect, they get off the global, and they do bail him out of there and get a kill, but Ace still the big winner in all that. How did he get so much gold? Was there a streak? I don't even think he ended a streak. He didn't.
He's just rich.
Yeah, okay. Easily top net worth now by 1,000.
Well, you did talk about his presence in this game should be pretty free.
It's a great Lycan game, and it's also a great Morphling game at the same time. So both of these heroes have the potential to do a lot later down the line.
That's Tofu. He's going to get gone on, but the disruption there from Celery. You can see Siamese Cat. This is the support battle for the most part. Dyrachyo comes in with the Stone Gaze, though. Tofu!
Oh my god, he almost got
Sonic
one
Wave.
shot.
Dyrachyo able to wand back from a sliver amount of HP. And Ace looking for another support kill onto that Silencer, but the Flame Break gives him the distance. There's a Shadow Poison on him.
Wait, did XXS just solo Quinn? How?
Okay.
I guess he jumped Quinn, diffused him, and Quinn didn't have a Remnant out and couldn't get the distance because of the slow.
Wow.
And just got drained dry and killed off.
That was in the bot lane.
That is such a huge kill. Like, it's 500 gold for XXS and probably 3/4 of a level. And here's the rest of the chase down. I guess Quinn was just farming with...
He has no mana.
With low mana in the lane. And then, yeah, this is just the end of that.
You know what's funny? I just realized, you know how I've been saying that I don't think it would be that big of a deal if you added mana bars to the game? And everybody's response is, but AM would be so OP with the mana. You can literally tell when somebody's out of mana now when you're right-clicking. There's literally an effect,
Well, you can
right?
tell when they're 0, but you can't tell if they have a quarter.
Well, that's true. That's true.
But
keeping that alive, Simon, as always. But if you look at net worth, relatively even despite Gaiman feeling like they're quite behind, but we're talking about kind of a triple-headed monster in Aster.
Yeah.
Those 3 cores. I feel like they can just take over the game by themselves in a way.
You definitely have the luxury, because AM's game is this good, of becoming a carry, truly. And he is going for the Manta, which is pretty standard here. And after that, maybe something like Abyssal is on the menu, so you can lock down and just kill off the Shadow Demon or the Rubik instantly to start the fight. I think the name of the game for XXS is, yeah, you have the AM against Medusa, but I don't think your game plan is to kill the Medusa. I think your goal should be to assassinate supports together with Bat, and then when the fight develops and gets long, that's when you kill off the Medusa in the end with all your mana burn. So,
well, this is one benefit of having Lycan, especially when you go the Helm of the Overlord build. You can just take Roche very fast.
Aster seemed completely unaware. They lack the critical information.
They did scan it, so they know, but they're not remotely
But they seem unaware.
Yes, it's all a ruse.
Despite not being. They're faking unawareness to Gaming Gladiators.
That's
so
right.
They feel confident. But now they'll be like, all chatting, we knew you were doing it, and it will change everything.
So, talk to me about, I mean, it does still kind of make sense, but Quinn takes the Aegis. He's the lowest net worth of any core in the game, pretty much.
Yep. Oh, hang on.
Perhaps with
Celery
that extra
is
life,
probably toast here.
be able to get back into this game. Celery is trying to walk off the curse.
Damn, they didn't know that he was alone. They were very scared of the reinforcements, but that was actually just a clean kill, probably. They will play it safe here. Aster, lack of knowledge there will...
So, in these team fights for Monet, what's the #1 hero you want to turn into? I'm guessing,
I think
is
Ember.
He going Ags? Yeah, he's going Ags next.
I think Ember or Shadow Demon. The Disruption is actually a really powerful spell in this game. You can disrupt yourself and make strong illusions. You can disrupt the Medusa. for a lot of damage. You can save your teammates, which also has value, obviously. But I do think Slide Chains is still probably the better one. But both options are good.
And XXS. Can't farm the fastest without the old Battle Fury, but of course it is an offlaner. You can't really afford to go for something like that. But has the Yasha and close to the Ultimate Orb, so the Manta is not too far in the future. And that's when killing, I mean, the Stone Gaze is really the main thing you have to worry about, but if you can avoid that, that's a kill onto the Medusa until she gets something like a Butterfly, which she actually is working on. So Dyrachyo actually only the quarterstaff away, so he's quite close.
He has very little strength with this build. I mean, obviously not that important, right? But fortunately for Dyrachyo, not facing an axe this
I was going to say. Yeah, there is Sonic Wave, that's
very
true.
Low max health here, but I do think it's the best build. I like it a lot that he's rushing the Manta into Butterfly. There's just too much value in having it against both the AM and the Morph. It's the biggest EHP upgrade he can get. It's better than the Scotty against these heroes in particular. So, although I guess one upside to the Scotty here is actually his teammates, they have Slide Chains to keep people in place and Demonic Purge, but again, he might run into a little bit of a kiting problem. And now Sumail rocking that big item here, getting the Aghanim Scepter. So Shadow Strike becomes AoE, and when it ends or is reapplied, it throws out a Scream if the target is a hero. So likely going to hit Medusa +1 with most of these.
And a Demonic Purge onto Baboka. He's surrounded by... Yeah, he gets blown up like a pinata. Good amount of gold going the way.
Is there a hero at this stage in the game? There can't be, right? Is there a hero in this stage of the game that can deal more damage to a target dummy in 10 seconds than like it, popping every hit?
It's a lot of minus armor.
Maybe Meepo?
I don't know.
I feel like he can't beat this.
I don't think Meepo could beat that. At this stage, at least.
I mean, obviously Ursa if it's long enough, right? But just in a 10-second window, like
Tier 2 tower already down.
They're gonna go what?
They want to go high ground.
Okay.
And the tower has to be fortified.
Yeah, pinging out here. Celery says Batrider is missing. That's a good call. He does have a dagger. If Baboka finds a
they see him though. The Searing Chains keeps him in place. And Gaiman just going to back away. Knowing that this fortification is down, all they need to do is get a pick off for 2 and they can try to go high ground again.
I have some good map control with this. Monet is still just off farming. His Aghanims is complete, I do believe.
Who's that?
The Morph. He went Ags, right? Yeah, it's coming out. So, assuming he will turn into the Dusa with that, probably. Otherwise, he shouldn't have bought it, right? I think.
I mean, it's not like it's bad on Ember still. You're talking about the reduction?
Yeah, there's not, like, stealing attack speed from Ember isn't particularly valuable, right? He's not hitting.
He's sleight of fist.
It's just sliding, so the attack speed on the hero is irrelevant. You're obviously getting attack speed yourself, but you'd rather steal it from Dusa because then the offset is way bigger, the trade-off there. But I do think there was a case in this game for not going Ags. I'm actually not sure if this is the best item Monet could have bought.
Well, we'll find out as Gaiman are poking the bottom tower now. Of course, like we talked about, no fortification in sight for Aster. They're going to get one, though, after this tower goes down. Now the focus is on the melee racks with the Triceratops in tow. They still have the Aegis. There's the initiation. Global Silence instantly cast as well. Gaiman trying to relocate here. Looks like the Aegis is taken out, and the pop goes the Weasel. Medusa gets decimated. And these creeps, they're doing quite a bit of work, but it looks like Gaiman have to back off as Celery's going to get decimated by that Sonic Wave. It's going to be basically a double kill for Sumail. And now Quinn and Ace on the run. Quinn slowed to a crawl, Flame Break, bought back, and destroyed. So successful defense for Aster.
Global Silence, the total X factor in that play. It's so important that they can just go for Lasso Global and just kill the Dusa instantly like this.
Is Ace dead too?
They don't have a
TP
stun.
out, no stun. It's fine.
But yeah, that's big for Aster. It looked like they might be in some serious trouble with the risk of losing barracks, but the way they initiate this, they just blink Lasso the Dusa, the Global instantly to protect against both the Telekinesis grab on the bat, but also the Disruption save. And that's something Gaming Gladiators don't have yet with their lineup. They don't have a Dispel for the global. And Aster take full advantage of that. Sumail getting a nice triple here. And Aster now back in a very good spot in this game. And it looks a little bit like Gaming Gladiators did not remember, I don't know if that's the right word, consider, I suppose, what Aster's, the synergy they have between their heroes with this global plus lasso. Just
fly?
It's, oh no.
There's a fly in the room? I don't know if I've ever seen a pause for a fly. If it was like a cockroach or something, sure, but...
I'm pretty sure if Fly walked into the room, I would pause as well. Shopify Rebellion should not be scouting and spying on your games like this.
Very naughty boy.
You have to watch the replay, Fly. Get out. This is a private team room.
I mean, okay, yeah. At what point do you not pause for a bug? If a fly is okay, like, if you pause it and say ladybug, is that acceptable? I'm trying to understand what threshold we're going with.
It reminds me of, I don't remember which land event it was, where Ice was pausing, just wrote cockroach. They were in the booth.
Yeah, and he put his feet up. I remember that. See, that one is very understandable. That is terrifying.
Actually, he was just flaming the enemy team. There wasn't a cockroach in the booth.
Playing like cockroaches.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say though, that's a really pivotal moment in the game. Aster pulling off that team fight, and you gotta feel like Gaimin just weren't fully considering that play as an option at the time with how they placed their heroes, because the execution that Aster had to do there wasn't particularly difficult. It was literally just blink, lasso, press global, and kill. And you knew Gaimin didn't have the tools. They didn't have a Lotus yet on the Shadow Demon. They didn't have some sort of other save. And Tofu with the Greaves now has a Dispel. I don't know if he had them at the time. But even if he does, what's he going to do? He's going to Dispel Global on himself and lift the bat, but I don't think that saves anyone.
Yeah,
anymore.
It's really Celery that needs this Lotus, right?
Yeah.
That's the save.
It's the biggest item in the game right now.
Or whoever is initiated on.
It is very needed. They should prioritize his farm. Does he have it, actually?
He's having it delivered now.
Okay.
So now that that's up.
Most important item in the game.
And maybe that's the hero you need to initiate on now, is the Shadow Demon.
I think so, too. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Blink, Lasso, Globaling, and killing off the SD and just building a fight from that.
Well,
I think
the problem with that
okay.
is potentially just buying back and getting back into the fight.
Right.
If there's an outpost nearby.
You absolutely have to be a little bit wary of which arena you fight in, but just as an overall like tactics, I think it's pretty solid, sound idea of approaching fights. Monet will find Celery and vice versa. Monet very scared. Understandably doesn't have any information here about who's nearby, so he will back out. What's this build-up coming on Duracho? He is going BKB on the Dusa now, so protecting himself against all the mana burns. Don't know if it's going to be enough, but...
Yeah, you don't see that all too often.
It's
needed.
It's a really feels bad item on Medusa. Like, this hero does not want to buy BKB ever, if possible. So it's already a loss for Duracho that he has to buy it because it's extremely bad damage per gold. Yeah,
he's going to Lotus himself, but we'll just delay it.
Godlike Sumail. Just had a totally clean game, 9-0 and 4. Do you know how... I feel like we've had this conversation before. How does Shadow Strike Ags interact with illusions? Do they count as heroes when it expires?
Ooh, yeah, I don't remember.
Because it makes it a lot better against Dusa if it does. But I don't think it counts illusions for it. That would maybe be a little bit too crazy. It would make it ridiculous against PL, actually.
That's true. That's fine, though. I'd be fine with it.
Do you remember that patch? It got hotfixed where Sand King applied Caustic to everyone who stunned against PL. Literal one-shot.
If they only had just kept that in the game.
They could have kept that one in the game. Fuck PL. Like, that's fine.
Agreed.
Could have kept that. And Sand King needs some love anyway, so can we just make him a hard counter to one hero for no reason?
Actually just goes to show how bad PL is right now when Medusa's picked every game. And all you want is a diffusal carrier, and PL is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's not high on people's lists right now.
But if you made him universal...
Oh, yeah. Or give him his good old 4.2 agi gain back. Everybody loved that patch.
Scotty now online for Monet. They're just waiting for the next Roche.
Roche, yeah. They will be able to kill him in time here. They will have 40 seconds of nighttime top, but don't. All right, looks like Gaimin are actually on on their heels. Sumail, fortunately for him, there is a tier 1 tower top to TP2, and that's actually going to be important here if this fight breaks out. He has a connection point that is going to allow him to join the fight in about 10 seconds. And this looks to be about to start.
Yeah,
right?
They're going to have the illusions, so no save for a little bit.
Yeah, that's actually kind of important that this is on cooldown, right?
Sumail's not here. They find Roche. They find the Bat Rider in the pit. It's almost daytime.
Yeah, Sumail's TPing now.
Baboka's taking so much damage. The Remnant's coming out from Quinn. Can he finish the job? He pops his BKB. You can see the Stone Gaze go off as well. And finally, the global silence as Monet turns into Medusa for the time being and then backs away, just trying to kite them away.
Sumail
chains onto 2. Sumail, yeah, he's really low. Has to be careful. They should kill off the 2 supports right off the bat, so Gaming Gladiator's already at the disadvantage. It's a 5v3 for Aster, and Dyrachyo has to try to BKB TP, but it's not going to happen. Big Mana Void comes out. Down goes the Medusa. Ace has to try to back away. He's lost every other member of his team. He might be the lone survivor. He tries to go into the trees, attempting to TP out himself. The bash is there. Full team wipe for Aster, and they only lose Siamese Cat.
Nice Abyssal there in the end, coming in from XXS. Bit of a scrappy start. It's such a chaotic area to fight in for both teams, but ultimately Sumail just cleaning up the supports very early really sets the tone of the fight. Shadow Demon and Rubik barely did anything in this entire exchange, and I mean, sure, Gaming Gladiators, of course, did all they used everything they had in the tank, but just not enough damage. My favorite part of that fight was, of course, Morph turning into Medusa, and they were both just split-shotting each other for nothing.
The classic.
Yeah. This is looking very, very solid now for Aster. Gonna get an Aegis onto Monet.
Oh,
could have put it on Sumail, I think, to be honest. He's 11-0, and I don't feel like the Morph is at that much risk of dying, to be fair, this game. But, all right.
To each their own.
Yep. Sumail closing in on Kaya Sanj, and Morph eyeing up a Satanic.
How good does Block of Cheese need to be for pros to actually prioritize keeping the Lotuses? Right now it gives 500 HP.
Yeah.
Refreshed shield. 1,000? Is that good enough?
I don't know. I would rather have it be easier to assemble than making it better.
That wasn't the question, but thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's your answer.
Yep, so it's not an answer.
Yeah.
Celery now has a shard thanks to the Tormentor. So that is the demonic cleanse, of course. So, how good is that this game?
You can self-target with this, right?
What's that?
You can self-target with it, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
So you can use it as a premeditative way of blocking global, but I mean, he obviously has Lotus, but it's such an edge case where, let's say you have Lotus on cooldown and you feel like the global is coming, you can... It's like Oracle starting to cast Fortune's End on himself when he thinks the global is coming, and then he instantly purges it.
I think it'd be better just to Lotus yourself and then Demonic Cleanse an ally to get rid of the stun.
Absolutely, it's just if Lotus is on cooldown, right? If you've had to use it to protect against a lasso or whatever,
right.
then maybe you still have a play. It's like, it's such a small, it's not going to happen. So I'm very glad we spent 30 minutes on that. I like thinking about hypotheticals a lot. Did you know? Like
I do too. I like theory crafting.
Yeah, mental gymnastics are very important. They're as important as physical gymnastics.
Sure.
You gotta challenge your brain. If you don't work it out, it loses its power. For some of us, there was no power to begin with, so we're trying to build it.
That's right. Monet back into the Medusa form.
Oh, I love
Trying
this.
to kill
This
these
is so
illusions.
exciting.
Very nice.
They expired before he killed them. That's always a thriller with Medusa illusions. Do they die or do they expire when 4 heroes are fighting them? All right.
Hey, 428 gold from the
Killed 12
Medusa
of them.
illusion.
All right.
Okay.
Yep. Interestingly enough, into the stat, no support has killed any of the illusions. Absolute shocker.
Yeah.
It's the
Oh,
course.
look at that. Split shot stolen by Rubik. That'll be useful.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was actually steal. Like, I thought it used to be the other way where you couldn't steal it, and then they actually patched it to make it stealable.
I think you could always steal split shot.
No, 100% not.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I mean it used to be a passive for one thing.
Yeah, but
Purely a passive.
since it became toggleable, I think you've been able to steal it.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure about that.
Now Bavoka, he's going to lasso himself, but matters not. Celery dying is all that matters.
Could have mattered there if they... That was a situation where your load is something else than global.
True.
Didn't matter. So I'm glad we spent another 10 seconds on it once again.
Yep, appreciate
ramping it
that.
up.
10 seconds of my life I can't get back.
I mean, you would have spent the 10 seconds regardless.
That's true. Well, you don't know that for sure, but probably true.
If I didn't say it, you would have walked out. All right, it's high ground chime. Monet.
16K lead for Aster. Making their high ground attempt. Fortification pop by Gaiman.
Look at Gaiman's hero placement. They have a hero in every lane, basically, right now. Just not defending whatsoever. This is a conceded lane.
Yes.
The question is, are you going to hold the second one? Because you didn't cut the mid wave. It is already coming in. So Aster have the opportunity to just keep going. They have 59 seconds on their Aegis. More than enough to get another lane. So if you're going to defend now, you effectively just lost the lane of barracks to then defend? Maybe they like the positioning here way more.
Back in the Medusa form again. Remember, he does have Aegis for another 40 seconds. We'll be using it.
Nice disruption there. Those
Cheese
owned.
On the AM as well, as this is probably go time for Game and Gladiators. Telekinesis on Monet gets Searing Chains as well, but we'll be able to wave form away safely as they get half the HP of the tower. You can see Ace in his Lycan form. Perhaps trying to kite him.
Yeah,
and
this
then
is really good
after
for
that's over.
Sure, you lose your Aegis, but it was about to expire anyway, but the Shapeshift being down is Game and Gladiators' arguably strongest hero is now out of play for a minute. If you go and make any sort of move here, it doesn't have to be a base push, could be starting a fight, executing a gank, whatever. You have a lot of safety. This hero...
Man, XSS is so farmed.
Yeah.
He can finish the Scotty just about right now.
He might as well be a carry at this point.
Oh my god. Oh, is this a... Okay, BKB to avoid the embarrassing Mana Void death will have to Stone Gaze as well. And here's the lasso onto Celery. Down he goes. And now you don't have Lycan ult. Now you don't have Medusa ult or BKB. Sumail getting caught off a bit, but gets off the Shadow Strike, so he's going to heal a little bit from that as Monet. Again, prefers being Medusa over himself at the moment.
Wave mid is coming in now. They do have trouble bottom, though. Actually being split pushed so hard that Sumail will go back and defend this. See if this opens up anything for Gaiman to take a 4v4 in their own half of the map without the Queen. Looks like they want to.
Oh, Quinn, yeah, he wants to fight. They're going to get that Bat Rider pretty easily. XXS looking to go back in. He jumps right on top of that Medusa, looking for the Mana Void. Out of mana completely, not even needing it. Just right-clicks him into Oblivion. Quinn getting focused, getting bashed, and he takes the Mana Void instead. Double kill for the AM. Sumail with the Sonic Wave, and that should be close to doing it as... That was not live. Good try, production.
Smacking some flies. I mean, the enemy team might as well be flies to Sumail in this game. 12-0.
Yeah, he's owning.
Completely smacking them around. Someone bring the fly swatter. Duracho.
Duracho, he just bought back. Doesn't have a ton of mana. Gets bashed up and brought down again.
It is over.
That fly was vanquished, and so were Game and Gladiators in game number 1 as Aster looking pretty good. I mean, Sumail has looked extremely good ever since joining him during that major as a stand-in and now as an official member. Is the King back?
I mean, I love that game from Aster. I thought it was very enjoyable to watch. I was really hyping up this Lycan pick from Game and Gladiators, and I still stand by it. I think it was a really good choice, but they got outplayed. Like, Aster just really had their number, did a really good execution a couple of times. The pivotal moment, the base defense really sealed the deal for me. I felt like after that, it was going to be hard for Gaiman to come back when they got wiped there, and the extra items came out, but yeah, nice. You know, nice creativity from Aster and the way they set it up.
Sumail being 12-0. Monet was 4-0.
Yep.
XXS was 7-0. So
the cores never died.
The 3 cores did not die the entire game. That is, you don't see that every day. And it wasn't really like a huge stomp at the beginning. It was a pretty close game. In fact, Gaiman were knocking on the door at some point where Ace was leading the way, as the Lycan does. But yeah, Aster just were able to hold on. That one high ground defense, it felt like that's where the turning point was.
It was. There were a couple, right? First they started off really well for Aster and got a lead, and then we had a bit of a turnaround where Ace found 2 big kills and got them back in the game. And then that base defense obviously swung it back the other direction. But also curious to hear what the panel has to say about the start of the laning stage, right? Sumail against Quinn was very one-sided this game, and I think that really set the pace. for Aster.
So the cores of Aster did not die. Will they die in game 2? Let's find out now from Tsunami.
Would it be a bold prediction for me to say probably? I don't know if you can replicate this kind of performance on a regular basis, but if Aster can, and they can do it against the so-called best team in the world, well, then we may be seeing the resurgence of at least one Chinese team. But we'll wait until Bali until we start making those calls. As for Shannon's question on the laning situation, Brian, you yourself don't even know how it happened. This Quap versus Ember Spirit matchup being that one-sided?
Yeah, supposed to be Ember favorite, I think, in a high skill situation. So I was in the back room thinking this is just a bit of a mid-diff situation.
This has to be... Sumeya must have outlaned him. Because from what I understand, this is either slightly Ember favored or even at worst, unless I misunderstand something. But I've heard people talk about this specific matchup, and I think Quinn lost it too hard. I don't see it being this way if you put two players of like the same skill in how they perform. I don't think it should end this way. So Sumeya, yeah, he kind of putting on a show in this game.
Yeah, he did really good, and it actually accomplished more than just like winning the mid lane, because that was like the crucial hero on the Gaming Gladiator side that would actually start fights. Like throughout the game, there's just so many times that it would be like Rubik or Shadow Demon would get Curse of the Silented, and then they're just like, well, I can't defend myself with any of my spells. Even if I did, it wouldn't really keep me that survivable. They actually needed like an Ember to go frontline and to go start skirmishes and fights. And because they didn't have that, because he was just behind in net worth, it kind of made their team fall apart in a lot of ways. They didn't really have a person to do ganks at that point. So like him winning the mid lane completely changed the pace of the whole game.
I don't think it's just fights. I think it's also on top of that the fact that Lycan pushing lanes is the person that's enabling him to actually catch heroes is supposed to be Quinn, like flanking from the side, steering chains with the sleight of fist. But we saw the first few Lycan ultis. I feel like everyone just kind of ran away on the side of Aster.
They just didn't have like this power that they probably wanted, right? Minus armor chains, you run in, you murder some supports that didn't really happen. And I think one of the downsides of Medusa, which we did get to see in this game, when you play against 3 cores that are mobile, that can take long fights, you just kind of get jerked around in the fight and you don't really know what to do. Whereas Sumeya, he blinks here, he blinks there, he can go on the supports, jump them. They just get to do what they want. I mean, they all had 0 deaths, so it kind of speaks for itself.
I want to see that number represented graphically, though. Can we get our Predator head-to-head? You know who it is. It's the mids. And we have an illustration of Sumeya. I didn't even... We've had a lot of work-in-progress pictures and a lot of unlocked or locked characters, but Sumeya's been fully rendered.
Wait a second, where's his beard, Tsunami?
He's shaved it during the Chinese DPC. I think...
Doesn't he have a beard right now?
I thought so, too.
Wait, really?
How did you not
maybe
know?
grows it back in like 3 days.
Are you beard
pull
blind?
up the fly, him slapping the fly clip whenever we get off of this graphic. 12-0-9, by the way, on Sumeya.
Pretty good.
And Quinn 1-6-5. Pretty good.
Only 12-0-9. Could maybe have had more assists. Could have maybe laned even better in the mid lane.
There's no double-double.
Like, yeah, where's the double-double? I'm looking for the DD.
It's true.
And for me, this is a little bit of a surprise because week 1 of China DPC, it was the Emperor Sumeya that everyone was hoping to see, especially after the Berlin Major. They were like, oh man, this guy's still got the sauce. But then week 3, I kind of saw Sumeya... I don't know how to most... Oh wait, Reddit's down. I saw Sumeya kind of suck, actually, during the tail end of the Chinese DPC Tour number 3. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't him solo carrying games like this, which also even here he wasn't necessarily solo carrying the game, but he wasn't a dominant force. And so him going head-to-head against Quinn, whenever this matchup happened during the Berlin Major, then it was, I believe, Gaiman 2-0'd Aster in the group stage. And so this matchup has happened before. Take my word for it. Okay, and now as for the video evidence, does he have a beard? Let's roll the clip. Oh my god, you're right, he does. I lied. I see he grows it as quickly as I do. Because after Tour 2, he had a long beard at one point.
It was longer than this before.
It was longer than this. And then he shaved it before DreamLeague Season 19? I don't remember now.
I'll take your word for it.
Take my word for it.
Sorry, my Sumeya beard tracker went down in solidarity with Reddit. So otherwise I'd check it.
Just keep the camera light.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep a...
I didn't even realize all of a sudden I realized out of the corner of my eye, I was like, oh shit, it's on me. I mean, I can keep talking about beards, whatever.
Please, do.
My beard's not good enough.
I can't even grow one properly, so I won't
Can we
even
get
talk about
an analysis on whether Sumail's performance is better or worse, depending on if he's clean shaven or not?
I think that's important.
Start
I
working
think
on
so
that.
too. I think he won TI when he was clean shaven, probably because he hadn't hit puberty to grow.
Yeah, he was a bit too young.
Hair yet at that point.
Yatoro won it with a bald head.
True, actually.
Why can't you just reverse the concept?
I think
and
that
put the hair here.
Damn.
Or is it less hair in general makes you
The least amount of hair.
Yeah. Who's the hairiest TI winner? Has any TI winner had a beard before? I guess Kuro kind of has a...
He didn't have a beard
He
when
didn't
he
have a
won.
beard when he won. And he was bald when he won.
Yeah, these are the real questions. I have no idea about.
Trying to think now.
GH. It's gotta be GH.
Yeah, it's
Probably
gotta be
GH. Yeah.
That
Yeah,
guy's
GH
got
had a beard.
Yeah.
100%.
thick head.
Matu was pretty clean shaven back then.
Well,
Beard didn't have a
was he?
beard back
Beard
then.
didn't
I
have a
don't think
beard.
so.
Yeah, Matu was normal looking back then.
It's like, what do you define as clean shaven?
Let's think. Alliance didn't have any beards.
Did Loda have a beard back then?
No, he had like scruff.
Yep. That's right.
I don't think any of the IG
No,
players did.
That was when
Navi
Dendi had a
players.
beard when he won TI. I'm just kidding.
There's no way Denny ever had a beard.
You don't remember the giant?
No one on wings. No. I think
GH
we're on to
has to
something.
be-
I think GH is the only bearded TI winner. Go at
GH.
At ESL Dota 2, hashtag ESL Pro Tour if you know the answer to whether there have been any bearded TI winners other than GH.
Screenshots accompany.
Did Fear have a beard then? I don't think he did, right?
Nope.
Not
That was
enough,
pre-
right?
pre-Fear
No
beard.
way.
Pre-fear beard.
Fear beard.
Say that again.
Pre-fear beard. Pre-fear beard.
Pre-fear beard.
Isn't it pre-beard fear?
Pre-beard fear.
Pre-fear beard.
Also pre-muscle fear. He got really yoked. Probably because he was wearing ESL merch.
Attack ESL.
He loved it and he wore it.
You love your style. You wear your style. No one's telling me to do anything.
Just keep talking about
I'll
beards
keep
and
riffing.
merch.
I'm memeing. What's on your mind, Kezi?
I mean, it's just it's just beards. I can't get it out of my head.
What's the longest you've ever let your facial hair grow out?
Like, I don't know, 1.5 months. It doesn't get very long.
Yeah, I can kind of see like the outline.
Yeah.
You get it on your cheek at all?
I'm sorry.
He has the same problem.
I also
do.
have like there's a spot here.
Oh, the neck beard.
Like, nothing happens here.
Yeah.
No, the
nothing
real
happens.
question is how long has it been since you shaved currently?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks.
Wow.
That's 2 weeks?
That's even less hair than like for
Like
me.
10
It's been
10
like
days at least.
It's been like 5 days for me, and we're about
this
the
has
same.
gotta be
right now.
like 10 days.
Wow.
Wow.
Is your heritage full German?
Yep.
But German people grow beards.
I mean, why am I being beard shamed right now?
Yeah.
Or what?
You
He's allowed to.
Do you wish you
allowed
could grow a beard, or are you happier that you have less time to shave?
I'm happy this way. I don't have to waste time. I hate wasting time or waiting.
How much time do you spend on your beard daily?
So like I said, today was photo day, so I put in the effort.
Of 8 hours.
And how much effort was that?
I woke up late, and so I had to bring my beard trimmer to the studio. And then after I got makeup done, I went to the bathroom and I feverishly trimmed all the loose ends. And you can't really tell. This isn't. Maybe if you're on like the YouTube 4K streams. Did we stream in 4K?
And then you found out today was not photo day.
I know. I was actually very
Sorry.
disappointed. I took
That
a
is
picture
why
with
he's
everyone.
dressed very well.
This is
compared
lame,
to-
and I'm so warm also right now. Anyway, Kazu, you said you don't like wasting time.
Correct.
I'm done wasting your time. Let's get to game number 2 of Aster versus Gaming Gladiators.
want strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of a rising perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Still dark as sheep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind that door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. Oh, whoops, I messed up the button. There we go. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Team Aster versus Gaming Gladiators. Where
hello.
yeah, I know, right? So apparently the draft did start on time. They just blasted through the first phase entirely. All the bans, all the picks. We are basically like a minute and a half into this draft, and they have already done a great deal. So I won't waste any more of your time, because I know how much you hate wasting time. It drives you crazy anytime that people attempt to waste time, and you are trying to maximize the most
Shut up,
time.
Tsunami. Let's get into the draft here.
I see what you're doing there.
Yeah, I caught on to it a few seconds in. So we're stealing your strat card. Now Gaming are like, we're taking the silencer first pick. I'm generally not a fan when this does happen, because Dota isn't as simple as, oh, you picked silencer, so I know exactly why it worked. The hero has more layers. Of course, they probably do know, but I think it's a little bit of a weakness to just, because they've never first picked silencer before. Just to let you guys know.
Why can't it be viewed as a flex? To be all like, you nerds don't know how this hero works. I'll show you how it's done.
But they do know how it works since they just beat them, right?
Well, that's not apparently what the graphic says, because apparently the graphic says that it's 0-0 for both
teams.
Yeah,
right.
Which,
actually,
maybe
we were not watching the right
slight
game.
error. Aster are up 1 game in this series, but we will fix that.
Working on that one.
But yes,
it's a work in progress.
I see where you're getting at.
I like it with the Storm, though. I mean,
Yes,
Storm can
for sure.
basically jump in and get protected by the global silence, so leveraged over the course of 10-15 minutes. A couple extra kills for Storm you wouldn't have.
Yeah, but you could have had a Pugna there.
It's a different form of battery.
Okay.
You don't get more mana, but you may have to use less mana because there's silence, therefore you have to dodge less.
You can also go like Kaya Sanj and a Witchblade rather than maybe a BKB at all.
Exactly.
Like,
you get to skip the BKB because your global is your BKB.
Exactly.
God, Brian's so fucking strong.
I'm into it.
Is that a beard?
It is a beard.
No!
Not back to the beard.
No! Brian, please say something quick.
Speaking of beards, Void Spirit, that is quite the beard. I
The
think that
universal
Sumail,
beard.
that's what he's working towards. Maybe by the time his hair is that color.
Yeah, he'll need like
his
another
beard will
40
look like.
years.
You say that, but the gray hairs are already coming in for me.
I guess you can cosplay voice for it sooner.
I hope so. Yo, if I get gray eyebrows, that's the sauce.
I mean, he does look badass.
He does look badass. And he's paired with a Magnus, which means his damage is going to be pretty badass in this game. Is it your favorite universal pairing with Mag?
Yeah, it has to be with Mag, at least. It's very good together. Also, Asta have played it as a carry before. Monet is quite the master, I would say, of the carry role, no matter what hero it is. So they definitely have that option as well. And yeah, I mean, nowadays Void Spirit still cares about silencers, but not as much, because I would say the items you build, first of all, they make you more tanky, or it feels nicer to build Manta, so if there's some Orchid or Global coming out, you can itemize for it.
They're very flexible in their lanes as well. Like Void and Magnus can kind of go just about anywhere, so for now, Aster's fine with her opening, I think.
Second phase bans filtering in Dusa, Skywrath, and Coddle taken out by Gaiman. And Aster target the Doom, the Batrider, and the Faceless Void.
I feel like I say Doom. I feel like I see Doom often against Magnus because it's just easier just to like Doom him in the team fight. It removes his Empower, thus him attacking isn't really a thing anymore.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to skewer around. He's just kind of like limited to being slow and not doing anything. It's a nice way to take him out of the fight.
I quite like the Skyref ban. I think when you're Aster and you have this mag Void Spirit, you're gonna need supports that give you follow-up damage. And sometimes as a silencer, it's actually hard to... I mean, Skyref basically does what? Silence, ult, bam. Like
Yeah, he casts all the spells in like half a second.
Yeah, it's like you... Ooh, that was pretty quick, huh?
Pick all their heroes in half a second also.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker, Io up for Gaming Gladiators, and Aster pick up a Mirana on their side, which... Where do they like their Mirana? Because we've been seeing Mirana go all over the place. We've been seeing 4, we've been seeing offlane. I don't think we've seen it carry yet, but I know Yuragi has history of playing that.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so...
Oh.
We have
Okay,
some bad
so
news,
The drafts are reversed.
Correct.
That's what we're
Oh,
hearing.
So
wait.
Team Aster has the heroes that you guys think Game
Oh,
has.
wait. Did he say Team Master is Dire? Not,
Yes.
Not
So-
right
so-
draft?
So Aster has the Storm and the Silencer, while Gaiman has the Universal heroes.
Is that what he meant, or did he mean that the label that says Radiant is incorrect?
Yeah, is it on the left and right?
Everything is
Everything
swapped.
swapped.
Yes.
But then
Well-
if everything is swapped, then doesn't that eventually swap back to where it is right now?
Exactly. Who am I, actually?
Too much.
They did a 360 and walked the other way.
Okay, so Aster does have one game. That is not swapped. That part is correct.
Yes.
The heroes that we see are
correct.
But for the opposite teams,
Yes.
is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm saying.
So Game and Gladiators lineup is on the Magnus, the Void Spirit, and the Mirana, is
Yes.
what you're saying.
Which means Aster got themselves a pretty damn dirty Bloodseeker pick, if I may say so.
Which also means that Gaiman isn't memeing by first picking Silencer.
Yeah.
Because you were quite confused by
Yeah,
that.
I was. So it's just Aster running it back.
Okay.
As they first picked the Silencer for themselves.
This makes more sense.
Which definitely makes a lot more sense, yes.
I don't like this Lich pick all that much. I feel like...
Yeah, so my brain is still processing everything being swapped.
Okay, hold on.
so-
We make it the real version.
Isn't there the thing where your eyes see things upside down and your brain flips it?
Ah, Dota.
Oh, hello.
That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Isn't that how the brain works? Isn't that how it works, guys?
Probably. You know more about
I feel like
the
I
brain
learned
than
that at
I
one
Not
point.
qualified to answer that question.
Yeah, same. I'm just gonna trust
Tommy?
the brain talk.
I've seen the one where like you see colors if you've been staring at colors and then you stare at something like black and white, then it, like your brain fills in
Yeah.
the colors.
Yeah.
But I don't know about upside down.
Okay.
That may be just optical illusions that you're thinking of.
Okay.
Are you saying everything's upside down in the world, Ryan?
We're in the Stranger Things.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard Stranger Things. I was gonna make a reference.
Damn it.
Wow.
I'm
And you
sorry.
ruined it.
Brian, I need to trust you more.
Thank you.
It's day number 2. You've really got the training wheels off. I'm letting you.
Yeah, I'm realizing my job on this panel. the random pop culture references
That's
are.
really all it is.
Yeah.
Okay, why did you not like the Lich pick, Brian?
I just think the damage he usually tries to mitigate is not there, and the heroes that he wants to Sinister Gaze, he's going to be getting silenced or something. Like his abilities don't seem useful to me. Slows against like Bloodseeker IO, Storm, the Lich Armor against mostly magical damage, or like, you know, Bloodseeker goes Maelstrom, and then the Chain Frost, I don't know, what is it on the relocate? Like who's he Chain Frosting? I guess I just don't understand.
He can
his role in the game.
stabilize like a lane if it's Void Spirit or Magnus carry is one thing. Like,
Do you think
he's
it's
got
purely
defense
for the
low.
lane?
I could see that. I mean, if he gets a Chain Frost off and there's a guy that's tethered, like that's going to force them to play differently. And yet, I agree that the Frost Shield isn't going to like be absolutely perfect. But if he does get it off on somebody, it'll still help. Like obviously, Storm's a lot of magic, but there's some physical in there too. So
It has to be for the lane. Yeah, because I don't see too much of it otherwise.
He's
I
got
assume
instant disable against Storm Spirit. That's pretty good.
drain his mana.
if you get to click him, yeah, which is already a hard task in itself. But, I mean, if you lane against Io, I don't think that's too good either, because I think Io 4 semi-sustains through your aggressiveness, but overall, maybe it's just, yeah, it's gotta be for the lane. And sure, you know, there's some RP, maybe you can pop the Chain Frost in there. They must have just thought it is the best option.
I also have a problem with it because it's not universal, and all their other heroes were. So they really broke the
Yeah, they lost, actually.
synergy there.
Just call it. You call Quinn
Wait,
right
who
now.
are the good universal supports?
Techies.
Venomancer.
Techies.
Techies and Veno, okay.
Snapfire
Venge.
kind of works.
Ben's
is
good
not
support.
a
A
good
debatable
support.
one, but it was a good try.
There is no debate. She's objectively bad.
He tried.
Venomancer. Do we say
Yeah,
Yes.
Veno. That's a good one.
I think that's it.
Bane could be
Technically,
good. I think
Snapfire.
Bane.
Oh, Bane? Yeah, Bane would have been
Oh, yeah.
nice, actually. No, against Silencer, it's kind of rough.
Not in this game, but
Yeah.
Snapfire, if she's ever played as a support.
Okay, Aster, you...
They need some tower, don't they? Tower taking? Or like some guy that pushes the lane?
I mean, this is the offlane hero, right?
Yep. I'm still fine with something like Underlord. Percent damage reduction and roots for all these mobile people trying to jump around.
I don't think they have enough like disable outside of like Rupture and Storm Pull. So I feel like they almost need like a conventional offlaner type thing. So I guess Underlord kind of fixes that.
Okay.
I actually like this pick.
I like it too.
I think,
Why do you like it?
So IO-LC is very old school. I think they lane, first of all, very well together because you have all this amp on like more attack speed, you move faster, you're very aggressive, so you help LC do what she already wants to do. You also have a semi-save for IO and your supports with the Purge. And I think it's also a good hero against Mag. You kind of combo break it in the game. I mean, we're getting some new heroes at least. There's a Lifesteal on my screen. You guys also have that one?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what it is on Gaiman as well.
Okay, okay.
We're not seeing it upside down.
Ace Mag.
But this is a pretty strange thing, Brian.
This is one of my favorite heroes in all of Dota. He's not been very good for a while, so sadly you don't get to watch him at all. He has very good matchups here. One of the few heroes that can go invulnerable during Rupture. If you infest somebody and they move around, you're fine.
Yeah.
And then it also makes it hard to rupture anyone else because you give them health. And then it's the same idea with Legion. Usually you'll get your rage off before the duel, so the blade mail is not that impactful. It's like Legion has a BKB piercing disabled, but oddly enough, Lifestealer is one of her worst matchups in the carry role.
How about in the lane to lane match?
Yeah, the lane matchup is a lot of hitting, and I think Lifestealer usually wins it, but with the IO,
Yeah, I think IO-LC kind of dumps
that might be a problem. I'm a little bit concerned about that aspect.
Yeah, and they're not really going to be able to kill with Lich. Lich is ideally just going to like keep them stabilized is probably the plan. And against an LC, Frost Armor becomes great again though.
True.
That is opposite team, right?
Make Ice Armor great again.
What were Gaiman's supports? Mirana, Lich.
And Lich.
Yes.
So, I think the early game will be Aster favored again with the Storm plus Global, and I'm really afraid for this IO-LC lane. I'm afraid for Doracio's Lifestealer having to lane into the IO-LC. I think that's not a good time.
I always think Lifestealer Mag's a bit of a bait because when you infest,
you lose the empower.
You lose the empower.
What?
You dispel yourself.
Oh my god.
It's always a weird,
Fix
clunky
that.
matchup because you don't want to use your spell.
Indeed.
the ban.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
No, I kind of... Oh.
Aster versus Gaiman Gladiators, game number 2. Aster took game 1. Pretty convincing fashion, I have to say. Sumail was unstoppable along with the rest of the cores. I do agree with Tsunami that they will probably die this game at some point.
Wouldn't that be
Flawless
something?
victory is not the most common of occurrences. But yeah, we get to see some new heroes, Cinderin. Heroes that we forgot existed. Legion Commander, the huge quality of life in that big patch. You can overwhelming odds during the duel. Press the attack no longer works exactly the same way because overwhelming odds is the one that gives you the attack speed now. And then you have Lifestealer, who I agree with. Banana Slamma Jamma, one of my favorite heroes as well. It's been garbage for so long now.
Yeah, I agree with his assessment that he has some good matchups in this game, but I actually still think there are some pitfalls to Lifestealer in this regardless, even if he floats the lane fine. I first of all don't really think he's going to win against IOLC, but we'll see how that one plays out. But later in the game, I still think you are somewhat vulnerable against just dual global, for example, or against getting jumped by Storm into global silence and then follow up with a duel. Bloodseeker can fight you head on. We've seen games where Bloodseeker gets farmed and he actually just he can beat Monkey King in his own ring, right? Like, you're probably going to be able to fight Lifestealer as well if you have some attack speed items and a Basher. So we'll see. Maybe Empower is going to swing the balance of that matchup, though. But I gotta say, overall, I do like what Astra are bringing here to the second game. And again, for Game of Gladiators, playmaking potential, it's all Quinn, right? If Quinn has a bad game like he did in the previous one, their lineup's going to be a little bit stale. So hoping for them that Quinn doesn't get as crushed as he did. Some really good support rotations in that previous game. And I guess that's the silver lining here, or the good news, rather, is the Astra supports don't gank well.
Yeah.
It's Io and Silencer. So he's probably going to get just a stable 1v1 mid with a bit of bottom
Well,
killing.
from the Lifestealer's perspective, I'm just looking at they do have very good Infest Bomb potential between both the Magnus and the Void Spirit. But I feel like that's not, I don't know, as we're going to see First Blood actually in the bot lane, the lane that everybody was so confident Dyrachyo would get dumpstered in. Celery gets First Blood there against the Legion. See if they can continue with that momentum.
Yeah. Well, that's really good news for gaming. I did not expect them. First of all, I didn't think they were going to win the lane, but secondly, getting First Blood at like level 1 with Lifestealer.
What did he take? Was it Ghoul Frenzy? That's why, Cinderin. Great spell.
Oh, whatever he did, it worked out. So,
love me some Ghoul Frenzy. But yeah, what is it about Lifestealer, do you think, that he just hasn't been top tier for a long, long time? Because I remember, and I don't know if it aligns perfectly, but my memory is that when they changed Feast to not be extremely good against strength heroes specifically, because there was a time where you'd pick it as like a counter as Monet, and gone on a bit, although the Magnus is the one taking the brunt of the damage, the Blood Grenade's still on him as well, so that's going to be the kill going the way of Aster. As Monet getting leapt on by Tofu, just needs a couple more right clicks to finish the job, and he'll get it.
he did not have anywhere to hide there. Very awkward situation there, so 1-for-1 trade. Yeah, I think the change to Feast was definitely a really, really big one for Lifestealer's drop-off in popularity, but I think on top of all of that, it's also just a matter of meta, right? Like the pacing of the game. I would say even something as simple as Pavis actually makes the hero struggle a lot more, right? The rise of Crimson Guard, because Lifestealer went from doing, he went from doing fewer attacks that hit really hard to doing more attacks that hit softer. And the problem with that is, it's way easier to itemize against a lot of soft attacks because Vanguard, because Crimson, because Pavis, all this stuff blocked.
Oh, Blood Grenade onto XXS. He's actually channeling the Lotus, knowing that he's going to die anyway. Might as well take away some resources from Gaimin potentially. As Baboka now getting slowed perpetually by Ghoul Frenzy, Blood Grenade, and Frost Blast. My goodness, Dyrachyo, the monster on the Nyx.
How in the world is this lane going this way? I mean,
they have slow upon slow upon slow.
I mean, it's one of two things, right? Either our read on the lane is just completely wrong, or Astro dropping the ball. But at the end of the day, the outcome's the same. Gaimin are very much winning the safe lane that we had as a concern, and I think at this point, honestly, you're kind of just coasting it. I don't think this is winnable anymore for IO and LC. Lifestealer has a 700 net worth advantage. He's gonna beat you on items and just be able to trade. I'm assuming he wants to, he is gonna rush that armlet, so once that Helm of Iron Will comes in, I think any hope for LC to bully him is gone out the window.
That's Sumail taking heavy damage, but Baboka is there with the link up as Quinn. He's only level 4.
Very greedy
Aether Remnants there as well.
Oh my god.
He's getting perpetually right-clicked,
so
and that is the death of Quinn. Did that actually cost him his life? I was going to see the Ghoul Frenzy come into play again, and Frost Blast on top, but there is the press the attack that he's finally been able to level, then he's hit level 3.
I'm pretty sure he died because he turned to last hit, right? They got in range and they stuck on him after that, so that was a pretty costly CS to get there for Quinn. I understand that he thought he would get away with it too. I was actually surprised they managed to run him down.
Oh my goodness. Press the attack, Blood Grenade again, and the Ghoul Frenzy is going to be enough to get Dyrachyo yet another kill. What a spell.
I mean, it's also possible that about the whole dynamic in this lane that, I mean, obviously my perspective on it, and I think Kezu's as well, is a little bit of a history perspective. I don't know if he's played the matchup much in this patch, but I think this Blood Grenade is actually changing the dynamic of the lane so much in their ability to just stick on the LC, because what happens is you Frost Blast her, she purges that off with Press the Attack and gets the move speed, but then you Blood Grenade and Ghoul Frenzy, and you actually get to stick, where in the past Legion could create enough distance and just get away. it really changes the dynamic of the matchup so much. And if you're XXS, you can't be feeling good about this consumables. What the hell?
That's quite a bit of money.
That cannot be right. What?
That's quite a bit. That's the blood grenade.
Yeah.
That's a lot of blood grenades.
Insane. No. How could he spend 1,200?
Well, let's a couple tangos, a couple salves, and then the 2 blood grenades.
Blood grenades. Damn, it's expensive to be a support nowadays.
Sumail's level 6. He can zip. He's going to go for Quinn. Doesn't have any way to get out of this, at least not yet. He's going to try to turn his sights, but it's not going to matter.
-2.
Sumail with another kill going the way of this Storm Spirit, which is his classic hero, of course. And second game in a row that Quinn is kind of getting dumpstered. But a lot of it has to do, and in game 1 is especially the case, is they're going to be able to clean up Siamese Cat at the very least, but the rotations from Aster are the reason that this has gone so well. The Curse doing quite a bit, but Tofu will live.
Still looking really solid for Gaimin so far. Again, the big win is coming from that bottom lane. That's the only lane that they've truly won, right? So Lifestealer is 1,700 net worth ahead. I can't believe I'm saying that minute 7. When does that ever happen? He's 1,700 net worth ahead against the Legion. Void Spirit's losing to Storm by 1.
Oh! Not quite there, but the Sinister Gaze, because they brought another member of Gaimin just to ensure that Sumail does not get off to the same start that he did last game. Finally getting that kill.
Yeah, that triple up really, really nice to bring Quinn back into the game. And as far as the top lane goes, it's a wash. Like, Magnus and Bloodseeker are both just farming. Magnus with the Vanguard, it's very hard for Monet to bully out, but at the same time, it's also hard for Ace to put any meaningful pressure on the Bloodseeker, who's just supposed to kind of heal on every CS. So they're kind of both just chilling up here. Looks like there will be some move coming in from Sumail on the Storm.
Yep. Sumail.
Hold back on the Vortex here, really nice. He needs to make sure that it will be too late to TP for Ace.
Yep, nice pick off. Arrow does hit, but to no real avail. That opens up Quinn to potentially go for Siamese Cat, but he doesn't have another Astral Step until now. Don't want to go any further with the low HP. 8-minute rune coming up. Celery securing the bottom.
Quinn looks different from how I remember.
What does that mean?
So does Duracho.
Oh, okay.
Oh. There he is again.
Yeah, Quinn definitely can't grow a beard. That's for sure. He's hairless all over, other than his head. So I've been told, at least. But yeah, Quinn's still behind on the XP.
You're talking.
Nobody knows. The arrow does connect this time. Frost Blast to follow. Sinister Gaze, Permastun on the Storm. Monet's made his rotation now. He gets off the... Ooh, Quinn! Oh! Did he die in Fountain? Gracious me, oh my. That feels just awful.
Hey, he didn't lose in.
That's true. That is accurate. But at least they get Sumail first, if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan. They can see that they have definitely made some adjustments from game 1, because it felt like once Quinn got ganked in that game number 1, they just didn't really have answers, or they didn't try perhaps as hard as they should have to kill Sumail.
It was definitely more complicated as well. In this game, they have the tools for sure with both the Mirana and Lich ganking together. It's been really cool to see in this game how much emphasis both teams have put on trying to solve this mid lane, and so far, Gaming Gladiators definitely pulling out a little bit ahead, and they also have so much freedom because both of their side lanes are completely safe to play alone. Magnus is in no threat. If he gets ruptured, he can TP. I mean, sure, he did die to a Storm rotation, but that's going to happen. He won't die to a support rotation. So, and Duracho is just going to solo push this bottom tier 1 with no cares in the world. What's going to happen? He could get dueled, but I mean, doesn't look like he's overly concerned with it.
Duel me, please, please.
Surely, okay. If he was going to keep going there. Oh, hey. XSS Life. Fortunately, I found the best neutral item in the game, Seeds of Serenity.
Yes. Yeah. Global Silence is going to be popped. And it looks like the Mirana is going to be the first to fall in this little engagement. Sinister Gaze onto Sumail, but he still has plenty of mana to zip around if he wants. Try to focus on Stellar, who's keeping himself alive with that damage mitigation of the Frost Shield. Dust. Be able to spot this out. Sumail gets RP'd though. There's the Astro Step to follow with the Chain Frost. That's the third death for Sumail again. Boboka drops as well. Quinn's gonna get ruptured, but he just TP's out, and this time he will be okay. Lots of action in this mid lane, and Gaimin have gotten the better of another fight, which gives him the 3K lead. And Sumail has just, after that first kill on Quinn, so much pressure applied to him, and now he's died 3 times in a row.
I really like how Gaming Gladiators played that skirmish. They're like kind of baiting Sumail to ultimately jump on them, and they instantly Lich Sinister Gaze him into RP. Sumail was playing around there. He wanted to try to bait out RP by jumping and then immediately jumping again, but didn't account for this play to be able to come in from Celery. Obviously, he's already forced the Sinister Gaze here, but the cooldown on that spell is not that long. So when this extends, and he jumps up again... Actually, wait, did they even gaze?
No,
it was just a Remnant?
It looked like a Remnant.
It was a Remnant. Okay,
Has the same
there's
animation.
no way it was ready again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, either way, they just set it up really nicely so the RP didn't have to come first, and Sumail getting caught by that just seals the deal with a nice Chain Frost from Celery, so well done. And that's a huge lead now all of a sudden. This is the makings of a stomp at this point. 5,000 net worth, minute 11. You're playing with a Lifestealer carry who generally does not win his lane like this, but is totally trashing XXS in this game. To say the least, he's doubling him. Minute 12. I don't...
Yeah.
That's a true rarity right now in Dota, that lanes are this lopsided for carry versus offlaner.
Yep, and Duracho obviously has had that Armlet for quite a while, and Radiance will be the pickup. So Armlet into Radiance. Still a decent away from it as they get the Sinister Gaze and the arrow into Sumail, and that is another death. Global Silence even being used just to try to mitigate anything coming from the side of Gaimin, but that ends up being a waste as well.
They've really had his number this game. Just such a good job from Gaming shutting down Sumail. Night and day to the last game. Sumail went deathless and just dominated, and Quinn was struggling.
That's a Midas, by the way, on the Legion XXS.
Yeah.
Desperation mode, I think. And Duracho comes to play.
I mean, notice how Duracho's playing bottom. He's cutting between tier 2 and tier 3 minute 11. Like, it genuinely doesn't care. This is like nothing's going to stop him. How many heroes do they want to gank him with? I mean, it's just extremely oppressive playstyle coming out from Gladiators who are just giving them no quarter at all.
From the Lifestealer games that you've seen, which is not that many.
Recently anyway.
What's the build? Is this a normal build?
Either you go Radiance here or Deso, mostly. And
Have you seen any Harpoon? I was wondering if that's potentially a thing.
Yes, theoretically it's not too bad, but I feel like Lifestealer just gets more value out of the other build-ups. The Deso is easily the best single target damage bang for a buck this hero can get, and the Radiance is like almost a hybrid item because it also gives you some tankability. This is probably a dead IO here.
Sumail wants to try to save his IO.
It might be okay.
We'll do so for now, but Sumail's getting a pretty low on the mana pool. We'll find Tofu on the high ground, trying to TP out, and will be fine, actually. That was close.
Pavis MVP for both teams there.
Indeed.
Yeah, very good. I think so. Radiance... I don't know if Radiance is really truly better than Deso here. I think there's a case for both items. Maybe his mindset is Quinn and Ace are also going to do damage. So by going Radiance, you get some sort of a hybrid build that gives you some tankiness because of the mischance and evasion, and you still output very well. It's a good farming item on the hero. The hero doesn't have any sort of inherent cleave, so Radiance is going to help you farm waves faster. It's going to help you farm camps faster and keep your progression going. So I think it's completely reasonable. I don't know what else you get aside from these two items, really, on this hero. Not really too much space for creativity on that lifesteal.
Well, there was a point in the last patch where people were actually going Ags.
Yeah, it's like a very niche counter to a hero like, say, TA, where you want to invest and disarm her. But in this game, I don't think that's worth it at all.
Monet gets caught off guard. There's the Global Science to try to keep him alive. And Quinn, well, he's ruptured for the time being. Gets the Astro Step. Monet looks to be dead, but will it cost Quinn his life? Yes, it's a 1-for-1, and now they're going to try to turn this around onto Tofu as well. Sumail run out of mana.
Tofu might actually live here if he plays this well.
Well, has...
All right, arrow out the butt, a classic.
Those are the most powerful ones in my experience. Tofu, a couple more right clicks will do it. So across the board, a 2 for 2. As Dyrachyo was able to take out the IO after relocating back.
It's like I'm watching Brood. He's literally just playing the lane and the jungle next to it completely freely.
Yeah,
and
what a dream.
He's just built a house down here.
It's like playing against bots. Just get free farm.
Yeah, these bots beat your last game, though. I gotta turn down the difficulty after the previous one. The last game was bot unfair.
Well, they got the Aether Remnant trying to set up the Harpoon Skewer, and XXS is dead. And the question is, his Midas is on cooldown for 60 seconds, so it's safe, Synderen.
I have no idea how Aster can play the map right now. I'll be honest with you, just completely, to put it bluntly, I feel like they're just screwed. Like, you have to find some sort of... The problem is, their lineup rides on Storm or Legion initiating and then either relocating or globaling or both to overwhelm the enemy, but that's a vision-based strategy, and you just have no map. The whole map is just Gaming Gladiators. They've taken all these towers. They have full control. They're pushing out the lanes. Lifestealer's a constant thorn in their side. And Quinn, whenever he jumps someone, it seems like they just die. So it's really, really difficult for Aster. You got to dig deep here, and you don't have team fight, right? Your lineup can't team fight, really, except starting with a jump into that silence. So any sort of skirmish, I'm just inherently favoring side of game, and if they have a decent amount of heroes to connect with.
Yeah, well, Dyrachyo did finish the Radiance a bit ago and is actually opting to go for his Shard, which, I mean, this Shard is good.
It is good.
They do have Press the Attack, and they don't really have high HP targets necessarily that would take full advantage of this. So I'm a little confused why it would be prioritizing this early. As XXS keeping out.
Takes him 65% down in the TP duration. All right. Bit of a
so
go here.
Wants to find a pick off. There's a global science to help him out a bit.
He's so
Tavis,
tanky.
keeping him alive. Frost Shield keeping him alive. RP only onto a couple of heroes, but that's more than enough. As Monet trying to run away with all that move speed. Looks like he's going to live, but Sumail not so lucky.
I don't think XXS makes it out of this one alive either. Oh, maybe actually.
Yeah, he
nice
dodges the Aether Remnant. But he gets slowed by the Frost Shield. Press the attack's not going to be enough. Another kill goes the way of Gaimin. The Harpoon onto Baboka, Skewer, and down goes Io. So 4 dead, almost a full team wipe. I mean, the Bloodseeker lived with less than 100 HP, it looked like. And Dyrachyo just back to the old...
Oh, I live here after all. Oh, he might actually... If he finds an angle on Monet... No. Not.
Nah.
But he will find Pichu, though.
Yeah. Oh, does he have it? He can just stand
This
here.
is why he bought Radiance. The Shadow Amulet hard counter.
It's like, you're literally not worth the effort to try and kill right
Not worth my time.
This dragon is more important than you.
Yeah. The worst thing is it's true, too.
But yeah, tell me, what am I missing with the open wounds being important enough to prioritize this early?
I mean, it's honestly just a feels-good ability to have. Sure, the enemy team might have like a Dispel or whatever, but it gives Lifestealer plays that he doesn't usually have access to. He can set up himself for success about killing, like running down a Silencer. He can fight and force the Bloodseeker, right, to turn and fight him because he can't create enough distance. I honestly just think it's a pretty damn good shard. And then there's the secondary point of it that you talked about with amplifying your teammates as well. It's just a good item. You're going to see it put to use here.
Indeed. Rupture comes out. Monet gets arrowed, and that will be the end of him. Meanwhile, Gaimin, we're taking out Roche with just a couple other cores on the other side of the map. And this is certainly looking like a shellacking.
No other way to put it, really. The question is how many hats, umbrellas, or sombreros are we talking, or monocles, or...
Yes, the monocle tier, of course.
I think, so the thing for Aster is the comeback plan is extremely simple. It's just very low probability, but the good news is it's not particularly hard to wrap your head around what you have to do. But you need to, the challenging part is finding the right situation for it, right? You only really have one play.
Gotcha. He wants to focus down Baboka. There's the open wounds to try to take him out before that relocate comes through. They'll be successful. They get the silencer as well, so a 2 for nothing. And this feels like Gaming Gladiators are just going to go into methodical mode, where if they see an enemy, they'll kill them, but otherwise they're just going to push down these lanes. And
Aster have to jump someone with Storm. He's probably living here.
He's fine.
Aster have to jump someone with Storm, Global, and kill them. It's that simple. There's no other play. Your Legion is not going to initiate for you. He has no game, so he doesn't have a dagger. He's not even close to it. He still has 1,000 to go with his Blade Mail Midas build. So you have like no initiative on the map aside from Sumail. So it's all eggs in that basket. It's trying to make moves with him. And if that doesn't work, then it is what it is. Sometimes you just get crushed, and the gameplay in this game just didn't work.
Yep, XXS. Well, this time he will die. I mean, these are the kind of things that Aster has to do. It's either that or you just sit in base and say GG.
God, Magnus is so... He has 400 damage and 3.5k health.
Universal heroes.
He's so crazy, man.
Perfectly balanced.
This tower is a goner in a moment. Duracho waiting for his creep wave to arrive to finish it off. And you would imagine Gaming Gladiators could honestly go high ground here, because the side of Aster don't have any good team fight and they don't have any repositioning, right? So
when is the soloing?
Yeah, there's no displacement. They can't stop it. There's nothing stopping them.
Oh my goodness. Monet arrow, nope, but gets off the BKB and then dies. Okay, well that's their position 1. Fortification popped again. Sumail trying to take out the creeps. Still 2 remain. There's the skewer back, and XXS finds his way to the grave. 20k lead essentially here for Gaming Gladiators.
All right, Shannon, I put some thought into it. I think they're fucked.
Oh, yeah?
That's my conclusion. I ran the simulations, and all of them...
All of them? Surely there's a disconnect where your computers just never turn back on for some reason. Like an EMP goes off in your boot camp.
Well, Gaben has run the simulations as well, and he does not agree that it's over.
Okay.
But it's close.
2%, really?
Yeah.
That can't be up to
I don't see those 2% right now. I must say.
Yeah.
It's a very lopsided
That's how
game.
bad Lifestealer is. you're up by this much. Like, you know what? There's still a chance.
Oh, Sumail.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He gets a DD. All right, guys, last fight. And Tofu is randomly hounding him and arrows him on the TP back. Reload to bring Sumail back. I mean,
but you've gotten Mega'd.
They're Mega'd before he comes home.
Monet, he just came back from the fountain. He's going to have to go back. He'll be able to walk there himself.
Oh,
RP onto 3.
All right.
And that should do it. But they'll buy back in the game for one last fight, it looks like. Sumail able to zip away. Has to walk the rest of the way to his fountain, though. Boca getting pursued and destroyed. I think that might have been the first infest of the entire game as GG's come out. And Gaming Gladiators absolutely destroy Aster in game number 2.
Curb stomping. Well, what can you really say? The lanes just did not go the way Aster were expecting, or that I was. The bottom lane especially is definitely one to talk about, because the panel didn't seem completely in unison or certain either about how that one was going to play out, but I can't help but feel if you play this lane again as Aster, it doesn't go this poorly, right? Like, surely this cannot be this one-sided, but they just got completely outplayed by that Lich Lifestealer lane. Ace had a good time top. This time Quinn was activated by his team, and they shut down Sumail, and what a quiet XXS game. 1-8-0 on Legion Commander. Just no presence whatsoever, and their lineup just falls apart when the lanes go like this. So
I mean, when you end the game with Blade Mail Midas, that's either really good or really bad.
Yeah, there's no in between really. And I mean, they still look, you know, it's nice to see Aster just smiling at the situation, right? It's like the what can you do kind of mentality. You know, laugh it off. Everything went to shit. You still got a draw against Gaiman, which is a good result. Can't be too mad about that. So, yeah.
And I think, let's see if Tsunami and company will agree with me, but I do believe that the MVP of this game was definitely Ghoul Frenzy.
Ghoul Frenzy! God, I love that spell. No, I don't. I hate that spell so much. I still miss Feast. I don't know why boring passives still exist in the game. Razor, him, Lifestealer. What other ones are there?
Wait, but you said you missed Feast, right?
Well, yes, okay. But it was at least marginally more mechanically complex than Ghoul Frenzy is.
I mean, Feast also still exists, right? Unless I'm...
It does.
Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure.
Oh, yes, that's right.
It just got reworked.
Well, I was tripping for a moment. I was like, wow, how stupid am I? Not that stupid.
At the end of the day, though, passives are not fun, but active gameplay that gets you wins. And despite Quinn once again getting kind of smashed in the mid lane, the rest of Gaming Gladiators pulled their weight.
This time around, they had nothing to do in the safe lane. Like Dyrachyo could hold his own as long as they needed him to, so they brought 2 supports to mid, got that crucial kill, turned the tides.
You know who was actual MVP? It was Celery. He died 0 times. Lich, 0 deaths, used like 8 blood grenades that game.
At least, yeah.
They all paid off. He had one in his inventory at the end of the game. That dude's so committed.
He was the only one killing himself, right, with the blood grenades?
Yep. Probably. I mean, but he didn't die that time. So he was trying to run back game 1. He's like, oh, you guys want 0 deaths?
Look at this.
Well, I'm going to do it from the 5 position while getting tons and tons of kills for my carry. It was just such an easy game at that point. Like, he just left the lane and he just left Dyrachyo to farm the bottom half of the map, and they just had like nowhere for them to hit creeps.
What happened in that bottom? I'm sure it has to be illegal. That's not okay.
Put him in jail.
No way. So I understand that I can be wrong, and I think I was about the matchup.
Between Legion,
the Legion IO against Lifestealer Lich, no way it should work like this.
Probably.
If you see 50 more pro games, this will happen one more time in this fashion, like how bad it was.
This was an edge case scenario.
I will give him a little bit of slack on the Legion that the matchup used to be slightly Lifestealer favored, and I do think that the swap between press the attack and overwhelming odds, the way they reworked it, is actually far worse in that specific matchup.
I would agree.
So maybe he got caught off guard.
And life, right?
Yeah, because usually you would just take 0-1-1, take the life and attack speed and just trade with them. And in worst case scenario, you're in a kill lane like Lich Lifestealer, you'd use your overwhelming odds to secure the the last hit and run away.
Yeah.
But that's not an option anymore. So maybe he just got caught off guard level 1 and it's that simple.
It's very likely. It must have happened. Or I'm stupid. Either one of the two happened.
Or it was blood grenade.
Or blood grenade was good too. He's not wrong. It might be memeing, but blood grenade owns.
Especially on Lich, apparently. And you weren't even that big a fan of the Lich pick initially.
Yeah, Brian.
Well, you guys all said it's for the lane. You know?
Yes.
You guys were all like, it's for the lane. And I doubted it at first, but you guys were absolutely right. So don't bring me down. Let me bring you up.
I always like seeing character development. I feel very up.
There you go.
I can't go any higher.
Oh, honestly, if you had done that right when I did this, that would be so cool.
Do you need a pillow?
Yeah, I need a booster seat is what I need. Another 1-1 split. This is actually getting kind of troubling for the state of our group stage because that means that there will likely be quite a few tiebreakers ahead of us.
I mean, you remember what happened last time, right? We had like days of terrifying 1-1s and we're like, oh, it's going to be so bad. And it wasn't that bad. We had like 1 or 2 tiebreakers.
I don't remember how many we had.
And then the patch came out. We all had the day off, basically. Oh, wait.
That was main event.
We all had the day off.
We all had the day off. We went home. Called it quits.
Yep. New patch, I don't care anymore.
We actually, I don't know if you noticed it, but we have made modifications to our map in the background. The Twin Gate, the Lotus Pools.
I didn't even look.
Yeah, we updated it.
Wow.
I had no idea.
The Roche Pit used to be in the middle there, and now it's that weird thing that people put wards on occasionally. I'm telling you.
But where's the Roche Pit? Am I blind?
For nostalgia.
Where's it supposed to be?
It's all the way up there, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
see it.
in the
This
corner.
This. Okay, I see.
And then maybe this one's also meant to be it, right here, next to the Twin Gate. Yeah. See,
that does make sense. It's this one and
it's
this one. That's the other Twin Gate.
We can walk up to it, you know.
You could walk up to it.
What do you guys want me to point at?
Well, don't walk right there. If you do, you'll teleport
There's
to there.
a Roche Pit right here.
Yes,
Careful.
thank you.
That's the Roche Pit.
Second Roche Pit next to the other Twin Gate. Do you see it? North.
Up there?
Beautiful.
Yeah, that one.
What about this big guy?
That's
over there. That's actually on the map.
What's the name of the buff?
What the hell?
That's like the graveyard buff,
Yes,
I
that's the
think.
graveyard buff.
Yeah.
We can't.
It makes more sense now.
Mines, I don't.
Or no, that's
Mighty
the
Mines.
statue buff.
No,
actually.
statue's radiant.
Okay, that's the graveyard buff.
Oh, we're really good at this.
We're really good at this. But you know who's really good at Lifestealer?
Wow.
It's our interviewee. It's Duraccio. Duraccio, welcome and congratulations on that win.
Hello, hello.
So I know
Thank
that
you so much.
you're good at Dota, but were you participating in this basketball game that I saw recently on YouTube?
No, I'm noob at basketball. I'm not playing it usually, but some people just invite pro players like from OG, and I'm saying okay, whatever. I can play some, but I'm not that good at it.
Okay, so yeah, was that how the whole thing got put together? Is that someone was like, "Yo, let's get a bunch of players together to play not Dota, but instead play basketball"?
Yeah, it's like this. Like one guy, Konstantin, he just invited all of us, and like he organized this. So thank you to him, and it was fun, to be honest. It was fun to play something else, like out of Dota.
And I imagine that you probably have the same disadvantage that I do. How tall are you, Duraccio?
I'm 1.74, I guess.
Yeah, okay. This is not...
I'm not that big. I'm a small guy.
Were you at least able to get any points in the game?
Yeah, I don't remember how much, but I get some, maybe just a little.
It was for the show, Duraccio. It was a fun video. If anyone's confused what I'm looking at, do you know what the title of the video is, if anyone wants to watch it?
No, I don't remember, to be honest. But they can they can find on channel KD All In.
You may need to spell that for our English watching audience. Channel...
Yeah. Channel KD All In, and they can find it. KD All In.
KD All In. Okay.
Easy find.
Yeah. So if you guys are confused, basically, someone arranged a basketball game with a bunch of Dota pros, and it was like nighttime. It was like street ball kind of thing. The vibes were very, very interesting, but it was a fun video to watch. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in Russian, but yeah, you can watch it. Not sure if they have some English subscribes.
It's okay. You can watch people duke it out, though. That part is universal.
Yeah,
no language barriers there.
Speaking of duking it out, I as a fellow lifestealer enjoyer, I think of you as a very aggressive carry player, and I'm wondering if you think lifestealer is the signature hero for your playstyle, or if you think there's a hero that's more that way.
I mean, this is my favorite hero, to be honest. I love this hero so much, and every time when I can play it, I'm down to play it. But, in Dota right now, there is a lot of TBs, a lot of morphing, and it's hard to pick it sometimes. But, for example, in this game, and I feel like in the first game, if you're gonna ban morphing, you can lifestealer as well on the last pick versus anti-mage, and just have a good game for it, and just stomp them in the second game. So when you see this type of drafts like Storm that do nothing for us here, LC, you also have Leech, and there is a Bloodseeker that need a lot of items to fight with you, you can just pick it.
Nice.
I'm into it. Kazu, I imagine that you also have a lifestealer-oriented question for our man.
Yeah, definitely. Were you supposed to own them this hard in the lane just now? I feel like that was way too much. Let's say Ace and Tofu play against you, right? The same lane, IOLC. Would you destroy them this hard?
I feel it's gonna be the same, because after we end our draft, I'm saying if there is gonna be LC IO, this IO is not, he's just hitting you 20 damage, and who cares about his hits? And I have this passive that deals damage and lifesteal, and I have strong glitch on my lane that can just spam Novas every 5 or how much seconds, he's just spamming, so you just run at this LC and they cannot fight you back, and at some point they fuck up, and we blood grenade them, we Nova them, we get first blood, and this lane is kind of over at this point.
Right, so basically I'm stupid. Thank you for clarifying that.
Well, okay, but would old Legion Commander have done better?
Old Legion Commander?
Has the overwhelming odds / press the attack thing changed how this Lifestealer Legion matchup goes?
I don't think with Io, I don't think so. Io is just doing nothing in the lane, just fix up. He load lanes for example, if he go top versus Mirana Magnus, I think they can do better, and this Io can do something at least, because he gives just slow region and some attack speed, blah blah blah, but versus Lifestealer Lich he cannot do anything. This heal is just useless, and they cannot fight you back at all.
Alright, fair enough. IO is trash. Noted. Second question. I think Medusa is overrated. How do you feel about the hero? It doesn't seem like a Duraccio hero, bro.
No, I'm not sure, to be honest, if it's overrated or not, but first game I played into morphing and anti-mage. What the fuck? I mean, I cannot do anything. He just morphed into me. Okay, right now I don't have any attack speed and I don't have any damage. And I have a Queen that get a bit fucked on me, but who cares? And I'm carry. He just morphed into me. They jump me. They have to lasso me, and right now draft is over from this point.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think in this type of situation, you cannot put Medusa on carry.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And last question. The last time you got angry in a post-match, like after you guys lost that DPC game, can you tell me the reason why you were maybe upset?
I think nobody happy if you're losing. Like, if you lose some games, if you get stoned by Tundra 2-0, like 20 minutes games, you're not gonna be happy about it. Hey, we lost the game. Oh, we have some time. You can just waste it for someone else.
Oh, but
You're really rubbing it in here.
No, it was my mistake. Can you give me like a more specific reason? So you lost, it happens, I get it. But is it like, man, Quinn, why the hell did you lose mid? Celery, you idiot, why did you pick me? I don't know, Wraith King, you know, was there something specific?
No, we are not saying something like this. Just to flame, like, why should you flame each other? You lose like a team, you win like a team, so why should you flame each other? I think if you lose like 20-minute game, you get stomped. It's not about one person, it's about all of them.
Lovely answer. Thank you, Duracho.
Okay, you guys are sitting 5-3 right now, so you're doing pretty solid. You had a lot of draws here. You drew against Beast Coast, Aster, and Shopify Rebellion. If you had a game 3, how many of those series do you think you would have won?
I think we won all series, to be honest. Like, for example, versus Aster, we just fuck up with drafting. We put this Duza carry and like, this is unplayable. We also throw some like both high ground thingy and like, I don't remember the games before. Versus Beast Coast today, we just fuck up our lane and rotations, and games just snowball really hard, and they also have morphling, so it's hard to play. But I feel like if you're gonna play the third game, you're gonna win them all.
All right. Well, Duracho, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on this Game 2 win against Aster, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Peace out. I should have probably watched the entirety of the YouTube video, but
KD all in, baby.
KD
I'm
all
watching
in, that's
tonight.
the one. I mean, I'm always very amused to see Dota players doing anything out of character, and playing an actual physical sport is about as out of character as it could get for a Dota player.
Maybe going on a date?
That was literally the second thing that I thought of. But Purge is an expert on that. Purge, what happened to the rest of your how to date guides? You were starting them.
I finished and ended.
Oh, it was an entire series, just one season?
I guess. I mean, I guess
It was like 4 episodes.
It was 3.
I watched all 3 and then I got a girlfriend. So it checks out.
Oh wow!
Thanks, Purge.
There you go. Thanks. Glad it works.
What's the title of the YouTube channel that you got that from?
Purge Gamers.
Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding.
KD all in.
That's the one. And yeah, that wraps up Aster versus Gaming Gladiators, and that wraps up day number 2 here on the mainstream. So while we're here, let's take a look at the standings and where we're at with the group stage. As I think only the mainstream is over. I know OG had a crazy comeback against Entity on one of our secondary streams, and I believe they're in the middle of Game 2 because our Game 2 was very, very quick. But yeah, that was Group B. Meanwhile, for Group A, wow, I'm actually...
Yeah, who's this team at first?
Talon Esports is top right now? I was roasting them yesterday, and I was like, this is just a day 1 kind of thing. And the reason I'm saying that is because I covered the SEA DPC, and they're not going to the major. They got 4th place in our DPC, and, well, apparently they're coming in this thing with a vengeance. Topping the group.
Just unlucky in DPC.
I guess. Yeah. They're not locked for TI, though, so... They're pretty locked. They're literally the next place after all the locked places.
Okay. How many locked are there?
5?
Okay,
Five,
so
four,
they're 7th? It's not bad.
They're 6th, yeah. I believe Tundra, Liquid, Gaimin, Shopify, and EG are the locks.
Correct. A lot of these teams either placed high at the major and or top of their DP.
Yeah, seems pretty solid.
And so Talon's 6th in that, but first in our group, tied with Tundra Esports. After that, it's EG, PSG LGD, Team Secret, and Team Spirit, and TSM. Oh wow, TSM is actually doing pretty good.
Huh. Yeah, 4-4 is very good. I mean, it's the same score as the 3rd place, so like...
They're literally 3rd place. This is the tiebreaker situation that I'm talking about. This is making me nervous right now. And then last place, Team Liquid.
They're
actually in 3rd because there's 2 teams tied for 1st and 5 teams tied for 2nd.
Yeah, they're actually 3rd in a group.
That's how it works, right?
I need to look up the Blitz Dota tweet, the Dota Blitz tweet.
They messed up their alphabetical order.
Sorry to all the fans at #ESL Pro Tour.
Yeah, something like that. That's Group A. Let's take a look at Group B, or at least what we have completed from Group B so far. 9 Pandas, BetBoom, and Gaimin Gladiators are all tied for 1st right now. I think we saw BetBoom win earlier today on the mainstream, and Save was the interviewee, and Shiver was like, well, what happens whenever you guys are playing international opponents? And Save was like, oh, we're onliners. That's why we're doing good right now.
We'll choke later.
We'll choke later. It's an inevitability. But for right now, it's fun to watch them doing so well, as they were a last-minute invitation to this tournament. Originally, it was supposed to be Execration, but Execration from Southeast Asia had visa issues, and we took another Eastern European team to take their place. And they are, I would say, exceeding expectations.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've kind of disappointed for enough tournaments in the last couple months.
Yeah.
Much less than we expected them to play. So this is around what we probably would have expected at the start of this DPC tour. But I think it's just taken them a couple tours to gel together and work out some of their weaknesses. Like if you are a team of power players, like if it's a power team, you just kind of assume like you're going to smash everybody, but there's a lot of cohesiveness, and you have to reduce your ego a little bit. You need to work as a team. Those are hard things to do when you have some of the best players of the region on the same team.
At least I can confidently say that the role swap is not an issue, because I thought sending Toronto Tokyo to a support is criminal, but he's been doing fine. Although I know Sheep was quite critical of his Lich skill build, because he did not take Sinister Gaze at 2.
I mean, he didn't watch her presentation.
He did watch the presentation.
That's the part that she was really pissed about.
There you go.
Because it cost him more than just the game, but her respect.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a rough one. It's unobtainable.
And Aegis means nothing to her.
Yes.
But watching content, that means the world. That's why I'm so glad that you've been watching this content here. But if you want to watch more content, I've got more group stage games on the agenda. Yay! Right? Tomorrow, when we return on the main stream, our first game is going to be Team Liquid versus PSG LGD. Team Liquid has been the first game on all 3 days.
It's rigged. They suck at this.
They're not morning people, I don't think.
That's why they're last place.
Exactly.
Third place in their group, aka last, or first from the bottom. So.
And now we're here. Going up against TSG LGD. Given their current trajectories, I would assume that this is a LGD favored matchup. I hear no disagreement from the panel.
No, 3-0 for LGD.
3-0?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I can't wait for the grand finals. Team Aster versus Shopify Rebellion. Now this is the banner match. This is Miracle v Sumail.
I'm getting my sunglasses. My
And
mouth
Sumail,
is open wide.
Sumail versus former teammates.
I am bat-chesting so hard.
Oh, that's true. There's a lot of storylines.
There is a lot of storylines.
I mean, that's the banger of tomorrow.
And I feel like both of the two teams are like really solid, but they're like looking to prove themselves as like the top of the crop. Shopify's been very consistent, so they definitely have more than a foot into the water.
Yeah.
But had a rough day one, so we'll see if they can win that one.
Hoping to turn around in that second series. Be sure to tune in that in 1430 CEST. After that, it's going to be Team Spirit up against Tundra Esports. TI champions, former champions, current champions, head-to-head. I don't actually know what the franchise record is between these two teams. I would assume that they don't actually get to play each other very much. I don't know if this was a matchup during Berlin or not.
I don't think they've played that often.
Yeah.
I think you're right about that one.
Okay. Well, I'll be eager to see that. And then the final game. Dude, we always close out the night with Gaming Gladiators. And this time, it's going to be against OG.
Should be a game-in-favorite matchup.
Yeah. OG was... we didn't get to go through the entirety of Group B, but I'm assuming OG was near the bottom. Entity was
they were
last place.
3 and 4.
They were 3 and 4.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah, so they got their last game to go even against Entity.
Yeah.
They could go 4 and 4, which is pretty decent.
Yeah. That would be respectable. And then if that series is currently going on, still the OG Entity one, highly recommend looking at the clip of the comeback, or, well, base defense. If
No
that is a
spoilers.
spoiler.
He had a great call, I'm sure, on boss 4 acts.
That must have been it.
It could have just been a great call, like he made a call.
Yeah.
Made a call.
Base defense call, then
Yeah.
kill their throne call. All the calls.
Puppy talked about that
Just
earlier.
like smoke.
What a call.
Just play it like 8 times in a row. Really soak in the glory.
Our secondary stream, ESL_Dota 2 Ember, is going to start off the day with TSM against Evil Geniuses. After that, Gaming Gladiators against Entity, followed by Liquid taking on Secret, and then lastly, Entity against Bepum. This is a very European-heavy stream. We have one South American, one North American, and one Eastern Europe. Well, that's still European.
The first series gets all the non-Europeans out of the way.
Which I guess works well for the time zones.
I mean, it's like the worst time zone if NA people want to watch that. That's like 1 a.m. in NA.
If you're Jenkins and he was still in NA, that would be perfect.
This is prime time.
Right before he goes to bed at 6 a.m.
The witching hour. Let's see our third stream. Do you remember what the word for third was, Cassie, that we quizzed you on yesterday?
Quintessential. No. What was the
Her?
four? What?
It was secondary, then...
Tertiary.
Tertiary,
There
of
we go.
course.
Nailed
Yeah, I knew it.
I was trying to not say
just
like
testing
turd.
Brian.
You knew it, you knew it. ESL_Dota 2 Storm, starting things off with Talon Esports against Team Spirit. Afterwards, 9 Pandas against OG. Then Evil Geniuses against Talon. And lastly, 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion, which I guess is also kind of a slight history match. Ramses versus the team that he briefly offlaned for.
This is actually a pretty
On
hype
paper.
match, I think.
Yeah.
Should be a high skill match.
I don't have a favorite between the two, actually.
Just all of these games on the stream are great. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are very even matchups.
First and last are my favorite.
Okay.
From what we can see here.
True.
Any disagreements?
I mean, Talon is doing great. EG still is striking territory to first place too. So
Yeah.
they're
And
all
then
good.
our final stream on this group stage 1. Day number 3 is going to be Tundra versus Team Secret at the beginning of the day. After that, it's Beast Coast against a Bet Boom team, followed by PSG LGD against TSM. And lastly, it's Beast Coast versus Team Aster. Those are our 4 streams, and those are our 4 series on all of the streams, which adds up to how many games total?
12.
No, that's not.
4 times
I'm not. I'm trying to do my best Jenkins impression. Now you guys are telling me to stop being like Trent. I think it's 16.
You should have said 7.
4 by 4.
You know your matrices.
I do.
You know your multiplication tables.
Yeah, young me. We had to drill them in. Did you guys ever do those?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, like 7 times 7.
Yeah, and you ours was ice cream cones, where like if you passed the 3x3,
You get ice cream
you'd
to
get,
eat?
it would like on the wall. It was like you passed 3x3, then 4x4.
Whoa.
Oh, no, I didn't have that.
Yeah,
You just
that,
had
that
8
motivated
times 8.
me.
That's
So
very,
it's like
that's very
6 times 6.
52.
Yeah.
the difference between the American and the German education
I guess
system.
so. You get an ice cream.
This is why we have an obesity problem in our country.
Says the guy that eats ice cream 3-4 times a week. Right?
And yet I'm the skinny purge.
Got him.
Explain that.
Because you only eat EU ice cream, you need to eat NA ice cream.
That's true.
Heavy on the cream.
Heavy on the cream.
Heavy on the cream. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure as we close out another day of a Dream League Season 20. Purge, closing thoughts on day 2 of the group stage.
Tournament still great, excellent games. Lots more to come. But we're getting close to eliminations. The
We are.
first round of them.
8 teams will be gone out of our 16 teams.
It's hard to stay top 4 of a 8-team group. So got to get some W's.
Brutal. Will you have more Weatherman segments for us later on?
If I'm scheduled for 1 series a day, then yes.
Lovely.
Perfect. Yay.
Kazu, closing thoughts on the day.
Closing thoughts. Io is a trash hero, apparently. That's what I learned today.
Yeah.
That's where interviews are great. I get to ask them questions and be like, okay, I'm really dumb.
Maybe it's just 4 position IO though. We didn't ask what safe lane IO was.
I mean, apparently if it would have gone safe lane, he said it would have done more.
Correct.
Because that lane was more harass heavy, while the Lich Lifestealer was
Yeah,
more
maybe
kill heavy.
Lich Lifestealer with a blood grenade is just like 8 slows is too much. What can
Yeah.
you do?
It's too many.
Yeah.
Brian, closing thoughts
Talk about beards.
on the day.
Oh no.
I would like to know how many of the TI winners, other than GH, had a beard,
No one tweeted.
because you guys have let us down today. But we'll bring it back up tomorrow. Don't let me end it on a negative note.
Brian, I would never imagine ending it on a negative note because, in fact, I have a very positive note that I would like to end things on.
Oh,
I don't
got a
know
beard.
if you've been paying attention, but
I never do.
we have been trying to keep track of co-host performance on
Ah, no.
this show. Now, I know that you historically have been a fan of educationally smurfing, but this time, you are actually trying to figure things out from the bottom. We started you out as a herald because, well, this is your first time co-hosting. Jenkins,
What's his excuse?
I don't know,
He
actually.
doesn't have any.
So, I will let my rest of my panel. Was today a plus MMR day for Brian, do you think?
Plus MMR.
I think
Yeah?
it was. I think it was,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's
That's
the
so sweet of you
justification for
guys.
that?
He almost had some really good references.
Almost.
That's an improvement over Harold for sure.
That's at least like the 10th percentile.
He had a good point today.
Yeah, I'll give you 300 MMR.
He did have a
nice.
good point.
Is that enough to rank up?
I think so.
Okay. If it is, then let's see.
Do I get his badge, the Guardian one?
Nope. There's 2 of each.
Or the Crusader?
There's supposed to be 2 of each. Where's the other?
Uh-oh. Yeah, guess you gotta say
one
Harold.
job.
Oh wait, I see him. I got him.
Yeah.
So, you're saying he's Guardian? He ranked up?
He ranked up.
I
He
think
ranked
he
up. For
ranked
sure.
All right.
Am I Guardian 2, Guardian 3?
Take the screenshot.
There's different ones?
Post it on your Twitter.
This is some Glico situation here. You are now in the same matchmaking bracket as Jenkins.
So this is why all my viewers get excited when they climb.
Exactly.
That's how it feels.
Yep.
You see the little thing come up, fancy
Bam.
music plays, and you're like, oh my god, the past 200 hours of my life weren't wasted.
Lord Gaben notices my progress.
That's right.
Good job, Ryan.
Thank you.
Well played.
It's been an honor,
Been a
guys.
pleasure.
I think I'm done here.
But don't get too cocky, my friend. We have a long journey until you can finally make it to this one, because this is actually the highest badge that we have. We do not have immortal badges.
Those are really well made.
I know, right? I was shocked at the quality of these. These are pretty sweet.
Those are getting stolen.
Do we have
before we go home.
extras?
Yeah.
We have 2 of everything.
I'm saying like at the end of the event, you know?
I don't believe you're allowed to touch those.
Yeah,
Those-
please
Oh,
put them
sorry.
back, put them
I had
back.
to earn those.
Back to Harold.
Well, you can touch Harold.
Oh, okay,
You can
okay,
touch
I
that
got-
one
I got
all day
that one.
long.
You overtook it.
I remember the good old days.
The good old days.
Yeah.
Come so far.
And in the end, it did matter.
It
But
did.
you still got a few more days, Brian, before we fully promote you. Jenkins is hot on your heels in the meanwhile. But that's it for the day number 2 of Dream League Season 20. I hope all of you have been enjoying this show, and we will be back with more games tomorrow. And to take us out for one last time, it's the Imperial Pandas.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
way, either way, we're gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say, either way we're gonna get back. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday